As a diplomat representing the world's largest nation, you've always been known for your steady and refined demeanor. Yet, you boldly declared, "If the state can't handle it, then I will," leaving foreign journalists utterly stunned since Dragon Nation has long adhered to a mild diplomatic policy. No one expected such audacity from someone so young and inexperienced. Facing the provocative questions from Eagle Union reporters, you even proclaimed, "Those who offend us, no matter how far, shall be punished," directly confronting their representative. Behind your youthful, collagen-rich face lies the truth. You've accidentally crossed into a parallel world as the scion of a top military family, now making your debut as a diplomat. Despite your inexperience, your resolute attitude and quick reflexes in dealing with these seasoned journalists forced everyone to discard their condescension. No one anticipated such a polished performance from a supposed playboy. At this moment, a reporter from the Eagle Union, wearing a peculiar smile, picked up the microphone and posed the final question. "You just said Dragon Nation would protect its citizens. As far as I know, many Dragon citizens have been lured to transit through Siam, only to be kidnapped to eastern Mayawati in Myanmar. What actions will Dragon Nation take?" The room fell into silence the moment the question was asked. A poorly answered response could either disillusion Dragon citizens or provoke neighboring nations, sparking diplomatic disputes. Instantly, all eyes were on you, the atmosphere growing tense, including the audiences watching the live broadcast on Dragon Central TV, eager to see how this new diplomat would respond. The situation in Mayawati, Myanmar, is extremely complex, and since it doesn't border Dragon Nation, direct intervention is difficult. If action is taken, how? Would Siam and Myanmar even agree? After all, Dragon Nation has long declared a policy of non-interference in other nations' internal affairs. But if no action is taken, how would Dragon citizens react? For others, this would indeed be a thorny issue. But you, once a battle-hardened war god who commanded the strongest infantry across Eurasia and clashed with Eagle Union fleets in the Pacific, would never shy away from such a challenge. Under the gaze of thousands, you solemnly declared in a thunderous voice, "Dragon Nation has always cherished peace. But that doesn't mean our people can be bullied. An ancient saying goes, we do not provoke, but we do not fear provocation." Another says, "Those who offend our mighty nation, no matter how far, shall be punished." This is Dragon Nation's stance. In 5 days, our diplomatic delegation will visit the Indochina Peninsula, and by then, we will resolve this issue once and for all. As your resolute words echoed, the battlefield-tested aura of a seasoned commander emanated from you. Many reporters visibly shivered, unable to meet your piercing gaze. None had expected such an unyielding stance from the new diplomat. Yet, your response gave the Eagle Union reporter an opening. "Does your statement today imply Dragon Nation is preparing to take action against another country?" "When did I say we would take action? I am a diplomat. And of course, I will use diplomatic means. There's no need for fear. Dragon Nation remains committed to never firing the first shot." As soon as these words were spoken, the journalists finally felt a bit more at ease. In contrast to their reaction, Zhao Mu, standing nearby, nearly fainted in shock upon hearing your words. He thought to himself, "This is just too reckless for someone so young. How could a diplomat speak with such absolute certainty?" Although the higher-ups in Longwa indeed had no intention of indulging Myanmar and Siam, and a diplomatic mission to the Indochina Peninsula was indeed scheduled in 5 days, the specifics of any action, or whether action would even be taken, remained entirely uncertain. A more seasoned diplomat would have opted for ambiguous language. Yet, you, Zhang Fan, went straight for the bold declaration. While it sounded satisfying and defiant, with so many foreign journalists present, eager to pounce on any misstep from Longwa, any unfulfilled promise would make the country a laughingstock on the global stage. Zhao Mu was pacing anxiously nearby but could do nothing. Spoken words, like spilled water, could not be taken back. At this point, he was already regretting agreeing to let you join his department as a diplomat. With his sharp eye, Zhao Mu could tell from your demeanor that if the journalists pressed further, you might say something even more unpredictable. Hurriedly, he stepped to your side and said with a forced smile, "This concludes today's routine diplomatic press conference. Any further questions can be addressed next time." With that, he escorted you off the stage. And so, the debut of this newly minted diplomat came to an abrupt and dramatic close. After stepping down from the diplomatic podium, Zhao Mu turned to you in frustration and said, "Your words have likely already been written into reports by those journalists. Within an hour, they'll be splashed across the front pages of major media outlets worldwide. If this situation isn't handled properly, Longguo will become the butt of global ridicule. Not even your father, Zhang Yi, will be able to shield you then." You stepped forward, lifted your chin, and met Zhao Mu's gaze squarely. "If this matter is too delicate for the state to handle openly, then I'll take care of it myself. When we embark on the mission to the Indochina Peninsula, I'll wipe out Mayawati in one stroke." Hearing such an audacious declaration, Zhao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite your youth and subordinate position, Your tone carried the weight of a seasoned veteran. Watching you walk away, Zhao Mu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. After all, you had once been the revered god of war commander. Your wisdom and strategic acumen second to none. As you walked home, your mind was already set. Working in the foreign ministry would allow you to wield both benevolence and authority, striking decisively to expand influence and resources while rallying more allies. Having made your plans, you fully accepted the reality of your transmigration and returned home. On the TV, the international news segment was dominated by sensational coverage of your explosive remarks at the diplomatic podium. The headlines grew increasingly hyperbolic. Long was diplomat issues bold ultimatum, what's next for Southeast Asia? And with military spending skyrocketing, is Longhua eyeing the Indochina Peninsula? Can they deliver? The empire awakens, and the Dragon Kingdom is about to assertively enter the Indochina Peninsula as a monarchical state, thoroughly resolving the Mayawati issue. Zheng Yi, however, looked surprised, thinking that the country had previously participated in operations in Mayawati, so this was almost certainly the case again. He asked, "Son, did you say that at the diplomatic podium because you saw this? Since the country is willing to act, why be secretive about it? It would be better to state it openly to intimidate other nations. The country certainly won't tolerate the situation there, but the specifics of how to proceed haven't been decided yet." Zhang Yi pointed to a world map hanging on the wall and began carefully explaining the situation in Mayawati. "The reason we could resolve the northern Myanmar issue is because it borders us and has factions aligned with us, allowing us to support proxies. But Mayawati is entirely different. It's located in eastern Myanmar, bordering Thailand. After the crackdown in northern Myanmar, many criminals relocated there and have connections with the Thai military. The Karen warlords in the area are particularly rampant, and the central Myanmar government can't control them. Therefore, dealing with this region is extremely difficult without direct military intervention." As a general who once participated in the Vietnam War, Zhang Yi had a deep understanding of Southeast Asian affairs and immediately pinpointed the core issue. However, you had an even broader grasp of global geopolitics, which was why you dared to make such bold statements at the diplomatic podium. "Dad, I'm aware of all this. Since I made those remarks at the podium, I naturally have a plan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face darkened with displeasure. "The country hasn't even decided how to resolve this yet, and you have a plan? You should think before you boast." You raised your head and looked at Zhang Yi earnestly. "But I need a small unit, not a heavy combined brigade. Just a few dozen soldiers and a batch of drones." 5 days later, you boarded a C-929 special flight to Bangkok, the capital of Thailand, alongside Zhao Mu and other diplomatic personnel. As soon as you stepped off the plane, countless reporters swarmed around, snapping photos incessantly. Many cameramen were filming you, and there were numerous Thai officials present to welcome you, with the protocol and etiquette being exceptionally high. A man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, approached with a broad smile. He was one of Thailand's deputy prime ministers, Mr. Prazong. Mayawati and Mae Sot in Thailand are separated only by the Moi River. Many people trafficked to Mayawati are first lured to Thailand and then smuggled across the border from Mae Sot. Prazong was likely involved in this scheme and was deliberately mocking you. If you succeeded in resolving this issue, it would cut off his illicit profits. Zhao Mu, fearing you might make another shocking statement, quickly intervened to stop you. "Rest assured, Mr. Prazong, a safe and peaceful environment has always been the cornerstone of economic development. Our two nations should indeed strengthen cooperation to ensure regional stability, thereby promoting economic growth for both countries. This is the principle behind our participation in this conference." As a seasoned diplomat, Zhao Mu's response demonstrated impeccable professionalism, leaving Prazong no room to find fault. However, Prazong had been instructed to intimidate you and Zhao Mu, the two special envoys from the Dragon Kingdom. Frustrated that his verbal attack had been effortlessly deflected by Zhao Mu, Prazong suddenly noticed the plane you had arrived in. His eyes gleamed as he remarked, "The special envoys are traveling on a new aircraft this time, not the usual Boeing 747. As soon as Zhang Jingyuan heard it, he knew that this old thing was up to something again. Previously, the civil aviation large airplane field has been dominated by Boeing and Airbus. Longwa's previous special airplane for foreign visits has also always been a Boeing 747-400. But with the C-919, which is now independently developed and put into use by the Dragon Kingdom, taking to the skies, Rokkoku then plans to replace the planes that visit other countries with domestically produced planes in the future. However, the C-919 is a bit small, so this time, the special airplane of the Dragon Kingdom is the C-929, a wide-body large airplane of the Boeing 787-9 class, which has just been developed. Still not as big as a Boeing 747 though. What Batson means by this is clearly that your Chinese airplanes are no match for Boeing's, and Boeing is Eagle Jam again. What this statement means is naturally self-evident. Zhao Mu also seems to feel Batson's intention. Unhurriedly back, "Well, yes, this time we are replaced with domestic C-929 aircraft. This aircraft performance is good, with quite good. Now there are a lot of orders. You Siam want to consider the purchase of a few? Zhao Mu's words were also very level-headed, not only bringing a little cargo to his own airplane, but also secretly mocking Siam for not having an airplane of its own. Batson showed a leathery expression. Or not. I still think the Boeing 747 looks a bit more atmospheric. Eagle Sauce's delegate to the conference over here, Kingston, flew on this plane. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes flinched. Batson's words already belonged to a figure of speech. Not only are they mocking the Dragon Kingdom as being no better than Eagle Jam, but they're holding the Eagle Jam representative over their own side as well. As a former military god, how could Zhang Jingyuan not know about Eagle Jam's various actions in Southeast Asia? Whether it's the Golden Triangle before or the human organ trafficking now, the CIA is behind it all. And in the face of the Dragon's assertive moves in the South China Sea, Eagle Jam is also frequently penetrating this side of Southeast Asia, been trying to pull them in. There are a number of pro-Eagle Jam factions within Siam, and this Batson is clearly one of them. The presence of Eagle Jam's representative at this Asia-Pacific meeting is clearly another attempt to target the Dragon Nation, and this Kingston is highly regarded in Eagle Jam, as well as being a rather difficult character to deal with. Even with Zhao Mu's culmination, his face couldn't help but bloom when he heard this. When Batson, who was on the side, noticed Zhao Mu's changing face, a smug smile appeared on his face. Chapter 6 Siam is far from Eagle Jam, but close to the Dragon Kingdom. A number of viewers who were watching the live broadcast on Dragon TV noticed what Batson was saying. Also sensing the hostility from the Siamese side, they all began to talk. What does this Batson mean? He seems to have some contempt for our country's airplanes? He's so blind. What a beautiful domestic airplane we have. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen the C-929. Our country finally has its own big airplane. It's great. Why do I feel as if Batson has something to say? I also think that he should be talking about not just airplanes, but our country as well. Humph. It's nothing but a fox and a tiger by means of Eagle Sauce. It wasn't because what Zhang Jingyuan said before was too overbearing and angered the Siamese side. That's why people said that, right? Isn't Zhang Jingyuan trying to crack down on the wire fraud parks in Mayawati in eastern Burma? Why is Siam so excited? You're silly. It's obvious that there's collusion between the Siamese hierarchy and the people in the park yet. I think this Batson is doing it on purpose. Then how to do ah? In the end can not this talks estimate and in the end can not talk ah? I think it's still because Zhang Jingyuan put his words too full in the beginning, and in the end, he's still too young and a bit rash. I also think, if we didn't say that in the first place, maybe they would still be willing to cooperate with us. Now it's good. Not only is the representative of Eagle Jam here, but the host is also hostile, so I guess this is going to be yellow. You guys are such softies. So many of your compatriots have been kidnapped in Siam, and the Eagle Jam reporter and this Batson have ridden their faces. Do you still have to put up with it? That's right. You can't stand up after kneeling for a long time, can you? Now that times have changed, do we build so many airplanes and cannons just to beg? I don't think there's any problem with what Zhang Jingyuan said. Our Dragon Kingdom has always been one that doesn't stir up trouble but isn't afraid of it either. Now that people are bullying us, it would be a real shakedown if we don't fight back. I'm also standing for Zhang Jingyuan. He's a real man. Now that Batson's words seem to have racked the two diplomats, a bad answer would have to be humiliating. Let's stop arguing for a moment and just see how they respond. Just as the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were bickering, Zhao Mu was still organizing his thoughts on the fly. This was supposed to be an ASEAN meeting, and he didn't even expect a representative from Eagle Jam to come. Batson's sudden provocation made Zhao Mu angry, but now that countless reporters are watching and cameras are filming, it's impossible to rip Batson a new one. After all, there's a meeting to negotiate later. It was infuriating, but there was only softer ways to fight back. Just as Zhao Mu organized his words and wanted to speak, Zhang Jingyuan, who was originally behind him, however, suddenly took a step forward and said faintly to Batson, Eagle Sauce is far from Siam. There is no excuse for taking a bigger plane to come here. We in the Dragon Kingdom are so close to you in Siam. There is no need for a bigger plane with a better one. Mr. Batson, what do you think? As soon as those words came out, Batson's smile immediately froze on his face. As a political veteran, he heard the meaning of Zhang Jingyuan's words almost instantly. You Siam don't deserve us to come over on a bigger and better plane. Also implied in this statement is the threat that you Siam are far from Eagle Jam, but close to us in Dragonland. Eagle Sauce can't help you guys if something goes wrong, so figure out which side you want to be on. Batson's cold sweat swished down his face. What does Zhang Jingyuan mean? Why is Dragon Kingdom talking so tough now? Did they really come prepared? Batson, who really couldn't figure out Zhang Jingyuan's thoughts, couldn't help but look up. As a result, he saw Zhang Jingyuan looking at himself with a smile on his face, only that within his eyes, there was a hint of sharpness like that of an eagle. When he came into contact with Zhang Jingyuan's eyes, Batson instantly felt weak. For a while, he simply couldn't think of anything to say in response to Zhang Jingyuan. He could only dryly laugh and concur with 2 sentences. Haha, that, indeed. The distance is close and it is not necessary to use. Then we will go over first. All the representatives are waiting in it. Go, get on the car. Zhang Jingyuan was not polite and said to Zhao Mu, Brother Zhao, let's go. Zhao Mu also reacted extremely quickly and nodded, directly crossing over Batson and getting into the special car with Zhang Jingyuan. Batson was first stunned, but in the end, he could only follow quickly, but he was still a body length behind Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu. Numerous journalists also pressed the shutter to record the moment, and in the pictures they took, it looked like Bassoon had become a follower of Young Kyung-yoon in Jomak. But Batson couldn't care less about that right now. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. Why does this young man, Zhang Jingyuan, have such a stern aura? Watching the 3 of them get into the special car, all the reporters present knew it by heart. In the midst of this dark encounter, the Dragon Nation has won big, and all of this seems to be because of this newly promoted diplomat Zhang Jingyuan beside Zhao Mu. Not only did Batson and these reporters feel that Zhang Jingyuan was not simple, even Zhao Mu was somewhat impressed with Zhang Jingyuan. He could never have imagined that a newly appointed diplomat who had just stepped up to the diplomatic podium a few days before. It's amazing to see such sophisticated words in the face of a veteran like Batson stepping up to the plate. Not only did he slap Batson in the face, demonstrating the toughness of the Dragon Kingdom, but he also secretly threatened the other side without a trace. This kind of overbearing and speechless diplomacy was something Zhao Mu had only seen in one person. That was his top boss, Wang Quan, the current foreign minister of the Dragon Kingdom. But Zhang Jingyuan is obviously still so young. The previous publicity wasn't really good either. How did you become such a top diplomat all of a sudden? That's not possible. Are we going to let Young Kyung-yoon speak later or not? Bastard Zhao Mu on top of the special car, sometimes confused look at Zhang Jingyuan, sometimes closed his eyes to think, CPU or almost dry smoke. The Dragon Nation viewers all got excited when they saw that Zhang Jingyuan had made Batson directly mute with one sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Jingyuan is so awesome, too tough. There's really nothing wrong with Zhang Jingyuan's words. Ha, you guys didn't see the look on Bassoon's face after Young Kyung-yoon finished speaking. It was brilliant. A small country like Siam dares to get on our lips. What an asshole. That's right. Doesn't he know how much they will lose economically once the dragon people don't travel to Siam? This is true great nation diplomacy. I've finally seen a side of our country that is tough on the outside world. It's so cool. Don't say that. The country was softer in its foreign speeches before, and that was all for a reason. You can't make too many enemies. Will those countries that are hostile to us change for the better if we soften and bow our heads? Joke. Hawk Jam is so arrogant and not so many countries follow them. To put it bluntly, big countries sometimes just need to be a little bit more domineering, and Zhang Jingyuan didn't point his nose at Batson, which is something I think Zhang Jingyuan did very well. Soft with a threat. So cool. Zhang Jingyuan has such an extraordinary demeanor and such a handsome person. No way. I have to fan him. Those celebrities I've been fanning before don't even deserve to be compared to Zhang Jingyuan. Chapter 7 Eagle Sauce represents Kingston, a difficult person to deal with. On top of the special car, Zhao Mu had half a day of calculations in his mind and decided that he still had to properly explain to Zhang Jingyuan. He glanced at Zhang Jingyuan, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, and complimented him first. Jingyuan, you just did well. Zhang Jingyuan opened his eyes and revealed a bright smile. Brother Zhao, you won't blame me for being abrupt, right? I feel like even if I didn't open my mouth just now, you'd still be able to make that Batson speechless. These words made Zhao Mu's heart feel a bit flattered. He stroked his chin and laughed. You're a young man. It's good to perform more. How could I blame you? But in the official meeting, you still need to be careful with your words. Zhang Jingyuan immediately understood Zhao Mu's meaning and asked, Brother Zhao, Southeast Asia's representative couldn't make any waves. Is that Kingston difficult to deal with? Zhao Mu didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to be so smart, and slightly surprised. He returned, that's right, this time it's an economic cooperation meeting between us and the ASEAN side, and Kingston didn't come all the way from the Eagle Sauce side, so he definitely didn't have good intentions, and I've dealt with this man. He's deep-minded, sometimes brutal, sometimes graceful, not at all conventional, a difficult person to deal with. Brother Zhao, I know. I'll deal with it carefully in the meeting. Zhang Jingyuan put away his smile and solemnly returned. After Zhao Mu finished his instructions, the special car also slowly drove into Siam's parliament building. Batson, who had just been deflated, was now completely honest. He said politely to Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu, both of you, please come inside. After Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu walked into the conference hall, they found that a group of Southeast Asian delegates were already seated there. That Kingston, on the other hand, is not one of them. Kingston doesn't seem to be here. Ha! Zhao Mu also swept around the conference room and whispered, "Today is just an initial and simple meeting that will only talk about irrelevant topics and test each other out. It's normal for Kingston, as a representative of Eagle Sauce, not to come and participate." The representatives of the countries in the Central and South Peninsula saw Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu come in. The conference room, which had seemed a bit noisy, fell silent. Facing such a behemoth of a neighbor as the Dragon Kingdom, none of these countries dared to take it lightly. Many delegates were the first to run and greet Zhao Mu. However, he was not very enthusiastic about Zhang Jingyuan, a newcomer. Zhang Jingyuan didn't get angry either. Instead, he was happy to be free, and happened to take the opportunity to observe the delegates. He soon realized that the representatives of the countries of Luzon and Annam, as well as of Siam, the host, it didn't take the initiative to come over and greet them warmly, but this was expected by Zhang Jingyuan. What is the situation in these countries is understood. Together with the arrival of Hawk Jam on behalf of Kingston, their attitudes were instantly ambiguous. Apart from these few countries, the rest of them, even if they were smiling and welcoming to Zhao Mu at the moment, they didn't know how many of them were sincere. There is no such thing as a friend or a true heart when it comes to interactions between countries. There is always only the word interest. Zhang Jingyuan was deep in thought when a high-pitched voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Welcome Eagle Sauce on behalf of Kingston." Hearing this voice, the representatives of the countries that were still exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Mu all froze slightly. Then almost simultaneously they looked in the direction of the doorway. At the doorway, a white man in his 40s, close to 1.9 meters in height, looking tall and lanky while at the same time shrewd and capable, slowly walked in. There's no doubt that he's Kingston, the representative of Eagle Sauce. After Kingston walked in, he first scanned around, and when he saw Zhao Mu and Zhang Jingyuan, a smile erupted on his face and he took it in stride. "Mr. Zhao Mu, long time no see." Zhao Mu's face remained unchanged as he nodded slightly at Kingston. "Hello Mr. Kingston." Kingston turned his head to look at young Kyung-yoon again and extended his hand to him. "So this is your newest diplomat from the Dragon Kingdom, is it?" "Hello." Zhao Mu's heart tightened when he saw Kingston's movements. This Kingston had previously enlisted in the Marines and later held a key position in the CIA. It's a man of great force. When he was a diplomatic representative, he would often shake hands with people with cold, sudden force, embarrassing others. He was chagrining that he hadn't just told Zhang Jingyuan about this, and there was no way to raise his voice to stop it at this point. There were so many pairs of eyes staring at the scene, and so many reporters and live cameras. Imagine the Dragon delegate facing the Eagle Jam delegate and not even daring to shake hands. How humiliating it must be to spread the word. But if Zhang Jingyuan reached over rashly and was caught by Kingston's death grip, if he lost his temper on the spot, that's pretty humiliating too. Zhang Jingyuan looked at Kingston's impish smile and knew that this man did not have any good intentions. He also thought of Zhao Mu's advice to himself earlier, so he kept a watchful eye. A move was made that Zhao Mu did not expect at all. Zhang Jingyuan didn't put his hand out. Instead, he placed it on his chest. "That means you want to shake my hand, right?" "Yes, you can. Give me your hand yourself." This next act directly turns active into passive. Zhao Mu was instantly shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's quick wits, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people right now, he would have wanted to give Zhang Jingyuan a thumbs up right then and there. Kingston couldn't help but slightly stall his movements when he saw Zhang Jingyuan's behavior, but he quickly put his active hand up. Zhang Jingyuan took a look and became even more certain that this guy would make a small move. As expected, after Kingston held onto young Kyung-yoon's hand, he immediately began to exert himself and gripped it hard. The average diplomat would not be able to stand his powerful grip and would lose his temper on the spot under the pain, causing his face to distort. Some will even scream out in pain. Kingston has already used this method to bring down quite a few people he doesn't see eye to eye with, but this time, he hit a brick wall. After gripping Zhang Jingyuan's hand hard, he realized that Zhang Jingyuan's expression, however, did not change at all. How is it possible? How could this svelte and white young man in front of him resist his powerful grip? Looking at the calm Zhang Jingyuan, a trace of shock welled up in Kingston's heart. When he tried to push further, there was a sharp pain in his hand. He raised his eyes and realized that it was Zhang Jingyuan holding his hand tightly. That power was almost several times more than his own. His own right hand. It was as if it had been caught in an iron vice. Ouch! It hurts too much. Zhang Jingyuan still had a faint smile on his face at this time, responding to the greeting that Kingston had given him earlier. "Hello Mr. Kingston." Kingston had no effort to care what young Kyung-yoon said at this point. The drilling pain coming from his hands made Kingston do everything he could to maintain his expression. He tried to pull his hand out of Zhang Jingyuan's hand. However, after he exerted himself several times, Zhang Jingyuan still did not move, and his right hand was still held tightly by Zhang Jingyuan. The pain was getting stronger and Kingston couldn't take it anymore. He took a deep breath and jerked his right hand back with all his strength. trying to get rid of that excruciating pain. But what I didn't expect was that Zhang Jingyuan suddenly let go at this time. Kingston was caught off guard and stumbled violently backwards. Even though he was already trying to control his body's balance, he was driven by his own immense power, ended up sitting on his ass. Grooming is lost. A look of shame suddenly appeared on Kingston's face, completely wondering why his battle-hardened self, he would plant such a big head in front of this brat. Zhang Jingyuan. Chapter 8, Face mounted open big. His face was about to be swollen by Zhang Jingyuan. The sudden turn of events caused the entire venue to go silent. The gazes of the representatives of the various countries were all focused on Zhang Jingyuan and Kingston at this instant. Reporters are even more in the hands of the camera. Click 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 snap. It's definitely big news that a representative of Eagle Jam actually suffered such a big loss in front of a young diplomat from the Dragon Kingdom. After watching Kingston sit on the ground, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Jingyuan's mouth. Once the name of Iron Blood Army God was not only earned by command, he is not only proficient in all kinds of ancient Chinese martial arts, the shooting skill of 100 shots, the aircraft tank submarine is even more proficient in everything. Kingston tried to embarrass young Kyung-yoon with such a poor tactic. That's really the wrong person to talk to. Kingston was just about to stand up, but Zhang Jingyuan took out his handkerchief and elegantly wiped his hands. Then he walked over to Kingston's side and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Mr. Kingston, why so careless? Did getting here leave you a little waterlogged? It was as if an elder was caring for his juniors, completely playing Kingston like a child. The hand-wiping gesture not only showed all the contempt for Kingston, the latter phrase, watered down, was a warning to Kingston. It was inevitable that you eagle sauce would stumble when you came all this way. This scene was also synchronized and broadcasted live by all the reporters from the Dragon TV main station. The Dragon Nation audience couldn't help but clap their hands when they saw how strong Zhang Jingyuan was. Good lord, Zhang Jingyuan, this is totally a face-first open big ah. It's so relieving. This action of Zhang Jingyuan wiping his hands is simply elegant. It's too elegant. I can't learn it for the rest of my life. Ha ha, actually rubbing hands with Kingston after shaking hands. It's simply too great. Agreeing that shaking hands represents politeness and rubbing hands represents contempt. Young Kyung-yoon is really too handsome. I've seen the video before. This Kingston has harmed a lot of people with the handshake trick before. I didn't expect to be cured by young Kyung-yoon. It's so cool. That's a good way to put it about the water and the land. Straight away there was a sense that he was the host and Kingston was just the guest. How on earth did Zhang Jingyuan do that? He obviously looks like a flower boy. How could he have so much strength? Don't insult Zhang Jingyuan with the words flowery and beautiful man. His looks are clearly of the sword-browed, starry-eyed and handsome type, like an ancient warrior. Zhang Jingyuan is young after all. When facing a big country like Eagle Jam, you should still have some manners. How can you be so disrespectful? Laughing, Eagle Jam is a big country. We're not? Why should Eagle Jam representatives be able to bully people at will and we can't fight back? What did Zhang Jingyuan do wrong? Yeah, Kingston clearly fell on his own. It's none of young Kyung-yoon's business. You licked your face to give others face, but also to see if others will give you face. Hawk sauce, what kind of virtue? Do not you know in your heart? In all sincerity, young Kyung-yoon has no faults when it comes to diplomatic etiquette, but he just manages to put Kingston to shame. He is truly a genius diplomat, just because of Zhang Jingyuan's behavior today. I don't blame him even if he can't handle myriad wadi. How often has Kingston been so humiliated as a representative of the world's #1 power? Eagle Jam? His face instantly turned red with rage. He also knew that the conference, with its many reporters, was even being broadcast live in many countries. Among them were not only those from the Dragon Kingdom, but also those from their eagle sauce. I'm afraid the footage of my own outburst just now has already gotten out, and indeed it was. As much as the Dragon viewers were relieved to see it, the viewers on the Eagle Sauce side were stifled. Both are cursing Kingston on the air, but Kingston, as a veteran of many years in politics, quickly calmed down. This time he came over with a purpose. His goal is to keep the wire fraud park in Maine alive. In fact, the vast majority of the founders of wire fraud parks in the state of Maine were provided with startup capital by their Eagle Sauce. Didn't you, Zhang Jingyuan, amplify your words that you want to completely level Mayawati? As long as I get my objective accomplished and sabotage the negotiations between the Dragon and Siam, today's scene is quickly forgotten. Everyone would go and laugh at the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the young diplomat in front of them, Zhang Jingyuan. With that thought, the smile reappeared on Kingston's face. He regained his demeanor, shrugged his shoulders, and said deliberately, "It's not so much the water and the soil. I've been over here so often that I'm already familiar with it. I just accidentally fell. Mainly because I was late last night talking about cooperation with a few representatives over here. Sorry for being a bit rude." Zhao Mu revealed a hint of anger after hearing this. Before, when the Dragon Kingdom was weak, Hawk Jam often relied on its strong naval power. moving around flaunting their power and bullying people at will. Kingston's comment was a clear attempt to brag about what Eagle Jam used to do, and his second sentence looks like he's excusing himself for the fall he just took. In reality, we are telling the dragon that we, Eagle Sauce, have already talked to several Southeast Asian representatives. You, Dragon Kingdom, need not talk anymore. Kingston is showing how powerful he is at this economic conference in Asia. Zheng Jingyuan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, so he naturally knew the meaning of Kingston's words. He glanced at Zhao Mu's expression, knowing that Zhao Mu, and many more Dragon Nation people had the same idea as him. Everything we experienced before in the Dragon Kingdom, we'll return it as is. The Dragon Kingdom now is not the same as it used to be when it was left to be bullied. We'll be sure to bully our way back. Really, Mr. Kingston must have come this way a lot only 10 years ago? I seem to remember that exercise where you Eagle Sauce ran off in a blaze of gray. The moment Zhang Jingyuan's words came out, the original smile on Kingston's face froze and became gloomy. Zhao Mu, who was on the side, revealed a strange expression that seemed like a smile, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head in thought. Good lord, this kind of thing can actually be told in front of so many people. This kid, Zheng Jingyuan, is indeed wild and overbearing enough. The reason why Kingston flipped his face like a book was because of what Zheng Jingyuan said. It's a piece of their Eagle Sauce past that they'd hate to mention. At that point in time, Eagle Jam assembled 2 carrier battle groups, about 10 frigates and guided missile destroyers, and about 150 fighters of all types, trying to back up the little brother with force. The Dragon Kingdom at that time wasn't as powerful as it is now, but the Dragon Kingdom is not yielding at all. The best of the 3 fleets were on hand, and the 4 admirals were gathered in a real-world stance for maneuvers. The Eagle Jam think tank, after many projections, realized that they had no chance of winning, and felt that they didn't have to for the sake of their little brother Luzon. Anyway, after a tense standoff, Eagle Jam's fleet, quietly running away. Since then, Eagle Sauce has fallen out of favor in Southeast Asia. This is something that a lot of people know about, though, and wouldn't dare say this in front of the Eagle Jam diplomats. But Zheng Jingyuan just spoke out unapologetically in front of so many representatives of various countries and reporters. Totally just another face-posting drive on Kingston. The taunt is pulled straight to full strength and there is no fear at all. This time Kingston came over. Apart from pulling in allies, it was likewise to re-establish his authority in Southeast Asia. But now it seems as if the prestige hasn't begun to build. And you've already had your face directly swollen by young Kyunyun? Chapter 9, the whole internet is buzzing. Even foreigners are fanning Zheng Jingyuan? Looking at Kingston, who had risen to the color of a pig's liver, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom only felt that they had never been so relieved. Good guys. I'm calling good guy straight up. It's the first time I've ever seen Kingston look like that. Zheng Jingyuan looks young, but he's a little too overbearing in the world. Straight up another face-to-face opening? I like Zheng Jingyuan's style. We've been bullied for so long before. Now that we're strong, why can't we raise our eyebrows? Don't I think it's better to be humble and low-key in a diplomatic setting like this? Forget it, if you're humble and low-key, people still think you're a bully. Sometimes it's time to be bold and bossy. You should be bold and bossy. Ha ha, times have changed. Eagle Sauce still thinks it's the old days. My ass. It's only Zheng Jingyuan who dares to directly hit his face on such an occasion. It's so great. If there were foreigners in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station at this time, they would probably be shocked by this spirit of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead of being afraid of war, ordinary people in the Dragon Kingdom are thinking about building their careers. Let's just say that Eagle Jam was right to run away in the first place, or else it would have been a total loss. Zheng Jingyuan's words caused a sensation not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in the live broadcasts of Eagle Jam and several other big countries. Again, it generated a heated discussion. This new diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom seems to be quite powerful, directly disliking Kingston without words. It's mainly because Kingston is so useless. If he was fighting our foreign minister, he definitely wouldn't be able to take advantage. Kingston's still useless. He served in the Marines and held a key position in the FBI, and he's dealt with the leaders of quite a few countries, and he hasn't suffered a loss. I'm afraid that the fact that the Dragon Kingdom has activated such a domineering and young diplomat represents that their mindset has begun to change. I have a feeling that the Dragon Kingdom is going to make waves in the world. This diplomat is really good, quick thinking and doesn't seem to have a bad force level. Got Kingston all over the floor. I love him. I think he's pretty awesome too. I'll pay more attention to him in the future. Eagle Sauce has always been relying on its strong military power to strut around. Now it's kicked the can down the road, isn't it? The Southeast Asian side is the Dragon Kingdom's backyard. They should have been stronger a long time ago. This new diplomat named Zheng Jingyuan is quite domineering. Don't be hasty. Didn't this dragon diplomat put out a word earlier about cracking down on the wire fraud parks in Burma and Siam? If it doesn't work out, then the fun will be great. Indeed, it would be 100 times more humiliating to boast and end up not accomplishing it than Kingston is now. Hey, Kingston is really trashy enough to disgrace our eagle sauce. If we really let Dragon Kingdom pull this off this time, I'll definitely apply to Congress to impeach him. Though a number of the Eagle Jam populace were still somewhat contemptuous of young Kyung-yoon, talking about how humiliating it would be if he didn't completely flatten Mayawati. But there are equally many people abroad who are almost strong and see Jung Jingyuan so strong. Plus Hawksbane has really done some heavenly things in recent years. So not only did he not mock Jung Jingyuan, but there were some foreigners who actually powdered him. Of course, it could have something to do with Jung Jingyuan's good looks. In short, this economic conference in the central and southern peninsula, because of Zhang Jingyuan's domineering declaration on the diplomatic podium earlier, and now several encounters after landing in Siam, all of which have attracted a fair amount of attention around the world. Not only the heads of some countries, but also many ordinary people watched the live broadcast of the economic conference. All of them wanted to see whether or not the Dragon Kingdom could realize the words uttered by Zhang Jingyuan on the diplomatic stage. It's a long way to go. The complete eradication of Mayawati as well as the major wire fraud parks. All this talk outside, Kingston didn't know. All he knew was that in the two encounters with Zhang Jingyuan, he hadn't taken any advantage. Instead, he disgraced himself in Eagle Jam. It was then that he realized that the young man in front of him named Zhang Jingyuan was not simple. The representatives of the various countries looked at Zhang Jingyuan, who had completely displayed the demeanor of a great nation, and Kingston, who had been repeatedly defeated. All of them were making all kinds of mental calculations about what the talks were going to be about. I'm afraid that many of the programs that have been drawn up before will now have to be rethought. Pa Ka, Siam's prime minister and general delegate to this meeting, saw that the situation was not right and rushed to make a roundup. Mr. Zhao Mu, Mr. Zhang Jingyuan, your seats are over here, please come and take a seat. And Mr. Kingston, you should also take a seat over here. Zhao Mu hadn't forgotten the purpose of this visit to the Central South Peninsula, and Zhang Jingyuan had already given Kingston a hard time. He didn't say anything else and brought Zhang Jingyuan to sit down. Kingston also knew that he probably couldn't take any advantage now, so he grunted coldly, walked with Paka to his seat. Immediately afterward, representatives from other ASEAN countries also took their seats. Paka saw that everyone was seated and smiled, showing his hospitality as a host. It is an honor for all of you to be gathered here now in our common in Siam to brainstorm for the economic development of the ASEAN countries. This time, in addition to the members of ASEAN countries, there is also the participation of regional powers such as the Dragon State and Eagle Jam. As the world's first and second economies, they will certainly be able to make ASEAN's future development even better. This opening statement, which was of a polite nature, was finished without the warm response it deserved. After all, the representatives of the two behemoths, Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Jam, were sitting here, and with the tit-for-tat between them just now, it made the representatives of these countries a little jittery. Until the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce took a stand, they didn't dare to say anything at all. In the end, it was Jiaomu who opened his mouth first, and he said directly and single-handedly, Mr. Pa Ka, we came here with sincerity this time, and will be engaging in closer economic cooperation with Siam, especially in the tourism industry, which is your pillar industry. But then, there's a problem now. Some time ago, there have been citizens of the Dragon Kingdom kidnapped in Siam to the electric fraud park in the north of Myanmar. I think that security is the most important thing if you want to have a more harmonious economy. Therefore, I hope that your country will cooperate with my country to crack down on kidnapping as well as electric fraud parks targeting citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, the representatives of the various countries were aghast, and they all silently said two words in their hearts. Here we go. That was the main purpose of the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom in coming here this time. It was also the first time that the Dragon Kingdom had made its attitude known positively since Zhang Jingyuan, the new diplomat, had cried out that he would be killed though he was far away. For a moment, all the delegates looked at Siamese Prime Minister Paka, wanting to see how he was going to respond to the dragon's demands. Chapter 10, Anxious. He's anxious. Paka is also in trouble at this point, even though he is the prime minister. But Siam is a constitutional monarchy with a military government. The whole country is controlled by warlords. It is none other than Chai Vu, the most powerful warlord in Siam, who is working with the eastern part of Burma's electrical fraud park. Not only that, but Gwaiwu is in cahoots with Eagle Jam. And this time Kingston came. Paka is the equivalent of just a puppet on strings, at the mercy of Gwaiwu and Kingston. That was why he hadn't gotten up to greet Zhao Mu and Zhang Jingyuan just now. Now he's tied to Warlord Deswu and Hawk Jam. Kingston also gave Paka a look at this point, signaling him to hurry up and take a stand. Paka just had to say what he had thought up in advance with Kingston and the others. Mr. Zhao Mu. The kidnapping case targeting the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom has not yet been fully investigated, and in addition, as far as I know, no matter where the electric fraud park is, its core backbone and members are all from your Dragon Kingdom, right? It has nothing to do with us in Siam, but of course, in order to develop the economy together, I will also order the people below me to step up their inspections to avoid things like kidnapping. As for the fight against extortion parks, since they are not in our country, there is nothing more I can do. Hearing Paka's excuses, Zhao Mu and Zhang Jingyuan's faces simultaneously turned cold. They all heard that the Siamese side, it seemed, didn't want to cooperate with the dragon countryside at all. Zhang Jingyuan wasn't as gentle as Zhao Mu. He directly knocked on the table and coldly said, "Representative Paka, according to the clues we have, the electric extortionists have financial dealings with certain generals on your side. Because of the kidnapping incident, Siam's reputation in the Dragon Kingdom has now changed from the tourist destination it was before to a dangerous place that everyone fears. Tourism is your mainstay industry in Siam, accounting for 25% of GDP, and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are Siam's biggest tourist customers. Now that Siam has been criticized by everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, if you don't take measures, you'll be the one who loses the most." After Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, a pair of eyes stared straight at Paka, as if he wanted him to give an answer right away. The sharp look in his eyes not only made Paka's heart skip a beat, but it also made the other delegates not dare to look directly at him. The whole room fell silent for a moment. Paka barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face as she returned. "Regarding your comment about the electric extortionists having financial dealings with our general, that's something we'll look into, but until the investigation has yielded results, it's really inconvenient for us to make too many moves. After all, the representatives of Burma are here too, and Mayawati is in the eastern part of Burma. Shouldn't we ask them for their opinion?" Even if he killed Paka, he wouldn't dare to investigate the so-called general. He could only come up with a trick to bring down Myanmar first, for he knew well that the situation in Burma was more complicated than in Siam. The center has no control at all over the eastern localities, not to mention cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom operation. As expected, the representative of the Burmese country immediately looked embarrassed after hearing Paka's words and stammered, "This, Mayawati side of the situation is more complicated. We intend to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom, but we still need to think long and hard. Although the situation in Myanmar is like that, everyone knows in their heart, but the representative of Maine can't admit himself that he has no local control. Can he? There were a lot of reporters on the scene as well as live cameras, so he can only be vague." Paka wanted this effect and immediately took over. "We in Siam are also willing to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's actions. We can cut off the water and electricity to Mayawati. Let them have no way to scam normally anymore. I hope that the Dragon Kingdom can continue to deepen its economic investment with us in Siam, vigorously develop Siam's tourism industry, as well as help us build a few more railroads." Zhao Mu frowned at his words. This Paka was clearly being perfunctory. Cutting off the water and electricity is useless. For this to make a whole bunch of demands, it's like treating your side like an ingrate. Zhao Mu couldn't help but glance at Kingston beside Paka, and he had a strong suspicion that it was Eagle Sauce that had started all of this. But there are no holes in what Paka said. You can't force Siam to send troops to destroy Mayawati, can you? That's going to cause an international dispute. By then Hawk Jam will have even more of an excuse to capitalize on the situation. Zhao Mu only had to come up with diplomatic rhetoric first, nodding his head and replying, "In that case, then please hurry up and start the operation to cut off the water and electricity. And as for the request you made, we will prioritize it." When Zhao Mu finished saying this, Zhang Jingyuan keenly noticed that a hint of smugness flashed through Kingston's eyes. Next, the representatives of the various countries began to argue heatedly in the meeting about their respective interests. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes were kind of open this time. I would have thought that any meeting like this would have been svelte, with everyone calmly throwing out their strengths and cooperating with other countries for a win-win situation. But I didn't expect the negotiation to be like a fight in a vegetable market. A small issue was pulled over and over again. Some of the delegates were so red-faced in their arguments that they undid their ties when they got excited about what they were saying. It is also Luzon, Lion City, Annam and a few other powerful countries such as Siam that are a bit more calm. All the other small countries fall into the category of being an old lady eating bacon, pulling the skin and pulling the strings. Zhang Jingyuan shook his head as he watched. The world was indeed a straw man. The argument went on for more than an hour without any result. Finally Paka had to call the initial meeting for the day over and the rest for tomorrow. Zhao Mu seemed to have gotten used to it, and after packing up his things, he led Zhang Jingyuan outside. As they passed, Kingston spoke sorrowfully. I hope you guys can really level Mayawati and those electric scammers once and for all. The whole world is watching. Jia. Now Zhang Jingyuan was even more certain that there must be eagle sauce involved behind this matter. Perhaps some sort of agreement has been reached with the Siamese side. That's why this Kingston is so emboldened. It was only that the plan to flatten the myriad wadi had been taken out a few days earlier by Zhang Jingyuan and laid out in advance. And how can you be afraid of a lapdog like Kingston? He couldn't help but be sarcastic. I'm sorry for your concern, but why don't you mind your own business if you've got that kind of time on your hands? I hear you Eagle Sauce had nearly 180 airplane crashes in the last 3 months. What do you think you Eagle Sauce can't learn from? But to learn from the white elephant country to drop airplanes? Just this Batson even said he likes your Boeing airplane. Luckily we switched to domestic C929. Young Kyungyun shook his head as he said it, and that expression of disdain made Kingston almost vomit blood. Damn it! It's insulting to compare them Eagle Sauce to the White Elephant Kingdom. There was a snort of laughter in the meeting room. Many delegates were amused by Zhang Jingyuan's words, but the laughter only appeared for a few moments before it stopped, due to the strong presence of Hawk Jam. But even that made Kingston feel quite upset. He slapped the table in front of him hard and then whisked away. Zhang Jingyuan, on the other hand, stretched out his finger, pointed at Kingston's back and said with a smile, "In a hurry, he's in a hurry, there should be emoticons here." Now, the delegates in the entire venue could no longer hold back their laughter. Inside and outside the venue, the air is filled with rapture. Chapter 11, The Wind and the Rain. When he left Siam's parliament building, Zhao Mu gave Zhang Jingyuan an approving smile. "Jingyuan, you performed very well today. Not only did you make Batson suffer a dumb loss, but you also made Kingston unable to get off the stage, ruthlessly giving our Dragon Kingdom a facelift." Zhang Jingyuan looked up and laughed. "I didn't want to. Who made them want to provoke first? I'm a person who dislikes spoiling others the most. In the end, it is young and foolish. Once upon a time, I seemed to be like this?" Zhao Mu silently lamented in his heart for a moment, and then once again urged, "You should not take it lightly. Today is just a simple meeting. Everyone is testing each other. Can't talk about any results. Tomorrow is the main event." As Zhao Mu said this, the look on his face became solemn. "Whether or not Siam can cooperate with us in our efforts to root out the electric fraud park depends on tomorrow's negotiations. If we can't have a result tomorrow, I'm afraid your speech from the diplomatic podium will be a joke." Zhang Jingyuan, however, didn't look the least bit nervous and was still smiling easily. "Brother Zhao, don't worry, I've planned it all in advance. Just wait and watch the show." Zhao Mu was directly stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's words. "What's going on here? I'm the second in command of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the main person in charge of this trip to Siam. You, Zhang Jingyuan, have actually laid out a plan in advance and I know nothing about it? Does that make sense?" It doesn't make sense. He just wanted to find Zhang Jingyuan and ask him about it, but he ended up only seeing a dashing back of Zhang Jingyuan. Unwillingly, Zhao Mu fumbled for his phone and once again called his top boss, Wang Quan. "Minister Wang, Zhang Jingyuan he." Wang Quan seemed to already know what Zhao Mu was going to say as if he said directly over the phone, "Zhao Mu, there's no need to ask so many questions, just cooperate fully with Zhang Jingyuan." Zhao Mu stiffly swallowed the words that had reached the edge of his mouth, only feeling uncomfortable all over. After hanging up the phone with a depressed face, Zhao Mu only had one thought in his mind at the moment. "It's broken. I'm a stand-in." After returning to the hotel, Zhang Jingyuan also made an encrypted call to his father Zhang Yi. "Dad, how did I do today? Brat, see you dejected." Zhang Yi laughed and scolded Zhang Jingyuan, but his face was overflowing with smiles, and the blind man came to feel Zhang Yi's happiness. "I've watched everything you've done since you landed with a few of your uncles, and they're still pretty happy with your performance, and they've got that plan of yours all set up." Zhang Jingyuan revealed a look of excitement upon hearing this, and hurriedly asked, "Is that so? That's good. Is everything communicated on the Burma side? Is it ready to act at any time?" Zhang Yi replied affirmatively, "All according to your arrangement. Set up. As long as you give the order, you can act immediately, but first say goodbye. Only the drone, the machine wolf is too conspicuous. Not very good operation." "It's fine. A drone is enough," Zhang Jingyuan said in disbelief. "Dad, I want to do it tonight." Zhang Yi revealed a surprised expression. "So soon? Isn't the plan for tomorrow?" Zhang Jingyuan thought about what Kingston had done and said with some concern, "Dad, that Eagle Sauce representative Kingston, I think he's very problematic. I'm afraid of a long night." "Is that so?" Zhang Yi thought of Kingston, whose face rose to the color of pig's liver under the live camera. The corners of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. "They say Kingston is difficult to deal with, but he was made to lose his grooming by you, and you're still worried about him?" "Dad, although Kingston is not good, the Eagle Sauce behind him is still powerful." Zhang Jingyuan's tone became serious. "Besides, I'm just trying to show off my mouth today. The most important thing is to get things done." Zhang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect his son to have such a mature mind. Everything that happened today had been broadcast live by the Dragon headquarters. Zhang Jingyuan's excellent performance had already caused countless people to follow him. It was even praised by some bigwigs in the capital. Totally agreed with Zhang Jingyuan's entire plan. Under being touted by so many people, even he, the old man, felt honored and somewhat fluttered. But Zhang Jingyuan himself, how could he be so lucid? It seems that his own son is, indeed, growing up. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi gathered his mind and became serious as well. Jingyuan, in order to get the top to agree to this plan of yours, I've gone out of my way to vouch for you with my own face. Are you sure about this? Don't worry, Dad. Zhang Jingyuan smiled blandly, his domineering demeanor showing. A bunch of dirt dogs can't turn over anything. As a battle-hardened, commanded the Steel Torrent surprise attack on the banks of the Seine River, with 5 carrier battle groups to fight against the United Fleet, the iron-blooded god of the army to fight all over the blue planet. If you can't even grasp this little scene, then why don't you just run your head into the ground? Although it was over the phone, Zhang Yi also felt the strong confidence in Zhang Jingyuan. Good, then I'll go set you up now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jingyuan was inside his room, waiting silently. It wasn't long before there was a knock on his room door. Almost at the same time, in the most luxurious and at the same time the most secretive room of the Siamese Parliament building, Siamese Prime Minister Paka, Anime's Ambassador Nguyen Minh Quang, and Luzon Representative Carlos are sitting around, and at the head of this conference table was none other than Kingston. Paka was smiling with him at this point, saying to Kingston, "Mr. Kingston, I've done my best to delay it as you requested. I wonder what you're going to do next." With Zhang Jingyuan out of the picture, Kingston resumed that shady look at this time. He said quietly, "The Dragon Kingdom should never be allowed to deal with Mayawati and those electric fraud parks. I want these electric fraudsters, like maggots in their hocks, to plague the people of the Dragon Kingdom." As one of Eagle Jam's most loyal lapdogs in Southeast Asia, Carlos of Luzon knew that Eagle Jam had been funding the wire fraudsters, but he was puzzled and didn't understand that Kingston had labored so much, even going so far as to destroy the economic dealings between several countries and the Dragon Kingdom. Keep those wire fraud parks too, while Eagle Jam and Siam also get a good share of the black money there. That money isn't much for the country. Nguyen Minh Quang had the same thought as Carlos, and he asked suspiciously, "Mr. Kingston, what exactly are we doing this for? The conditions offered to us by the Dragon Kingdom are still very favorable." To the few allies present, Kingston didn't hide anything and rambled on. "I'm doing this for 2 reasons. The first, of course, is to bring shame to the Dragon Kingdom, and the second reason is because," Kingston spoke with a cruel grin on his face, "Dragon narcotics, they are the best organ providers. If we don't have those people, who is going to provide us with healthy organs for transplants?" Although it's long been a fact that Siam, with Eagle Jam behind it, has become the largest organ transplant center in Southeast Asia. But at this moment, he heard Kingston say such words so lightly, a few people still felt a cold chill on their bodies, a cool air rushing from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. It's not cold. Chapter 12: Anxiety, Fear, and Benevolence. The Dragon Kingdom in the eyes of Southeast Asia. Kingston looked at the tense expressions of a few people and couldn't help but laugh. "Relax, we're friends, don't be afraid, we won't move your country's people." Nguyen Minh Quang and Carlos and Paka were relieved. After calming down a bit, Paka asked, "Mr. Kingston, what if the Dragon Kingdom puts pressure on us in Siam tomorrow? Didn't you already promise Xiaomu that you would cut off the water and electricity to Myriad Wadi? Just do what you said you would do, and then secretly ventilate them so that they'll hasten to relocate elsewhere tomorrow. That way the Dragon Kingdom can't do anything about you guys." Listening to Kingston's plan, Paka's eyes lit up. He didn't actually want to offend the behemoth that was Dragon Kingdom on his side, but Hawksbane he couldn't afford to mess with, and Kingston's stated method doesn't directly rip off the dragon. This reassured Paka, who clapped his hands and laughed. "That's a good idea. I've done everything I needed to do anyway, so they'll have no reason to accuse us." The plan that had just been brought out by the Eagle Jam think tank, in which Kingston had absolute confidence, nodded and smiled. "That's right, so that the Dragon Kingdom will have nothing to do, and in the end the only ones who will lose face will be themselves." In fact, inside he couldn't wait for Southeast Asia to be in chaos. This would give Eagle Jam a reason to return here and even station troops near Annam and Luzon to continue its own global strategy. That's what Eagle Jam is ultimately about. Thinking of this, Kingston glanced at Nguyen Minh Quang, the representative of Annam, and asked, "Nguyen Minh Quang, how is the consideration on your side?" The economic cooperation terms given by the Dragon Kingdom to Annam are still relatively good and will help Annam build a high-speed railroad. The Annan side also agonized for a long time before deciding to reject the Dragon Kingdom and fall to Eagle Jam. At this time, hearing Kingston ask the question, Ruan Mingwang also knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer at this time and opened his mouth to reply. We will also cooperate fully by refusing economic cooperation from the Dragon Kingdom at tomorrow's meeting. And, if necessary, sheltering those electric extortionists. Smart choice, your high-speed train. I'll arrange for someone from Sakura Country to fix it for you. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't be worse than Dragon Country, Kingston said as he stood up and gingerly picked up a bottle of red wine as if this was his home. Paka hurriedly groveled over to open the wine and poured a glass for Kingston as well as Carlos Nguyen Kwon. Kingston raised his glass, to our happy cooperation and to our long-lasting friendship. Cheers! After finishing off the wine in his cup, Kingston left the hidden conference room with an excited look on his face. He was already fantasizing about how he would humiliate that damn young Kyung-yoon after the Dragon Kingdom failed in its fight against the electric fraud park. When Kingston left, Carlos patted his chest and said to Nguyen Min Kwong and Paka, Kingston's oppression was so strong that I didn't even dare to speak much just now. Nguyen Min Kwong glanced at him and sighed, but that young diplomat from the Dragon Kingdom was suppressing Kingston the entire time today. Sensing Ruan Mingwang's state of mind, Paka asked, what, regretting working with Eagle Sauce? Carlos came over. Speaking of which, I'm curious, why are you guys working with Eagle Sauce? We in Luzon can't help it because of our dispute with the Dragon Kingdom and the constant constraints of Eagle Jam. But you, Anan, have fought against Hawk Jam before, so how come you're going to fall the Hawk Jam's side now? Nguyen Min Kwong looked at the two allies with Hawk Jam and smiled helplessly. Is there any need to ask? Eagle Jam and Gaul have only bullied us for dozens or hundreds of years, while our ancestors have been bullied by the Middle Kingdom for thousands of years. So of course we're scared in the face of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't you see that our Anan is still relatively strong now? But that's all from imitating and learning from the Dragon Kingdom in all aspects. Most importantly, the culture of the Dragon Kingdom is so powerful that if we don't do something about it, we're bound to be assimilated into it. In our Annam, all kinds of folklore, music, movies and films from the Dragon Kingdom can be enjoyed by our people. Not long ago, the Dragon Kingdom came out with a phenomenal game called Black Myth Goku, which is not in Vietnamese, but our people couldn't help but love it, so they took it upon themselves to translate all the text within the game, so we can only learn everything about the Dragon Kingdom while then opposing her. Otherwise we won't even know if we become part of the Dragon Kingdom one day. Carlos nodded thoughtfully, then asked, aren't you guys afraid of Hawk Jam when it's so powerful? The Eagle Jam is just a little bit stronger in terms of military power. It's not like we haven't won against them, but the Dragon Kingdom. Nguyen Min Kwong let out a bitter laugh. We haven't really won. Paka agreed with deep conviction. Yes, for Europa, Rome is a piece of history, a legend, but for us Southeast Asian countries, Rome has always been there, and has never left in 2,000 years. I now want to see who will win between Rokoku and Eagle Jam. Whoever wins, I'll listen to whoever. Now this is not pleasing to both sides. My heart is tired. It seems that we all have Dragon Country anxiety. Carlos spread his hands. Now it's useless to say anything. All have already stood with Eagle Sauce. I see that Kingston is so confident. This time, we can definitely make the Dragon Country return in defeat. Although Carlos had a relaxed expression on his face as he spoke, the three men actually didn't feel relaxed at all in their hearts, because they thought of the development of the Dragon Kingdom over the years, and the overbearing young diplomat today, looking at the dark as ink night outside. The corner of Ruan Mingguang's mouth moved and said, I hope so. I always felt that the diplomat named Zheng Jingyuan was very uncomplicated. Paka patted Nguyen Min Kwong on the shoulder, not sure if he was comforting him or himself. There is no need to worry too much. The Dragon Kingdom has always been benevolent. Even if we refuse the cooperation of the Dragon Kingdom this time, they won't do anything to us. The Hawk Sauce is different. They are a bunch of bandits. This is the complex and contradictory mood of these Southeast Asian countries in the face of the Dragon State, and the reason why they chose to cooperate with Eagle Sauce. This also confirmed what Zheng Jingyuan had said, that the nature of the world was that the strongest was the most honored. The world will always fear authority over virtue. Zheng Jingyuan opened the door to his room, and when he saw the visitor, he immediately revealed a smile and invited him inside. Mr. Ong Min, just in time, please come in. The visitor was the same Ong Min, the representative of the Burmese state who had said during the day that he wanted to discuss the matter at length. Seeing that Zheng Jingyuan was so polite, Ong Min didn't dare to take it lightly at all and hurriedly returned the salute, then respectfully followed Zheng Jingyuan into the room. Kidding aside, the young man in front of me is not only the Dragon commander of this operation. More than that, it's a disgrace for Eagle Jam to represent Kingston. Where could such a person be offended by him? A small representative of Myanmar? Seeing that Ang Min was a bit formal, Zheng Jingyuan laughed. Mr. Ong Min, your acting at the meeting was very good, and you managed to make Paka and Kingston let their guard down. The words relaxed Ong Min and he smiled back, wrinkles squeezing into his face. This is also well planned by your Dragon Kingdom. I am merely cooperating. After laughing, Ong Min seemed to have remembered the purpose of his visit, so he carefully asked, Lord Zhang, I just received an order for me to come over to see you. I wonder what it's about. It's no big deal. Zhang Jingyuan took out an encrypted communication device and handed it to Wang Min. Notify your superiors that at 3 o'clock in the morning tonight, the operation will begin. Chapter 13, Heavenly Kingdom. Back, facing the strong Zhang Jingyuan, Wang Min didn't dare to ask too many questions and took over the encrypted communication device and began to contact the generals within the Burmese country. General, I've already contacted Lord Zhang to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's special forces to launch an operation at 3 in the morning. After an affirmative reply came from there, Zhang Jingyuan took out a tablet and placed it in front of Wang Min and himself. Mr. Wang Min, come and enjoy this great show with me. It was night, 2:30 a.m., and the moon and stars were thin. The third squad of the Dragon Kingdom's Sword of South China Special Forces was lurking in all directions in a number of private houses in Mayawati town. 3 days ago, they entered Maine and came here, waiting for orders. The team members who received the order at this time all looked very excited and said to their captain, Yang Ming, Captain, it's finally time to act. I've long wanted to that group of scum from Myriad Wadi. It's finally time to show off. We've been training for so long and we've never been on a mission before. I don't know which high-ranking official has gotten the hang of it and actually agreed to such an action. What a surprise. Yang Ming was also a bit excited. Although the Dragon Kingdom is now gradually becoming stronger in military strength, there are also several special forces under its command. But in the way of the dragon's wistful and peace-oriented foreign policy, there has been little opportunity to play. Unlike Eagle Jam, what with the SEALs, Delta, Rangers, and the like, who have conducted all sorts of special operations around the world, left behind a hefty reputation, and the Swords of South China, as a special force that ranked high in the Dragon Kingdom, had never had the opportunity to engage in actual combat. Yang Ming was very unconvinced. He had always felt that the unit he was in was not at all inferior to those special forces of Eagle Sauce. And now, they, the Swords of South China, were finally going to have the opportunity to fight overseas. It's definitely a chance to prove yourself. Looking at his players who were eager to try, Yang Ming suppressed his excitement and cleared his throat. This operation is said to have been initiated by General Zhang Yi's son, Zhang Dingyuan, who insisted on dealing with these electric extortionists with an iron fist. As soon as Yang Ming finished his words, the players talked. Zhang Dingyuan? That's the new diplomat who cried out that he'd be executed despite the distance and that he'd take care of the electric fraudsters once and for all? Yes, that's him. In the end, he's General Zhang Yi's son. Not only does he speak in a domineering manner, he also does what he says he's going to do. Actually planning such an operation, I think it's long overdue. Don't you think that's what happened in northern Burma? They were so arrogant at the beginning, but as soon as the joint crackdown began, they were all honest. No wonder he dared to say something like that at the diplomatic podium. So he had already planned it. Yang Ming watched his teammates chattering away and waved his hand to stop them. Don't argue, we're about to move, and I'll reiterate the mission given to us from above. The government forces in northern Burma have now begun an attack on the Karen warlords, who will help us draw fire. As soon as 3 o'clock hits, we'll raid the major wire fraud parks in Mayawati, arrest the main perpetrators, and look for evidence of their collusion with Eagle Jam on the Siamese side. Have no faith? The team laughed at the words, Captain, with friendly forces drawing fire and drones, if we still don't have confidence in dealing with these rabble, we can simply go home and sell sweet potatoes. Good, then let's get moving. With Yang Ming's order, the 50 members of the team, divided into 5 groups, began their assault on the Myriad Wadi. A heart-pounding buzzing sound rang out as the dragon's most advanced swarm drones began to lift off. Almost at the same time, drone fire, with precision, delivered the first round of fire on Mayawati's electric fraud park. Then the special members of the Dragon Kingdom began a sweep. Though the electric fraud park in Mayawati is guarded by armed men with AKs, but facing the drones in the sky as well as the elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, there was absolutely no way to fight. Whether it was tactics or firepower, it was crushed on all fronts. In just half an hour, all 5 wire fraud parks were knocked down. An hour later, all the wire fraud parks in Mayawati were completely purged. This, then, is the powerful special operations capability of the Dragon Kingdom with the cooperation of drones. Looking at the battle images coming from inside the tablet, Zhang Jingyuan smiled in satisfaction. His plan, perfectly executed. As the saying goes, national defense is the backbone of diplomacy. There is no way to start diplomacy without military power to back you up, no matter how good you are. The recent argument of Gu Weijun at the Paris Peace Conference more than 100 years ago and the final outcome are sufficient to illustrate the point. Zhang Jingyuan came to the conference this time with the purpose of showing all the countries his fangs. Otherwise, what good can it do just by talking? After burying our heads in the sand for so long, it's time to bring out the results for the world to see. Zhang Jingyuan's plan was to send a special force, coordinated by drones, to directly level Mayawati. A real come on though. Although it sounds simple, it is not easy to implement. First of all, for the sake of secrecy of action, as well as not to fall into the hands of the people. Zheng Jingyuan only asked Zheng Yi for a few dozen people, but Mayawati belongs to Kayan state, and the warlords here have a strength of about 10,000 men. If a strike operation is carried out against Mayawati, it will inevitably draw a counterattack from the Karen warlords, resulting in the sacrifice or exposure of Dragon Kingdom warriors. Therefore, before launching the operation, Zheng Jingyuan coerced the center of Myanmar, had them send out troops to hold the Karen army head-on and promised to use drones to help them. After the completion of the matter, Kayan state will be owned by the center of Myanmar. The center of Myanmar was already burnt out because of the fragmentation of the country, and now when they heard that the Dragon Kingdom wanted to help them take back Karen state, they were overjoyed, and there was no reason not to agree. Straight away, it's a mouthful. Hence the reason for this operation against Klumpang and Mayawati tonight. Zheng Jingyuan switched the screen to the front battlefield of Klumpang. This was followed by footage of drones bombing frenziedly against the Krone warlords. Countless flames colored the dark sky, and the sound of explosions was deafening. At this moment, Zheng Jingyuan sort of understood what is called the phobia of insufficient firepower. The rumors are true. Dragon does have a phobia of underfire. Ong Min was watching from the sidelines with trepidation. He knew the fighting strength of their Burmese Central Army, not to be confused with the Krone warlord. Both are considered pretty much pulling across, but just because of the assistance of the Dragon drones, the Krone warlords were directly defeated and routed, and he had just watched the Dragon Kingdom special forces in action. That subtle coordination and the use of a mix and match that includes a variety of the latest weapons, all of them made Ong Min deeply feel the power of the Dragon Kingdom. It could be said that in the entire central and southern peninsula, as long as the Dragon Kingdom supported whoever was in charge would be the boss. Seeing that the battle was nearing its end, Zheng Jingyuan stood up and turned off the tablet. He held out his hand to Ong Min with a big smile. Congratulations on your successful recapture of Karen. Ong Min panicked and clasped Zheng Jingyuan's hand with both hands, and similarly said, congratulations to you, Dragon Kingdom, as well, for successfully knocking out the electric fraud park, and truly achieving the goal of being executed despite the distance. Zheng Jingyuan understood what Ong Min meant. The Dragon Kingdom had always been full of majesty until recent times. These small countries in Southeast Asia don't even dare to mess with the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to mess with the Dragon Kingdom, what awaits you is the destruction of your country. And now, after so many years of striving for strength, they once again saw the Dragon Kingdom displaying that deserved strength. Celestial Kingdom, come back. Chapter 14, The Real War, now just beginning. After sending Ong Min away, Zheng Jingyuan closed his eyes and pondered. Though it was done and he managed to knock out the entire Mayawati wire fraud park, but it's how we wrap things up next that's the most important thing. After all, this operation, the Dragon Kingdom was done on top of another country, and secretly pulling the strings of Maine. Strictly speaking, this operation did not conform to the code of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries that the Dragon Kingdom had been publicizing. So when tomorrow Kingston, and Paka, and the others find out, definitely grasping at straws, that's when the ability is tested the most. The real war is just now beginning. In the darkest hour before dawn, the sleeping Paka was violently awakened by a phone call. Confused, he glanced at the caller ID and wore a puzzled expression. It's Kingston? What's the point of contacting me this late? Sleepy-eyed, he had just put the phone through when Kingston's growling voice came on. Paka, I've received news that someone has just wiped out Mayawati, and the entire Mayawati extortion park has been purged. Did you secretly cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom to do this? When Paka heard this, sleepiness was thrown out the window and he was instantly awake. He lost his voice. What did you say? Mayawati has been leveled? Seemingly hearing Paka's panic, Kingston's tone calmed slightly. You really didn't make a deal with the Dragon Kingdom behind my back? Seeing that Kingston misunderstood him, Paka swore repeatedly. Absolutely not. I swear. Okay, I get it. Just get up and meet me at the usual place. Kingston finished and simply hung up the phone. Paka hurriedly dressed and went to that secret parlor in the capital. Kingston was already sitting there, and when he saw Paka coming over, he said grimly, it was the Burmese who did it. They attacked Karen State, and at almost the same time, Mayawati's electric fraud park was completely swept away. Paka sniffed in surprise and said with some disbelief, Maine, they've fallen to the Dragon Kingdom? It can't be possible, right? Didn't they still push back yesterday at the meeting? Stupid. It's obvious that they've been planning this for a long time, and yesterday was just an act. Kingston couldn't help but curse. No wonder that guy Zheng Jingyuan was emboldened. Kingston was fantasizing about how to humiliate young Kyung-Yoon a few hours ago, but now the Dragon Kingdom's special operation had completely dashed his wishes. The fact that Mayawati had been completely leveled meant that the words young Kyung-Yoon had said on the diplomatic podium the other day had come true. so what do we do now? Paka asked, glancing at Kingston with some trepidation. Kingston took 2 steps back and forth, seemingly pondering a response, before returning after a few moments. The Dragon Kingdom has clearly violated the principle of their usual foreign propaganda this time, and tomorrow they will join forces with Nguyen Min Quang and Carlos and the others to attack this. Also, do your best to disrupt the economic exchanges between the Dragon Kingdom and the other ASEAN countries as per the original plan. Also, with Mayawati gone, some of your parks within Siam should be protected for me, so as not to let the Dragon Kingdom end it again. Paka quickly agreed. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Only then did Kingston turn to leave, and as he did so, the sound of him gritting his teeth reached Paka's ears. Don't think that you can get away with this. At today's meeting, I'll make the whole world recognize your Dragon Kingdom's true colors. And Maine, just wait for me. Paka stood in place for a long time and suddenly muttered something. If the Dragon State really pressurizes the Burmese state, where would they dare to resist? Even if it were our Siam on the other hand, facing the angry Dragon State, they can only obediently submit. The key question is the Dragon Kingdom really going to start making moves? Then let me see what kind of benefits can be gained by Maine, which has fallen to the Dragon Kingdom. That will decide who we should follow next. The clock ticked down to 9 a.m. The time when the next day's meeting was to begin. Once again, the conference room in Siam's Parliament building was filled with representatives of ASEAN countries. After yesterday's trial and error, they all had various options for cooperation in mind. At the moment, they are about to pump their fists and make a good fight for their country at the conference. At this time, the door opened and Zhao Mu and Zhang Jingyuan walked in. Those who are interested have noticed some subtle differences. Yesterday, it was Zhao Mu who led Zhang Jingyuan into the venue. But now, Zhang Jingyuan was the one who took the lead and walked in front. And he had a big smile on his face. Combined with his straight suit and extraordinary temperament, he really has a kind of elegant gentleman. Elegant air over the green clouds dashing. The reporter from the Dragon headquarters and the cameraman in charge of the live camera saw Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu appear. Immediately, all kinds of cameras were pointed at him. In this day and age, live streaming culture is more prevalent. The Dragon Kingdom is also interested in letting its citizens see its diplomatic side. So on many diplomatic occasions, there are journalists filming reports as well as live broadcasts. This is not only the case in the Dragon Kingdom, but some countries that feel they are powerful countries also broadcast their diplomatic scenes live. Like yesterday's meeting, for example, which was live-streamed in its entirety on Eagle Jam's side. The likes of Annam and Siam also had reporters and live cameras as well. At this moment, seeing Zhang Jingyuan appear so dashing and handsome, many of the girls from the Dragon Kingdom even committed nymphomania. Holy, is this our country's new diplomat? Why so handsome? A newcomer? People Young Kyung-yoon has already spoken on the diplomatic podium, and yesterday, he even opened up big on Eagle Jam representative Kingston's face. Not to mention how handsome he is. Those who haven't seen it are advised to go and catch up on the live slices. Why do I feel like Zhang Jingyuan is a bit more handsome than yesterday? Is it my illusion? Whether he's handsome or not, it doesn't stop me from fanning him, and what he said at the meeting yesterday was such a relief. That's right, yesterday was the best time I've had in all the time I've been watching live. Zhang Jingyuan is so handsome. If he acts in a movie, he'll definitely become a big star. But don't. Zhang Jingyuan is our country's youngest diplomat. Just look at his performance yesterday. The future is unlimited. Let him go to be an actor that's really too big to use. I wonder how many times Zhang Jingyuan can make me feel good again today. I see your profile as a female, and this cool thing you're talking about better be the cool thing I understand. I think with Young Kyung-yoon's face value and temperament, the gender can be completely free from being stuck too dead. My male counterpart also thinks what Young Kyung-yoon did was cool. Good lord, the people of Gingwenchang? IP correct. Just as the Dragon Nation crowd was talking, Kingston walked in. Many careful people noticed that Kingston, who went toe-to-toe with Young Kyung-yoon yesterday, now it looks like the face is a bit off. It was a stark contrast to the spirited Zhang Jingyuan. The crowd thought that Kingston was like this because he was driven wide by Young Kyung-yoon's face yesterday. But what I didn't expect was when all the delegates, as well as the reporters and live cameras, took their places, Kingston couldn't wait to stand up, pointing at Young Kyung-yoon and dropping a bomb heavy enough to shock everyone. Chapter 15, may I ask what your source is? You, the Dragon Kingdom, colluded with the Burmese state last night and brazenly launched an attack on Karen. This completely violates the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries, which you have always promised, and violates international conventions. I will sanction you. Here Kingston is smart enough not to mention Mayawati or the electric fraud park, only naming the place Clun. Kingston's words caused the entire venue to become silent, with not a single delegate making a single sound. Everyone was stunned by Kingston's words. The Dragon Kingdom colluded with the Burmese and launched a surprise attack? This is absolutely heavenly news. Does this mean that the Dragon Kingdom is going to start going after all of Southeast Asia? Or, is the Dragon Kingdom about to go down and start participating in the race for world domination? The faces of the representatives of every ASEAN country were changing at this time, and the shock within their hearts was incomparable. The reporters on the scene, too, were shocked by Kingston's words, and they kept recording them, ready to make a big news immediately. Zheng Jingyuan was old-fashioned, with Eagle Jam's intelligence network and satellite performance. It didn't surprise him to receive the news so quickly. He'd been ready to respond for a long time. At this moment, looking at almost all the gazes and live streaming cameras aimed at him, Zheng Jingyuan knocked on the table with a serious face. Mr. Kingston, please watch your language. What do you mean by collusion? Which one of your eyes saw our Dragon Kingdom attacking Karen? Could it be that you ambushed spies on the side of Burma and Siam in advance? Zheng Jingyuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. That austere temperament made the representatives of many small countries not dare to utter a single breath. Kingston was speechless at the words. He simply did not expect this Zheng Jingyuan to be so difficult to deal with. In the face of his sudden outburst, he actually backtracked. Infiltration as well as making color revolutions is what Eagle Sauce is known for. There were Eagle Jam spies throughout Southeast Asia, which is why he was the first to know about the Mayawati purge. But can such a thing be recognized in front of so many journalists as well as representatives of various countries? Of course you can't. That's why Kingston hastily denied it. Zheng Jingyuan, don't you spit blood? How could our Eagle Sauce have spies? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing Kingston in this state, a smile appeared at the corner of Zheng Jingyuan's mouth. Impossible? Who in the world doesn't know that you Eagle Sauce agents are powerful, and the CIA's name is known worldwide? Why are you such a wimp now that you don't dare to recognize this? Of course our CIA is powerful. Kingston had worked in the CIA before, and still had a lot of affection for the CIA, and at this moment, when he was provoked by Zheng Jingyuan, he immediately blurted out, "Oh." Zheng Jingyuan deliberately made an expression of sudden realization. So your information was also given to you by the CIA? When these words came out, both the representatives of the countries and the reporters looked at Kingston with a strange look. Kingston reacted now that this asshole, Yang Kyung-yoon, was deliberately stirring up his mind to bring the topic to himself. Now everyone is wondering if Eagle Jam has planted spies in their own countries, and no one even cares about Dragon and Burma anymore. After all, that's the business of someone else's country, while spying is the business of your own. The lesser of the two is clear. It's now clear that Kingston has been winded by Yang Kyung-yoon. Kingston himself didn't know why he had lost his mind so frequently when facing this youngster. Zheng Jingyuan got screwed over by him. Kingston forced himself to calm down and gathered his thoughts before he returned. Zheng Jingyuan, don't throw dirty water on our Eagle Sauce. We don't have any spies at all. Throwing dirt? The one throwing dirty water is you, right? Zheng Jingyuan snorted. Since there are no spies, let me ask, what did you just say? The source? Satellite images. Kingston sneered. A large number of drones have appeared on the front of Myriad Wadi in Klun. As we all know, only the Dragon Kingdom has such powerful drones, Kingston said, pulling out a few pictures and projecting them on the big screen. The crowd looked over and realized that the photo was of drones that were densely spewing tongues of fire. Earlier people were a little skeptical of Kingston's words, but now that the photos of this drone are out, we all know what's going on. In terms of drones, in the entire Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom called second, and no one dared to say first. A drone with this much firepower had appeared in the territory of Myanmar, so it was bound to be the Dragon Kingdom that had struck. Did the Dragon Kingdom really send troops to help Burma, breaking their usual principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries? Many reporters could not hold back their excitement and were already imagining how they would report on this action in the Dragon Kingdom. You know, usually those Western media like to create rumors to smear the Dragon Kingdom when they have nothing to do. Now that there is concrete evidence, it is easy to fabricate a news report. I'm afraid that in a few hours, talk of Dragon hypocrisy, Dragon violating its principles, Dragon being a threat to the world, and so on is going to be rampant. This is why Dragon's foreign policy has always been conservative. It can't be helped. The pressure of public opinion is too great. The Dragon Nation viewers who had been watching the live broadcast were also a bit stunned by the current scene. The pop-ups and comments in the live stream were polarizing. Ha, it's not, is it? Is this Kingston rumor mongering? Why would our mom help Burma fight a war? That place in Klun is where Mayawati is, so maybe it's cracking down on the wire fraudsters. No way. If it's true it would be awesome. Bombing an electric extortion park with drones? Just thinking about it makes me excited. You don't say. This drone bombing scene is really gorgeous. It has the beauty of the east wind releasing thousands of flowers at night, and even blowing down stars like rain. It's so exciting to watch. I didn't realize that what Zhang Jingyuan said before really did happen. Could this action have been planned by Young Kyungyun? Or else he couldn't have said something like that on the diplomatic podium. What are you thinking? How can he have so much power as a diplomat? It should be the country that makes the decision, right? This hasn't been finalized yet? Don't be so optimistic, will you guys? Yeah, maybe it's a rumor from Eagle Sauce. When has our country ever initiated such a tough action? Even if it's to deal with Mayawati's electric extortionists, there's no need to labor so hard, is there? Now we've been caught in the act. That's right. In order to deal with a mere electric extortionist, we have ruined our hard-earned international image, and now other countries don't know what to say about us again. Does it matter what they say about us? Even if we don't do anything, aren't those countries in the West spreading the Dragon Kingdom threat theory every day? What do you mean by a district of wire fraudsters? My mom was cheated of her entire savings by these scumbags and ended up committing suicide. I really can't wait for them all to die. What's a personal problem compared to the image of the country? If this matter is not handled well, our country is likely to be sanctioned. That depends on what the two diplomats on the scene, Zhao Mu and Zhang Jingyuan, do. I see that Zhang Jingyuan doesn't seem the least bit flustered. Perhaps he can solve this public opinion crisis? It can't be. He's still so young, although yesterday's performance was good. But this kind of big event is still estimated to be Zhao Mu's hand. Zhao Mu, who had high hopes from the Dragon Nation audience, turned his attention to Zhang Jingyuan at this time. Chapter 16, it's not against international law for the Dragon Kingdom to sell some drones, is it? At this moment, Zhao Mu already knew everything from Zhang Jingyuan. Even with his experience as a diplomat for so many years, he was still surprised at the boldness of Zhang Jingyuan's plan. But what to say? He's definitely in favor of it, because he hadn't had this much fun in a diplomatic setting in a long time. In the Dragon Kingdom's capital, several bigwigs from the central government such as Foreign Minister Wang Quan, General Zhang Yi, Shanshu Qin Tian, and Cabinet Su Jin were also paying close attention to what was happening in the venue. Old Zhang, you raised a good son. Good job this time. Su Jin stroked the beard on his chin and said with a smile. Zhang Yi was modest at this time. Elder Su, there are still so many reporters and representatives staring at the scene, and with Kingston stirring things up, the plan can't be considered a success right now. Wang Quan also echoed. As a diplomat, the most important thing is to improvise according to the situation. This situation now can best see his quality. If he can break this bureau, then he can be considered a qualified diplomat. Qin Tian, however, had a different opinion on this and said, there's no need to raise such a large crowd to deal with this small place in Southeast Asia, right? And I don't see Zhang Jingyuan as a diplomat. Instead, like old Zhang, he's like a general, doing things a bit reckless. Young people, isn't it normal to be a bit hot-blooded? Su Jin laughed. We also really should show the outside show, so that the external can deter foreign countries. Internal can appease the people. Two birds with one stone. That's right, Zhang Yi agreed with Su Jin's words. We've been holding back for so long. Now it's time to be a bit more domineering. The international environment isn't very favorable to us yet. I'm afraid that being too overbearing will land us in trouble. Qin Tian frowned. I'm afraid that Zhang Jingyuan is not fit to stay in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs if he doesn't handle it well today. Zhang Yi was a bit angry at his words. Qin Tian, I've already made a military order. If Jingyuan doesn't get this done, I'll directly resign from my position as the commander of the military region. Old Zhang, I'm not targeting you. Qin Tian smiled helplessly. It's just that it's a matter of statehood, so it's better to be cautious. Qin Tian also has a point. Su Jin adhered to the middle way of doing things, hitting 50 on each side. Then let's continue to see how Zhang Jingyuan performs. If he can handle this side of Southeast Asia well, he can be given a bigger stage in the future. If it's not handled, Lao Shang, you're on your own. The room fell silent, and several pairs of sharp eyes, too, once again looked at the screen that was broadcasting live. Zhang Jingyuan also knew what the representatives of the countries and reporters were thinking, and he said in a cloudy voice, there are a large number of electric extortionists coiled up in Mayawati, Burma, causing serious repercussions for our citizens in the Dragon Kingdom. So we, the Dragon Kingdom, shined a light on the Burmese center and asked them to cooperate with us in eradicating the electric extortionists in Mayawati. And in return, we sold a number of drones to the Burmese. I'd like to ask Mr. Kingston, it's not against international law to sell some drones, is it? That immediately caught Kingston off guard. Selling arms is something that all the P5 do, and the one that does it the most is them. Eagle Sauce. Don't even talk about drones. They sell quite a lot of missiles, tanks, fighters. If he condemned the Dragon Kingdom because of this, then Zhang Jingyuan could immediately turn the tables on him. Besides, the airshow held every year in Dragonland is sold openly and honestly. If it's just selling some drones to Maine, there really isn't much to say. But Kingston couldn't believe how the Dragon Kingdom had merely sold some drones to Maine. The battle at Mayawati was over in an hour, and the scene can be described in exactly one sentence: scalpel precision strikes. There is no way that this type of combat can be done by those big-headed soldiers in Burma. The Dragon Kingdom was definitely involved in the fighting, but not in the battle between the Burmese Central Army and the Karen warlords. They are merely fighting the wire fraudsters in Mayawati. All of this was premeditated and planned by the Dragon State. As long as the Dragon Kingdom didn't participate in the battles on the frontal battlefield, he simply didn't have any reason or excuse to steer public opinion to attack the Dragon Kingdom anymore. The more Kingston thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and he now had a vague feeling. I'm afraid that I can no longer fight this young Dragon Kingdom diplomat Zhang Jingyuan in front of me. Seeing that Zhang Jingyuan had just silenced Kingston with just a few words, the reporters who had wanted to make a big news all froze, and the representatives of the countries, they all whispered. Although the wire fraud park in Mayawati in eastern Burma was knocked out, that was only part of it. There are also a number of criminals in Siam who are involved in the kidnapping of Manhwa. Zhang Jingyuan's goal is not only to be a wonderful wadi, he wants to make a series of blackmail, kidnapping, human organ trafficking and so on all have nothing to hide, and to deter countries from taking in those wire fraudsters. Zhang Jingyuan's credo is, either don't do it or do it thoroughly, and to do that, it's not enough right now. So, he went back to talking. Mr. Paka, as I said before on the Dragon diplomatic stage, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, they will be executed even though they are far away. Now I have in my possession solid evidence of the presence in your Siam of the same electrical extortion park as well as those involved in the kidnapping of our Dragon citizens. May I ask what you want to do about this? Paka's face instantly turned white, and he also knew that what Zhang Jingyuan had said was the truth. But the Siamese wire fraud parks and kidnappers are all Siamese generals as well as Eagle Sauce's men. It's simply not up to a string puppet prime minister like him. Moreover, he now had a deep sense that Zhang Jingyuan's status and position were not ordinary, and that he did things in an ironic and overbearing manner. It's scary to think that one bad answer could have disastrous consequences. Seeing the constipated look on Paka's face, Kingston stepped forward to help him out and said, "This is an economic meeting. You Dragon Kingdom's matters are to be resolved privately by yourselves. Don't take up everyone's time. I'm also talking about the economy." Zhang Jingyuan had an innocent expression on his face. How can an area develop economically if there are many criminals in the area and it's neither stable nor safe? When he said this, Zhang Jingyuan's face changed. His eyes became stern, and he slapped the table hard. "Paka, if you can't do it, I'll do it for you." Paka was startled by Zhang Jingyuan, but now there were so many reporters on the scene and representatives from various countries. He still wants to save face, plus the fact that they have Eagle Jam behind them. So Paka still mustered her courage and sneered. "Zhang Jingyuan, are you threatening us, Siam? Since when did the Dragon Kingdom start bullying others? Where's the evidence? Where is it? Evidence?" Young Kyung-yoon seemed to have already calculated that Paka would say this, picking up his own cell phone and softly saying 3 words, "Come in." Not long after Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, the door to the venue was pushed open. Chapter 17. Have you forgotten that the AI of the Dragon Kingdom is stronger than your Eagle Sauce? The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom felt a sense of blissful vertigo at the moment. It was originally thought to be just an economic conference. However, it was dominated by Zhang Jingyuan with a twist. At this time, he heard Zhang Jingyuan directly berating Siamese Prime Minister Paka in front of so many delegates and reporters. It all has the feeling of being in a dream. After all, the previous Dragon Kingdom diplomats, although not humble, were not at all as overbearing as Zhang Jingyuan. First, he disliked Kingston, the representative of Eagle Jam, and then he literally flattened the Mayawati of Burma, and had to deal with a local Siamese wire fraud park. On someone else's turf, he pointed at the nose of the host, a prime minister, and said directly, "If you can't do it, I will do it for you." This feels too good to be true. Holy, it's actually true. Our country really went to crack down on the wire fraud parks in Mayawati in eastern Burma. I wasn't sure just now, but now it does seem to be true. I told you our mom wouldn't leave it alone. Young Kyung-yoon is too handsome, isn't he? He's going to give Siam intensity and just wipe out the electric fraudsters. This is the kind of diplomat a great nation should have. It's really too domineering, but I like it. But wouldn't it be a bit too much to talk like that on someone else's turf? Paka is saying we're bullying people. Yes, with so many reporters and live broadcasts, and Zhang Jingyuan acting in such a high-profile and overbearing manner. Will it make the international community think that our Dragon Kingdom is not peaceful and friendly enough? Big brother, we're the one with the advantage, and we have to stoop to our level? Wake up, the Qing dynasty died in the morning. It was supposed to be. It's obvious that Siam colluded with Eagle Sauce, kidnapped our Dragon Kingdom citizens, and trafficked in human organs. So why should we be polite to such people? No matter what, things are still inconclusive right now. It depends on whether Zhang Jingyuan has any real evidence or not. If he wasn't so arrogant in his attitude before, there's still room to turn around. But now that he's saying such overbearing words, if the evidence isn't very strong, then the image of our Dragon Kingdom will be all ruined. Kingston held the same thought at this point as he looked at the somewhat overwhelmed Paka, whispering reassuringly, "Those electric blackmailers used encrypted text in calls to contact General Terra and us. They attacked Mayawati at 3 in the morning. It's unlikely that they could have gotten any useful evidence. Zhang Jingyuan is swindling you. Let's hope so." Paka was still a bit distracted. The strong confidence in Zhang Jingyuan's body didn't look like he was swindling him in any way. "Mr. Kingston, if Zhang Jingyuan really produces evidence, what should we do?" Kingston didn't know what to do. Long Guo and Zhang Jingyuan were obviously prepared, and he simply didn't have the intelligence to deal with this kind of emergency. It had come to this, and he could do nothing but appease Paka once again. "Anyway, I won't leave you guys alone." Just as they were discussing their strategy in low voices, the person who had pushed open the door of the venue to come in also walked slowly over. The visitor was stout and valiant, and there was clearly a murderous aura on his body. He was none other than Yang Ming, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Sword of South China Special Forces. Yang Ming, who walked in, noticed Zhang Jingyuan at first. There was no way around it. Zhang Jingyuan was just too eye-catching. Almost all of the cameras in the entire venue were focused on him, and those attendees, too, were staring at him with dead eyes. In particular, Paka and Kingston, as well as Luzon representative Carlos and Annam representative Nguyen Min Kwong. Even more so, he looked like he wanted to eat him alive. But Zhang Jingyuan leaned lazily on top of the back of his chair, seemingly completely disregarding everyone at the scene. That light and self-effacing demeanor was enviable to Yang Ming. This Zhang Jingyuan is so young. How does he have such vigor and temperament? Again he plotted this action, when it is really a pillar of our country. After seeing Yang Ming come in, Zhang Jingyuan glanced at Kingston and Paka and said, "Paka, this is the venue of an economic conference, and I don't want to hold up everyone's time, so I'm going to ask you one last time. I want to deal with the wire fraud parks and kidnappers within Siam. Do you agree or not?" Although it was asking if Paka agreed, but Zhang Jingyuan's tone didn't even seem like he was discussing. Instead it was like he was ordering. In this situation Paka of course wouldn't agree to Young Kyung-yoon's request, otherwise the whole of Siam will lose face, and Zhang Jingyuan didn't produce the so-called evidence. Paka and Kingston also subconsciously assumed that Young Kyung-yoon hadn't gotten the evidence at all. Rather, they are deliberately swindling them. After all, they still knew the 36 stratagems of the Dragon Kingdom, Sun Tzu's art of war and all that. When it comes to playing tricks, no one can play the Dragon Nation. Zhang Jingyuan sneered and stood up from his chair. "Since you're obsessed, don't blame me for not giving you a step down. Captain Yang, bring the stuff over." Yang Ming hurriedly walked over to Zhang Jingyuan and took out a USB flash drive, handing it to Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan plugged the USB flash drive into the venue's computer and then projected the screen onto the large electronic screen. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, densely packed conversation records, transfer transactions, exchanges of emails, and other things appeared on the large electronic screen. "See, here's the evidence of the electric extortionists of Mayawati, trading with your General Thera of Siam. Your generals took their black money and gave them asylum. Even some of the police in Siam are directly involved in the kidnapping of Dragon citizens. This evidence shows that within Siam, there are also many electric extortionists operating. As I, Zhang Jingyuan, have said before, I will not tolerate these people. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Paka if I, Zhang Jingyuan, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, am qualified to arrest the electric extortionists in Siam?" Kingston looked at the complete evidence on the screen with a look of disbelief. He said, somewhat hysterically, "That's impossible. Didn't you guys just raid off Mayawati in the wee hours of the morning? How is it possible to get so much evidence so quickly? This must be a fake." Zhang Jingyuan shrugged his shoulders, pointed at the big screen, and made a pleased gesture. "See for yourself." As in fake, Yang Ming tapped a few times on the computer, and the information on the screen began to scroll up. Everyone looked on with eyes wide open, wanting to see this evidence, whether it was real or not. After a few minutes, the representatives of all countries realized that this evidence was, in fact, absolutely genuine. The reporters raised their cameras in their hands and couldn't stop snapping away. This scene also shattered all of Kingston's illusions, and he mumbled something disoriented. "How is this possible? How could you have deciphered those classified documents so quickly?" Zhang Jingyuan slowly walked up to Kingston and Paka and smiled slightly. "Kingston, do you think we can't decipher it if you use a code? Have you forgotten there's a thing called artificial intelligence? I'm sorry, in your eagle sauce this thing should be called AI. Our current AI in Dragon Kingdom is no worse than your eagle sauce. Those so-called passwords are just like children playing house in front of our powerful AI in the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Kingston was filled with stupefaction. followed by a flash of light on his face. Unsurprisingly, tomorrow this expression, Kingston, will be on the front page of the media. Chapter 18, he won't even say thank you to me. Yang Ming was simply admiring Zhang Jingyuan now. After knocking out Mayawati's electric fraud park, he received an order from young Kyun-yoon. Let him conduct a surprise interrogation of the wire fraudsters directly. These extortionists thought they were just ordinary police officers arresting them, and at first they were dead set on denying it, wanting to rely on lawyers and whatnot, but they don't even realize that it's not the police who are interrogating them. Instead, it's the Dragon King's brand of special forces. Yang Ming saw that they didn't move, and didn't spoil them, and directly began to go up in intensity. Faced with the harsh interrogation techniques of these special forces, these arrested electric extortionists suddenly cried out and confessed all. Things like willpower are completely absent in them. After getting the confession, Yang Ming collected numerous information on those electric extortionists overnight. There was supposed to be a plethora of information to work with the generals of Siam and the Eagle Jam CIA, and it was surely impossible to organize it all in one night. However, today's Dragon Kingdom has powerful AI software. Using Dragon's unique AI technology, all that evidence was cracked and organized in 2 hours. This also allowed the Dragon Kingdom to take the absolute initiative in this current situation. Kingston and Paka would have been perfectly capable of relocating or even murdering those electric extortionists in Siam if they hadn't produced this evidence at the scene, then stall for time to muddy the waters. After a while, no one will pay attention to this anymore. Instead, the evidence was brought out in front of so many people as it is now, shocking everyone. Now not only are the representatives of various countries watching this incident, but journalists will be reporting on it for the sake of this heavenly news. Not to mention the fact that there are numerous official national broadcast booths on the scene that are broadcasting live. That kind of impact is something completely different. And all of this was because of Zhang Jingyuan's prior planning. After young Kyun-yoon finished speaking, he took his gaze away from Kingston's face and looked at Paka. Mr. Paka, now that my country has lost its trust in Siam, and I can't trust you to do your job when you have corruption within your ranks, I am now solemnly informing you that we, the Dragon Country Special Action Team, will be going to catch and lay the electric extortionists located in Siam's territory. Do you, hear me? Paka's face was pale. Even though the request made by Zhang Jingyuan was very excessive, to agree to it would really be the equivalent of letting young Kyun-yoon slap them in the face of Siam. But Zhang Jingyuan has been laying the groundwork for so long, and now he's come up with evidence. With so many pairs of eyes and reporters staring at the entire venue, if you don't agree, the international image will be even more tarnished, and then who will dare to come to Siam? And since Zhang Jingyuan was so tough, if he rejected his request now, wouldn't that give the Dragon Kingdom an excuse? When the time comes, Zhang Jingyuan, the devilish king-like character, still doesn't know what he will do. With that thought in mind, Paka turned a look of help to Kingston, who was off to the side. Kingston sensed Paka's helplessness, though he too was now feeling embarrassed. But now in this situation, how can we not leave Paka alone? After all, next door there is Luzon's Carlos and Anamsngwin Min Kwang watching in. So Kingston also slapped the table and colorfully said, Zhang Jingyuan, do you know what you're doing? You are trampling on Siam's sovereignty. Who gave you this authority? Is the Dragon Kingdom lawless now? In all sincerity, Zhang Jingyuan's actions were indeed that much excessive, but that's exactly what Zhang Jingyuan is aiming for. If he doesn't use a high-pressure policy to deter these countries in Southeast Asia, those wire fraudsters will be like weeds that grow again in the spring. Having knocked down the wire fraud parks in Mayawati and Siam, there will be wire fraudsters running to other countries in Southeast Asia in the future as well. Zhang Jingyuan's purpose was simple: to solve the tumor of wire fraud once and for all. The reason for such a show in front of all the ASEAN countries today is to set a precedent. Let all countries not dare to take in the electric extortionists from the Dragon Kingdom in the future. In the face of Kingston's big hat of lawlessness, Zhang Jingyuan did not have any panicked expression. He said blandly, Kingston, you don't seem to have taken a serious look at all that evidence I just showed. Kingston seemed to understand something and his heart snapped. Through this evidence, I found out that it wasn't just Siam. Young Kyun-yoon didn't let Kingston off the hook, but looked at him and continued. Your Eagle Sauce CIA was also involved in this incident. Not only did they finance the extortionists, but they also planned a number of kidnappings and organ trafficking of Dragon Kingdom citizens. Mr. Kingston, you, Eagle Jam and Siam, belong to a wolfish conspiracy. In this matter, are you not going to give me an explanation? Or do you want to carry this off with General Thira of Siam? Kingston also didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to actually dare to blow this up directly in front of so many people. He used to deal with diplomats from the Dragon Kingdom. The diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom are considered to be rather gentle. You don't make such a big deal out of something. But now, this Zhang Jingyuan, he was not following the rules at all. not only does he act bossy and arrogant, but there's not much you can do about him at all. Where did the Dragon Kingdom find such a new diplomat? You're talking nonsense. Kingston raised his own voice as if that would make him less vain. Those things were forged by someone. Young Kyung-yoon, these things need to be investigated before they can be concluded. It's not something you just say and talk about. Feel free to investigate. Jung Jingyuan was pleasantly unafraid. We can ask a third party to set up a joint investigation team to investigate this matter, but right now I want to sweep the electric fraud park located in Siam. This matter, do you still have an opinion? Kingston was framed by Zhang Jingyuan's words, and now that he was on his own, he couldn't care less about Siam. If you continue to speak for Siam, you will probably end up as bad as Paka. As the saying goes, a dead friend is a dead friend. And Kingston decisively gave Paka a helpless look. Paka read Kingston's meaning and he did a double take. After a long hesitation, Paka swallowed and moistened his dry, hoarse throat before his voice hissed. I know. You guys make your move. Smart choice. Zhang Jingyuan laughed out loud. Captain Yang, take action. Yang Ming sniffed and gave a standard military salute to Zhang Jingyuan. Order received. Take action immediately. After saying that, Yang Ming turned around and left the venue in large strides. Zhang Jingyuan, on the other hand, gently patted Paka's shoulder and said meaningfully, Mr. Packard, the economy can only thrive on a crime-free soil, am I right? Paka didn't understand Zhang Jingyuan's intention in saying this and could only agree with a dry smile. Yes, you're right. I helped you Siam purge the criminals. Do you not want to thank me? Zhang Jingyuan winked and teased. So, Mr. Paka, aren't you going to say thank you to me? Paka was practically pissed off at young Kyung-yoon. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. Killing people and putting their hearts out? He now very much wanted to pull out his gun and shoot Zhang Jingyuan in one shot. But at that moment, Paka suddenly thought of a phrase recorded in the history books of the dragon and Siam. The South Vietnamese killed the Han emissary and massacred him in 9 counties. The King of One killed the Han emissary and was killed in the north of the head county, and the North Koreans killed the Han emissary and were instantly put to death. For some reason, Paka's eyes cleared instantly, and young Kyung-yoon looked at the two-eyed Paka and turned towards his seat, all the while learning that classic line from The Godfather and saying it in a very regretful voice. Ugh, he won't even say thank you to me. And when young Kyung-yoon sat down, the fear from his bloodline made Paka ghostly speak. Emissary Zhang, thank you. Chapter 19 Textbook Pressure. Is this the oppressive power of an Eastern power? A thank you from Paka brought the mood of the meeting straight to a climax. The viewers of the Dragon Nation who watched the live broadcast saw their diplomats being so tough for the first time at an international conference. Not only did he purge Burma and Siam of electrical fraudsters in one fell swoop, but he also pointed the finger from the floor. Many people couldn't help but applaud in front of the live screen. Holy, are moms sending out a special ops team straight away? That's a first. This Captain Yang, he looks like a tough guy. Those electric extortionists are blessed. Is this our country's special forces? So handsome. It turns out that our country also has special forces that are not inferior to the Navy SEALs. I've really seen it today. I finally know why the Dragon TV main station is broadcasting this meeting live. And it's too much fun to watch. I declare that young Kyung-yoon is my idol, standing on someone else's turf, forcing the Prime Minister to agree to send in troops. And afterward the Prime Minister has to say thank you. What kind of plot is this? I can't even dream of thinking like this. Zhang Jingyuan is truly the most domineering and iron-blooded diplomat I've ever seen. I see the shadow of the Han envoy in Zhang Jingyuan. This is how the Han envoys treated the neighboring countries in the first place. It's back. Everything is back. Arrogant, overbearing, and brash. What? It's a diplomat from our country? It's okay then. It wasn't long after Zhang Jingyuan sat down that Yang Ming's call came through. Zhang Jingyuan pressed the speakerphone in front of all the reporters and representatives of ASEAN countries. Yang Ming's majestic voice came out from the cell phone. Ambassador Zhang, we killed 18 armed and stubborn wire fraudsters, arrested 39 wire fraudsters, 0 casualties among our personnel, and the wire fraud park in Siam has been completely cleared by us. We have successfully completed our mission. These words once again caused the crowd to show a shocked expression. It had only been less than 10 minutes since Zhang Jingyuan had given the order to attack, and the Dragon Kingdom's special ops team will have purged Siam of its wire fraud park, or 0 casualties? This not only showed the super high military quality of the Dragon Special Forces, more so, it shows that before young Kyung-yoon knew about Paka, the special ops guys, they're already set up in the vicinity of those wire fraud parks. It was no wonder that Zhang Jingyuan wasn't even afraid of leaking the news on the live broadcast. He simply set it up ahead of time. Even if those wire fraudsters saw the live feed and tried to escape, they simply couldn't. The Dragon Kingdom Special Forces had long surrounded them. Young Kyung-yoon was so confident that he seemed to have been certain that Paka would agree. That's why this setup was done in advance. Otherwise, the act of sending special forces into the territory of another country without its consent is absolutely transgressive. The Siamese side is perfectly capable of condemning the dragon. However, Young Kyung-yoon forced Paka to agree to it in the venue, in full view of everyone. That's a whole other thing. Now Zhang Jingyuan's actions were completely legal and reasonable. Outsiders couldn't find any reason to say that Zhang Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom were wrong. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan, who was still calmly leaning on the back of his chair, many people had chills in their hearts. This new diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom is too unpredictable. And many also had the vague feeling that even if Paka didn't agree, Zhang Jingyuan would probably give the order to attack. This young and iron-willed diplomat, he's really done this. Captain Yang, well done. Zhang Jingyuan praised Yang Ming. In the future, there should be a place for you swords of South China in the world's ranking of special operations forces. Yang Ming was instantly excited at his words. This was the first time that the Dragon Kingdom's special operations forces had fought in a foreign country, and they had taken such a large battle result. The Sword of South China is considered to have made a serious international appearance. We look forward to more performance opportunities in the future. Zhang Jingyuan faintly swept a glance at the representatives of the many countries in the conference hall and smiled slightly. Don't worry, it will be. Zhang Jingyuan's smile and the words he uttered instantly silenced these representatives. What do you mean, Zhang Jingyuan? You're going to take us on later, aren't you? Zhang Jingyuan saw the look in the eyes of those representatives of ASEAN and laughed in his heart. That was the effect he wanted. Kill the chicken to make an example of it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jingyuan spread his hands and said faintly to all the representatives, well, the evils that are not conducive to economic development have been purged by me. So let's move on to the topic of this meeting. What are your thoughts on economic cooperation among countries to strengthen each other? Do not hesitate to speak out. Zhang Jingyuan said this as if he was the host, but surprisingly, the crowd didn't feel out of place. It's like that's how it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter if it's Eagle Jam representing Kingston or Prime Minister Paka of Siam. It's all gone out of existence at the moment. Zhang Jingyuan was now the absolute star of the venue. It was only after these words were spoken that the many delegates woke up as if from a dream. A discussion began on various economic issues. Zhang Jingyuan's bold and domineering behavior at the venue had already shocked everyone at the scene, whether it's a journalist or a representative of a country. Neither expected Siam, as the host, and the world's #1 power, Eagle Jam. In the face of Zhang Jingyuan, he was surprisingly powerless, being led by the nose by Zhang Jingyuan to ride the face output in public. Kingston's reticence and Paka's line of thanks to all those who wanted to see the joke of the Dragon Kingdom. They all kept their mouths shut. Now reporters are already thinking of headlines for tonight's story. The representatives of the countries on the scene, on the other hand, were thinking about how they could better draw closer to the Dragon Kingdom. Not only that, at this moment, in several live broadcasting rooms abroad, many foreign viewers all expressed their shock at Zhang Jingyuan's behavior. Oh, by karma, this young dragon diplomat is too much of a pushover, isn't he? Does Zhang Jingyuan's behavior at this meeting represent the fact that the Dragon Kingdom, a sleeping Eastern power, has finally begun to awaken? Suggest that our country pays more attention to the Dragon Kingdom as well as this Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan's behavior today is nothing short of textbook pressure. Is this the oppressive power of an Eastern power? To be honest, Zhang Jingyuan has a calm and domineering aura that doesn't match his age. How did the Dragon Kingdom cultivate such a talent? The scary part is that we've never heard of Zhang Jingyuan's name before. It's like he's a genius that came out of nowhere. How many other people like him are there in the Dragon Kingdom? Kingston, who we have high hopes for, is simply like a newborn baby in front of Zhang Jingyuan, a diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom. Wasn't Kingston very imposing before? Whether it was in the Sakura Kingdom or the South Rod Kingdom? How come he shriveled up straight away when he faced Zhang Jingyuan? This was definitely a strategic blunder and we should have sent someone much tougher and smarter to Southeast Asia. I think it's time for us, the Europa League, to re-examine our diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 20, Undying Kingston. Annan jumping out to make a mess again? Despite such a humiliating moment, Kingston still didn't give up. He knows that many countries, including Eagle Jam, are now broadcasting live. He knows just as well that his reputation has now blown up. I'm guessing a lot of Eagle Jam people are slagging themselves off, but he still has a chance to remedy the situation. The remedy is the subject of this conference, the economic problems of the ASEAN countries. He knows that the Dragon Kingdom needs to work closely with the ASEAN countries. Now he had drawn in Annam and Luzon, and Siam was certainly on his side. As long as they follow their plan yesterday at the meeting to destroy the economic cooperation between the Dragon Kingdom and the Southeast Asian countries, it's kind of a fix, and at least it will salvage his reputation with Congress, and with the Eagle Jam Nation. If anything, this meeting in the South Central Peninsula is a war without smoke. That fight wasn't over yet. He, Kingston, still had a chance to bounce back. Thinking of this, Kingston gave a wink to Carlos, the Luzon representative, and Nguyen Minh Quang, the Annam representative. Carlos and Nguyen Minh Quang were also torn in their hearts at the moment. After all, Zhang Jingyuan's performance just now had really given them some chills, and Eagle Jam seems a little less reliable now, especially the country of Luzon, where Eagle Jam has laid them out before. Obviously, we started talking a lot about how our navy is strong and invincible and that we can back you up. As it turned out, it didn't take long for Hawk Jam to just bolt. Racked up Luzon. From that time until now, Luzon doesn't dare to be as reckless as he wants to be. When it comes to anything, they Luzon all dare not speak out. That suffocated Yo. After agonizing for a few moments, it was Nguyen Minh Quang who made up his mind. As the saying goes, a friend from afar is too much influenced by the Dragon Kingdom in Annam. If you cannot completely oppose the Dragon Kingdom, you will surely be assimilated into it. It's a no-brainer. Might as well take advantage of the fact that the Eagle Sauce rep is here. Continue to perform acts against the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Nguyen Minh Quang stood up and said to Zhang Jingyuan, "We in Annam objected to your Dragon Kingdom's previous proposal to build us a high-speed railroad." Zhao Mu looked at Nguyen Minh Quang with some surprise. The two countries have been negotiating for a long time about the construction of a high-speed railway in Annam. It can be said that the conditions given by the Dragon Kingdom are already very benevolent. Annan's top brass also showed strong interest in the Dragon proposal at the previous fair. I didn't expect a sudden change of heart now. It was a big project, and there were still some people within the Dragon who valued this cooperation with Annan. So Jiamu asked very solemnly, regarding the matter of building a high-speed railroad in your Annam, we've already talked for several rounds. Why did you suddenly change your mind now? What is the reason? Zhang Jingyuan didn't find it strange at all. Annan's attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom had always been ambiguous. By siding with Kingston again at this point, it's clear that he's completely over to Eagle Jam's side. It is assumed that Eagle Jam made some kind of offer to Annan, which made Annan reject the Dragon Kingdom, doing something as a way to save the face that Hawksbane lost earlier. As expected, Nguyen Minh Quang made use of the topic and said, "We in Annam are a peace-loving country, and the behavior of your Dragon Kingdom just now is a bit hard for us to accept. So after consideration, our side has decided to reject your Dragon Kingdom to come and build a high-speed train for us." Collaborating with Annan to build a high-speed railroad was also part of the Dragon Kingdom's scheming, so Jiamu was still extremely persuasive. In terms of building high-speed railroads, we have strong experience in the Dragon Kingdom, and it would be most ideal to cooperate with us, so I urge you to consider this carefully. Unexpectedly, Ruan Mingguang said disdainfully, "Don't think that your Dragon Country's high-speed railroad is the only one that's powerful. We've already found a new partner, and that's the Cherry Blossom Country. Their Shinkansen is equally awesome. You guys don't need to say anymore." Jiamu's face sank when he heard this. Kingston couldn't help but reveal a smug smile when he saw Jiamu's expression. "So what if you, Zheng Dingyuan, dislike me? So what if you put Paka on the spot? With so many of my minions, there are ways to cure you Dragon Kingdom." And his smile had just lasted 2 seconds when Zhang Jingyuan suddenly burst out laughing. The crowd was stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's sudden laughter, especially Ruan Mingguang, who clearly felt that Zhang Jingyuan was laughing at himself, so he couldn't help but ask, "Zheng Jingyuan, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Jingyuan stopped laughing, shook his head and said back in a serious manner, "I laugh at you Annan rats. It's not good to find anyone to cooperate with, but actually looking for Cherry Blossom Country. Don't regret it when the time comes." Before Ruan Mingguang could speak, Kingston slammed the table and said angrily, "Zheng Dingyuan, what the hell are you talking about? Don't think that just because the Cherry Blossom Country didn't attend this meeting you can insult them like that. Hey, looks like Sakura Nation didn't recognize you guys as a father for nothing. You're kinda defending them." Zheng Jingyuan didn't give Kingston and Sakura Nation any face at all. "I'm putting my words here. You guys, Annan, choosing Sakura Nation, will definitely regret it. I dare say that even in front of Sakura Nation." Kingston didn't expect Zheng Jingyuan to be so bold as to look down on Sakura Nation so bluntly on such an occasion. He was immediately infuriated, and as the saying goes, you have to look at the master to beat the dog. When Young Kyung-yoon said that, he wasn't just insulting Sakura Nation, he was slapping Eagle Jam in the face. Not to mention that Kingston had been an ambassador to the Sakura country for a long time. During his time as an ambassador in the Sakura Kingdom, the people of the Sakura Kingdom had served him well, giving him the feeling that he was a grandpa. Especially the Sakura girl who had an excellent sense of service and made him feel comfortable. But this was a matter between Annan and the Dragon Kingdom, and if he got too deeply involved, he would inevitably end up in the wrong place. So he decisively gave Nguyen Minh Quang a wink once again. Nguyen Minh Quang was also very cooperative and sneered, "Whether or not Sakura Nation is good or not is our business. It has nothing to do with you Dragon Nation. Even if you say Sakura Nation is not good, we won't cooperate with you. Just die." Jiamu was directly exasperated by Ruan Mingguang's words and laughed. He pressed down his inner anger and nodded his head. Good, very good. Zheng Jingyuan remained calm, patting Zhao Mu's arm and comforting him in a low voice. Brother Zhao, don't be annoyed with these people. We still have the second set of plans. Why don't you let me do the talking? Zhao Mu also calmed down at this moment and gave a bitter smile to Zheng Jingyuan. Jingyuan, I've found that sometimes there are still benefits to being overbearing. I've told you before, this group of people, if you don't beat them up and hurt them, they won't listen. Zheng Jingyuan had a cold face. This kind of occasion is still more suitable for you to play. Zhao Mu shook his head. I'll leave it to you next. I don't care. Play as you wish. Good Lu Zhao. You have a good rest. Zheng Jingyuan to their own people that is really like an angel-like existence, immediately became like a spring breeze. Next, just watch my performance. Chapter 21. This is a complete and outright provocation. Zhao Mu looked at Zheng Jingyuan's look like he was rubbing his hands together and became a little worried again. Granted, he had just said with his mouth that there were still benefits to Zheng Jingyuan being a bit overbearing, but in Zhao Mu's opinion, Zheng Jingyuan was still too young after all. There was a reason for the strong bullying before, and it's backed up by the military power of the Dragon Kingdom. But the matter about the wire fraud park has been resolved. This is now a serious discussion on economic topics. Anan though said something hard and made Ryoku lose face in front of so many people, but it's also just the economic side of things. If we use military power to press people as we did before, we will inevitably fall short. When the time comes, it will surely also be hyped up by the journalists on the scene, spreading the threat theory of the Dragon Nation. Kingston also saw this as a way to get Anan to step in and discuss the Dragon Kingdom with the economic aspect of the situation. And as a good diplomat, on such occasions, it was necessary to both preserve the face of the Dragon Kingdom and teach Anan a lesson. This is definitely a great test of their abilities. Young Kyunghyun was just a rookie diplomat who had just stepped onto the diplomatic stage. Can he, really, handle the situation now? Not only did Zhao Mu have this concern, but the viewers of the Dragon Country in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV headquarters were also expressing their own views and discussing a lot. There were many viewers who were immersed in Zhang Jingyuan's imposing aura from earlier and could not help themselves, and were chanting to teach Anan a good lesson. However, there were likewise some more farsighted and discerning people who were very worried that Zheng Jingyuan would not be able to handle this current situation. What the hell? How dare the Anan monkeys refuse to cooperate with us in public? Are you out of your mind? The most amusing part of the brain is not rejecting us, but choosing to cooperate with Sakura Nation. It's really laughable. What's wrong with Cherry Blossom Country? They're famous for their bowsmith spirit. When things don't work out well, bowing is the end of the story. I can see that Zheng Jingyuan really looks down on Sakura Nation, directly saying outright that Sakura Nation can't work in front of so many people. Ha ha, Cherry Blossom Country is really lying down. But I like it. Zheng Jingyuan say a few more words. Good to hear. Love it. It's too much of a disrespect to our Dragon Kingdom to reject us in public like that, isn't it? Really tired of living. I suggest immediately stepping in to teach them a good lesson. It's obvious they've been working in tandem with Eagle Sauce, so I guess this is a way to make a scene for Eagle Sauce and Siam. Set out of the hand to move the brain, okay? Now our image in the international are already being smeared all the time. Now just because people refuse to build high-speed railroad with us have to take action. That people will how to look at our Dragon Country? Is it possible to just let it go? Wasn't Zheng Jingyuan very domineering before? How can we teach them a lesson? I don't think Zheng Jingyuan should let Anan off easily. He looks like the kind of person who doesn't eat any losses at all. On the contrary, I feel that we need to exercise a bit of restraint now. After all, Zheng Jingyuan has just done such a big thing. If we use our power to suppress people now, we will fall into disrepute. Restraint? What kind of restraint is that? People in Annam have already ridden the face. We still need to restrain? Look at how Zheng Jingyuan rode the face of Siam and Eagle Sauce before. Okay, it's not so much about restraint. It's definitely important to counterattack, but you can't use the military to overwhelm people. It's best to counterattack with the economic side of things is best. Sounds a bit hard. I wonder if Zheng Jingyuan can do it. Holy, this diplomacy is too complicated. It's really not something that ordinary people can do. With Zheng Jingyuan's previous performance, I'm afraid it's hard to do. Indeed, dealing with the old men of politics in various countries really requires the backing of experience. Zheng Jingyuan is so young, he might be at a disadvantage later on. AI, this Kingston is still a bit tactful, actually letting Anan use economic cooperation to suppress our Dragon Kingdom. I see Zheng Jingyuan highlighting a reckless word no matter what he said or did before. Now he can't be too reckless or he'll be tricked. Alright, you guys just stop talking. Even us ordinary people can see things. I don't believe Zheng Jingyuan can't see them. I believe him. If Zhang Jingyuan can pull this off beautifully, I'll be really impressed. The representatives of the countries and reporters at the scene were also looking at Zhang Jingyuan, wanting to see exactly how he would handle this matter. If Young Kyung-yoon is still using some kind of special forces drone to pressure Annan like he did with Siam, then the representatives of various countries would have to reconsider their economic cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom once again. After all, economic cooperation is frankly about doing business together, and if that business doesn't work out, you threaten it with force. It's hard not to get upset. It's 2025, not the days of 100 years ago when a few warships were used to get people to open their doors to free trade. Jiamu saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and also noticed the strange looks from those delegates on the scene. Whether Zhang Jingyuan could do a good job or not, to be honest, Jiamu didn't have a clue in his heart. So Jiamu pulled Zhang Jingyuan and whispered, "Jingyuan, you can teach Annan a lesson, but don't drop the handle. Act must be more cautious. Especially need to pay attention to is that this is an economic conference. Mustn't easily show off the force. Otherwise the Western media will again smear us." "Brother Zhao, I know this." Zhang Jingyuan still had a relaxed look on his face, as if he didn't put these countries in Southeast Asia in his eyes at all. For these countries in Southeast Asia, is a show of force needed? I will naturally use economic means to teach these disobedient Annamese monkeys a hard lesson. Seeing the domineering aura that flowed out from Zhang Jingyuan's speech, Zhao Mu was once again infected by him. It was just like that conversation they had in the office after Young Kyung-yoon's first stage appearance. Without realizing it, I began to trust him. This kid. Zhao Mu watched Zhang Jingyuan walk towards the center of the venue, shook his head and smiled as he muttered to himself, "How is it that I feel an aura on him that only a kingly boss has?" Zhang Jingyuan slowly came to the center of the venue and glanced at the representatives of the ASEAN countries. Then turning to Ruan Mingguang, he asked, "Ruan Mingguang, I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure you want to give up the high-speed rail project with our Dragon Kingdom?" Kingston and Gwyn Min Kwang smiled at each other when they heard Zhang Jingyuan ask a question. Kingston had done some homework before coming to this meeting. He clearly knows that in the Dragon State's One Belt, One Road policy, Annan is a very important part of it. Annam itself has an outlet to the sea where the Mekong River, the mother river of Southeast Asia, is located. If the high-speed railroad is fixed again, then the goods in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom can be directly accessed to Southeast Asia through water and land transportation, greatly improve the efficiency of trade. Now Annan's opposition to the construction of the high-speed rail is equivalent to strangling the transportation corridor for the dragon straight from the side. It's natural for the Dragon Kingdom to agonize over it. So now Young Kyung-yoon's questioning made Kingston take it for granted. Zhang Jingyuan was at his wit's end and was just making a last dying struggle. "Humph, after losing the shipping lanes of Annan, I'll see what you Dragon Kingdom's trade will do. The ultimate winner of this showdown is still me, Kingston." At Kingston's authorization, Ruan Mingguang said to Zhang Jingyuan with a slight mocking smile on his face, "As I just said, your Dragon Kingdom's previous attitude towards Mr. Kingston and Prime Minister Paka was too harsh, and that's what contributed to our rejection of your Dragon Kingdom. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you can represent the Dragon Kingdom and apologize to Mr. Kingston and Prime Minister Paka for your previous rudeness, I can consider reopening negotiations with your Dragon Kingdom. Well, why don't you think about it?" Ruan Mingguang's words caused the venue, which had been somewhat noisy, to fall silent once again. Almost every delegate and journalist felt that this time it was really worth coming. Having Longbo and Zhang Jingyuan apologize in person was a complete and naked provocation. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Zhang Jingyuan's body, all wanting to take a look at this Dragon Kingdom diplomat who had previously made a big splash. How would one respond in the face of such a situation? Chapter 22, Say Thank You to Brother Mingguang. Zhang Jingyuan still had the same cloudy and elegant expression, only his eyes seemed to have a burning flame in them. "Actually asking me to apologize? Ruan Mingguang, I think you've really drifted. Do you think that with Eagle Sauce's backing, you can wreak havoc in front of our Dragon Kingdom?" The depth of 5,000 years of civilization has always allowed us in the Dragon Kingdom to wrap our swords in silk. But that doesn't mean that the swords of our ceremonial state aren't sharp. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes turned steeply cold as he said this. "Since you chose to provoke, don't blame me. Do not say anything. Humph, is this about to lighten up?" Ruan Mingguang wanted this effect. The reason why he provoked Zhang Jingyuan, just to provoke him. It's best to make Zhang Jingyuan lose his mind. When people lose their minds, they make mistakes. With so many live broadcasts and so many reporters on the scene, as long as Zhang Jingyuan said one wrong word, it would be infinitely amplified. So after hearing Zhang Jingyuan's words, Ruan Mingguang not only didn't back down, but instead intensified his words. "What? Are you Dragon Kingdom going to use force and your fleet against us in Annam?" I didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan's expression to remain unchanged as he blandly said, "I must reiterate once again that both our Dragon Kingdom's fleet and military are only for the protection of our nationals, and won't be used to bully people like Eagle Sauce." Zhang Jingyuan, What are you talking about? Kingston, who was suddenly CUE'd, yelled in dissatisfaction. You've been the one bullying Siam just now, right? I didn't bring a single soldier with me this time, but you came with special operations forces and drones. That's right, I'm protecting the people of our dragon country from electric fraudsters. It's still the same saying, I don't commit crimes if people don't commit crimes. Any person or country that threatens the safety of our dragon country's populace will be executed even though it's far away. When Young Kyunghyun said this on the diplomatic podium a few days ago, many people didn't believe it and were waiting for a joke. And now when Young Kyunghyun said this once again at the venue, no one takes it lightly anymore. Zhang Jingyuan ignored Kingston when he finished speaking and turned to Ruan Mingguan with disdain. This is an economic meeting. I don't understand why you're bringing up force, and to be honest, there really isn't that much of a need to use force against you guys. We've done it that way before, and it's not challenging at all. It was as if Ruan Mingguan had been put on the spot, and his expression, which was originally full of vigor, suddenly became odd. It was a complex look mixed with humiliation and fear. Dead memories began to attack him. Annan's proud jungle guerrilla warfare in the face of the eagle sauce did not work. It was only later that Annan, realized, one can't even be called an opponent, but merely a free practice ground. It was as if they were a little girl who had been stripped naked and could come over and touch them twice whenever the other person was in the mood. Well, of course, sometimes it's not as simple as just a couple of touches. Therefore Zhang Jingyuan made Ruan Mingguan break his defense first with such a simple sentence. For in addition to the humiliation of his country, his father had died in the war. Zhang Jingyuan, Ruan Mingguan gritted his teeth. What do you mean by mentioning this war for a good reason? Are you trying to use it to coerce our Annam to agree to your Dragon Kingdom coming to build the high-speed railroad? Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that at all. Zhang Jingyuan had an innocent look on his face. A small country like yours really doesn't need to commit us to this. This is an economic conference, and you have a legitimate economic claim. We in the Dragon Kingdom are very graceful and won't mind. Many delegates couldn't help but laugh at this statement. You don't mind? Who was it that just said never mind? Who here doesn't know what the Dragon Kingdom's phrase do not speak actually stands for? This Zhang Jingyuan's ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense is no one's, but there are still many diplomatic occasions when something like this does need to be said. Zhang Jingyuan scanned a circle of representatives from various countries on the scene and continued. Ruan Mingguan, I know what you're thinking. Do you think you're the only country that's cooperating with us to build high-speed rail? Ruan Mingguan's heart stirred and a few bad feelings welled up. He quickly asked, Zhang Jingyuan, what do you mean by that? Who else has approached you guys? I was going to announce it later, but since you, Annam, jumped out, I'll be straightforward. Zhang Jingyuan smiled faintly. Our Dragon Kingdom will be building a new railroad that will lead from the Dragon Kingdom's Kaiyun province straight to Laos and the Khmer Kingdom, a railroad that will greatly strengthen the ties between our three countries. Yes, this is the second set of options for the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon think tank had long anticipated the possibility that Annan would fall to Eagle Jam's side, so it had long ago given a backup plan. That was to build railroads in Annam's neighboring countries of Laos and Khmer. This railroad goes right to the western port of the Khmer state. This would allow them to bypass Annan directly and transport Dragon's goods out to sea. This was one of those cases where Laos and the Dragon Kingdom had always had a good relationship, and this move could also indirectly enlist them. And although the Khmer Kingdom was also a wallflower, Zhang Jingyuan still had a killer weapon in his hand that was enough to make the Khmer Kingdom completely fall to the Dragon Kingdom. The representative of Laos and the representative of the Khmer nation directly revealed an expression of immense surprise at the words. Their country did talk to the Dragon Kingdom about this before, but there has not been a single accurate letter. Now Zhang Jingyuan suddenly said that the Dragon Kingdom agreed. It gave them a sense of heavenly surprise. The representative of Laos and the representative of the Khmer state stood up in a hurry and confirmed to Zhang Jingyuan. Ambassador Zhang, are you telling the truth? That's right. For the sake of the close economic development of the three countries, we have already confirmed that we will build this railroad with you, and this is one of the topics that we, the Dragon Kingdom, have come to participate in this economic conference. Of course, in terms of cooperation, we will contribute the technology and manpower, and you will contribute the capital. Is that okay? No problem. No problem. The representatives of the two countries kept nodding their heads and thanking Zhang Jingyuan. Thank you, Ambassador Zhang. Thank you, Dragon Kingdom. Joking aside, this railroad running through the three countries will definitely be of great help to the economic development of Laos and the Khmer Kingdom. What's a little money worth? You can't just thank me. Zhang Jingyuan nudged at Nguyen Min Quang. We also have to thank Mr. Nguyen Min Quang of Annam. It was he who sacrificed himself for others and refused to cooperate with us, so that we could have the time and energy to build a railroad with you. Quickly say thank you to Brother Ming Wang. This bright-eyed person could see the mocking intent of Zhang Jingyuan's move. The representatives of Laos and Khmer Kingdom naturally knew that Zhang Jingyuan was trying to deliberately anger Ruan Mingguan. However, The two countries have suffered a lot of losses at the hands of Annan before, and they are not very close to Annan. Not being able to care so much, he turned his head and thanked Ruan Mingguang. Thank you, Brother Mingguang. Thank you, Brother Mingguang. Ruan Mingguang was so infuriated that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He could no longer control his inner emotions, and roared out of character. Who wants your thanks? Get lost. As the scene was so comical, people in the venue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Many journalists also captured the footage, which became one of the many famous scenes at the prestigious conference. Chapter 23: Annan's Countermeasures, Geopolitics. It was no wonder that Ruan Mingguang was so out of sorts. Once that Longlio Railway is fixed, goods from the Dragon Kingdom can be shipped directly to Westport in the Khmer Kingdom, and then out to sea from there. This will be a huge loss for Annan's economy. What is even more unacceptable is that neighboring Khmer and Riau countries stand to gain considerably as a result. This is absolutely unacceptable to Annam, which has always regarded the Central South Peninsula as its own territory. Zhang Jingyuan's sudden outburst not only perfectly defused Ruan Mingguang's previous insults to the Dragon Kingdom, it also severely punished Annan, who fell to Eagle Jam. Once again, the Dragon Nation viewers were shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's series of maneuvers. Everyone hadn't expected that Zhang Jingyuan would still be comfortable in the face of such a complicated situation. A hard slap in the face of Nguyen Minh Quang, the representative of Annam. Straight up, Nguyen Minh Quang is bursting at the seams. The entire broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and the Dragon viewers were growing more and more in awe of Zhang Jingyuan. Holy, this is our Dragon Kingdom's diplomat. So handsome. Handsome indeed. That line about the depth of 5,000 years of civilization and the silk-wrapped rapier really rocked my mom for a whole year. When Zhang Jingyuan said that, I felt like his whole body was glowing. Awesome. All I can say is awesome. Mentioning that 79 incident directly in front of the Annan delegates. Is that something you can just say on this occasion? Diplomat Young isn't scared at all. I can only say that a big country like us should be like this when facing these small countries, and just crush them. We were still too nice before, making many countries look down on us. That's right. Watching Zhang Jingyuan engage in diplomacy makes me feel that we are a great nation. Young Kyung-yoon has once again gotten in his face and opened wide. How does he manage to step on someone's G-spot with such precision every time? Zhang Jingyuan is really a blade blaster. He directly finished breaking Ruan Mingguang's defense. Zhang Jingyuan's reaction is so fast. Immediately came up with a countermeasure. Yuan won't cooperate with us. Right. Then I'll directly cooperate with your neighboring countries and rack you up. This is probably not something Zhang Jingyuan can decide. It should have been planned by our mom a long time ago. Even if it was planned, this performance of Zhang Jingyuan is too excellent. Laughing my ass off. Zhang Jingyuan is such a talent. That thank you Brother Mingguang really made my milky white Yuko fall off. Young Kyung-yoon is really Kennedy in a convertible, a brainiac. I declare anyone who doesn't laugh at this scene depressed. I have a feeling that line will catch fire. Guess why I'm not smiling? My name is Akira. Thank you, Brother Mingguang. Thank you, Brother Mingguang. Thank you, Brother Mingguang. On the pop-up screen, thanks to Brother Mingguang directly began to brush up the screen. Looking at how Ruan Mingguang had already been made to lose his mind a bit by Zhang Jingyuan, Kingston was the most empathetic, because whether it was yesterday or now, when he faced Zhang Jingyuan, it is also often mentally unbalanced. He hurriedly took Ruan Mingguang's arm and persuaded him in a low voice. Don't be influenced by Zhang Jingyuan. Don't forget that the Mekong River exists. The initiative is still with you. Annan. When Ruan Mingguang heard Kingston's words, he brightened up and gradually calmed down. Yeah, the Mekong River. As we all know, water transport has always been the least costly and most convenient mode of transportation. Although the Dragon is building railroads in Laos and Khmer, a single railroad is still no match for the capacity of the Mekong River. And the Mekong River, the mother river that runs through almost the entire country of the Central South Peninsula, has its outlet to the sea in Saigon, Annam. That is to say, whether it is the Dragon Kingdom, or other countries in the Central and Southern Peninsula, wanting to get their goods out to sea through water transportation, it would have to go through Annan. Annan is perfectly capable of centering around the Mekong River's access to the sea. As a matter of fact, that's what they've been doing in Annan. Not only do they collect a lot of tolls, but they also often jam the necks of the Laos and Khmer states. That's why the representatives of Laos and Khmer Kingdom were so happy after hearing that the Dragon Kingdom was going to build a railroad for them. This would at least share some of the cargo transportation and allow Annan to extort less tolls. Suffice it to say that as long as the Mekong River's access to the sea exists, Annam has absolutely no economic fear of any country in the Central South Peninsula. Alas, how could I have forgotten this myself? It's still Kingston who has thought it through. The more Ruan Mingguang thought about it, the more excited he became. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan still looking like he didn't care, Ruan Mingwang was suddenly furious. It's all because this guy got himself wound up and made himself lose so much face. This scene, he Ruan Mingwang how to get back. Songwin Min Quan took a deep breath before speaking in a conspiratorial manner. So happy to build a railroad. It's just a shame how much cargo the train can carry. The big head still depends on the Mekong River. The representatives of Laos and the Khmer state have had a lot of dealings with Annan. As soon as I heard him say that, I vaguely understood the meaning of his words. There was a look of indignation on all their faces. Seeing the expressions of the two, Ruan Mingwang only felt soothed and continued. Alas, in view of the recent period of time, Saigon side of the channel dredging up the need to consume a lot of manpower and material resources of RNM. So RNM recently considered the cost of the ships passing through, increased by 30%. As soon as Nguyen Min Quang's words fell, the representatives of Laos and Khmer Kingdom changed their faces dramatically. They had just guessed that Annan might take the outlet of the Mekong River. But there is still a hint of luck. After all, the freight costs are the interests of the whole Central and South China Peninsula countries. I didn't expect Nguyen Min Quang to do it. Not a care in the world for other countries. Besides the two of them, the representative of Myanmar, Ong Min, didn't look too good either. The 6 countries on the Mekong River basin are the Dragon, Burma, Laos, Siam, and the Khmer and Annam. Obviously the policy that Nguyen Min Quang is talking about is used to deal with Myanmar, Laos, and the Khmer, the 3 countries that are currently falling back on the 3 Dragon states. It also has a big impact on the Dragon Kingdom. This is a countermeasure against the Dragon helping Laos and Khmer to build railroads. Ong Min, as well as the representatives of Laos and the Khmer Kingdom, all turned their attention to Zheng Jingyuan for help. That means obviously, things were stirred up by you, Zheng Jingyuan, and your Dragon Kingdom goods going out to sea will be subject to Annan. You do something about it. A large number of journalists, as well as representatives of the other ASEAN countries, except for Central and South Asia. Nor did I expect the meeting to be such a flurry of activity. After the Dragon Kingdom forced Siam to stand up for itself, Annam had the audacity to jump out, and after being slapped in the face by Yung Kyungnyun, he actually relied on the Mekong River outlet as a big killer and quickly came up with a countermeasure. All those present were extremely sensitive to politics. Right now, they were almost all less optimistic about Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom, because Nguyen Min Quang offered this trick called geopolitics. There is no easy way to change this thing called geography. There was only one thought in the minds of everyone on the scene at this moment. Yung Kyung-yoon and the Dragon Kingdom are probably going to be strangled by the combined efforts of Annan and Eagle Jam in one fell swoop. Chapter 24. Who's in favor and who's against when I'm done talking? It was not only the politicians on the scene who thought this way, but also the foreign viewers in the live broadcast booths of several other major countries around the world who were closely following the meeting, also left their opinions on the various live streams. It seems that Eagle Jam has given Annan considerable support, daring them to directly provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Hasn't Hawk Jam always been like this? Let my little brother in before anything else. As a Briton I've always been against our country following Hawk Jam. Bakayalu. Damn, Zheng Jingyuan dares to look down on our cherry blossom kingdom. What a wonderful game. I didn't expect Annan to have the ability to counteract it when facing the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jingyuan's performance had been excellent before, but now, I'm afraid there's no way for him to go any further. The country of Annan has somewhat impressed me. It looks like the Dragon Kingdom's previous actions are about to be undone under this brilliant move by Annan. Dragon goods are both cheap and good, and I, as a Mangarican, am concerned about whether Annan's move will affect the price of dragon goods, and the audience of the Dragon Country, under the face of this situation, is also filled with pessimism. Over there to scold Annan as well as Nguyen Min Quang shameless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ruan Mingwang is too shameless. Threatening people with shipping costs to the sea? What's going to happen now? There's no way to fix this thing. Are we going to admit defeat like this? What else can we do? If we don't want to send money to Annan, we'll take a detour and go directly from Guangdong province into the South China Sea. That's too much of an economic impact on our Kayun province as well as the southwest. Those goods could have gone out to sea through the Mekong River, but now they have to be transported to Guangdong province before entering the South China Sea. The cost is too high. I really didn't realize Annan had such a trick up his sleeve. Alas, I guess there's nothing Zheng Jingyuan can do. This is not something that can be changed by human power. Doesn't the Mekong River flow out of our country? Can't we do something about it? Like building a dam or something? I really don't want to see the Annamese monkeys so arrogant. Humph. We should have activated Prof. Wan Li Huan's program in the first place. Not quite. The Mekong River passes through too many countries and has too much influence. After being underappreciated by pretty much everyone in the field and on the internet, Zheng Jingyuan, however, merely walked towards his seat and fiddled with his cell phone for a bit before calmly picking up a cup of water and sipping it. Kingston was surprised that he didn't see any look of panic or chagrin on young Kyung-yoon's face. Only a playful smile was seen on his face. What is this situation? Could it be that Zheng Jingyuan he had a way to turn the tide against the wind even when faced with this situation? Kingston thought this at first, then immediately dismissed his thoughts. It's impossible. No matter how eloquent you are and how strong your force is, you can't change geography, can you? Ruan Mingguang was also pleased to see that Zheng Jingyuan hadn't said anything. Zheng Jingyuan, why don't you say anything? Are you thinking about how to transport the goods? Actually, you don't need to go through so much trouble. We are neighboring countries after all. Still the same words. Apologize to me. The freight can be appropriately discounted for you. Ha ha. After taking 2 sips of water, Zheng Jingyuan shook his head and pointed at Ruan Mingguang with a righteous face. Nguyen Min Kwang, I haven't really thought that you would dare to risk universal condemnation by taking the Mekong River's outlet to the sea. Haven't you forgotten that the Mekong River's outlet to the sea wasn't owned by you, Annam? Before, it was owned by the Khmer Kingdom, taking a snatched territory and threatening the original owner and other countries in the Central and South Peninsula. You're really shameless you. Ruan Mingguan was being pointed at and scolded by Zheng Jingyuan, but there was no way to talk back right away, because Zheng Jingyuan was right. The Mekong Delta region, where the Mekong River outlet is located, did once belong to the Khmer state. They, Annan, took advantage of the civil unrest in the Khmer nation in the late 17th and early 18th centuries to occupy it. Therefore he could only colorfully say, "What did you say? Who is shameless? The Mekong Delta land has belonged to us, Annam, since ancient times." Ha, since ancient times? Then I would say that your Annan has belonged to our Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. Zheng Jingyuan laughed, and in his smile was an unstoppable mockery. When this was said, the delegates in the room were reminded of many unpleasant memories. Realizing that young Kyung-yun was again steering the conversation elsewhere, Kingston angrily shouted, "Young Kyung-yun, the Mekong Delta region has already been formally classified as an Annamese territory, recognized by international law, so don't you dare to look the other way here. If there are no new topics, you can leave the meeting and don't disturb everyone here for an economic meeting." Now Kingston was certain that Zheng Jingyuan was not alive. The reason why he had just said that, it's just to morally blame Annan. He was now using words to force young Kyung-yun to shut up or back off. As long as Zheng Jingyuan stepped down, it meant that the Dragon Kingdom had no way to take Annan. Then all the countries present would consider starting cooperation with Eagle Jam and Siam and Annam, etc. The Eagle Sauce can also slowly expel the Dragon Kingdom's power in Southeast Asia, thus achieving the goal of returning to Southeast Asia. And now, just one step away from that goal, Kingston was already trembling slightly with excitement at the thought. The Dragon Kingdom, as always, can't fight our Eagle Sauce. Who else says I don't have a new issue? But what everyone didn't expect was that Zheng Jingyuan didn't do what Kingston had envisioned. With a frustrated look on his face, he retired. Instead, he clasped his hands to his chest and stood in abundance, looking directly at Ruan Mingguang and Kingston, and said in a loud voice, "In view of the fact that you, Annam, have acted arbitrarily on the basis of the Mekong River outlet that you have seized, we, the Dragon Kingdom, have decided to build, in the Khmer Kingdom, a Deccan Phu Nam Canal. The canal will start at Prekampal, southeast of the capital of the Khmer state, and pass through the 4 provinces of Kandal, Takeo, Kampot, and Bama, exiting the sea at Bama, with a total length of about 180 kilometers, which can accommodate the passage of 3,000-ton cargo ships. From now on, the Khmer nation will have one more outlet to the Mekong River." When Zheng Jingyuan said this, his right hand gently waved, making a pleased gesture, with an extremely elegant demeanor. At that time, countries are welcome to sail from the White Horse Harbor in the Khmer Kingdom, and as for the cost, it will be 50% lower than that of Annam, so as to promote the economic development of the entire Central South Peninsula. Okay, I'm done talking. Who's in favor? Who's against? Everyone froze when they heard this. A look of ecstasy appeared on the face of the representative of the Khmer state, and Nguyen Min Kwang, the representative of Annam, without even thinking about it, almost subconsciously blurted out, "I'm against it." Chapter 25, Dragon Kingdom's Bug Ability, comes with a map editor, resets geo-relationships. Nguyen Min Kwang looked extremely anxious and repeated once more, "I object." However, Zhang Jingyuan didn't pay any attention to him, but took the hand of the representative of the Khmer state and asked amiably, "The Dekong Funan Canal project is the second topic of our Dragon Kingdom's participation in this ASEAN economic meeting. This project will cost approximately $1.8 billion. Is this cost acceptable to you, the Khmer Kingdom?" The representative of the Khmer state is already on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement, not to mention the $1.8 billion. As long as the Dekong Funan Canal can be fixed, it's $18 billion they're willing to do it. The Khmer state does not have a river leading to Westport, although it has its own outlet to the sea in existence. Goods wanting to go out to sea from Westport can only be transported by road or rail, with high freight costs, and if you go by water, you have to pay a lot of tolls to the Annan side. Annam is so black-hearted that it charges a sky-high price of $300 to $500 per container for any ship that sails from Annam. If the export is a product that competes with Annan, Annan will also intentionally delay loading the ship and leave your container at the dock in the wind and sun. But the Khmer nation is clueless, and almost a third of their annual cargo goes out to sea on the Annam side via the Mekong River, getting hammered and necked by Annan for nothing. The Khmer nation dreams of a river that can connect the Mekong River to the sea. Now here Zhang Jingyuan proposed to repair De Chongfu South Canal, which is not happy crazy. After the canal was repaired, not only would they not have to pay Annan a toll, but in turn they could collect the toll themselves. Wouldn't that be beautiful? He immediately replied back, "Ambassador Zhang, there is no problem with the cost. After today's meeting, please be sure to come back to Khmer with me and let's finalize this matter quickly." Ruan Mingguang, on the other hand, stood up, his face full of panic, and kept saying, "Zhang Jingyuan, you can't be like this. This canal cannot be built. I oppose it. We in Annam are firmly against it." Kingston followed suit. "Zhang Jingyuan, we at Eagle Sauce don't agree with this matter either. It must be deliberated in the meeting." Seeing Ruan Mingguang's face become so ugly all of a sudden, the Longhua viewers in the live broadcast room were very surprised. What's the situation? Why did Ruan Mingguang, who was so arrogant just now, become like this all of a sudden? Yeah, how did Zhang Jingyuan take him down with just one word? Why is he reacting so badly when we're building canals for the Khmer nation? What kind of magic did Zhang Jingyuan use, making Ruan Mingguang so out of sorts all of a sudden? Looking even more panicked than when Zhang Jingyuan just said we're going to build a railroad? I really kind of don't see why we're going to build a canal for the Khmer nation when Nguyen Minh Quang is so scared. Like this kind of political gamesmanship, many ordinary people do have some difficulty in understanding it. And the reason why Longhua broadcast the whole meeting in some diplomatic scenes live was so that the audience in Longhua could understand some of the policies of the top management. For example, in the past, when the Dragon Kingdom assisted in building certain countries in the Afrikaner continent, it actually allowed the other side to take a lot of minerals in exchange. However, many people in the Dragon Kingdom are not aware of these situations and question the state. Therefore, the general director of the Dragon TV main broadcasting room was rather puzzled to see the Dragon viewers facing this situation, then immediately began his own control. "I see that many viewers don't understand the significance of what diplomat Zhang just said, so we've specially linked up with Mr. Jean Hemming, an expert in international public relations and a professor of geopolitics, on our live broadcast, and asked him to explain the significance of our country's construction of the Dekong Funan Canal to us." With the clear voice of the hostess, the Dragon TV main station then directly dialed Jean Hemming's phone. After the phone was connected, Jean Hemming's gentle voice came out, and every Dragon Nation person in the broadcast room could clearly hear it. "I'm also following this economic conference in the Central and Southern Peninsula, and Zhang Jingyuan's performance is truly amazing. As for people wondering why Nguyen Minh Quang is so afraid of this Dekong Funam Canal, the reason is actually quite simple. This country, Annan, actually has some wolfish ambitions. They've always wanted to be the boss of the Central South Peninsula, and in order to accomplish this, they've initiated quite a few wars in the past. These are times of relative peace, and with our restraints, Annam doesn't dare to do something easily through force, and the Mekong River outlet is one of the big killers they have on their hands. When the Dukchong Funam Canal is repaired, not only will the Khmer nation have one more outlet to the sea, which can divert a large number of cargo ships from Annam, but it will also lead to a reduction in the amount of water in the Mekong Delta region. It is important to realize that the Mekong Delta region is Annam's largest food-producing plain, and once the Mekong River's water volume decreases, it will seriously affect Annam's food production. Even the Khmer State Sea can in turn build dams upstream to jam Annam's neck. This canal, so to speak, concerns the national fortune of Annam. For Zhang Jingyuan to come up with this way to deal with Annam is truly top-notch strategic thinking. After Kim Hakmyeon's explanation, the Longhua audience then understood why Annam was so anxious after hearing Zhang Jingyuan's words about building a canal for the Khmer nation. They all burst out laughing. "So that's how it is. I get it all when you put it that way. Ha ha, I didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to have such a hand. It's so awesome. Thanks to our mom's great infrastructural skills, this is a job no one else can do. This Dekong Funan Canal is estimated to be similar to our country's Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, isn't it? Now the Annan monkeys aren't jumping? Ruan Mingwang. I didn't expect it. Infrastructure abilities can still be used like this. Change the terrain. Boy. 8 billion is easy to take Annan. If this is by military force, I'm afraid that 180 billion can only be taken care of, right? That's the beauty of geopolitics. That's our mom's bug ability. Comes with a map editor and resets the geo-relations. At the meeting site, after Kingston and Ruan Min Kwong raised their objections, everyone's eyes never left Zheng Jingyuan. The reporter's cameras didn't leave him either, because it's just as Jean Hemming said. It doesn't matter if it's Nguyen Min Kwong or Kingston, or all the delegates present. It is clear in their minds that this canal is not just about the economy of the Khmer state. It, more than anything else, represents the fortunes of the country of Annam. Oppose? Zheng Jingyuan looked as if he had heard the funniest joke. Would it be useful for you, Annan, to oppose? Look at the other countries. Will they object? Zheng Jingyuan said, and a powerful aura that could not be questioned by anyone emerged from his body once again. He pointed at Kingston, dominating. And you, Kingston, who are you to object? Is this your place? What you're going to do now is to keep your mouth shut and watch how we set this thing in motion. Understand? Chapter 26. You have to be strong to be a rebel. Understand? Zheng Jingyuan certainly knew what the construction of the Dekong Funan Canal meant for Annam. It's not just as simple as what Jean Hemming said. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has carried out industrial chain transfer, and many Dragon Kingdom enterprises have built factories in Annan. A big reason for this is the ease of transportation in Annan. But Annan is not a compliant country. Instead, it is getting closer and closer to Eagle Jam. It's only natural for the Dragon Kingdom to knock it down a peg. Once this canal is repaired, coupled with the just said Dragon State Laos and Khmer Kingdom of the three countries through the railroad, the original transfer to Annam industry chain can be completely transferred to Laos and Khmer Kingdom. Labor and other costs over there are lower than in Annan. Transportation problems were also solved by the Dekong Funan Canal. This way it's disguised as kicking Annan out of the trade circle, creating the Circum-Annan economic circle. This way Annam would be more marginalized in the Central South Peninsula both economically and politically, while instead the Khmer state of Laos and Siam would become more and more centralized. Siam is also a very important part of this, and Young Kyung-yoon knows that Siam is a wallflower, which is why he pushes Paka so hard. It's all about getting Siam over. By returning Annam to its rightful place in history, the Dragon Kingdom will be in a better position to strategize throughout Southeast Asia. Therefore, in this matter, Zheng Jingyuan had to be particularly tough in order to do so. Kingston was once again pointed at by Young Kyung-yoon and scolded, but there was still nothing he could do, because the matter of building the canal was decided by the Dragon State and the Khmer State, and against that, it was Annan. You Eagle Jam countries are on the other side of the ocean and come to the Central South Peninsula to oppose people building canals. Isn't this a joke? What's the reason? Therefore Kingston could only hold his tongue and tell Nguyen Min Kwong to hurry up and oppose the matter. Nguyen Min Kwong was certainly anxious, more so than Kingston. Once construction of the canal began, there was no turning back. It also means that all of their Annan's fortunes are going to be changed. So the Khmer state must be stopped at this meeting. So Nguyen Min said with a sullen face, "This canal, must you Khmer Kingdom dig it?" The tone was vaguely threatening. Without waiting for the Khmer representative to reply, Zheng Jingyuan coldly said, "What? You allow your Annam to collect tolls without restraint, and you don't allow the Khmer nation to develop its economy? You, Annam, are too overbearing, aren't you? If you hadn't threatened to raise freight rates, maybe people wouldn't have thought about building the canal? How about that? Didn't think it would ever happen. Did you?" Ruan Mingwang was speechless with dislike from Zheng Jingyuan. It's true that before it was because he provoked it first, and then threatened with the Mekong River outlet rising freight rates in order to make Dragon lose face at the conference. I thought it was a foolproof situation, but I didn't expect it to be Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom behind him. A direct break with the construction of a canal. Nguyen Min Kwong lost without a word. Once the canal is fixed, it will be beneficial to the entire Central South Peninsula. Zheng Jingyuan once again had a mocking smile on his face. Of course, except for you Annan. However, it's no one's fault. Who made you so arrogant and domineering, causing the anger of the sky and the people? You ask the other representatives present whether they agree to build this canal or not? Zheng Jingyuan said, his sharp eyes looking at the representatives of the countries on the scene. The delegates at the scene were all a little frightened by the sweep of Zheng Jingyuan's eyes. After all, Zheng Jingyuan's previous performance was too eye-catching and too strong and domineering. In this venue, both Eagle Jam, Siam and Annam, anyone who messed with Zheng Jingyuan did not end well. Eagle sauce goes without saying, even for Siamese Annam. For ASEAN, they're all considered strong and big countries. 2. These countries hadn't taken any advantage of facing Zheng Jingyuan. so how could they, the even smaller countries, dare to say a word? What's more, throughout the entire meeting, Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom had been firmly occupying the word of reason. Whether Siam or Annam, the consequences now belonged to their own self-inflicted. The construction of the canal was again indeed beneficial to all the other countries of the central and southern peninsula, as young Kyungyun had said. Therefore, none of these representatives had any psychological burden and all of them expressed their agreement. Agreed. We agree that the Dragon Nation will help the Khmer Nation to build the Deccan Funam Canal. Hear that? This is called the hearts of the people. Zheng Jingyuan looked at Ruan Ningguang and shook his head with a disdainful expression. Annam is one of the countries most influenced by the Chinese cultural circle, yet it's out of step with the Dragon Kingdom's Confucian culture, moral code of conduct, and values. Zheng Jingyuan said, walking over to Ruan Ningguang, you have to be strong to rebel. Understand? You're not qualified to talk to me about this matter. Ruan Ningguang, who was in his 50s, was lectured by Zheng Jingyuan like a child, but all he could do was freeze in place with a pale face. There was nothing he could do in the face of the Dragon Kingdom's ability to alter the geomancy. Even with Eagle Jam behind them, they still lost completely and utterly in Annam. Ridiculous just a moment ago. He thought that Longguo and Zheng Jingyuan was the one who lost. Let's just say that no matter what, you can't look down on Rokokua. Kingston also looked like he had swallowed a fly. He was expected to have his hands full on this trip to the Mid-South. Unexpectedly, all the limelight was all taken out by this young man, Zheng Jingyuan. He had faced Zheng Jingyuan himself and lost many times, disliked to the core. Now almost all of the representatives on the scene, as well as the reporters, had only Zheng Jingyuan and Longguo in their eyes. There's no such thing as him as an Eagle Sauce representative anymore. The little brother and Nan, who was supported by one hand, had just shown his head when he was grabbed by Zheng Jingyuan and refined in an instant. The Deccan Funan Canal project has completely strangled the lifeblood of Annam. There was no way for Annan to resist, and even they, the Hawk Sauce, were simply helpless in the face of this situation. This time Kingston's mission to the Central South Peninsula was a failure on all fronts. So to speak, the more he thought about it, the more indignant he became, pulling Ruan Mingguang's arm and whispering, Ruan Mingguang, don't talk about it for now. Let's go back and think about it in the long run. I still have a way. Hawk Sauce was now the only saving grace for Nguyen Min Quang, and hearing Kingston say that made Nguyen Min Quang feel a little better. He nodded, lost in thought, and sat down. Now Siam's Paka was forced by Zheng Jingyuan to agree in humiliation to the request of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Forces to enter the country and fight. And the Dragon Kingdom still holds the trump card of Siamese tourism in its hand. Annan was pressed to death by young Kyun again in one go. Kingston has pretty much played all the cards in his hand, and now the only country that hasn't made a move against the Dragon Kingdom is Luzon. Kingston thought, his eyes involuntarily glancing at Carlos, the representative of Luzon. Carlos, now it's your Luzon's turn to go get him some trouble. I must bring down Zheng Jingyuan today. But what Kingston never expected was that Carlos had been scared out of his wits by Zheng Jingyuan's performance. This, coupled with Eagle Sauce's clinical escape earlier, made Carlos not dare to directly face Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom at all now. He gave a dry laugh, babbling away in a patronizing manner. Ha ha, that, Mr. Kingston. I don't think there's any need to say that on this occasion, right? Why don't we go back and discuss what to do? There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. It's called staying in the green hills, not being afraid of having no firewood to burn. How about you sail your carrier battle group to the South China Sea to personally hype up the situation? Kingston was furious with Carlos for this clinical escape. His eyes widened and he held a few syllables in his mouth. Carlos, you coward, asshole. Chapter 27 Extreme Shock. Since Zheng Jingyuan's performance in this meeting was just too bright, all the delegates in the room looked at him, wanted to see what other proposals Dragon had. None of them dared to speak freely until Zheng Jingyuan had spoken, afraid of which decision to mess with the Dragon Kingdom. After messing with Zheng Jingyuan, by Zheng Jingyuan in the meeting hall in public face. After all, Siam and Annam are right there in the foreground. Zheng Jingyuan knew that Lu Songhua had always worn the same pants as Eagle Jam, and had just seen Carlos and Kingston muttering over there. Now see Carlos sitting there motionless. Zheng Jingyuan then deliberately asked, Mr. Carlos, do you have any proposals from your Luzon country regarding this meeting? Carlos was swept away by Zheng Jingyuan's eyes. His heart went straight to his chest and he immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, we don't have any proposal in Luzon. Ambassador Zhang, ask another country. When Jiaomu, who was on the side, heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Hey, the Luzon country actually doesn't pick a fight anymore. They would have definitely jumped out at this time before. He is afraid. Zheng Jingyuan smiled slightly. His choice now. Very smart. Jiaomu couldn't help but sigh at his words. Zheng Jingyuan said this with such confidence that it bordered on arrogance. But that's just the way it is. Jiaomu had to admit it. These countries are really just more afraid of authority than they are of virtue. Previously, the diplomacy of the Dragon Kingdom had always been gentle, and the representatives of small countries like Carlos had instead gone around pulling the wool over the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom and giving it a hard time. And now after Zhang Jingyuan suppressed Siam as well as Annam in one fell swoop with a thunderbolt, Carlos was honest instead. Not only Carlos, but the representatives of the countries on the scene, one by two, were now sitting upright. It's like being a schoolboy in class. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan was like looking at a teacher, fearing that Zhang Jingyuan would point them out. Perhaps our foreign policy and direction should really change. Zhang Jingyuan, this guy, I guess he is going to be reused. Zhao Mu thought silently in his heart. Seeing that Carlos didn't come out to make trouble, Zhang Jingyuan then continued, "We have no more topics for the Dragon Kingdom now, so please, delegates, continue to cooperate and discuss on your own economic issues." After Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, he returned to his seat and sat down with a big grin. It was not until this time that the representatives of the ASEAN countries dared to discuss in whispers about economic cooperation among themselves. Many countries, on their own initiative, offered to give some of their country's infrastructure projects to the Dragon Kingdom. This was simply unimaginable before. Companies in the Dragon Kingdom often have to go through a lot of bidding and compete with many international companies to get these projects. Many people knew in their hearts that all of this was because Zhang Jingyuan, the Iron Fist of the Dragon Kingdom, had made the people attending the meeting feel afraid. In their eyes, Zhang Jingyuan might not be a vindictive person, but they didn't dare to gamble in case Zhang Jingyuan was harboring a grudge, and casually exerted some tactics like he did with Annan. That kind of cost is more than a small country like theirs can afford. Zhang Jingyuan is currently the real dominant player in this meeting, and he earned it all. It started as soon as I got off the plane and it's been going on ever since. Zhang Jingyuan's performance had conquered everyone. The meeting also went very well after Carlos' proclivities. In the face of the goodwill shown by those countries, Zhang Jingyuan did not deny it. It was just a faint statement that he would not care much about these projects as you talk about them yourselves. That's what made the many delegates put their heads down. Soon the meeting was nearing its end as well. Kingston knew the jig was up and didn't say anything more at the meeting. Moreover, he now had some feelings of fear towards Zhang Jingyuan. Paka saw that it was about time and stood up. Although he was embarrassed by Zhang Jingyuan, he was the host after all. Still need to moderate the flow of the meeting. Otherwise, the entire meeting was dominated by Dragon Envoy Zhang Jingyuan, and that would be too humiliating to spread. Guests, it's getting late and you've pretty much talked, so please take a short break and then move to the banquet hall, where we in Siam will prepare a sumptuous and delicious meal for you all. Just then, Zhang Jingyuan, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke out once again. "Oh yeah, I just forgot to mention that we, the Dragon Kingdom, have always abhorred those electric fraudsters. Today, though, we knocked out Mayawati in eastern Burma as well as part of the wire fraud park in Siam, but there may be other extortionists in the future. In other countries in Southeast Asia, building extortion parks. I ask you to remember one thing. These electric extortionists, they bring in evil, and as I just said, you can't develop an economy properly under the soil of evil. Therefore, I am here to solemnly warn all of you not to take in any wire fraudsters. There is some black money that cannot be made. If we, the Dragon Kingdom, discover any electric extortionists appearing in any of the countries here, we will inevitably take action. And when that happens, don't blame me for not warning you all in advance." Zhang Jingyuan's voice was not loud, but it silenced all the delegates. Almost all of them stated in unison, "Don't worry, Ambassador Zhang, we will never take in any wire fraudsters." He had seen Zhang Jingyuan's iron-fisted approach. They don't want to be like Siam. When the time comes, they'll be ridden by young Kyung-yoon with special operations forces and drones to their own country's territory. That's a big impact. Seeing that the representatives of the various countries were so cooperative, Zhang Jingyuan revealed a satisfied smile. "Good for you all. I hope you remember what was said today and we will all have bright futures," Zhang Jingyuan said and glanced at Kingston. In addition, when everyone goes to the banquet later, the crowd is inevitably chaotic. So everyone should remember their position and not stand in the wrong line. It's not what it used to be, now that Eagle sauce is in. Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking and walked outside without looking back. The whole thing looked dashing. Only a group of representatives from ASEAN countries were left staring at each other in disbelief. They actually have quite a few bikers who secretly browbeat Eagle Jam, or he couldn't hear the meaning in Zhang Jingyuan's words. Zhang Jingyuan is using the banquet seats to point them out. Tell them to stop dealing with Eagle Jam or Annan is the downfall, and that Eagle sauce is not what it used to be is really dominating. Kingston's entire face turned ironic when he heard this. Originally, wherever Kingston went before, everyone would greet him with smiles and respect, but now it's better. Those ASEAN delegates who were incredibly enthusiastic about him before the meeting started don't even dare to talk to him now. Straight away Kingston left Kingston out in the cold and just left in a hurry. And it's all thanks to that diplomat named Young Kyung-yoon. Mom messed with Fark. Zhang Jingyuan, you wait for me. Don't think you're winning. I'll get you sooner or later. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan's departing back, Kingston's eyes grew thicker and thicker with gloom. Chapter 28. The meeting ended with a bang, with all parties talking about it. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's final warning, the Dragon Nation viewers in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station directly boiled over. Originally, Zhang Jingyuan's knocking out of Mayawati and Siam's electric fraud park was enough to make everyone adore him. Now it is even on the floor, forcefully warning various countries in Southeast Asia, tell them not to take in any more wire fraudsters. This has made many of the Dragon viewers, who have been victimized by telecom fraud, clap their hands and bounce their heads in unparalleled joy. Hard, really hard. Never have I seen our diplomats so hard before. Today I've finally seen the overbearing side of our Dragon Kingdom's diplomats. It's so great. No wonder Hawk Jam liked to run roughshod over people before. So this feels so good? Question Hawk Jam. Understand Hawk Jam. Become Hawk Jam. Wrong. Our ambassador Zhang is not the same as Eagle Sauce. Eagle Sauce is purely bullying, taking a laundry to beat people, but our ambassador Zhang is a reasonable and convincing person. Is it awesome, my Fuchi? This is really my brother Yuchi. It's never been this cool. Brother Fuchi did it. You didn't see the expressions on the faces of the representatives of those countries in Southeast Asia. It was wonderful. I guess they were scared. Ambassador Young Kyung-yun has succeeded in bringing back the fear of various countries in Southeast Asia that their ancestors were dominated by the Dragon Kingdom. The way Zhang Jingyuan said that was so overbearing that it really made my scalp tingle. Brother Yuchi is really quite a bit like our great Han Messenger. Crazy beyond measure, but people just can't do anything about him. Ha ha, who was the one who said that Eagle Sauce was a tough nut to crack on behalf of Kingston in the first place? Why do I think he looks like a retard in front of Ambassador Young Kyung-yun? It's purely because Ambassador Young Kyung-yun is awesome. Kingston used a lot of tricks, but they were all perfectly neutralized by Ambassador Young Kyung-yun. This is the kind of diplomat we have in the Dragon Kingdom. This is the attitude our Dragon Kingdom should have. This show is so good. I'm definitely going to follow it from now on. Where there's Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, there's me. God is also too unfair. Why would it create such a perfect man, who is not only handsome and dashing, but also has outstanding abilities, and most importantly, in the face of all sorts of emergencies, yet can perfectly resolve them and ensure the interests of the country? When Ambassador Young Kyung-yun first took the diplomatic podium, I even sent a pop-up questioning him, and now that I think about it, I really want to smack myself in the mouth. It was a great watch, all right, but I wonder if Young Kyung-yun will still be able to swim in the face of a more powerful country in more high-pressure situations? Indeed, we can't rejoice too soon. Eagle Jam on behalf of Kingston will definitely not stop. They will probably target us and Ambassador Young Kyung-yun again. Let's see what happens in the aftermath. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom, foreigners who were following the meeting in the live streams of every other major country, all of them were also talking about all of Zhang Jingyuan's behavior. This Zhang Jingyuan is the strongest diplomat I've ever seen. He's not only strong, he's smart. Didn't you guys realize that the whole meeting was basically under his control? Hawk Jam sending Kingston to this meeting was definitely a failure. Kingston's ability is simply not enough to fight against Young Kyung-yun. Are you serious? Kingston is a veteran who's been hanging out in Asia. He's definitely the best candidate. I just didn't realize that Dragon Kingdom had produced such a talent as Zhang Jingyuan. Talent? It's the talent. You guys just look at Zhang Jingyuan's performance. He's still so young, and he's shown such ease in this kind of large-scale regional meeting. Let him develop for a few more years. The consequences are unimaginable. Oh, judging from Zhang Jingyuan's performance in this meeting, there will definitely be a major shift in the Dragon Kingdom's foreign diplomatic strategy afterward, and we need to prepare for it in advance. Is another new star about to rise? I'm looking forward to Young Kyung-yun's growth after this. Immediately after the conference, journalists from various countries wrote articles based on the conference and the images captured at the conference. The major media, all of them reported the iron fist of Zhang Jingyuan, this new diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom, at the first time. BBC, strong pressure, silence in the room. Rational analysis of whether the tactics of Zhang Jingyuan, the new diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom, are justified. CNN, Dragon Nation's special forces unveiled, paired with drones to show amazing strength. Zhang Jingyuan's meeting place is proud of the crowd. Will the Dragon Kingdom set off a new round of crisis in Southeast Asia? AFP, talking the talk. Truly, you will be punished even though you are far away. Dragon Kingdom diplomat Zhang Jingyuan's iron-blooded tactics suppressed the entire scene. In one fell swoop, Mayawati was flattened. Reuters, breathtaking aura. Dragon's new diplomat puts extreme pressure on Siam's PM, easily takes down Annam's representative, and Eagle Sauce Kingston remains powerless with all his firepower. Washington Post, disgraceful rout. Kingston faces new dragon diplomat in total defeat. NYT, is it time to revisit diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation, whose diplomats are ironic and overbearing? The headlines of these media reports are different, but the kernel of the story is more or less the same. All of them were marveling at the strength that the Dragon Kingdom had shown in this meeting and the tactics that Zhang Jingyuan had used to navigate his way through it. In conjunction with the many media shots of Zhang Jingyuan's aura of swallowing the mountains and reigning over the world at the venue, as well as Kingston's dismay, Paka's helplessness, Nguyen Min Kwang's panic, and other expressions, it further accentuates Young Kyun-yoon's personal charm. Various overwhelming reports instantly made Zhang Jingyuan famous. People from many countries knew the name of Zhang Jingyuan, the new diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the people from the Eagle Jam country where they're talking about how Young Kyun-yoon had come out of nowhere and directly finished off Kingston. All of them have been asking for the Eagle Jam Congress, and they must find a way to get it back. Not only ordinary people, but even many of the country's top figures knew of Zhang Jingyuan's great name. It can be said that after this battle, Zhang Jingyuan has become famous in the world. Eagle Sauce, Washington, Secretary of State Amblin, who had already received the news from Kingston, threw away the newspaper in his hand, a playful smile on his face. Ha, Zhang Jingyuan is it, actually single-handedly destroyed our plans in Southeast Asia. A bit interesting. The second secretary sitting beside him laughed along with him. What, do you think you've met your match, a rival? Amblin looked disdainful. Does he deserve it? Just thought it might not be so boring later. The Undersecretary of State looked with reverence at the man before him, who was indeed qualified to say such things. When it comes to competence, Kingston doesn't even deserve to give Amblin a leg up. During Amblin's tenure as Secretary of State for Eagle Sauce, he was virtually unbeatable when it came to diplomacy. Not only have they solved several major diplomatic problems, but they have also used a variety of tactics to rein in the various minions of Eagle Jam, and single-handedly stirring up the whole situation over there in the Middle East. Making color revolutions is also in his wheelhouse. Amblin is definitely someone who could go down in the history books of Hawk Jam when it comes to foreign international relations as a whole. He also did have the capital to look down on Zhang Jingyuan, a brat. Seeing how confident Amblin was, the State Department's undersecretary couldn't help but ask, so what should we do now? Inform the CIA to gather intelligence on Young Kyun-yoon, and also send Hudson to Southeast Asia to assist Kingston. His performance disappoints me. Chapter 29, Decision of the Higher-Ups. Stars of the dinner party. In the Dragon Kingdom's capital, seeing Zhang Jingyuan perform so perfectly, Zhang Yi was also finally letting go of his heart. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian and deliberately said, Qin Tian, this performance of my son, it should not be bad, right? Qin Tian, as an official of the rank of Shangshu, didn't get angry because of this point, but smiled. Jingyuan did perform well. Not only did he allow our layout in Southeast Asia to proceed perfectly, but he also dealt a severe blow to Eagle Sauce and Annam's Flames. Old Zhang, Wang Quan smiled back. You've cultivated a good talent for our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I can relax a lot in the future. As the foreign minister, Wang Quan was probably the second most careful observer of Zhang Jingyuan besides Zhang Yi. Wang Quan had carefully analyzed everything Zhang Jingyuan said and did at the meeting. After all, Zhang Jingyuan was from his foreign ministry. He was also very satisfied with Zhang Jingyuan now. Pavilion Elder Su Jin, as one of the top few leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, did not hide his praise for Zhang Jingyuan's performance at this time. Grace and authority. I see that Zhang Jingyuan is quite like some of our predecessors. Old Zhang you, the position of commander of this military region, was retained by your son? Ha ha. When Su Jin finished speaking, several people laughed along with him. After laughing, Qin Tian said, uprooting the electric fraud park, building railroads, and constructing the Dekong Funan Canal to threaten Annam are just the first step in the strategy of Southeast Asia. The Eagle Sauce side is not expected to stop, and we'll have to follow up with more defense. Su Jin nodded. That's for sure. Don't look at the fact that we now hold the initiative, but we can't take it lightly. There still needs to be a powerful figure sitting over there in case there are changes. It won't make me go to Southeast Asia, right? Wang Quan smiled at his words. Don't you want to kill a chicken with a bull's knife? It's too condescending to let you go, Su Jin said, glancing at Zhang Yi. Old Zhang, I want Jingyuan to remain in Southeast Asia, to stabilize the situation. What do you think? Although Zhang Yi wanted his son to stay in the capital, he also knew that Su Jin actually valued Zhang Jingyuan's ability, proposed to let him continue to stay in Southeast Asia. One is that this meeting Zhang Jingyuan showed the Iron Fist, shocked the Southeast Asian countries. At this time it is just to strike while the iron is hot. Another person to go, perhaps not that effect. Secondly, it was also to continue to examine Zhang Jingyuan's ability. When it comes to his son's future, Zhang Yi naturally can't refuse. So returned, no problem. I'll talk to him, but Su Lao, this son of mine often has some pie-in-the-sky ideas, such as this time to deal with the electric fraud park proposed plan. If there is anything he needs our cooperation with in the future, I hope you will agree. Su Jin was non-committal and smiled slightly. I understand what you mean. If his idea is in line with our country's interests, I will naturally agree to it. But if it's too dangerous, I will also consider the international implications. Lao Zhang. As the commander of the military region, there are some things that you can still decide for yourself. Zhang Yi immediately understood Su Jin's meaning, and with his words, it was a good thing. Elder Su, I know. After talking about business, Su Jin's expression relaxed and he looked at a few people, suddenly feeling emotional. You are all pillars of the country. You have quite a lot of things to do on weekdays. It's rare to get together today. Why don't you go to my compound, and we'll have a drink? Several people naturally would not spoil Su Jin's pleasure, and they all agreed in one breath. While a few of the bigwigs were drinking green ants and new grains of wine over a small red clay fireplace, the dinner party in Siam was in full swing. When Zhang Jingyuan walked into the banquet hall, the representatives of the various countries who were originally talking in low voices with their wine glasses almost all stopped and kept sizing up Zhang Jingyuan. There were also countless flashing lights going off and on. There was no other reason than because Zhang Jingyuan was indeed too dazzling. At this point, he was not wearing a more formal suit. Instead, he wore a tuxedo with a rich new Chinese style, which showed off his sword-browed, starry-eyed, dignified demeanor completely. This dinner was not like a formal meeting, it was attended by many famous women and noble women from Southeast Asia. At this moment, when she saw the handsome Zhang Jingyuan, her eyes unavoidably swung up. The representative of the Khmer state, at the first opportunity, greeted him with a smile on his face. Ambassador Zhang, you're here. Why don't you sit on my side? What would you like to drink? I'll pour it for you. The fawning look of the Khmer state was very understandable to the representatives of other countries. After all, De Chongfu South Canal, this project is too important. In their place, they will also be sure to bow to Zhang Jingyuan. In addition to the representative of the Khmer state, the representative of the Burmese state, Ong Min, also walked up to Zhang Jingyuan with a face of admiration and struck up a conversation with him. In stark contrast to the star-studded young Kyunyun was Kingston. Paka, as the head of the host, naturally couldn't follow Kingston all the time. Carlos may have done so because he refused Kingston's request for him to make a scene at the meeting. Now there was some fear, so he found an excuse to run off and talk to the representative of Java about cooperation. Right now, all he had by his side was Nguyen Min Kwong. Everyone else either simply came over and gave him a quick hello and left. Either that or they didn't even pay attention to him at all. This annoyed Kingston to no end. Once again he felt that feeling of being left out in the cold. The feeling was very upsetting to him. Nguyen Min Kwong, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about whether or not he got any attention. The most important thing now was to find a way to stop Zhang Jingyuan and Longhua from building the Dechong Funan Canal. He asked Kingston once again, Mr. Kingston, if the Dragon Kingdom insists on helping the Khmer Kingdom build the canal, what should we do? When Kingston heard Ruan Mingguang's words, he then withdrew his jealous gaze from Zhang Jingyuan. Nguyen Min Kwong, don't worry, I've already made a report on this side of the situation, and now our Eagle Sauce executives are discussing this matter, and we'll have a result soon. Even though Kingston swore his assurances here, Nguyen Min Kwong was still a bit uneasy. He hesitated and suddenly said, Mr. Kingston, don't you think it's strange? Strange? What's strange? Kingston asked rhetorically, somewhat baffled by Ruan Mingguang's words. Regarding the behavior against RNM, there was no movement at all before, but now it was suddenly said at this economic conference. Nguyen Min Kwong frowned. I always feel that there is something fishy here. What's so fishy about this? Kingston wanted to comfort and console Ruan Mingguang, but he realized that Zhang Jingyuan was looking at his side with a smirk. He seemed to think of something and froze for a moment. It's not right. 9 out of 10. Whether it's building a railroad or the Deschongfu Nan Canal project, it is simply impossible to say that a project of this magnitude is decided down. It's very likely that the Dragon Kingdom had already planned and set up in advance. It is possible that this visit to the economic conference in the central and southern peninsula was intended to target Siam and Annam, especially Annan. Rococo had been upset that Annan had gotten too close to Hawk Jam lately. However, I am afraid that if the Dekong Funan Canal project is announced directly at the meeting, it will not receive so much support, and to throw this weight around in the face of deliberate provocation by Annan and an increase in tolls, the Dragon Kingdom would have everyone's support. There will be no pressure on international public opinion. Could it be that? A thought popped into Kingston's mind that made him feel as if he was on ice. Everything that happened at the meeting was planned in advance by this man named Zhang Jingyuan? All the various countermeasures by himself and Annan were expected by him? Or even, Zhang Jingyuan was deliberately deliberately provoking himself, then letting himself command Wan Mingwang and crashing headlong into this big net he was weaving? Chapter 30. Getting young Kyung-yoon to the foreign ministry was probably the best thing I ever did. This sudden thought struck Kingston with some fear. He shook his head quickly, shaking those thoughts away, then mentally reassured himself. Don't think too much. Jung Jingyuan is just a youngster who got lucky. How could he have such a deep city? Ha! Scare yourself. Young Kyung-yoon, who was located in the center of the dinner party, did not know what Kingston was thinking. He was now very affable as he exchanged pleasantries with those many representatives of ASEAN countries that surrounded him. Although these countries may be secretly swaying between the two sides, at least on the surface, they have not shown any obvious hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom. This is the time to pull them together. Kingston was not wrong in thinking that Jung Jingyuan, as a top strategic master, had already planned and laid out everything. He knew exactly when to be overbearing and when to be wistful. Grace is the way to go. Almost every one of the delegates surrounding Jung Jingyuan could then feel that Jung Jingyuan was obviously completely different from the daytime meeting. He was gentle, well-spoken, and talked to everyone. The representatives of many countries were even surprised to find that Jung Jingyuan knew a little bit about the humanities and customs of their countries. Talking with Jung Jingyuan had a feeling like a spring breeze. Everyone felt the distinctive charisma of Jung Jingyuan's personality. This discovery made the representatives of the ASEAN countries feel even more that Jung Jingyuan was not simple. He showed qualities that only a top diplomat would have. Many of them were already thinking of reminding their leaders to make sure to have good relations with the Dragon Kingdom and Jung Jingyuan after they returned home. After all, becoming friends with such a person was much more enjoyable than becoming enemies. Kingston and Min Kwon-win are nestled in the corner right now. This is what happens when you become enemies with young Kyung-yoon. No one wants to be like the two of them, become the next object of Jung Jingyuan's authority. There were constantly people toasting with Jung Jingyuan, and even Zhao Mu became a backdrop. Jung Jingyuan once again became the absolute protagonist of the banquet. There are even a lot of Southeast Asian celebrities and noble women, quietly looking for Jung Jingyuan to get contact information. When the dinner was over, on the way back Zhao Mu couldn't help but joked, Jingyuan, you can be considered a teenager famous now. Foreign journalists are all reporting on you. How is it? It doesn't feel bad, right? Jung Jingyuan didn't have a hint of complacency. Instead, he shook his head and said, in fact, it's not good to be too famous. Everything you do will be stared at with a magnifying glass, and once you make some mistakes, they will be magnified infinitely. Zhao Mu didn't expect Jung Jingyuan to say such mature and old words despite being so young. He was once again impressed with Jung Jingyuan. No arrogance. Jingyuan, you really make me a little confused. Unexpectedly, Jung Jingyuan suddenly smiled playfully. But I won't make a mistake. At least, not now. Yeah, you kid, playing tricks on me. Zhao Mu first froze, then laughed out. I just said you're not arrogant, but you're just pretending for me here, aren't you? Ha ha, Zhao, you need to smile more. Look at your eyebrows are almost joined together. That's still a lot of worrying. What? You think I'm old? Zhao Mu first glared at Jung Jingyuan, then couldn't help but laugh. But it's good now. You shared a lot for me this time. Jung Jingyuan lamented in his heart that the Dragon Kingdom had been facing a severe international environment since its founding. It's also true that it hasn't been easy for the diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom to come through generation after generation. Even the third in command of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs like Zhao Mu has been walking on thin ice and being careful. Seeing that Jung Jingyuan did not speak, Zhao Mu asked with some concern, why don't you speak? Are you thinking about what to do next? Yes. Jung Jingyuan collected his thoughts and followed Zhao Mu's words down. Eagle Jam has always wanted to return to Southeast Asia and threaten our country's Ijo Island. And this time, even though we won a small victory, they definitely won't let up. There will surely be another move to follow, and we must be careful to watch out for it. That's for sure. And Annam won't just let it go so easily. After all, the advantage of water transportation is just too great. Zhao Mu nodded his head in deep thought. Access to the sea is too important to them. Speaking here, Zhao Mu exuded a slightly regretful expression. In our northeastern region, it would be nice if there was an outlet to the sea from the Tumun River. Jung Jingyuan understood why Zhao Mu had a regretful expression because the Dragon Kingdom used to have an outlet to the sea, but it was taken over by Big Mao in recent times. Brother Zhao, just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. The world situation is changing rapidly, and with things like this, who's to say? Zhang Jingyuan's expression was serious when he said this, and he already had a vague goal after crossing over. That was to utilize his status as a diplomat to help the Dragon Kingdom pull in as many allies as possible, seize resources, and expand its strength. And restoring the previous version of the Dragon Kingdom's autumn leaves was also one of his goals. Zhao Mu looked at Jung Jingyuan with some surprise. He saw an unrivaled determination in this young man's eyes. In this instant, he really felt that Zhang Jingyuan's words were achievable. Jingyuan, It wasn't Zhang Jingyuan's style to talk too much before things were done. Now all he had to do was take one step at a time and take his time. So Zhang Jingyuan didn't pick up Zhao Mu's words and change the topic. Brother Zhao, go back and get some rest. The situation in Southeast Asia, it hasn't stabilized yet. We still have to meet the next wave of challenges. Zhao Mu's heart once again turned 100 times. The surprises that Zhang Jingyuan, this young man, had given him were just too many. Getting young Kyungyun to the foreign ministry was perhaps the best thing I've ever done in my life. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan's back, Zhao Mu muttered. After returning to his room, Zhang Jingyuan received a video call from Zhang Shishue. As soon as the video was connected, Zhang Shishue's voice that was both delicate and lively came over. Son, your performance in the past 2 days has been really fantastic. Those foreign reporters have been reporting on you. Mom has read several reports about you. So handsome. Mommy is proud of you. The corner of Zhang Jingyuan's mouth twitched twice. Mom, you're reading less AFP reports. They shoot everyone like that. Who said that? I read more than AFP. I read AP too. They're all praising you. Your dad's happy too. He's had a lot to drink today. My dad drinks? Zhang Jingyuan knew that his dad had been drinking very little lately, and now that he suddenly heard this news, he was a bit surprised. At this time Zhang Yi appeared in the middle of the screen, and it was obvious that he was very happy. Accompanying the old leader to drink some. Jingyuan, you've performed very well, and now Elder Su has decided to let you stay over in the Central South Peninsula for the time being to deal with Eagle Jam and Annan's next counterattack. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's bashful face, Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, how come you don't even have a bit of a surprised expression? I've already guessed it. Zhang Jingyuan smiled. Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of it. You can't take this lightly. Zhang Yi had a serious look on his face. Eagle Jam will probably send even more powerful characters over. You've got a big burden on your shoulders. Stabilizing Southeast Asia and making sure that the Deccan-Funan Canal project moves forward. And facing the challenge of Eagle Jam. Wow, I have to do so many things. So what's the benefit? No. Zhang Jingyuan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Good boy. Working for the country and still talking about benefits. Zhang Yi laughed and scolded. When it's done, you'll naturally be missing out. With his own parents, Zhang Jingyuan was also playful like a child. I know. I'm just kidding. Zhang Yi was serious. Son, Su Lao also quite valued you. The above is trying to find ways to strategize Southeast Asia. This thing is done. You are expected to have a new identity. What identity? Custodian of the Annan capital, commander of the southwestern government, control of the southwestern military, false battle axe, governor of the waterways and transportation, and governor of the transfer of the South Seas. Zhang Jingyuan froze. Whoa, so fierce? Zhang Yi laughed. I'm just kidding. Hooray, Dad. You don't bully people like that. Just do a little of this thing. Want to be a bigger official than your old man. Dream on. Hurry up and give me a good solution to Southeast Asia back to the capital. Otherwise your mother cannot see you have to scream again. Gotcha. The family laughed inside the video at the same time. Meanwhile, a special plane took off quietly from Washington in the darkness of night and headed in the direction of Saigon. Annam. Chapter 31, Saigon Conspiracy. Hawk Jam's response. Saigon. Annam. A spacious conference room with Kingston and Carlos, as well as Nguyen Min Kwong and others, is sitting over there discussing something. Mr. Kingston, do you have any plans on the Eagle Sauce side? As far as I know, Zhang Jingyuan has already traveled to the Khmer Kingdom. Nguyen Min Kwong asked with a sad face. The decision to vote for Hawk Jam was his. The partnership with Eagle Jam was also made possible by him. At that time, he also put in a lot of effort to convince the top brass in Annam. It did get some benefit from Eagle Jam at first, but these benefits are nothing compared to the impact of the construction of the canal by the Khmer state. Many people within Annam are now impeaching him, saying that it was because he angered the Dragon Kingdom by speaking out of turn at the ASEAN Economic Council. That's what created this situation. Now the top brass in Annam have also given him a death warrant if he can't handle this properly. He probably won't be able to keep his crown. Maybe it's more than just the upsy. There's a good chance of a jail sentence coming too. Therefore Nguyen Min Kwong was quite anxious. Kingston frowned and thought for a long time before he said, I have an idea that you, Luzon and Annam, will conduct a joint military exercise together to threaten the Dragon Kingdom's withdrawal from the project of the Dekong-Funan Canal. Carlos was holding a glass of water ready to drink when he heard this and choked on it, coughing violently. It was hard to slow down, and Carlos asked with a bitter face, Mr. Kingston, is this working? He was actually tempted to say that it wouldn't do any good for you Hawkmasters to come down and conduct military maneuvers yourselves. What's the point of us, small countries, conducting military exercises? Of course it works, Kingston said with certainty. The Khmer is just a small country, and the Dragon Kingdom will surely weigh the pros and cons. Just then the door was pushed open and a rugged-looking white man walked in. Upon seeing Kingston, the man grinned. Kingston, I didn't expect you to be so useless that you were actually teased by a brat. Did you spend too much time in the gentle land of Sakura country? When Kingston heard this, not only did he not get angry, but he screamed in surprise. Hudson, what are you doing here? Hudson walked over to the table, pulled his chair out from underneath it, and sat down on his ass. Amblin was disappointed in your performance at the ASEAN meeting, so he sent me over to wipe your ass. A hint of joy passed over Kingston's face. Hudson was his former comrade in arms in the CIA and was quite a capable man. With his help, he could surely give Annan, and also himself, a chance to get back on his feet. Hudson, don't underestimate that man named Zheng Jingyuan. He's quite something. Hudson, however, was a bit dismissive. I watched the meeting live. He's just a bit more mouthy. How does that make you so scornful? Kingston was a bit anxious and said, I'm serious. Don't ever underestimate Zheng Jingyuan. LOL. You'd know if you had the chance to face him. Alright, enough about him. Hudson waved his hand. Let's discuss how we can sabotage the Dragon Kingdom's plan to build a canal to the Khmer Kingdom. Nguyen Min Quang squealed with delight when he heard this. Mr. Hudson, do you have any good ideas? Hudson glanced at Kingston and asked, have you guys worked out anything yet? Carlos hurriedly returned. Mr. Kingston said for us to conduct joint military exercises as a way to threaten the Dragon Kingdom. Threaten the Dragon Kingdom? Just rely on them Luzon and Annan? Hudson laughed. Kingston, now I finally realize why you were fooled by that Zheng Jingyuan. It's not just them, we can call Kangaroo Nation alone. Kingston argued. You can't threaten the Dragon Kingdom even if you call up the entire Orcus Alliance. Hudson shook his head. Carlos wasn't a fan of any military exercises in the first place, and he was terrified of offending the Dragon Kingdom head-on again. At this moment, hearing Hudson say this, Carlos concurred. I think Mr. Hudson is right. Military drills are of little use to the Dragon Kingdom. We'd better not have military drills. Who said no military drills? Hudson interrupted Carlos. Military drills we're still going to have. Hudson's words made everyone a bit confused, and Ruan Mingwang asked cautiously, Mr. Hudson, didn't you say that the military exercises couldn't threaten the Dragon Kingdom? We can't threaten the Dragon Kingdom, but we can threaten the Khmer Kingdom. Hudson glanced at Carlos Nguyen Min Quang and the others with a sense of superiority. Nguyen Min Quang and Carlos froze at once. You mean? That's right. Hudson's face showed a few dribbling expressions. I think you've all got one thing wrong. The canal is something that the Khmer Nation wants to build. The Dragon Kingdom is just there to help them. If the Khmer Nation doesn't want to build this canal anymore, does the Dragon Kingdom still have to forcibly run to the Khmer to build it? The key point of this project is in the Khmer, not the Dragon Kingdom. Your thinking, from the beginning, is wrong. Hudson's words enlightened several people. Kingston slapped his thigh and said, right, why do we threaten the Dragon Kingdom? As long as we get the Khmer to back off, it's over. Hudson, it's still you who has a good head on your shoulders. So, our actions are going to target the Khmer Nation. Hudson continued, my idea is that on the one hand, several of your countries hold joint military exercises to threaten the Khmer Nation. On the other hand, create public opinion and speculate that the Dragon State has bad intentions towards the canal project. Make people in the Khmer Kingdom lose trust in the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, we need to rope in someone high up in the Khmer state to cooperate with us. The more Nguyen Min Quang listens, the more excited he gets. This Hudson that Hawk Jam sent over is really too strong. In a few words, he solved the problem that had been bothering him for a long time. With the help of this Hudson and these approaches he has come up with, Nguyen Min Quang was certain that he would be able to sabotage the cooperation between the Khmer Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. He was filled with gratitude as he grabbed Hudson's hand. Mr. Hudson, I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. After this is accomplished, the matter of your Eagle Sauce wanting to build a base in our Annam is on me. Wait, Kingston seemed to remember something at this time. Hudson, it's not good for us to pull the strings of the top people of the Khmer Nation, is it? Forget what we did before? Hudson had a winning expression on his face. I already had someone in mind. Among the top brass of the Khmer Kingdom, there is someone who has studied on our side of the Eagle Sauce, and is very favorable to our Eagle Sauce. Who? Kingston asked curiously. Son of the Khmer Prime Minister, Hong Rai, Hudson said, pulling a stack of information out of his pocket and tossing it onto the table. Here's his profile, take a good look at it, and when you're done, it's time to get started. Kingston looked at Hudson, whose aura was all over the place, and said with some envy, Hudson, you've become a completely different person after entering Congress. These were well taught by Mr. Amblin. Hudson blankly glanced at Kingston. When you were first asked to join me, and you wouldn't, Hudson said with a look of immense admiration. Mr. Amblin is truly our Eagle Sauce's prime white jade pillar, the purple and gold beam that frames the sea. I have learned so much by following him. Looking at Hudson's expression, a thought inexplicably popped into Kingston's mind. I wonder how Amblin would look against that Zheng Jingyuan. Chapter 32. We're here to cooperate, not to be charitable. Soon after the meeting in Siam, appointments came down from the capital. Let Zheng Jingyuan travel to the Khmer Kingdom to negotiate and promote the Deccan Phunam Canal project. Although at the meeting, the Khmer state representative agreed to the project at once. But after all, it's such a big project, and there are still many details that need to be communicated between the two sides. Because Zheng Jingyuan was still a newcomer after all, the capital side still allowed Zhao Mu to accompany Zheng Jingyuan for the time being. Once the initial cooperation was finalized, Zhao Mu would leave first to visit other places. Khmer country Zheng Jingyuan is not particularly familiar with. Only know that this place belongs to the poorer places in Southeast Asia. The other is that famously ruthless Pol Pot, as well as what quite a few people in the Dragon Kingdom know. The suspicion is that it's a bit too urbanized for this terrain. While on the airplane, Zhao Mu was also introducing Zheng Jingyuan to the situation within the Khmer country. The Khmer state is a constitutional monarchy whose main leaders are the king and the prime minister. But power is largely centralized in the hands of the prime minister because he is in charge of military power. The current prime minister of Khmer is called Hong Mu, and is closer to our Dragon Kingdom. But he is older and has recently intended to pass the position of prime minister to his son. His son's name is Hong Lai, and he studied on the Eagle Jam side, so he has some ambiguity with the Eagle Jam side. Zhao Mu's face became serious as he said, "The key to Dechong Funan Canal this time lies in this Hong Nai." Studied on the Eagle Jam side? Zheng Jingyuan repeated. Then there's a good chance that Eagle Jam's side will fight for him. Yes, that's why we have to pay special attention to Hong Lai. Aha! Zheng Jingyuan nodded and closed his eyes and thought. The situation in the central and southern peninsula was indeed quite complicated now, and apart from Laos, which was relatively close to the Dragon Kingdom, none of the others were very worrying. Now Luzon and Annam have fallen to Eagle Jam. Siam, on the other hand, is a two-faced country with complex inner factions. Though strong pressure has been put on Siam this time, there may not be no opportunity for continued cooperation. Between countries, there are no permanent enemies and no permanent friends. Although the Burmese side feared the Dragon Kingdom, it was not bent toward the Dragon Kingdom. This operation against Mayawati has kind of pulled the Burmese state together a little bit. Another likely pro-Eagle Jam heir has popped up in the Khmer state. It seems that if we want to fix the situation in Southeast Asia in a short period of time, we still have to implement a thunderbolt approach. Zheng Jingyuan had just run some thoughts out when the airplane had landed. Zhao Mu and Zheng Jingyuan walked out of the airplane under the leadership of the representative of the Khmer nation. As soon as I stepped out of the plane, cheers came to my ears. Quite a few people lined up on both sides and greeted Zhao Mu and Zheng Jingyuan. In the middle of the line stood an old man with glasses who looked like he was probably in his 60s or 70s. Yet, he appeared to be in good spirits, and beside him stood a middle-aged man in his mid-40s or so. It was probably the Hong Mu and Hong Lai that Zhao Mu was talking about. Seeing Zhao Mu and Zheng Jingyuan arrive, they both had smiles on their faces and walked over quickly. Ambassador Zhao, Ambassador Zhang, welcome to our Khmer. Zhao Mu reached out to shake Hong Mu's hand and smiled. I haven't seen you in a few years. But, Mr. Hong Mu was still in such good spirits. Zheng Jingyuan also greeted Hong Mu. Hello, Mr. Hong Mu. Hong Mu shook his head. I'm old. Lately I've been feeling that my thinking is getting slower and slower. Now a lot of things are in the hands of my son, Hong Lai, whose ability is not inferior to me. Hong Lai took the opportunity to say, Ambassadors, this way please, we have prepared a banquet to receive you. The attitude of the two men seemed to be relatively friendly, so Zheng Jingyuan didn't say anything more and followed them to the special car, heading to the Khmer State guest house. Just as they met, the reporter from the live Dragon TV main station also started the introduction to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now seen Ambassador Zhao Mu and Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan arrive in the Khmer State, and they will be consulting this time on the canal proposal that has just been presented at the ASEAN Economic Parliament. We at Dragon TV General will also be broadcasting this live in its entirety, and we welcome all viewers to tune in. Since Young Kyung-yoon's performance at the conference was just too bright, it garnered a lot of fans. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the live broadcast room who were guarding in. As soon as they saw Zheng Jingyuan appear, all started posting pop-ups and cheering. Coming, coming, finally, we can see Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon again. Since watching Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan's live broadcast, I don't have a sore back or aching legs, and I have the strength to go up 5 floors in one breath. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan has become handsome again? A day without watching Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan dislike someone makes me feel bad. I wonder if Zheng Jingyuan will make us feel good today. It's been great. Look how respectful and welcoming the Khmer people are to us. We're there to help build a canal for the Khmer nation, so of course they're going to treat us with respect. Don't be happy so early. This is probably not that simple. Zheng Jingyuan doesn't seem to be talking much. I found out that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is the kind of guy who's gentle if you don't mess with him, and if you do, it's going to be miserable. today's Zhang Jingyuan is gentle and unfamiliar to me. After all, Ambassador Zhao Mu's official position is greater than Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan's, and it's still important to let Ambassador Zhao Mu take the lead on such occasions. Just as the Dragon Nation viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, Zhang Jingyuan and his group, too, arrived at the Khmer Nation's splendid state guest building. During this time Hong Lai had been watching Zhang Jingyuan. There had been so much news about young Kyung Yoon in the past few days that he was curious about this diplomat who looked so young. What's so great about it? But now, Hong Lai was a little disappointed. Young Kyung Yoon, apart from being a bit more handsome, has so far not shown the kind of dominance that the internet says he has. Therefore he couldn't help but despise Zhang Jingyuan a few points in his heart. After sitting at the dinner table, Hong Lai tried, Ambassador Zhang, you know our country's situation better. Although this canal will be beneficial to our country after it's built, but there is still no negotiation on the cost of this? Zhang Jingyuan knew that this trip wouldn't go particularly well after listening to Zhao Mu's introduction to the Khmer Kingdom on the airplane. I didn't realize that was the case. This Hong Lai, who studied at Eagle Jam, is obviously a very thoughtful person. It's not really about the cost at all at this point to say such things. It's obviously testing the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom. If you show a little concession at this time, things will not be easy to follow. Many of the previous foreign projects of Longboy Enterprises have suffered a lot of losses because of their weak attitude. This kind of situation, naturally, could not happen here in Zhang Jingyuan. The Dragon Kingdom had still been too kind to many small nations before. It's gotten to the point where many small countries have forgotten what their attitude should be in the face of a big country. But it didn't matter. He, Zhang Jingyuan, would make these countries remember. Zhang Jingyuan took a bite of food and put it in his mouth, saying nonchalantly, Mr. Hong Lai, I hope you're clear about one thing. First of all, we're cooperating with you, not doing charity. Secondly, this price was previously quoted by our professionals in the Dragon Kingdom after communicating with you, and I am in no position to change it. Finally, for this project, you can only come to us. Other countries, with money, may not be able to do it. You, the Khmer state, can only cooperate with us if you want to get rid of Annam's grip. Hong Lai felt Zhang Jingyuan's toughness now. He simply did not expect Zhang Jingyuan to be so blunt and not give him any face at all. Straight to the point of being so dead, it made him lose some face. But he did not think about it. A poor country in Southeast Asia, the ambassador of another heavenly country came to help you build a canal. You still have to bargain. Why should I give you face? Chapter 33 You Khmer and Annam are not even pawns in my eyes. After being disliked by Zhang Jingyuan, Hong Lai was still a bit unconvinced. Speaking again, he said, Ambassador Zhang, I recognize that you are indeed right, but the construction of the canal is a very big project, and we really can't come up with that much money at once. So I wonder if there is any way we can discuss it? Zhang Jingyuan had just decided to make a quick decision after hearing Zhao Mu's introduction on the airplane. Take care of this part of Southeast Asia with a thunderbolt, because it's still unknown what Eagle Sauce has planned. If it drags on much longer, it's likely to be a long night. That's why he spoke so forcefully, with the aim of showing his attitude. At this moment, Hong Lai's self-righteous testing and pulling just gave Zhang Jingyuan the opportunity to establish his authority. You can. Zhang Jingyuan put down his chopsticks and looked at Hong Lai with a smile on his face. You only need to pay a portion of the expenses, and then sign a contract with us, Dragon Kingdom, so that we can take half of the equity, and even, we can come and run it for you. How about that? The Deccan Phu Nam Canal is related to the national destiny of the Khmer state as well as the two countries of Annam. It's definitely a top priority. A project like this, if it's held in someone else's hands, that is absolutely unacceptable to the Khmer state. There is no way they would accept such an offer. To put it mildly, with such a powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom now, it will casually exert some means in the future. It would be easy to swallow the Deccan Phu Nam Canal. Although the Dragon Kingdom didn't see it as such, they were forced to make such considerations as a small country next to a large country. Hong Mu and Hong Lai's faces changed at the same time when they heard Zhang Jingyuan's words. Oh, that, Ambassador Zhang is joking. Hong Mu accompanied with a smile. My son is young and unintelligent, not very good at talking. This project is also really rather large. I hope that the two ambassadors can sympathize. Hong Lai wanted to say something else, but was only stopped when Hong Mu, who was at the side, gave him a fierce glare. Zhang Jingyuan wasn't here to pick a fight. He just wouldn't spoil anyone who wanted to make trouble. Seeing that Hong Mu's tone was still relatively sincere at this point, Zhang Jingyuan nodded and said, I understand your situation, but the cost of this project is just so much, and your representatives have already agreed to it at the Siam meeting before. Do you have any other comments now? Although Zhang Jingyuan spoke in a soft tone, he revealed a forcefulness that could not be changed. Hong Mu and Hong Lai felt the oppressive force of Zhang Jingyuan at the same time. Hong Mu laughed once again. there's no problem with the cost from our side. 1. $8 billion is definitely not a penny less. That's good. Zhang Jingyuan held out his hand to the two. Then let's have a good cooperation? Hong Mu and Hong Lai stood up and shook hands with Zhang Jingyuan respectively. After shaking hands, Zhang Jingyuan once again asked, when can we sign a formal cooperation contract? Hong Lai glanced at his father and saw that he didn't say anything, hesitating for a moment before he returned. We still need to finalize this internally. Within a week, both of you. Not everyone is happy to see the start of this project, so you need to decide as soon as possible. I only have 3 days. Either bring the contract to me or I'll go back to Dragonland. Zhang Jingyuan stood up after saying that. You guys see to it. Hong Lai was infuriated by Zhang Jingyuan's words, but he didn't dare to tear his face off. He forced himself to suppress his anger and grimaced. Ambassador Zhang, the construction of the canal is also beneficial to your Dragon Kingdom. If we can't be given enough policies as well as time to discuss them, we can also find someone else, or just give up on this canal. Hong Lai was of course aware of the encounter between Zhang Jingyuan and Nguyen Ninh Quang at the Siam conference. It was also known that the Dragon Kingdom had agreed to help them build the canal in order to deal with Annam. So when he said that, he meant to remind Zhang Jingyuan that if we, the Khmer nation, stopped building the canal, there will be no way for your Dragon Kingdom program to continue. You Zhang Jingyuan better have a better attitude. What kind of person is Zhang Jingyuan? When he swept across the 4 oceans and landed in Europa before, how majestic and domineering he was, and how can you be threatened by a small country like the Khmer state? As he had said before, he had 100 ways to deal with such a small place as Southeast Asia. It's not even close. Mr. Hong Mu, your son is really rude. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes went cold. Your Khmer Kingdom and Annam are not even pawns in my eyes. Are you still really naive enough to think that we need you guys to keep Annam in check? The matter of building the canal was settled by us for your father's sake. How dare you talk to me about conditions? If you can't show enough sincerity, I will leave Khmer now. Zhang Jingyuan's strength and determination once again shocked Hong Mu and Hong Lai. In all their years in politics, they had really never seen such a brash and overbearing diplomatic ambassador. You really just don't give a damn? But the canal project was too important for the Khmer state. At this time, Hong Mu could not care less about face, and quickly said, Ambassador Zhang, we don't mean that. Within 3 days, we will definitely give you an answer. The Dragon Nation viewers who were watching the live broadcast were excitedly murmuring when they saw Zhang Jingyuan acting so dominant once again. Holy, Brother Yuchi is so ruthless, talking the Hong family's father and son into red warmth. This is the Yuchi I know. So fierce. My brother Yuan really dislikes the sky and the air. Hegemonic. Ambassador Young Kyungyun is really a golden phrase. Today this you Khmer Kingdom and Annam are not even pawns in my eyes made me look good again. We're there to work with the Khmer state. Isn't this attitude a bit much? Over? What's too much? Didn't you see that Ambassador Young Kyungyun was very gentle at the beginning? It wasn't Hong Rei who started the trouble? That's right. We've helped them so much and we're still pulling the strings there. It really gives you a face, doesn't it? That said, they should be trying to get some benefits for their country as well, right? Is it really good for Zhang Jingyuan to do this? A country as big as ours goes over there with sincerity, and as a result, these small countries have to negotiate with you. Can you stand it? I think we used to be just too good to be true, leading to the fact that every country that sees us now thinks of stepping on us or fishing for favors. It also has to be Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, who directly made them afraid to squeak. Don't think that the Khmer nation is very good. Eagle sauce may also pull them in. Now the more weak they show, but the more they are looked down upon. It is to be like Ambassador Young Kyungyun, in order to calm them down. Those who say that Brother Yuan is overdoing it, open your eyes and see if the Hong family's father and son agreed all of a sudden. If you ask me, that's how it should be. The first meeting between the two sides ended in this not-so-friendly atmosphere. Chapter 34, Tangled Hong's father and son, Hawk Jam finally strikes. After the dinner, Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu returned to the hotel that Hong Mu had arranged. On the way, Zhao Mu said with some confusion, Jingyuan, the Khmer Kingdom is not Annam or Luzon. Why are you so tough on them too? We should be fighting them over. Brother Zhao, I'm just fighting for it. Ha, Zhang Jingyuan blinked. Innocently, didn't you say that the key point is on Hong Lai? Now that Hong Lai is saying this, it's obviously a test. It's very likely that Eagle Sauce's side has already contacted him. If I show a little bit of weakness and back down, I'm afraid that Hong Lai will fall to Eagle Sauce. So you're so strong that you're not afraid they'll really just stop building this canal? They won't. Zhang Jingyuan shook his head confidently. This project is too important to the Khmer nation. Once the canal is built, no, it doesn't even need to be built. Once the canal starts to be built, it will bring huge economic benefits to the Khmer. it can provide them with tens of thousands of jobs. And when it's fixed, it can drive the economy of several cities. As long as they have a little bit of brains, they will definitely not reject this cooperation because of my strength. The most important thing is, Zhang Jingyuan said, revealing a meaningful expression, because I announced this matter in a high profile, so that the people of the Khmer nation also know, even if the Hong father and son refuse to cooperate, the Khmer populace won't agree to it either. But don't forget that the Khmer nation has a king who wants to expand his influence. Zhao Mu looked at Zhang Jingyuan with a surprised expression. He hadn't expected that in a short period of time. Zhang Jingyuan had already done so much scheming. That ability to see into people's hearts was simply too scary as well. Although Zhao Mu has strong diplomatic skills, but when it comes to the world's big picture view, it is still not a bit more than Zhang Jingyuan, a top strategic master. He smiled bitterly and said, originally, I was still a bit uneasy about you, but now it seems that I was overthinking it, so I can leave tomorrow without any worries. The current Zhao Mu's attitude towards Zhang Jingyuan had changed drastically from the beginning. He had been conquered by Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan raised his head and smiled brightly. Don't worry, brother Zhao. I'll quickly take care of this place and return to the diplomatic podium. You kid, want to mouth off again, right? Zhao Mu couldn't help but laugh even as he thought of the first time Zhang Jingyuan stood on a diplomatic podium. I'll see what shocking things you'll come out with then. Zhang Jingyuan looked at the knight, his face as watery as water. Then we'll have to see what else is out there that dares to provoke me, as well as the country behind me. Meanwhile, Hong Mu, who had returned to the Prime Minister's residence, called Hong Lai to his study. Looking at his son, Hong Mu said gravely, Hong Lai, you're acting oddly today. Is there something you're hiding from me? An unnatural look flashed across Hong Lai's face as he shook his head. Father, you've misunderstood me. I'm just trying to gain a little more for us. After all, $8 billion isn't a small number. Hong Lai, I've watched you grow up. You can't hide from me. Hong Mu sighed long and hard. Did someone from Eagle Jam approach you? Hong Lai also knew that he couldn't hide it from his father, and after a long period of silence, he finally nodded his head and admitted it. That's right. I was contacted yesterday by an old classmate of mine from Eagle Sauce who said that Eagle Sauce can offer us a lot of assistance over there, but only if we terminate the Dekhong Fu Nan Canal project. Confused, Hongi slammed the table. Don't you know what kind of virtue Hawk Jam is? How can you trust them? Once this canal is fixed, do you know how much benefit it will bring to our Khmer? I personally went to the Dragon capital to talk about this project. After Hong Lai was scolded by Hong Mu, he hurriedly defended himself. Father, you misunderstood me. I didn't really want to fall to Eagle Jam. It's just that Eagle Jam's side threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree, there will be actions against our Khmer in the next 2 days. And I want to get more for our country in the middle of the game between Dragon and Eagle Jam. Hongi was silent even after hearing that. Listening to his own son, Eagle Jam seemed to be taking this more seriously. Bullying was used. After a long time, Hong Mu asked, did Hawkmaster's side really say there would be action against us? 1,000 times true. Hong Lai quickly gambled. That's why I wanted to test Zheng Jingyuan's attitude and delay the signing of the contract for as long as possible. But your behavior seems to have angered that Ambassador Zhang a bit. Hong Mu sighed once again. Son, I know that you have studied in Eagle Jam, but you have to understand that the Dragon Kingdom is the one we can rely on, and Eagle Jam is definitely unreliable. Hong Lai didn't listen to Hong Mu's words. In his conception, right and left are the only way to get the most benefits. Hong Mu saw a hint of it in Hong Lai's expression and opened his mouth to ask, I know what you're thinking. You're trying to swing between two great powers, aren't you? Hong Lai revealed a surprised expression. Father, that's what I mean. There's no need for us to agree to the Dragon Kingdom all of a sudden. We can totally see what actions Eagle Sauce will actually take, and whether the Dragon Kingdom can actually withstand Eagle Sauce's offense or not. Hong Mu's expression became serious. Remember, stay away from the whirlpool so that you can sway from side to side. We are so close to the Dragon Kingdom, and if we fully fall to Eagle Sauce, we will be the first to be liquidated in the event of a change in the future. But since I've decided to hand over the position to you, I'll leave this matter in your hands, and I'm curious to see if this rising star of the Dragon Kingdom at the Siamese conference can hold off Hawk Jam's counterattack or not. Well, Father, I have my own thoughts. From today's trial, I found that this Zheng Jingyuan is indeed very strong. If he can continue to maintain his attitude, I think it's also still possible to consider cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom. Without speaking, Hong Mu waved Hong Lai out of his study. He was now worried. Both worried about what Eagle Jam might initiate against them Khmer. It is also worried about whether the ambassador sent by the Dragon Kingdom can solve the problem and successfully implement the canal project. Even more worrying is that his own son, on the wrong side of the fence, is ruining the future of the Khmer nation. However, Soon, he remembered Zhang Jingyuan's performance at today's banquet. That calmness and confidence was something Hongmu had never seen before. Zhang Jingyuan is different from everyone. Perhaps, he can surprise us. Early the next morning, Zhang Jingyuan and Zhao Mu, as well as Hongmu and Honglai, the father and son, received several messages. At a regular meeting of the United Nations, Representative Annan strongly condemned the canal project between the Dragon State and the Khmer State, accusing the Dragon State of having ulterior motives in pushing forward the project. It demanded that the Dragon State and the Khmer State terminate the project. Almost at the same time, a large number of media outlets in the West blamed the Dragon State in their reports, saying that the cooperation between the Dragon State and the Khmer State threatened local regional stability. In international public opinion, there is a very unfavorable situation for the Dragon Kingdom. After that, the Luzon State issued a statement declaring that it was going to join Annan, as well as the Kangaroo State and the Cherry Blossom State, in a four-nation joint military exercise. And the military exercises were held in the Gulf of Siam, just off the Khmer coastline. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is clearly a canal project aimed at the Dragon and Khmer states, and somewhere in a corner that no one cares about. A 7.9 magnitude earthquake hit the country of Maine. Representatives of the state of Myanmar appealed to the entire international community for help, asking all countries to give them assistance. The situation in the central South Peninsula was suddenly tense, and countless pairs of eyes were fixed on it. All wanted to see Zhang Jingyuan, the fledgling ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom, face this situation. Can we continue to be strong and domineering and resolve this crisis properly? Chapter 35, Fleeing in the Face of High Pressure? Is that possible? After receiving these messages, Zhao Mu looked at Zhang Jingyuan with some concern. Jingyuan, Hawk Sauce has taken a shot at us. Why don't I apply to the higher-ups to stay on this side and help you stabilize the situation? Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingyuan shook his head and laughed, saying as he laughed, after so many years, Eagle Jam is still so unadvanced. It's always the same two tricks of military drills and public opinion hype. Brother Zhao, I don't need you to be present for this kind of small scene. I'm perfectly capable of managing it on my own. What? You managed it? Zhao Mu was directly stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's words. This series of actions is clearly a combination of punches that Eagle Sauce has struck against this cooperation between the Dragon and the Khmer states. If the Khmer nation is intimidated by this series of actions by Eagle Jam, by choosing to terminate the cooperation, then the Dragon Kingdom would become a joke again. Internationally, after all, Zhang Jingyuan was in front of so many people and journalists at the Siam conference and took the initiative to put out the word that he would help the Khmer build the canal. As a result, a few of Eagle Jam's minions casually staged a military exercise and scared the Khmer state into canceling their cooperation. This shows that in the eyes of the Gomez Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom is not able to protect them. Then where is the face of the Dragon Kingdom as a regional power? But if the collaboration continues, the outlets are now publicizing that the Dragon has bad intentions. Cooperation with the Khmer state is designed to marginalize Annam and threaten local stability. This is equally detrimental to the international reputation of the Dragon Nation. Plus Hong Lei, whose attitude is still uncertain. The situation has now become very complicated. It's safe to say that the person who came up with this, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the situation in Southeast Asia, is quite clear. It directly puts Long Gui in a dilemma. For a situation like this, Zhang Jingyuan said it was a small scene? This is too crazy, isn't it? Zhao Mu looked at Zhang Jingyuan's expression very seriously. Jingyuan, now this matter. It's not that simple to do, not only to do it well, but also to make the Khmer nation completely fall to our side, and also to make those people speechless in international public opinion to do so. Are you sure you're okay with this? Kidding aside, Zhang Jingyuan had dealt with Eagle Sauce for I don't know how many times before he crossed over. That's a lot of knowledge about the various ways to make Eagle Sauce. That's why he's so confident. Brother Zhao, don't worry, this is our backyard. If this is something I can't handle, then it's really a shame to be a Dragon Nation. Zhao Mu then realized that since the beginning, Zhang Jingyuan had not put the Khmer, or even the entire Southeast Asia, in his eyes. Perhaps in his eyes, the wider world outside is where he has room to play. Okay, I'll leave then, but you must take care of this place properly. Don't lose the face of our foreign ministry. Seeing that Zhang Jingyuan was so confident, Zhao Mu could only put away his worries for the time being and prepare to leave Khmer and report to the next place. Wait, Zhang Jingyuan suddenly called out to Zhao Mu. Brother Zhao, if I remember correctly, your next trip was changed to the United Nations? Zhao Mu nodded. Yes, I just received a transfer order from the capital. What's wrong? The Dragon ambassador, who was originally stationed at the United Nations, suddenly became very ill. There are no great diplomats in the UN right now. Perhaps that is why the representative of Anan is here at the United Nations, accusing and lashing out at the Dragon Nation. And since Zhao Mu was involved in the entire Siam conference, the new transfer of Zhao Mu from the capital has come down to none other than the United Nations. Zhang Jingyuan took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Zhao Mu. These are some of the things I prepared in advance, and you can play them out when you get to the United Nations as a sort of my response to some of the accusations made against us by the UN representative in Anan. Zhao Mu looked at Zhang Jingyuan incredulously. The representative of Anan has only just launched a rebuke against the Dragon Kingdom at the United Nations, and Zhang Jingyuan has already prepared in advance? Is it possible that he guessed early on that Anan and Eagle Jam would do this? Now Zhao Mu felt more and more unable to understand Zhang Jingyuan. Is this really a fledgling diplomat? I heard that he was a dude before and liked to dabble around. How come you've become so powerful all of a sudden now that you can even see things before they happen? Noticing Zhao Mu's incomparably shocked eyes, Zhang Jingyuan smiled and explained, Brother Zhao, you don't have to be too surprised. I merely like to think of the back way before I do anything. Having already known some of the ways in which Eagle Sauce does things, how could Zhang Jingyuan not make some preparations in advance? It seems like you've already been plotting a long time ago. Zhao Mu's worries that he just had were instantly dissipated by Zhang Jingyuan, and his expression became excited. Then I'll be waiting to see your performance. There will indeed be a grand show next, Zhang Jingyuan said elegantly. We can just take this opportunity to consolidate the entire Central South Peninsula. When Zhao Mu left, Zhang Jingyuan didn't stay in the hotel for too long before calling his dad. Dad, there's an earthquake in Burma. Is the capital side of the fight not going to participate in the rescue? Zhang Yi, who received the call from Zhang Jingyuan, was a bit surprised. You are quite well informed. You knew about the earthquake in Myanmar just now? Now the capital is discussing this matter. What are your thoughts? I think we need to launch a rescue operation against them and do it with great fanfare, Zhang Jingyuan said without hesitation. Aren't you dealing with the cooperation of the Khmer state right now? Now that the international community is blaming us, you still have the heart to care about the Burmese state? Zhang Yi asked strangely. I'm a diplomat, and a diplomat for all of Southeast Asia, so of course I can't just focus on a tiny Khmer nation. Zhang Jingyuan smiled mysteriously. Besides, this matter will also fit right in with my plans. Good boy, you're coming up with ideas again? Zhang Yi instantly heard Zhang Jingyuan's strings. Quickly tell Dad. When Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, Zhang Yi's expression instantly became the same as Zhao Mu's. Jingyuan, you really are a diplomatic genius. How on earth did you come up with this idea? This question is a bit difficult for Zhang Jingyuan to answer. It cannot be said that before I crossed over, I fought several big battles with Eagle Sauce. This kind of scene is just a sprinkle for him, right? So Zhang Jingyuan said vaguely, Dad, it was just a flash of insight. You asked the country to cooperate with me. I'm flying to Burma right now. Zhang Yi didn't ask too many questions, but directly returned, no problem. I'll immediately tell Elder Su about your idea. Fully cooperate with you. After talking to Zhang Yi, Zhang Jingyuan sent a message to Zhao Mu, telling him about his plan in passing. Then take that hostess from Dragon TV General and the entire broadcast team, straight out of Khmer country, on a plane, flying to Myanmar. In the Prime Minister's residence, Hong Mu and Hong Lai were at a bit of a loss for words after receiving those messages. They didn't expect Hawk Jam to not only initiate action, but to do so quickly and lethally. Now not only is international public opinion unfavorable to them, but the four-nation joint military exercise is even more upsetting to them. The two men debated for a long time, but they couldn't come up with anything good. Hong Mu then said to Hong Lai, go find Zhang Jingyuan, and see what their Dragon Kingdom is thinking. Hong Lai had intended to see how Zhang Jingyuan performed, so when he heard that, he immediately called for someone to go and invite Zhang Jingyuan. It didn't take long for the men to rush over. Prime Minister, Zhang Jingyuan is not at the hotel. I heard from someone that he went to Burma. What? Hong Mu and Hong Lai stood up at the same time at the news. Why did Zhang Jingyuan go to Burma at this juncture? Could it be that he couldn't take the pressure of Hawk Jam and ran away from the battle? But is this possible according to his domineering behavior at the diplomatic podium and at the Siamese conference? The two looked at each other, both seeing a look of disbelief in the other's eyes. Chapter 36. What does he want? Airport, capital city of Myanmar. Ong Min was looking at the time while waiting anxiously. At that moment, a Dragon Country's Transport 20 landed in the middle of the airport. The cabin door opened and Zhang Jingyuan walked down with his head held high. The live broadcast team from Dragon TV General also turned on the live broadcast at the first time. Seeing young Kyung-yoon appear in Maine, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom felt puzzled. Ha, Where is this place? How did Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan run to another place? Wasn't it just yesterday that we were in Khmer talking about cooperation on the canal? This is supposed to be Burma, right? Wasn't there just an earthquake there? Why is Ambassador Zhang running to that place? It's too dangerous, isn't it? You're not going over there to participate in the rescue operation, are you? Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan is too nice, isn't he? It can't be. Now that foreign countries are accusing us of cooperating with the Khmer Kingdom, how can Zhang Jingyuan still have the heart to run to Burma at this critical point? It can't be a case of running away from the battle, can it? After all, it's really hard to tackle in the face of the Hawk Jam and Anan Luzon's bullying. Impossible, right? My brother Yuan is so fierce. How could he run away from the battle? It should be our mom's arrangement. Rescue anyone? Why did Zhang Jingyuan have to come in person? It must be that side that felt it couldn't be solved, so they simply shrugged it off. Holy, if that's true, then I definitely won't be fanning Zhang Jingyuan anymore. Don't jump to conclusions. It's better to see more. At this time, the female host of the Dragon TV main station also took the microphone and introduced herself. Our country is highly concerned about the earthquake in Myanmar, and has sent a rescue team to participate in the rescue at the first time. And Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, because of his close proximity to Myanmar, also came to Myanmar at the first time to organize rescue operations. The Dragon Country audience was even more in an uproar when they heard the host's words. Didn't understand why Zhang Jingyuan would come here at all. For a while, the live room was full of all sorts of suspicions and comments. Zhang Jingyuan still had a cloudy look on his face as he laughed at Ong Min. Mr. Ong Min, how are you doing? Ong Min immediately showed a surprised expression when she saw Zhang Jingyuan appear. Hastily, he jogged 2 steps and came to Zhang Jingyuan's side. One grabbed Zhang Jingyuan's hands. Ambassador Zhang, you're finally here. Zhang Jingyuan patted Ong Min's shoulder and asked thoughtfully, Mr. Ong Min, how is the earthquake damage in your country now? Ong Min had long since been overwhelmed by the earthquake, and at this moment, when she heard Zhang Jingyuan's inquiry, a hint of sadness surfaced on her face. This earthquake has killed thousands of people and now our entire country of Myanmar is in a state of emergency. Zhang Jingyuan asked again as a compassionate expression appeared on his face. Didn't you, the state of Myanmar, ask for help from the United Nations and the International Rescue Organization? Did none of the governments take a position on your request for help? Ong Min laughed bitterly and returned. Some of the international powers are still meeting and discussing, and have not explicitly expressed their participation in our rescue, Ong Min said, his complexion once again dimming. Myanmar, as a weak country, did not receive much attention internationally at all. Those big countries would have to delay quite a bit even if they wanted to rescue them. They, the state of Maine, simply cannot afford to wait. It's okay, Mr. Ong Min. You have assisted us in the capture of Mayawati's electric extortionists, and are friends of our Dragon Kingdom. And we in the Dragon Kingdom have always been quite warm and friendly in our treatment of our friends. That's why I've specially led the Dragon Rescue Team to participate in the rescue. How about it? Are you welcome? So welcome. Ong Min almost wept with joy. You Dragon Kingdom are truly our savior in Myanmar. I don't dare to be the savior, but we, Dragon Kingdom, as a big country, have always had a burden. Unlike certain countries that boast of being the world's #1 power but never do anything about it. Come on, let's go straight to the disaster area. After Zhang Jingyuan secretly satirized Eagle Sauce, he took the Dragon Country rescue team and ran directly to the disaster area in Burma. Ong Min sniffed and showed an embarrassed expression. Ambassador Zhang, the disaster area is badly damaged. We can't tell what's going on inside and we don't know which road is passable. It's okay. Zhang Jingyuan seemed to have anticipated the situation and took out a tablet. 14 of our Dragon Kingdom's satellites have turned en masse, synchronized with the Earth's orbit. Galfin 4 captured a full view of the disaster area at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers. No, look at this. This is the whole disaster area, Zhang Jingyuan said, handing the tablet in his hand to Ong Min. Ong Min looked at the high-definition picture on the tablet, and her inner envy knew no bounds. This is the technology of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the efficiency of the Dragon Kingdom. All over the world, only the Dragon Kingdom can do this. Zhang Jingyuan pointed to one of the roads and suggested, Mr. Ong Min, we can take this road. Ong Min asked with some hesitation, will this be dangerous? Zhang Jingyuan pointed to the sky and said with certainty, our Longwas Galfin 3 satellite, which has been imaged with 1-meter resolution radar, monitors changes on the ground in real time, and any building that collapses or a road that is damaged can be seen clearly, with absolutely no problems whatsoever. Ong Min was once again shocked by the Dragon's satellite technology. Now he was incredibly glad that he had agreed to this young Ambassador Zhang's request in the first place, gained a friendship with the Dragon Kingdom. After entering the disaster area with the Dragon Rescue Team, Ong Min looked a bit helpless in the face of the ruins that had become littered with rubble. Ambassador Chang, How does this find survivors? Don't worry, I have a way, Zheng Jingyuan said and turned to say something to the rescue captain behind him. After that, there was a loud buzz. Several large drones began to lift off. Once the drone was in the air, Zheng Jingyuan once again took out his tablet and watched the signals on it. Our drones are equipped with the latest micro-life detection equipment that can easily penetrate reinforced concrete structures and capture human body temperature as well as signals such as respiration and heartbeat to help us locate survivors. When Zheng Jingyuan said this, the signal on the tablet suddenly flashed. He pointed to the ruins not far away and ordered, "Just under the houses over there. There are survivors. Go!" The dragon rescue team immediately stepped forward, first deploying 2 robots to move the hardest rocks at the top. Then he took out his tools and carefully broke through the rubble below. Ongmin looked at the robots in the Dragon Kingdom and his 3 views were once again refreshed. Ambassador Zhang, has your robotics technology in the Dragon Kingdom reached such a point? Zheng Jingyuan smiled faintly. Mr. Ongmin, I don't think you've seen our Dragon Kingdom's latest Spring Festival Gala. Our robots can even dance and do somersaults. Moving some things is a piece of cake. Soon, a little girl covered in rags was rescued by the Dragon Rescue Team. Looking at that little girl's frightened eyes, Zheng Jingyuan ran over at the first opportunity and took off his own jacket and wrapped it around her body. Then he picked her up and said gently, "Don't be afraid. You've been saved." At this moment, Zheng Jingyuan, in the eyes of this little Burmese girl, was already just like an angel. She leaned into the arms of this gentle and handsome big brother and surprisingly fell asleep so peacefully. I'm afraid that throughout the rest of her life, she will remember Zheng Jingyuan. And all of this was all captured by the live broadcast team of the Dragon TV main station and synchronized live. At the same time, Kingston, as well as Hudson and the others, received the news that Zheng Jingyuan had traveled to Burma. A thought also surfaced in their hearts at the same time. Zheng Jingyuan, what the hell is he trying to do? Chapter 37. The public opinion attacks against Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom intensified. The unsettling thought bubbled up for just a moment before Hudson hesitated. Why did Zheng Jingyuan go to Burma? Kingston had already put his fear of Zheng Jingyuan behind him by this time and said with great excitement, I know, Zheng Jingyuan must be scared. Feeling incapable of solving his current predicament, he simply ran away to Burma. Hudson, this streak of yours is truly impressive. Hudson had had his doubts, but now that Kingston had complimented him, he was a little flustered as well. I came up with these countermeasures after Boss Amblin mentioned them to me, and it's only natural that Zheng Jingyuan couldn't resist. Zheng Jingyuan treated me like that in the Siam meeting before. Now the chance to take revenge has finally arrived. A look of indignation spread across Kingston's face. We should vigorously publicize this matter so that everyone knows that the Dragon Kingdom has retreated. Hudson pondered for a moment before he returned. Indeed, Zheng Jingyuan's run to Burma most likely means that they've given up on the canal project with the Khmer Kingdom. So we just need to continue to hype up public opinion and we'll win this one. Then what are we waiting for? Aren't those internationally recognized media outlets all our people? Hurry up and inform them. So under the scheming of Hudson and Kingston, the international media, again, began to cover the news of Zheng Jingyuan's departure from the Khmer to Burma. The content was also all kinds of additions, extremely sarcastic about Zheng Jingyuan's fear as well as the Dragon Kingdom retreating and so on. Beaten back? Young Kyung-yuan, ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom, who was so popular at the Siam conference, retreated to Burma out of fear? Does Zheng Jingyuan's departure from Khmer mean that the Dragon State also believes that cooperation with the Khmer State destabilizes the region? Still too young, Zheng Jingyuan is overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation and flees the Khmer overnight. Has the Dragon Kingdom or has it realized the adventurousness of this move and chosen to abandon the Central South Peninsula? It has just risen and fallen. Zheng Jingyuan is no longer a hero in the face of a multinational coalition. Has the name of the Iron Blood diplomat become a joke? Various explosive headlines and content immediately created a furor in international public opinion. Those foreigners who were very optimistic about Zheng Jingyuan before, and even the leaders of certain countries. It was all very disappointing at this point and there was a lot of talk. I didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to back down so easily. Young Kyungyan clearly had a strong presence at the Siam meeting, so why is he suddenly running away now? It goes without saying. First, the pressure from the United Nations and international public opinion, plus the news of the 4 countries' joint military exercises. Even if the Dragon State can withstand it, the Khmer can't. If you ask me, Zheng Jingyuan is still smart. Seeing that things can't be done, he simply slipped away. Long Guo and Zheng Jingyuan were so domineering at the Siam conference, but I didn't realize that they were actually a paper tiger. It can't be helped. no matter what. We have to take into account the international implications. Besides, if the Khmer nation chooses not to cooperate, there's no point in Zhang Jingyuan staying there, so he might as well leave early. I thought the Dragon Kingdom had produced another diplomatic genius comparable to Wang Quan, but I didn't expect this. Too disappointing. Now the Dragon Kingdom is going to become a joke. The United Nations is still waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to explain this incident, and it will be broadcast live, so there will be fun to watch now. All the unfavorable comments that arose because of Young Kyung-yoon's departure were spreading like wildfire on the internet. The bigwigs in the capital, who had been following the progress of this development, also held an emergency meeting at this moment. Qin Tian frowned and first snapped. Zhang Yi, didn't you guarantee that your son would be able to stabilize the situation in Southeast Asia? Right now, international public opinion is quite unfavorable to us. Aren't you going to explain? Zhang Yi said confidently. This is just a part of my son's plan. Just wait and see the results. Lao Shang, self-confidence is good, but overconfidence is conceited. Wang Quan also advised, why don't I make preparations? And if things get out of hand, I'll run a trip to Southeast Asia? Su Jin was contemplating with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, hearing the discussion of several people, he opened his mouth and said, well, even though old Zhang assured me once again, we can't fight unprepared battles. Wang Quan, you get ready. If Zhang Jingyuan stirs up too big a basket and doesn't handle it well in the end, you go put out the fire. Zhang Yi was a bit anxious. Elder Su, don't you know Jing Yuan's plan? Why don't you trust him? It's not that I don't trust Jing Yuan, but plans can't catch up with changes, and Eagle Jam has been targeting us again. Su Jin's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, this time, the situation is even more sinister than the Siamese conference, and with international public opinion in their hands, the slightest mistake on our part will be magnified, and with the state of the nation at stake, I'm forced to make extra preparations. Zhang Yi, Qin Tian said, looking up at Zhang Yi's face, you yourself have a good idea of what kind of reputation your son had before. Isn't it a bit too much to ask us to trust him completely? Qin Tian, it's true that my son was a bit of a dude before, but he didn't do anything bad, not to mention that he has changed a lot since he entered the foreign ministry. Zhang Yi shouted in dissatisfaction. He also knows that as a diplomat, he represents the face of the country, and at least until now, he has never disgraced the country. Is that so? Qin Tian pointed at those reports on the screen about the Dragon Kingdom and Zhang Jingyuan. Look at what public opinion is saying. They're all saying that Jingyuan and us are deserters. I think it's better to just let Minister Wang Quan go over and preside over the big picture. These are all Jingyuan's plans and arrangements. Zhang Yi argued with some emotion. The situation will be broken in a couple days. All right, stop arguing. Su Jin reached out and stopped the two from arguing. Didn't Jingyuan give the Khmer 3 days to sign the contract? Let's just wait for these 3 days and see. If things change, Wang Quan will go over there. Lao Shang, you won't be able to blame me at that time. No problem. 3 days is enough time for Jingyuan to resolve the crisis in the Central South Peninsula. Zhang Yi's gaze was firm. He will definitely impress those who look down on him now. Despite the uproar outside, the Longgui viewers, after seeing Zhang Jingyuan leading the earthquake rescue in the live broadcast, still looked excited, because in this rescue, a lot of black technology of the Dragon Kingdom was shown. This was very new to the Dragon audience. It's too bad for Maine too. The earthquake was so destructive. Die laughing. Isn't Hawk Sauce the self-proclaimed lighthouse of the human world? How come when something like this happens here, Hawk Jam doesn't come to the rescue? We're the only ones who were so kind as to come over and help our friends in the Dragon Kingdom. Ambassador Young Kyung-yun is so stiff. In this situation he still doesn't forget to taunt Eagle Sauce by saying they don't do their job. Ha ha, Fuchi is right. Hawk Jam really doesn't do anything. Holy, is our country this strong? This black tech stuff is too much, right? Satellites, drones, robots. I'm just now realizing that our mom is so powerful. Ha, Ambassador Young Kyung-yun, this isn't just a rescue. Why do I get the feeling it's a show of muscle? I'll go. This moment when Ambassador Young Kyung-yun is holding the little girl feels so holy. His whole body is glowing. Our Ambassador Zhang is only overbearing when he faces the powerful, and he is so gentle when he faces the weak. Indeed, my nose is a bit sour watching Ambassador Zhang personally arrive at the disaster area despite the danger. You know, this is an earthquake zone, and aftershocks may occur at any time. Now the foreign media are saying that Ambassador Zhang is running away from the battlefield, and they're saying it's so hard to hear. What they say is also true. The situation in the Khmer country has not been resolved yet. I don't know why Zhang Jingyuan came to Myanmar. Diplomats represent the image of the country. Honestly, I don't think Ambassador Young Kyung-yun is getting away with it at all, but rather showing the good side of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jingyuan ignored the comments outside and stayed on the scene directing the earthquake relief in Myanmar into the night. After nightfall, the Dragon's drones lit up the sky with dazzling lights, making the entire disaster area as bright as day. Once again, It caused Ong Min, as well as the Dragon Nation viewers in the livestream, to gasp in amazement. By the time the next day rolled around, Zhao Mu had also arrived at the United Nations. He looked at the message Zhang Jingyuan sent himself and smiled as he stood on the UN conference stage. Chapter 38 Answer Me. Deadly counterattacks at the UN Conference. United Nations Conference, where representatives of the world's nations gather, all discussing their respective issues, and journalists and media from various countries are stationed here to report first-hand news and information. At this moment, the Annan representative stood up and provoked Zhao Mu. Representative Zhao, previously we opposed your Dragon State's cooperation with the Khmer State to build the canal, after which your ambassador Zhang Jingyuan left the Khmer. Does this confirm that our allegations against you are true and that you have realized your mistake, which is why you let that Ambassador Chung leave the Khmer State and terminate the canal project with the Khmer State? If so, please give us an accurate answer in front of so many representatives of the United Nations as well as journalists. At what time exactly will the Dragon State completely terminate the canal project and hold a press conference to publicize the matter? The entire United Nations became silent about the incident in which Annan blamed the Dragon Kingdom, and the major media outlets were abuzz with reports. Let everyone know that this time, Annan had clearly been scuttled by Eagle Jam to deliberately target the Dragon Kingdom and that new diplomat Zhang Jingyuan. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do but dare to mess with the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations? After all, in the United Nations as an institution, the P5 is the one who can speak the loudest. Knowing that this was a game between Eagle Sauce and Dragon Nations, the General Secretary of the United Nations cleared his throat and asked, Mr. Zhao Mu, in response to the words of the representative of Annan, do you have anything you wish to say? Of course you have. I'm here for this very thing. Zhao Mu tugged at his tie and stood up. First of all, allow me to play a few clips of footage. Zhao Mu took out a USB flash drive, the very same one that Zhang Jingyuan had given him. Zhao Mu's action caused all the delegates' hearts to flutter. Looks like the Dragon Kingdom is ready to respond. The many reporters from the United Nations also sensed something keenly and immediately aimed their live cameras at Zhao Mu and the image behind him. The scene begins with some basic information about the Khmer State. As you can see, the Khmer Nation's economy is slow to develop and its people are in dire straits. We in the Dragon Nation have cooperated with the Khmer Nation to build the canal in order to help them develop their economy, and have nothing else in mind. Annan's accusations against our Dragon Kingdom are complete rumors and smears, Zhao Mu said, and started to play the second footage, which was some basic information about the domestic situation in Annam, especially the cityscape of Saigon, and all the speeches made by Nguyen Minh Quang at the Siam conference. You Annam relied on our Dragon Kingdom's industrial chain transfer and developed. Not only did you not think of repaying your neighboring countries, but instead you want to smash the bowl. How dare you arrogantly threaten our country and the Khmer Kingdom, as well as all the countries upstream of the Mekong River, in front of so many people, at the Siam conference, to raise freight rates. With this kind of face, you still have the face to accuse us of the Dragon Kingdom? In addition, we also had an intention to cooperate with you, Annam, and it was your representative, Nguyen Minh Quang, who rejected our project to build a high-speed railroad. Instead, he chose to cooperate with the Sakura country. Not to mention, among the 4-nation joint military exercises you'll be holding soon, there's the Sakura country? Then can I say that your cooperation with the Sakura country is also ill-intentioned? As soon as these words were spoken, the representatives of the United Nations immediately marveled in their hearts. It could only be worthy of being a famous figure in the Dragon Kingdom's diplomacy. And once this Zhao Mu opened his mouth, it was completely different. What was said was so organized, and with this video footage, it directly dismissed all the accusations made by the representative of Annan. The Annan representative's face was suddenly green and white, completely at a loss as to how to retort. It's a good thing that Eagle Jam's representative to the United Nations, August, is not a simple figure. He laughed coldly and pointed at Zhao Mu. Why doesn't the Dragon Kingdom help other countries develop? It only cooperates with the Khmer Kingdom? It's clear that it's working in collusion with the Khmer Pit, targeting Annam as well as other countries. The joint military exercises of the 4 countries are nothing more than a declaration of their sovereignty. You Dragon Kingdom has no right to accuse or interfere. As if Zhao Mu had expected Eagle Sauce to vocalize, he began to play the third clip. In the scene, Yang Kyunyan is nonchalantly lecturing Hong Rei, the very same father and son he had dinner with after he first arrived in Khmer. See, we're just having ordinary economic cooperation. And when Hong Rei tried to bargain with our ambassador Yang Kyunyan, Ambassador Yang Kyunyan refuted him without mercy. May I ask, if we really colluded together, would Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan not give Hong Lai the slightest bit of face in front of so many people? You know, at that time, this dinner was broadcast live on our Dragon TV main station. Countless people have seen this footage, which is enough to prove that we have not made any moves of alliance or collusion with the Khmer state, just mere economic cooperation. Auguste's expression stiffened. Then, as if he thought of something, he hastily retorted, "Who knows if this is a deliberate act to avoid Annan's accusation of collusion on your part?" Auguste, Jomot called him by his name nonchalantly. "Open your eyes well and see that this happened before Annan made his accusations. Could it be that I, Ambassador Zhang Jianyuan, have the ability to see things before they happen? In addition, I, Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, never had any contact with Han Lai before traveling to the Khmer Kingdom." This straightaway left August with nothing more to say. Zhang Jingyuan was still strong and domineering the night he met Han Lai. Not at all like that kind of cagey. Annan's accusations against the Dragon Kingdom were directly diffused in 3 words by Zhao Mu in conjunction with the video footage. Is this the strength of a Dragon Kingdom diplomat? The representatives of the United Nations, as well as journalists from various media outlets, were all looking at Zhao Mu with stunned faces. But what everyone didn't expect was the counterattack of the Dragon Kingdom. And it didn't end there. Zhao Mu played a clip on the big screen again. Only this footage wasn't inside the USB flash drive anymore. It was a live video slice from the main Dragon TV station's broadcast room. The content was exactly the same live footage of Zhang Jingyuan conducting disaster relief in Burma. Our ambassador Yang Kyunyan of the Dragon Kingdom is not at all as despicable and hegemonic as you, Annan, as well as Eagle Jam. As our ambassador to Southeast Asia, he saw the earthquake in Myanmar and rushed to rescue and relief at the first opportunity, knowing full well that you people and the media were slandering him. And his code of conduct is exactly the same as our code of conduct in the Dragon Kingdom, the great unity of the people of the world, community of human destiny. It's also enough to show that he's not even thinking of colluding and allying with the Khmer state. In his eyes, saving a few more lives is more important than anything else. You, Eagle Jam, Annan, and Sakura Nation, instead of thinking of helping in the face of a disaster, you have to slander and smear a man who is doing real work. I ask you, do you still have a face? Answer me, Eagle Sauce. As the world's #1 power, do you just keep quiet when you see a weak country where a disaster has occurred? Is your power only reflected in aggression? Zhao Mu gazed at the Annan representative in August with a sharp gaze. Seeing them cowering and avoiding his gaze, Zhao Mu increased his volume and shouted, "You answer me. Look in my eyes." The footage Zhao Mu played was clearly visible to every UN representative and reporter, not only for those on the scene at the United Nations, but these images were spread to live broadcasts all over the world with live cameras from various countries. Countless people have seen these images. The Dragon Kingdom demonstrated an unrivaled matrix of black technology, and under Zhang Jingyuan's command, a dozen people were rescued as soon as they arrived in the disaster area. The Dragon's drones, the Dragon's robots, the Dragon's satellites, and all kinds of technological applications made everyone's jaws drop. And the image of Zhang Jingyuan embracing the little girl who had just been rescued was a shock to everyone. That's a miracle that belongs to life. Such an angelic man, and yet he was reported by many media outlets to be on the run? Those reports that the Western media had painstakingly targeted against the Dragon Kingdom and Zhang Jingyuan were in front of that powerful live broadcast network of the UN conference. It went up in smoke almost instantly. The whole public opinion began to reverse. Chapter 39 MVP at the UN conference. War of public opinion finished. In the face of Zhao Mu's deafening questioning, the Eagle Jam representative August and the Annan representative had absolutely no response. They blushed hard and kept their heads down without saying a word. Everything Zhao Mu said was convincingly reasoned. They knew that it was no longer useful to say anything in this situation. Seeing this situation, the United Nations Council President also reacted quickly and immediately said, on the topic of the representative of Annam accusing the cooperation between the Dragon State and the Khmer State of destabilizing the region, both sides have finished their statements, and the voting will now begin. There was no suspense in the voting results, except for a few small countries that were more hostile to the dragon. Almost all the countries support the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing this situation, the live broadcast rooms of various countries immediately set off a lively discussion. In almost every country, pop-ups began to swipe up on the live feed. I didn't expect Annan to be so arrogant at the Siam conference, to actually threaten to raise tolls in public. I was a bit sympathetic to Annan before, but now it seems that they are completely to blame. I didn't watch the live broadcast of the Siam conference. I didn't realize there was so much more to it. It's ridiculous. Annan itself refused the Dragon Kingdom to help them build a railroad, forcing the Dragon Kingdom to go and cooperate with the Khmer Kingdom. And now it's blaming the Dragon Kingdom and the UN instead? What kind of brain circuit is this? Annan even has the face to accuse the Dragon Kingdom at a UN meeting. What a face! Thank you, brother Mingguang. Zhang Jingyuan went to Burma, so it was for disaster relief? Laughing my ass off, the media is reporting that Zhang Jingyuan is on the verge of fleeing. I didn't realize that he actually went to Burma to help with the disaster. The mobilizing power and black technology displayed by the Dragon Kingdom in the disaster relief operation in Myanmar should not be underestimated. Those drones in the Dragon Kingdom are just too powerful. If they're loaded with weapons, I can't even dare to think about that scene. Young Kyung-yoon's personal charisma value had completely exploded when he picked up that little girl. I see that young Kyung-yoon didn't give Anan as well as Eagle Jam and the others a second thought. After being targeted so much, he still ran to Burma to provide disaster relief. Jung Jingyuan is just too confident. He seems to think that he can completely control the situation in the Khmer Kingdom. That's why he dared to just leave Hong Mu's father and son behind and run straight to Burma to provide disaster relief. It's the first time Eagle Sauce Representative August has shown this expression at the UN, isn't it? He seemed to have been arrogant before. People's Ambassador Zhao Mu of the Dragon Kingdom took out so much video evidence. How can August refute it? The Dragon Kingdom really doesn't make a move, but when it does, it just flips the script. It's so awesome. It's still Zhang Jingyuan. If it wasn't for these performances of Zhang Jingyuan, it wouldn't have been useful for Zhao Mu to say any more words. Why do I feel as if everything was planned by Zhang Jingyuan? He's the MVP at this UN conference. Seeing the silence at the UN conference, Zhao Mu took out his cell phone and made a video call to Zhang Jingyuan. Everyone thinks that our ambassador Young Kyung-yun faced all kinds of high pressure before he ran away to Burma, and now I'm going to link up with him to find out exactly why he traveled to Burma. After the call was connected, Zhang Jingyuan's incredibly handsome face appeared in the camera. After being magnified by the big screen, all of them could see clearly the environment he was in. There were ruins everywhere, rubble everywhere, and every now and then a cry of joy could be heard. Ambassador Zhang, there were a lot of reports earlier saying something about you having fallen from grace and not being able to withstand the pressure to run away to Burma. Do you have anything you want to say? It doesn't matter what the media reports about me. It doesn't matter what people think of me either. Zhang Jingyuan's face once again showed a sad and compassionate expression, looking incredibly holy. Do you all see the situation I'm in? The situation is very critical. I just want to get here faster and save a few more innocent lives, and I feel that the significance of doing this is far greater than trying to justify myself. I've been here for a day and a night, and still no rescue teams from other countries have come except for us. The Dragon Kingdom. I'm very disappointed. I suggest that the UN meeting should stop discussing those irrelevant issues, and hurry up to launch an international rescue is the only way. As for my personal problems, I never cared. Zhang Jingyuan's speech at the scene of the earthquake was particularly shocking. The West, for all its hypocrisy, has its fair share of white left Madonna. Young Kyung-yun's behavior made a joke out of those Western media reports and the accusations of Anan and Eagle Jam. This battle of public opinion was won by Zhang Jingyuan with little effort. At this moment, both at the United Nations Conference and in international public opinion as a whole, there is no longer anyone who accuses the cooperation between the Dragon State and the Khmer State. Even Zhang Jingyuan's popularity rating was reversed at this moment. Zhao Mu clasped his hands to his chest and kept lamenting in his heart. The usual Western battle of public opinion was not expected to be cracked by Zhang Jingyuan just like that. At the center of the storm of public opinion, his choice to travel to Myanmar to help with the disaster was nothing short of a godsend. That move to back off disrupted all of Eagle Jam's setup, and because of the lack of external media windows, even if the Dragon Kingdom itself speaks out, not many people will see it. Zhang Jingyuan actually thought of utilizing those live broadcasts from various countries at the UN conference to build momentum for the Dragon Kingdom and himself. In this way, all his actions can be publicized through the journalists and media of the countries at the UN conference. However, it's not really easy to do all that. Whether it was some of the video footage that Zhang Jingyuan had prepared to shoot in advance, or the words he uttered on the night he met with father and son Hong Mu Hon Lai, all are extremely important. If those things didn't exist, Zhao Mu wouldn't have been able to leave the Anan representative and the Eagle Sauce representative, Augustus, speechless at the UN meeting at all. What was even more remarkable was that Zhang Jingyuan not only cleared himself and the Dragon Kingdom of the groundless accusations of the West, but even used the live broadcast footage to ruthlessly publicize the various black technologies of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, Eagle Sauce's first wave of public opinion attack had been perfectly neutralized by Young Kyung-yoon. Although Hawk Jam controls a lot of the media, the live feed from the UN meeting has gotten around. They can't hide it anymore, and the Western media, too, can only go along with the flow. A new round of publicity began with a photo of Young Kyung-yoon holding a rescued girl from the disaster area in Myanmar. In the new reports, Young Kyung-yoon is being completely publicized as a lone hero. Zhang Jingyuan doesn't care, but is actually doing it for the sake of his country's rescue and relief efforts? Great! Young Kyung-yoon's speech at the UN conference, I never cared about individuals. Zhang Jingyuan perfectly embodies the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of a weak nation, they still pay attention. Vigilance. Take stock of the latest technology of the Dragon Kingdom in Zhang Jingyuan's current disaster relief in Burma. Unafraid of the powerful, not to despise the weak. Zhang Jingyuan's spirit of Dragon Kingdom diplomacy. Life is more important than anything. Yang Qianyun's sacred moment. Foreigners would have liked the kind of strong and lone hero kind, and Zhang Jingyuan's behavior is completely in line with their preferences. As the content of the live broadcast went viral, and the media reported on it, international opinion became completely different from what it was before. Almost all of them praised the spirit of Longguo and Zhang Jingyuan. There is no longer any pressure from the United Nations and international public opinion to cooperate with the Khmer state on the canal project. Nice move to back off. Things are getting interesting. Secretary of State Amblin turned off the live feed and stood up to stretch. Taking care of public opinion is just the beginning. I don't know how you, Zhang Jingyuan, are going to deal with the four countries' joint military exercises. Chapter 40, You're too late. Hong Lai has already made a deal with me, Hudson and Kingston, who are closely following the course of events in Saigon, as well as Nguyen Minh Quang and others. At the moment, they are looking at each other in disbelief. The reversal of public opinion is also too fast. Ruan Mingguan looked at Hudson and Kingston with a look of despair. Zhang Jingyuan is too ruthless. I've long said that I can't underestimate Zhang Jingyuan's. Kingston muttered up. I didn't realize that I still underestimated him. Hudson was also filled with disbelief. From the moment Zhang Jingyuan arrived in Khmer, almost every step behind was premeditated. His mind is just too meticulous. Choosing to go to Burma is such a god move. We've completely lost the battle of public opinion. Nguyen Minh Quang's look of despair grew stronger as the resolution proposed by the representative of Annan at the UN meeting was almost unanimously rejected after Zhao Mu's speech. The plan to use public opinion and the United Nations to force the Dragon and Khmer states to give up the canal project has completely failed. So what do we do? Hudson quickly calmed down and then said, Don't worry, the public opinion war is just our first move. This failure is nothing. We have other methods. You mean military exercises? Kingston asked. That's right, a four-country joint military exercise is something the Khmer nation can't afford. And with young Qianyun going to Burma, what will that make Hong Ray think? We've approached Hong Lai before. He's a man who swings from side to side. If we go to the Khmer now, threaten with military exercises and bribe with aid, we'll definitely be able to win Hong Lai over. As long as Hong Lai rejects the canal project, strategically we are just as successful. Mr. Hudson, you are going to the Khmer yourself? Nguyen Minh Quang then turned his worries into joy. This Hudson was much more capable than Kingston, as long as he was personally involved. Along with the news of the joint military exercises of the four countries, it would be completely foolproof to take a Khmer nation's Hong Lai. That's right, I will strike. Hudson exuded an aura of a strong man. Nguyen Minh Quang, you can already think ahead on how to build us a naval base first. In recent years, the top brass in Annam has been relatively close to Eagle Jam, and it would not be difficult to get the Khmer state to give up the canal project and build a naval base for Eagle Jam, as long as they can get the Khmer state to give up the canal project. So Nguyen Minh Quang agreed to it in one go. Mr. Hudson, as long as you can get Hong Lai to give up the canal project, there is absolutely no problem with the naval base. Hudson smiled reassuringly at this, going to the trouble of doing this for Annan just to get the Eagle Jam forces back into Southeast Asia. Since the fleet bailed out 9 years ago, their sphere of influence has only been on the Luzon side. Nowadays, in order to better hype the Ezo issue, it is necessary to get closer to this side of the South China Sea in order to do so. Annan, an excellent place. So in order to accomplish their strategic purpose of Eagle Sauce, this has to get done. Hudson confidently packed his things and headed for Khmer country. What he didn't know, though, was that after the vote on the UN resolution was over, Zhang Jingyuan had then preceded him and returned to the Khmer kingdom. At this moment, Zhang Jingyuan was sitting on the wide and comfortable sofa of the Khmer Prime Minister's residence. This was the second step of his plan to stabilize Hong Lai and win him over. Don't let him be turned by Eagle Jam. Hong Lai was sitting across from him, looking at Zhang Jingyuan leisurely holding a cup of milk tea over there. Hong Lai was really a bit impressed inside. He had been watching Zhang Jingyuan after he left the Khmer. Never would I have thought that young Qianyun would be able to come up with such a solution in the face of Eagle Jam and the targeting of Annan. Used the images from the Siam meeting, used the Khmer state of affairs, and even used himself. At the UN meeting, it turned public opinion on its head. That kind of operation was enough for him to learn. Ambassador Zhang, your response to the crisis of international public opinion really amazes me. Zhang Jingyuan chewed 2 mouthfuls of pearls and smiled at Hong Lai. You should be thanking me. I'm doing this for the sake of your canal project, so don't let me down before you do. Although Zhang Jingyuan said this with a smile, Hong Lai heard a hint of threat in Zhang Jingyuan's words. Ambassador Zhang, what does that mean? The canal project, although I also want to push it forward, does have a great deal of resistance, and even if the project can't continue in the end, it's not as if I've failed you, right? Zhang Jingyuan had long seen Hong Lai's mind. He put down his milk tea and said slowly, Hong Lai, I know what you're thinking. It's simply not possible for you to try to sway between our Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce. I'll tell you straight. Do you know why Hawk Jam helped Anon so much? It's because Anon gave Eagle Jam a pretty big promise. This promise is nothing to us, the Dragon Kingdom, but to you, the Khmer, it is a sword of Damocles. Hong Lai of course guessed that Anon must have given Eagle Jam a favor to make Eagle Jam help them so much. He just didn't know what exactly that favor was. Now that he heard Zhang Jingyuan say this, he was already slightly shaken inside. Noticing Hong Lai's expression, Zhang Jingyuan continued, Hong Lai, the construction of the Dukchong Funam Canal is the only time in your life that you can change the fate of your Khmer nation. If you lose it, you will be stepped on by Annam forever. Think about it, Annam has already defected to Eagle Jam. They are better located than you, richer than you, better fighters than you. You have nothing. If you believe Eagle Jam's promises to you now and give up on the canal project, what do you think Eagle Jam will do to you in the future? Hong Lei was shocked. How did you know Hawk Sauce contacted me? The words almost came out of his mouth. Good thing he held back at the crucial moment. His expression, however, had given him away. At this moment, his face was filled with astonishment because Zhang Jingyuan was like a prophet, as if he knew everything. In front of Zhang Jingyuan, Hong Lai felt like she was naked and had all her thoughts seen by Zhang Jingyuan. Don't look at me. With such eyes, Zhang Jingyuan smiled, but his eyes were still sharp. On Eagle Sauce's side, you don't have any value, and when you're used up this time, you'll be discarded. Hong Lai also knew that cooperating with Eagle Jam was undoubtedly seeking skin with a tiger, and in comparison, the Dragon Kingdom also seemed more credible, but he's still trying to pull a few strings to get more for himself. Ambassador Zhang, I didn't say that we must vote for Eagle Sauce's side. It's just that the decision of the canal project is in our hands, or else, the construction cost, you Dragon Kingdom will be cheaper? Still talking to me about expenses? Zhang Jingyuan shook his head, looking at Hong Lai as if he was looking at a little cutie. You still don't understand until now. This project, we, Dragon Kingdom, can give it up, but you, Khmer, can't give it up? Your father, Hong Mu, intended to pass the seat to you, but your people are not convinced, and you are now in dire need of a piece of political work that you can take out to convince the people. The Deccan Funan Canal is the one political achievement that will help you best your way to the top, and you're actually deluded enough to try to use Eagle Sauce to make a deal with me? You're so much more stupid than your old man, not by a mile. Zhang Jingyuan didn't give Hong Lai any face and just straight up disliked him. After disliking him, Zhang Jingyuan got up and walked outside. I don't want to talk about it. This canal project, you can cancel it as much as you want, just don't regret it when the time comes. Straight up stupidity and cuteness to someone who was the son of a prime minister and soon to be prime minister. Zhang Jingyuan, the diplomat, can be considered the first person in the ancient world. Hong Lai was scolded by Zhang Jingyuan, but his entire body was honest, because everything Zhang Jingyuan said spoke to his heart. Nowadays, the people of the Khmer Kingdom know that the Dragon Kingdom is going to help them build the Deccan Funam Canal, and know that this is a big project that can change their destiny. They're all celebrating. If they knew that Hong Lai had cancelled this project, they would have made a scene. Plus this horrible ability of Zhang Jingyuan to manipulate public opinion. He could almost foresee that he would not be able to hold on to his seat as prime minister at all. Moreover, he had offended Longguo and this arrogant and overbearing Zhang Jingyuan, and he didn't know what the consequences would be in the future. After Hong Lai was disliked by Zhang Jingyuan, not only did he not get angry, but his eyes cleared up instantly, and he hurriedly called out to Zhang Jingyuan, Ambassador Zhang, please stay. I agree with the Dechongfu Nan Canal project. The contract can be signed tomorrow. Just then, men under his command ran in and informed, Special Envoy Hudson of the Eagle Sauce is outside and wants to see the Prime Minister. Hong Lai froze instantly. The Eagle Jam envoy was here? It doesn't take much to figure out what it's here for. He looked at Zhang Jingyuan helpfully. Don't be afraid. Zhang Jingyuan grabbed the milk tea on the table and got up to walk outside. Let's go together to meet this Eagle Sauce envoy. In the parlor outside the Prime Minister's residence, Hudson was waiting with a group of reporters and a live broadcast team. Wanted to be the first to broadcast the footage of himself convincing Hong Lai. However, it was noticed that there seemed to be a group of reporters and a live broadcast team next to them, and it looked as if they were from the Dragon TV General Station. Just as Hudson was still puzzled, he saw young Kyung-yoon and Hong Rei walk out hand in hand. Hudson's eyes leapt open, full of surprise as he asked, Zhang Jingyuan, why are you here? Zhang Jingyuan took a sip of milk tea with ease and revealed a teasing expression. Hudson, you're late. Hong Lei has already talked to me. Hudson, who was unaware of the situation, immediately froze in place. Chapter 41 Hudson, what's going on? I'd become an ingrate? The reporters and live streaming teams at the door, whether it was Eagle Jam or Dragon Kingdom, immediately realized that there was big news the moment they saw Zheng Jingyuan and Hong Lai appear, and they all aimed their cameras at them. Hudson turned his gaze to Hong Lai, with a strong threatening undertone on his face, and asked, Hong Lai, have you decided that you want to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom to build the canal? Have you thought it through? Hudson, no less, did his time in the CIA and spent a lot of time with Secretary of State Amblin at Eagle Jam. The whole aura is still here. When these words came out, the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees. Everyone could feel that pressure coming off of Hudson. That's heavy pressure from behind the world's #1 power and the world's #1 navy. Being at the center of the storm, Hong Lai felt it especially strongly. Being watched by Hudson made him feel like he was being watched by a tiger. There is a danger of death at any moment. Hong Lai somewhat sheepishly glanced at Zheng Jingyuan again. Zheng Jingyuan was the only one in the room who didn't have any reaction. After feeling Hong Lai's gaze for help, Zheng Jingyuan said indifferently, Hudson, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Then I will repeat it once more. Mr. Hong Lai has confirmed that he wants to work together with us, the Dragon Kingdom, to build the Dichong-Funan Canal project, and I will sign the contract tomorrow. Zheng Jingyuan said with a slight smile, if Mr. Hudson is free, he can come over to watch the ceremony. Previously, when Zheng Jingyuan went inside the Prime Minister's office to speak to Hong Lai, he did not let the live broadcast team from Dragon TV General Station in. He was ready to get tough to keep Hong Lai from falling to Eagle Jam. Hong Lai might also become his ally in the future, if he pointed at Hong Lai's nose and called him a cutie. Of this scene was broadcast out live. It would be too humiliating for the people of Hong Rai and Khmer State. That's why the reporters from the Dragon TV main station and the live broadcast team were waiting outside. But their live feeds were always on. The time when Young Kyung-yoon entered the interior of the Prime Minister's residence was clear to the viewers of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, he saw that Zheng Jingyuan had brought Hong Lai out so quickly and had even talked everything over. Both looked surprised and excited. How come Fuchi didn't go in for long before he convinced Hong Lai? Wasn't Hong Lai arrogant at first? Why is he so well behaved now? Brother Fuchi didn't lie to us. He really tuned up Hong Lai. I'll go. How did Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon do that? Ha ha, Ambassador Zhang is so grounded that he took a cup of milk tea and drank it there. It feels like Ambassador Zhang is so approachable and not too old. So why can he be so powerful? What brand of milk tea is Ambassador Zhang drinking? It looks so delicious. Just arrived. Isn't Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon in Burma for disaster relief? How come all of a sudden he's in the Khmer Kingdom again? Secret technique repeated horizontal jump? I guess Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan on the Burmese side is almost done with it. And now it's almost time for Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan to sign the contract for Hong Lai's side. So of course he has to come over. Special Envoy Eagle Jam actually came to the Khmer Kingdom and met my brother Yuan? This is going to be a good show. Did you see Ambassador Zhang's speech at the United Nations meeting with Ambassador Zhao? It was awesome. I didn't know. There's such a thing? Where is it? I want to see it. You guys go search for it. The latest video published by the official Dragon TV main station is that video. Hudson reacted now and immediately understood that Zheng Jingyuan had already taken a step ahead of himself and made contact with Hong Lai. And I don't know what kind of agreement was made with Hong Lai to get him to agree to the project of building the canal. Hudson's face sank, and he said to Hong Lai, you don't want any more aid from our eagle sauce? Zheng Jingyuan had already said his words to death, and at the moment so many reporters existed with the live broadcast, there was already no turning back for Hong Lai. He said somewhat helplessly, the Deccan-Fu-Nam Canal project is a very significant project for us, the Khmer nation, and even if we don't want your assistance, we still have to build this canal. Hudson's heart went straight out of his chest when he heard that. He had thought that he could easily convince Hong Lai by coming in person and cooperating with the news of the joint military exercises of the four countries. But on the contrary, Zheng Jingyuan just came over before him, and he didn't know what method he used to take down Hong Lai. Once again, he defused his plan. It was now necessary to find a way to win Hong Lai over, and at the same time, suppress Zheng Jingyuan's anger in order to do so. Hudson's mind was spinning fast and he said immediately, Zheng Jingyuan, aren't you in Burma for disaster relief? Why did you appear here? I get it. Your previous speech at the UN meeting was just for show. You hypocrite. Hong Lai, you actually cooperated with such a hypocrite. Aren't you afraid of backlash later? Needless to say, Hudson was really good at what he did and quickly found an angle to start throwing dirt on Young Kyung-yoon. There were so many reporters there and it was live. As long as Zheng Jingyuan gave a bad answer, international public opinion was likely to be reversed once again. If it were anyone else, they might have to be surprised by Hudson's sudden attack, trembling and not knowing what to say. But unfortunately, the one he met was Zheng Jingyuan. Since Zheng Jingyuan was standing here, He was naturally prepared for anything. Zhang Jingyuan once again took a leisurely sip of the milk tea in his hand and shook his head. Hudson, during the Golden Rescue time, I risked the aftershock to direct the disaster relief at the scene in Myanmar. Now that the second batch of our Dragon Kingdom's rescue team has arrived in Myanmar, and the people have been rescued pretty much, what's wrong with me showing up here? I was going to negotiate with the Khmer Nation on the construction of the canal, a project that also concerns the future of the people of the Khmer Nation, and I am a very fraternal person, so of course I will not favor one over the other. On the contrary, you, Hudson, how do you have the face to come here and question me? You eagle sauce keep claiming to be a great and powerful nation, touting your humanitarianism. Where are your rescue teams? Hudson was speechless. After all, he knew best what kind of virtue they had in Eagle Jam. There is no oil in Maine, so how could Eagle Jam go to Maine for a rescue mission? Now that he was backhanded by Zhang Jingyuan, he could only prevaricate. We're not very clear about the situation in Burma, so we'll naturally carry out a rescue when the investigation is clear. By the time you initiate a rescue, the yellow flowers will be cold. Do you know what is meant by golden rescue time? Zhang Jingyuan sneered. Just like you, how dare you question me? Hudson was wound up by Zhang Jingyuan and was thinking about how to answer. Zhang Jingyuan suddenly said again, I think you just said you're going to give aid to the Khmer Nation, right? Hudson was being disliked by Zhang Jingyuan and didn't know what to say. I'm here to aid the Khmer Kingdom. Why can't I question you? Count on your hawk jam to have some conscience. Where's the aid? Just bring out the aid straight away. It just so happens that Hong Lai is short of money to repair the canal. Hong Rai, what are you waiting for? Why don't you thank Ambassador Hudson for giving aid to your Khmer Nation? Hudson was outright dumbfounded when he heard that. What's going on? I'm a sucker? Chapter 42. It's just a bunch of dirtbags. I'll help you. The Dragon Nation viewers in the live broadcast room saw the Raging Eagle Jam envoy Hudson being made to look that silly by Zhang Jingyuan's 3 words. He burst out laughing. This Hudson looks like he's a bully. How come he's acting like a child even when facing our Ambassador Zhang? Eagle Sauce changed the envoy from Kingston to Hudson, but it didn't do much good. Laughing my ass off, Brother Fuchi wants Eagle Sauce to shell out money to build a canal for the Khmer Nation in just 2 words. Brother Yuchi is awesome. 2 words? Make that man spend 1.8 billion for me. Is this Hudson coming over for a laugh? It seems that Eagle Jam is so attached to our ambassador Young Kyung-yoon that she's chasing him to the Khmer Kingdom. Hudson now had mixed feelings in his heart, which made him realize why Kingston had been saying that Zhang Jingyuan was not simple. In order to avoid being framed as an ingrate with words by Zhang Jingyuan again, Hudson hurriedly said, Zhang Jingyuan, it's true that I did talk about aid to the Khmer, but this is a matter that needs to be talked about slowly between me and Hong Lai. You're not qualified to get involved here. What? Aid comes with conditions, right? Zhang Jingyuan clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Hudson with a smirk. You want to use the aid to threaten Hong Lai and threaten the Khmer Nation? Zhang Jingyuan, don't you spit blood? When did I threaten Hong Lai? Young Kyung-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Just now. Everyone heard you. You said, our Hawk Jam's assistance. Don't you want it anymore? So, if Hong Lai wants your Hawk Jam's assistance, what do you need to do? Once again, Hudson didn't know what to say. He had just said something about assistance, and it was immediately grasped by Zhang Jingyuan, and it put the matter directly on the table. The matter of threatening Hong Lai with aid for refusing to build a canal was certainly not to be uttered on such an occasion. Public opinion will absolutely explode once it's said, because they, Eagle Sauce, have no reason to interfere with the cooperation between the Khmer Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. Blame it on yourself for seeing Hong Lai and Zhang Jingyuan together and saying that in a hurry. As a result, Zhang Jingyuan seized the opportunity and put himself in a dilemma with a few words. This Young Kyung-yoon guy is just too good. Hudson understood that he couldn't continue talking to Young Kyung-yoon now and emphasized again, Zhang Jingyuan, I'm here to find Hong Lai. It has nothing to do with you. Hong Lai, let's go. Let's talk inside. With that, he directly pulled Hong Lai and tried to walk towards the house. He really didn't want to deal with this difficult guy Zhang Jingyuan. Hong Lai now admired Zhang Jingyuan more and more. Zhang Jingyuan's performance had conquered Hong Lai perfectly. Caught by Hudson at the moment, Hong Lai couldn't help but yelp, Ambassador Chang, it's fine. You guys take your time to talk. Just remember what I told you. Zhang Jingyuan smiled without any worried look. I'll go back first. After the friendly exchange just now, Zhang Jingyuan was already sure that Hong Lai would not be turned by Hudson. And even if Hong Lai was turned by Hudson, Zhang Jingyuan had other ways to take care of the current situation. As a top strategy guru, he had absolute confidence in this. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's bashful expression, Hong Lai also settled down. Once inside, Hudson sat down on the couch where Young Kyung-yoon had sat before. Without Zhang Jingyuan's presence, Hudson also recovered and looked at Hong Lai in a domineering manner. Hong Lai, I made it very clear to you before. If you give up the canal project, we will give you a lot of assistance. If you are stubborn, then wait for the four countries' joint military exercises. Hudson's unbeatable look made Han Lai feel a little disgusted in his heart. Even though young Kyung-yoon had said he was stupid, young Kyung-yoon was doing it for his and their country's good. But right now, Hudson is so high and mighty. It's totally different in the senses. Han Lai frowned and returned. Mr. Hudson, once the Dechong Funam Canal is repaired, it will be a constant source of wealth for our Khmer nation. Can you eagle sauce aid us in a constant stream? How dare you bargain with me? Hudson was a bit annoyed. Annan's side is furious, and when the time comes that they, along with Luzon and the kangaroo and cherry blossom countries, bring their warships to your doorstep, you won't be able to ask for me. If Zheng Jingyuan hadn't come before, Han Lai might have been convinced by Hudson, but now, he felt more and more that Zhang Jingyuan's words made sense, and the way young Kyung-yoon faced Hudson as well as Eagle Sauce just now had inexplicably filled Han Lai with confidence. He had a vague idea in his mind that as long as Zhang Jingyuan was here, he would definitely be able to finalize the canal project, even in the face of Eagle Jam, and the threat of a four-nation joint military exercise. Mr. Hudson, no matter what you say, I will push forward with the Dechong Funan Canal. Han Lai had completely seen through Hudson's purpose. He also deeply understood the significance of young Kyung-yoon's statement that Annan was much more important than them in Eagle Jam's eyes. The Khmer nation had always hated Annan, and now it was seeing Eagle Jam oppressing itself like this for Annan's sake. Han Lai also got angry and became tough. Hudson looked at Han Lai with a bit of a headache. When their CIA people contacted Han Lai before, his attitude was clearly still wavering. How is it that in just 2 days, he met with Zheng Jingyuan? Han Lai's attitude became very different. So determined? What kind of mesmerizing soup did this Zheng Jingyuan give Han Lai? Hudson, who couldn't figure it out, wasn't going to think about it anymore. Since Han Lai had said so, Hudson could only continue to threaten. Fine, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. The four-country joint military exercise will be held as scheduled. We, Eagle Sauce, will target you in the future as well. You wait and see. The cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom will bring you, the Khmer Kingdom, into the abyss. After letting out his harsh words, Hudson angrily walked out of the Prime Minister's residence. Han Lai looked at Hudson's back and wondered what he was thinking. By the time the next day rolled around, Zheng Jingyuan, who had slept beautifully, had just gotten up, just to see Han Lai already waiting for himself. Seeing Zheng Jingyuan walk out, Han Lai hurriedly ran over to him and said to Zheng Jingyuan, Ambassador Zhang, last night Hudson tried to get me to terminate the canal project, but I refused him. Zheng Jingyuan had long guessed Han Lai's intention, and at this moment laughed. Did he threaten you with a four-nation joint military exercise? How do you know? Han Lai first asked back in surprise, then felt that he was asking a very redundant question. Can Zheng Jingyuan not know this kind of thing? The current Han Lai, towards Zheng Jingyuan, had become somewhat overly dependent. Several of their means have been solved by me, and now the four countries' joint military exercise is their last card. Zheng Jingyuan's eyes are thick with contempt. Although Zheng Jingyuan looked down on the joint military exercises of the four countries, this was indeed one of the biggest threats to Han Lai. Han Lai said hesitantly, Ambassador Zhang, if you can solve the four-nation joint military exercise between Annan, Luzon, Sakura and Kangaroo countries in them, I'll sign a contract with you immediately. No problem. Zheng Jingyuan didn't berate Han Lai for negotiating terms anymore at this time. A joint military exercise by four countries could not only threaten the Khmer, but also amount to a disregard for the Dragon Kingdom. No matter what, Zheng Jingyuan was going to fix them, and as soon as the four-nation joint military exercise is resolved, the situation on this side of Southeast Asia is pretty much over. Hearing Han Lai's request at this moment, Zheng Jingyuan looked at the endless sea. The smile on his face looked unusually bright. It's just a bunch of dirtbags. I'll come and help you. Han Lai revealed a look of surprise. A four-country joint military exercise was definitely a heavenly event, and the Dragon Kingdom sure as hell isn't going to personally send a fleet to get involved. But why was Zheng Jingyuan so confident? What in the world could he possibly have done to fix this four-nation joint military exercise? Chapter 43, Naval Base, Zhang Jingyuan's True Purpose. Military exercises have always been one of the means by which the powerful oppress the weak. As a weak country, you have no idea if the other side's military maneuvers will turn out to be real all of a sudden. Historically, there have been many wars where the pre-war buildup was conducted under the name of maneuvers, and the military exercises can also be a deterrent to the neighborhood, so that many international companies dare not easily to invest in your country. Take for example the Khmer state in this case. Even if the Deccan Phu-Nam Canal is built, as long as the four-nation joint military exercise ends successfully, many cargo ships, too, will not dare to go from your route. At this moment, looking at the confident Zheng Jingyuan, Han Lai really couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and asked, Ambassador Zhang, not to mention the Kangaroo and Sakura countries, the military strength of our Luzon country within ASEAN alone ranks 31st in the world, with 100,000 tons of displacement ships, and Annam's military strength is even ranked around 20 globally, with a total of more than 120 combat ships, although most of them are relatively old. They still have combat power that should not be underestimated, and we, the Khmer nation, only a dozen or so patrol boats of several hundred tons. How to deal with them? Could it be that your Dragon Kingdom will personally take action? Zheng Jingyuan shook his head. We, the Dragon Kingdom, promise not to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Not to mention, these few countries are not worth our efforts. Hong Lei became even more puzzled. So how are you going to solve this joint maneuver of Annan's and theirs? Zheng Jingyuan didn't answer Hong Lei directly, but asked in return, our Dragon Kingdom's Lingwu Lu frigate, do you want it? Lingwu Lu is a light frigate of the Dragon Kingdom. Although its displacement is only more than 1,000 tons, it has stealth capability and is equipped with one 76mm gun, 2 remote-controlled automatic machine guns, 4 Hawk 83 anti-ship missiles, and 1 air-to-ship missile FL-3000N launcher. This is already a behemoth for the Khmer state. At this moment, when he steeply heard Zhang Jingyuan's words, Hong Lai was first stunned, followed by his breathing becoming short. Ambassador Zhang, does it mean Dechong-Funan Canal once open to navigation? Certainly need to escort ships. We Dragon Kingdom, always good people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. When Zhang Jingyuan said this, he deliberately whetted Hong Lai's appetite and smiled meaningfully. Hong Lai had already been trolled into warping his mouth and couldn't care less about his manners. Asking directly, what exactly do you Dragon Kingdom want? We will provide you with 2 Raimu Ryu frigates to use as escorts. When Hong Lai heard this, he only felt a dizzying sensation of happiness coming towards him. With these 2 Lingwu Ryu frigates of the Dragon Kingdom, the maritime power of their Khmer kingdom would be greatly enhanced. In the future, you cannot fear the maritime threat of Annam. Really? You Dragon Kingdom is really willing to provide us with 2 Raimu Ryu frigates? Of course it's true, but you Khmer don't have a suitable harbor for anchoring, Zheng Jingyuan said, finally revealing his real purpose. I therefore propose to refurbish your Khmer nation's Cloud Harbor, and build a joint security base to ensure the berthing and resupply of ships. If you agree, during the construction of the Dekong-Funan Canal, we in the Dragon State will aid Yungang as well. After Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, he sat down and quietly waited for Hong Lai's reply. If the Dragon Kingdom wants to maintain its trade and position in the world, it must have enough naval bases. This will allow them to compete with Eagle Jam in the future. The current Dragon Nation has just one overseas base, Djibouti. That truly qualifies as an overseas base. If you want to keep Eagle Jam's power out of Southeast Asia, then you're bound to have one over here as well. The Cloud Harbor base was previously built by Eagle Sauce and the Khmer Kingdom during their honeymoon period, and Eagle Sauce had built a number of military facilities in it. But then, because Eagle Sauce's Amblin supported the Khmer state opposition in a color revolution, relations between the two countries are much less favorable. The Khmer state then dismantled some of the facilities in Cloud Harbor and just left it empty. Now is the best time to win the Khmer state over. Zheng Jingyuan is not afraid of Hong Lai's disagreement, and Dechongfu South Canal, coupled with Eagle Sauce's advancement of the four-nation joint military exercise strategy, it had left Hong Lai with no choice. And from the moment Zheng Jingyuan spoke the words out of his mouth, the expression on Hong Lai's face became extremely wonderful. It was a look of dismay, remorse, helplessness, and compromise all mixed together. He now realized how terrifying Zheng Jingyuan was. Without the Hawksbane's coercion and the threat of a four-nation joint military exercise, Hong Lai was perfectly capable of rejecting Zheng Jingyuan's offer. But Zheng Jingyuan took advantage of the situation and made this request now. Straight away, you don't have any options available to you. Both Eagle Jam and Annan, it seems, have become Young Kyun-yoon's pawns. Now he could only be tied tightly to the Dragon Kingdom. If he backed out now, that kind of consequence, he, Hong Lai, simply couldn't afford it. Ambassador Zhang, Hong Lai gritted his teeth. I agree with your proposal. Zheng Jingyuan smiled. Everything was under his control. Happy cooperation. Don't worry, our Dragon Kingdom is not Eagle Sauce. I won't treat you badly. Hong Lai was now resigned to his fate. He knew that he couldn't play Zheng Jingyuan at all, and asked in disgust, so what do I need to do now? Zheng Jingyuan walked out and threw down a sentence. Just wait to hear from me. After going out, Zheng Jingyuan felt out his cell phone and called Zheng Yi with a video. After all, as a diplomat, all the bottom line comes from your country. His machinations, too, require the cooperation of the state to make them work. Dad, it's all taken care of. The rest, we're waiting for you to cooperate. Zhang Yi revealed a surprised look. Hong Lai agreed so quickly? Can he not agree? Zheng Jingyuan smiled smugly. If he doesn't agree, what about the canal? What about the military exercises? Son, I didn't expect you to not only think so far ahead, but also come up with a complete plan. Zhang Yi was very happy. Now the top is praising you for your UN speech being very level-headed. Now the plan is down to the final step, which is to disrupt the four-nation joint military exercise between Annam and Luzon and them. Hearing this, a hesitant look surfaced on Zhang Yi's face. Son, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Would the last step you planned be too risky? If I don't go, then there will be no deterrent. So I have to go. Zheng Jingyuan looked relaxed. Dad, if you don't trust me, don't you still trust our country? You brat, you really do have a few moments of a Han ambassador. Zhang Yi was convinced by Zheng Jingyuan's relaxed expression. I'm going to make arrangements. And also, this must not be known to your mother. That's for sure. If I tell Mom, she will definitely not agree. Zheng Jingyuan knew his mom's temper and nodded his head with deep conviction. Then I'll go and carry out the mobilization. Take care of yourself and don't be impulsive once there's danger. Zhang Yi uneasily urged up. Well, I know that. And now, the world's audience is going to see a good show. Chapter 44, Global Concerns Feverishly Discussed. Four-nation military exercise held as scheduled. Shortly after hanging up the video, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom issued a statement to the public, called the Four-Nation Joint Military Exercise of Luzon, Annam, Kangaroo Nation, and Sakura Nation, a naked targeting of the Khmer Nation's canal project. This move violates the rights of the Khmer state and is a threat to the Dragon state. Demand that the four countries immediately stop their military exercises. They, Hawk Master, were not at all impressed by this statement from the Dragon Kingdom, not at all in the eye of the beholder. Eagle Jam was first in line, holding a press conference and declaring that the four-nation joint military exercise was not aimed at any country. It is a reasonable and legitimate behavior of Annan and Luzon. It didn't seem to take Dragon's statements seriously at all. It was just that they seemed to have forgotten that without the support of the state, how could Zheng Jingyuan have exerted such iron-blooded tactics before? Hong Lai, on the other hand, had a press conference under the command of Young Kyung-yoon. In order to protect the safety of the navigation channel of the Dekhon-Funan Canal, it was announced that 2 Lingwu Lu-class frigates were leased from the Dragon Kingdom. There will also be combat training near the Gulf of Siam, the date of which is on the same day as the joint four-nation military exercise. The Khmer state will also sign a contract with the Dragon state for the Dekhon-Funan Canal project after the four-nation joint military exercise. As soon as this press conference was over, it immediately drew the attention of many countries, especially ASEAN countries. It also caused a furor. Media outlets in various countries have picked up the news. Many people were speculating on Hong Lai's intentions for this move. Is Hong Lai crazy? Is he trying to tough out a four-nation joint military exercise? I think Hong Lai is cowed. And opening this conference is just a show for the Dragon Kingdom, whose purpose is to see how much influence the joint military exercises of the four countries really have. I think so too. He postponed the signing of the contract until after the four-nation joint military exercise, so I guess he's just looking at the situation. Combat training? Is the Khmer state capable of that? I guess I'm just saying that to save face. I can't figure out even if I think about it. How is the Khmer state going to respond to this four-nation joint military exercise? Could it be that it depends on the Dragon Kingdom? Unlikely. The four countries' joint military exercises did not enter the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no reason for the Dragon Kingdom to make a move. And if the Dragon Kingdom makes a move rashly, it will instead give Eagle Jam a chance. So is the Dragon Kingdom just going to watch as Khmer is threatened by a four-nation joint military exercise? Didn't the Dragon Kingdom provide the Khmer with 2 Raimu Ryu frigates here? The diplomat named Young Kyung-yun still seems to be in Khmer, and I want to see what he'll do. What use can a diplomat be on such occasions? That's right, although Zheng Jingyuan performed strongly at the Siam meeting and turned public opinion against him, but no matter what, he's just a diplomat. There's no room for him to play in this situation. This is going to be a good show. There shouldn't be a war. Should there? I don't know if the four-nation joint military exercise will be held as scheduled, just as the countries were talking. On the Annan side, too, because of this press statement by Hong Lai, and an emergency meeting was called. The presiding officer of the meeting was Hudson. The attendees, except for 3 familiar faces, Kingston, Nguyen Minh Quang and Carlos, there were 2 others, Ilya from the Kangaroo Kingdom and Shingo Miyamoto from the Sakura Kingdom. They are both in charge of this four-nation joint military exercise. Hudson blushed a little. Before, he had traveled to the Khmer nation with full confidence, thinking that he would surely be able to convince Hong Lai. But now, it's back in the dust. So first he explained to Nguyen Minh Quang, when I went to Khmer, Zheng Jingyuan had already contacted Hong Lai in advance, and Hong Lai also seems to be determined to build the Dukchon-Funam Canal. It seems that the Khmer state does attach great importance to this canal. Nguyen Minh Quang, your Annam's previous oppression of the Khmer is still a bit too hard. The fact that the commanders of the 4 countries are now gathered here has given Nguyen Minh Quang a lot of confidence. He smiled back. It's fine. As long as we are stronger in our military exercises this time, we will definitely be able to deter Hong Lai as well as Zhang Jingyuan and the others from giving up the canal project. That's for sure. Hudson nodded and continued. But something to keep in mind is the message that Hong Lei just revealed in his briefing, and it's important to keep it in mind when it comes to military exercises. Mr. Hudson, there's no need to be too nervous. With the Khmer Kingdom's strength, Annam and Luzon alone are enough, not to mention adding us and the Sakura Kingdom to the mix, Ilya said with a relaxed expression. Even if the Dragon Kingdom provided the Khmer 2 Lingwu Lu-class frigates, that's still not enough. Shingo Miyamoto followed suit. Mr. Hudson, this military exercise is not only to make the Khmer look good, but also to put some pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. That Zhang Jingyuan's belittling of us at the Siam conference made us very angry. This is nothing. As long as you fix the high-speed train in Annam, you can punch Zhang Jingyuan in the face. Carlos said, there is absolutely no need to provoke the Dragon Kingdom again. What are you afraid of? Since the Dragon Kingdom dares to provide warships to the Khmer, we have to counteract it. So when we go back, we can go over to the Dong Khmer Straits and give the Dragon Kingdom a bit of color. Ilya said arrogantly, do you really think that the military exercises with you guys are only targeting the Khmer? Ha! Hudson frowned when he saw that several of the men were somewhat contemptuous of the Khmer and Dragon Kingdoms, and somewhat at odds with each other. I thought to myself, why do you have a sense of immediacy of a straw man? As the initiator of this military exercise, he played the role of the boss and advised, alright, don't argue, this military exercise, you must work together well and complete it successfully. Forced to bring the Khmer Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom to their knees. Piece of cake, no problem, it has to be, I try my best. One after the other, replies rang out. Looking at these four people in front of him, Hudson, for some reason, suddenly a little bottomless in his heart. This meeting was followed by a very high-profile announcement on the part of Annam and Luzon. This four-nation joint military exercise will not be disturbed in any way and will be held as scheduled, and the four countries will have absolute confidence in this military exercise. When the time comes, the military exercise will be broadcast live on all the major broadcasting stations. The Longwa side also released a statement saying that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon will be guiding the Khmer in combat training and will also be broadcasting the whole thing live. These two statements immediately fired up the heat on this event. Countless countries are ready to pay first attention to the upcoming military exercises, and was wondering how Zhang Jingyuan, a diplomat, was able to instruct the Khmer in combat training. What is the reason for this move by the Dragon Kingdom, as well as what was the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom? In the end, this period of time at the beginning of the military exercises became the calm before the storm. Everyone was quietly waiting for this collision, and with all eyes looking forward, it was also finally the day of the four-nation joint military exercise. This time, all four countries had brought out their leading warships. Luzon's FF-150 Jose Rizal missile frigate, Annam's Cheetah 3-9 class frigate, Sakura's Akazuki class destroyer, and Kangaroo's DDG-39 class destroyer all gathered in one formidable group, sailed from Saigon over toward the coastline of the Khmer nation in the Gulf of Siam. Unfortunately, you have lost your last chance, Zhang Jingyuan muttered after receiving the news of the departure of the fleet of the four countries. Then he took Hong Lai and boarded the Raimu Ryu class frigate. Looking at the vast ocean, Zhang Jingyuan shouted, "Let's go!" Chapter 45, Mr. Hong Lai, meet the wind and ride the waves. After boarding the ship, the female host of the Dragon TV main station immediately had the live broadcast team aim the live broadcast camera at Zhang Jingyuan. It's a hot story with global attention, and she's been given a death warrant from above. Be sure to broadcast the whole thing live, putting the Dragon Kingdom diplomat's demeanor on full display. It was the first time she had ever seen the top so solemn as to let her broadcast such an incident live. Add to that the aura of solemnity that now permeated the warship. It made the host, who had spent several years at the Dragon TV main station and had seen many big scenes, a little nervous. Hello everyone, this is a special program from Dragon TV General. We now see that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon has boarded the Yangmo Ryu class frigate and will be joining Mr. Hong Ray in the Gulf of Siam for combat training. Today is also the day when Luzon, Annam, Cherry Blossom Country as well as Kangaroo Country are conducting a four-country joint military exercise. I don't know if I'll run into them or not. To be honest, I'm a little bit nervous about what's going to happen next. I don't know. So let's all wait and see together with me. After the hostess finished speaking, the live broadcast team immediately aimed the live broadcast camera at Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan was currently standing side by side with Hong Lai at the bow of the Lingwulu frigate. He stood straight, his eyes staring straight ahead, the sea breeze blowing his shirt around. His entire body was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, seemingly breaking the waves in front of him. That grooming is really handsome to all the viewers. Ambassador Zhang is so handsome standing on the warship. The key is not only being handsome, that elegance and dominance at the same time is the most fascinating. This is the diplomat of our Dragon Kingdom, both domineering and handsome. I was right to fall for him. Ever since I watched Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon's livestream, I don't even fan celebrities anymore. Totally in love with him. Brother Yuchi, I wish it was you who was weighing me down, not life. Did someone block this pop-up just now? I can't see this kind of demonic. You want to steal Brother Yuan from me, don't you? Brother Yuan, don't move. Sister full auto. Brother Yuchi, go on a date with me. KFC, KF, and C. You can't miss any of the three processes. I'll be so just It's true that only when you see a handsome guy do you realize how active girls really are. Ambassador Zhang's looks, compared to his talent, are totally worthless, okay? Not only did he overwhelm Eagle Jam Anan at the Siam meeting, but he also lit up the UN meeting. Back in Khmer, he took care of Hong Rai in a few minutes, leaving Eagle Jam Special Envoy Hudson with nothing to show for it. He's a true pillar of the nation. I still have a question as to why Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon would want to get into this mess and assist Hong Rai with combat training. It's too dangerous in case we run into a fleet from a four-nation joint military exercise, isn't it? I heard that they are practicing with live ammunition. Are you stupid? Can't you see that the four countries' joint military exercises are meant to threaten the Khmer nation? If Ambassador Zhang doesn't come forward, the cooperation won't be negotiated at all. But why help the Khmer state so much? What's in it for us? That's unknown. In any case, Ambassador Zhang should have his own ideas. I feel that every move he makes is for the benefit of our countries. While it's true that Ambassador Zhang looks very handsome standing on a warship, what if he really encounters the combined fleet of the four countries? The Lingwu Lu-class frigate is not on the same level as their ships at all. Since our mom arranged for a live broadcast, she should have a response. Just watch and be done with it. Although he was standing beside Zheng Jingyuan, but compared to the calmness of Zheng Jingyuan, Hong Lai was really vain. I had thought that Zheng Jingyuan had asked him to issue a press conference merely to scare Annan and the others. Tell them to cancel the four-nation joint military exercise. But it is clear that the Khmer state is not a very deterrent country, and the four-nation joint military exercise was still held as scheduled. The point was that Zheng Jingyuan had actually brought him on board the Lingwu Lu frigate. It was important to realize that there were only 2 Lingwu Ryu frigates assisted by the Dragon Kingdom, while the opposite side had 4. Not only did they outnumber them, but their tonnage was quite a bit higher, and they had 2 Poseidon anti-submarine patrol planes. With this configuration, if they really had to fight hard against the warships of the four countries, they wouldn't stand a chance of winning at all. Hong Lai really couldn't guess why Zheng Jingyuan wanted to bring himself aboard the Lingwu Lu frigate. Hong Lai, who really couldn't stand it, finally couldn't help but ask after holding back for half a day, "Ambassador Young, what the hell are we doing? Conducting combat training?" Zheng Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged. Faintly said, "Although this is the high seas, but close to your Khmer territorial waters, in the future, your Khmer will have to carry out convoys." Hong Lai's face turned green when he heard that. The four countries' joint military exercises have long since published the route. Zheng Jingyuan obviously rushed to the others' four countries' joint fleet to go. Operational training? With a four-nation fleet? Isn't that a pure death wish? But Ambassador Zhang, the fleet of the four countries' joint military exercises. Zheng Jingyuan smiled faintly, still on cloud 9. Mr. Hong Lai, after the Dichong Funam Canal is repaired, merchant ships will sail out from the front. So how can you do business in the future if any cat or dog can come to your doorstep to show off? The purpose of this combat training is to deal with certain contingencies, such as, when Zheng Jingyuan said this, a hint of piercing coldness flashed in his eyes. What should one do when encountering certain fleets containing hostile intent? Now Hong Lai had completely understood that Zheng Jingyuan was definitely targeting the four countries' joint military exercises. He didn't give those people a second thought. Although what Zheng Jingyuan said was indeed correct, the Khmer Kingdom wanted to ensure the stability of the shipping lanes in the future. It's necessary to sabotage this four-nation joint military exercise. Otherwise, even if the canal is repaired in the future, I am afraid that other countries will not dare to come over. It can be said that this military exercise also decided the fate of the Dekong Funan Canal in the future. A puzzled Hong Lai continued, "But what are we going to do?" It was at that moment that the captain of the Raimu Ryu frigate summoned the orderly to trot over. After giving a military salute to Zheng Jingyuan, he reported, "Report! Radar has picked up the combined fleet of four nations, just to the northeast, 80 kilometers from us, speed 30 knots. Oh, spotted them? With their configuration, they probably found us as well." Zheng Jingyuan hugged his arms and laughed. After saying that, Zheng Jingyuan turned to look at Hong Lai. "Mr. Hong Lai, didn't you just ask me what I should do? I'll tell you what to do now." Zheng Jingyuan waved his right hand and pointed to the northeast. "My opinion is to meet them. You're in command now. Give the order. Han Lai's entire body was stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's words. 2 frigates facing 4 destroyers? What's wrong with that? The other side is loaded with live ammunition. Is Zhang Jingyuan crazy? He opened his mouth dumbfounded and asked in shock. Did I hear you right? Ambassador Zhang, what did you just say? I say, Zhang Jingyuan said with a disbelieving look on his face, toward the fleet of 4 nations. Just meet them, Mr. Han Lai. Ride the waves. Chapter 46, Are they crazy? Are they looking for death? Zhang Jingyuan's words not only made Han Lai doubt his life, the Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room also all thought they had heard wrong. It was not at all clear why Zhang Jingyuan would suggest Han Lai to carry out a death-seeking act. All of them initiated pop-ups in a very puzzled manner. What's the situation? We encountered a fleet from a 4-nation military exercise and didn't avoid it? Holy, Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan is too hard, right? This can be greeted. What if people open fire? Why would Ambassador Yang Qianyun make such a reckless suggestion? What the hell is Ambassador Yang doing? Does he want to die? Does he think he's riding in a Raimu Dance Class 10,000 ton ship? Alas, I told you that Ambassador Zhang should not have gotten involved when he was just a diplomat. Don't. If something happens to Ambassador Zhang, where will I look at such a handsome man in the future? Han Lai should refuse, right? After all, nominally he's the commander. I think we should hold off any longer, right? Seeing that Han Lai stood there dumbfounded without making any move, Zhang Jingyuan continued, Mr. Han Lai, this is the high seas and close to the territorial waters of the Khmer nation. You can't back down. If you ever back down, you'll give them a chance. And now the only way to disrupt their military drill is to go for broke and crash headlong into their military drill fleet. Understand? Han Lai now understood Zhang Jingyuan's intention. If he allowed the 4 countries' warships to conduct live-fire exercises in this vicinity, and it's all over. But if their warships penetrated inside the fleet of the 4 nations, they could find an opportunity to sabotage this maneuver of theirs. It's the only way. And it's also extremely dangerous, because, while advancing towards the other side could have every reason to launch an attack. On their side, Han Lai hesitated. The risk of this move was just too great. It's a real possibility of getting killed. Mr. Han Lai, after this hurdle, the future of the Khmer nation will be incredibly bright. Give the order. The narrow road will be won by the brave. Zhang Jingyuan's words were extremely hot-blooded, causing Han Lai to become slightly more magnificent as well. He finally asked, Ambassador Zhang, what if the combined fleet of the 4 nations fires on us? Zhang Jingyuan, however, smiled slightly and said in an undeniable voice, No, they won't. Han Lai saw that Zhang Jingyuan was so confident and put his heart on the line. That, aren't you, Yang Qianyun, on the ship too? I don't believe you joke with your life. Han Lai, who had figured it out, yelled fiercely at the orderly, turn, toward the northeast, charge me. The 2 Lingwu Lu-class frigates, after receiving the order, immediately began to turn towards the direction of the combined fleet of the 4 nations, and rushed over. The viewers in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room were in an uproar when they saw this move of theirs. The hearts of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom were clenched. On the other side, on the flagship of the combined fleet of the 4 nations, Carlos faced the report of the messenger with a look of disbelief. What did you say? 2 Raimu Ryu frigates from the Khmer nation have been spotted, accelerating toward us? Are Zhang Jingyuan and Han Lai crazy? This military maneuver, as it was conducted in the name of Luzon and Annam. So while Luzon and Annam's ships, even if they don't match the Kangaroo and Cherry Blossom nations in tonnage, but the command of the whole fleet still rested with Luzon and Annam. Luzon is better and more experienced on the naval side because it is closer to Eagle Jam. As a result, Carlos became the commander-in-chief of the 4 nations' combined fleet military exercises. Ilya, who was sitting on the sidelines at that moment, smiled sorrowfully at the words. Wouldn't that be just the thing? A target delivered to your door. Carlos frowned. Do we really have to open fire on the Khmer nation? Nguyen Minh Quang took a deep breath. In order to make the Khmer state terminate the canal project, we in Annam can go as far as having a localized war. Come on, Shingo Miyamoto said with disdain. How would the Khmer kingdom have the guts to go to war? Even if we opened fire on them, they'd probably just take it as a dumb loss. Not necessarily, Han Lai and Yang Qianyun, but they are still on the ship. We have to consider the Dragon Kingdom, Carlos said with some headache. Humph. He had to pretend to bring Han Lai for some combat training by himself, and when there was an accident, it was his own fault. Ilya said sinisterly, don't you guys hate that Zhang Jingyuan? Just take this opportunity to get rid of him. Yes, now is indeed the time. It's on the high seas now. They're going to rush towards us on their own, so if they die, they can only blame it on their bad fate. Miyamoto Shingo followed suit, and if we do it now, the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to take care of it, so we can shrug it off as an accident when the time comes. It's better to wait and see. Carlos still had a certain sense of fear for the Dragon Kingdom, and did not issue the first order to attack, but said to the messenger, "Send a message to the Lingwu Ryu frigates that Hong Lai and Zhang Jingyuan are on," warning them to change course immediately and stay away from us. Carlos glanced at Ilya and Miyamoto Shingongwin Min Kwang and the others as he spoke, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Otherwise, we will fire." Because of this four-nation military exercise, which was also broadcast globally, there were journalists and broadcast teams from several major countries on the fleet. Now they also received the news that Young Kyung-yoon and Hong Rei were speeding up to usher towards the Shikoku fleet. These reporters and the live streaming team immediately picked up on the story. This immediately made many of the live broadcasts become lively, and many people from many countries were aware of this news. The first reactions were all the same as those of the Dragon audience. All of them exclaimed, "Are Zhang Jingyuan and Hong Lai crazy? They're looking for death, aren't they? Delusional enough to try to sabotage a four-nation joint military exercise in this way? How naive is that? Totally looking for death. Zhang Jingyuan's brain is really broken. I was optimistic about Zhang Jingyuan before. Why would he make such a stupid decision now? I think it's because Zhang Jingyuan is used to being arrogant and bossy. I'm afraid he'll have to pay the price this time. The Dragon Kingdom and the Khmer Kingdom are going to suffer a big loss this time. It looks like the ultimate winner of this good show will be Eagle Sauce, and no matter what the outcome is, Eagle Sauce will reap the benefits. Zhang Jingyuan is really a rash or too young and too bloodthirsty. This situation is obviously to avoid the front for the time being. Rigidity is easy to break. This so-called diplomatic genius that you all favor, I'm afraid it's going to fall. It's a pity. Aboard the Raimu Ryu frigate, the messenger came on deck once more with the warning that Carlos had just sent over. The report was given to Young Kyung-yoon as well as Hong Rei. They're warning us and claiming they're going to open fire? A wave of panic ran through Hong Lai's mind and he looked over at Zhang Jingyuan. "Ambassador Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Jingyuan was sending a message to his dad Zheng Yi with his head down when he heard Hong Lai's question. He returned 4 words without lifting his head. "Keep moving." Hong Lai froze, and the pop-ups in the broadcast rooms of both the Dragon TV main station and other major countries in the world were all at this instant. It exploded. Chapter 47, The Four Directions. "Ambassador Zhang, are you sure we want to move on?" Hong Lai said warily. "They did say they were going to open fire. Trust me, they won't dare to fire." Zhang Jingyuan still looked calm and elegant. "It's all come to this. It's too late if you want to retreat. Might as well move on to death." Hong Lai's face turned white, and he wanted to ask loudly, "Where the hell did you get that damn confidence from?" But looking at Zhang Jingyuan's side face, he didn't open his mouth after all. Instead, the order to continue forward was issued with difficulty. He has staked his life, all of it. This game of chess will be a gamble on the future of the Khmer state. The Raimu Ryu class frigate continued to accelerate towards the combined fleet of the four nations. Carlos, who had received the message, also froze. He simply did not expect that Hong Lai as well as Zhang Jingyuan would ignore their warnings, continuing to accelerate towards them. You have to know that what they are publicizing to the public is a live-fire exercise, and all those missiles and artillery shells are likely to be launched to show off their force. Once they were plastered by the 2 Raimu Ryu class frigates, it would be impossible to start the maneuver at all. All your movements are under their noses, and it's simply not possible to launch missiles anymore after you get too close. Suffice it to say, if one were to be plastered by these 2 Raimu Ryu class frigates of the Khmer nation, then it's the same as declaring this four-nation joint military exercise a complete failure. Upon hearing this, Ilya said with a sardonic smile, "We've already warned them. Just fire directly. Blast them to pieces. Now that they're speeding toward us, we can absolutely use our own safety as an excuse to fire at them." Shingo Miyamoto said harshly as well, "So don't hesitate to fire." Carlos didn't dare make a decision at all, but instead fumbled with his phone and made a call to Eagle Jam's side, and journalists and live cameras from various countries, all aimed at Carlos, wanted to see if he would fire or not. Viewers from all over the world, but from all countries who followed the event, had their eyes focused on the vast expanse of ocean in the Gulf of Siam. Hawkish Congress, Secretary of State Amblin, and the Undersecretary of State are also glued to the CNN feed, watching with interest. At the sight of the 2 Raimu Ryu class frigates rushing towards the combined fleet of the four nations, the Undersecretary of State burst out laughing all at once. "Ha ha, how could there be such a stupid move? Zhang Jingyuan really lost his head and died for nothing." Secretary of State Amblin also flashed a smile, only it was more subtle. Zhang Jingyuan really overestimates himself. Does he really think that he's a small diplomat worthy of the Dragon Kingdom waging a war for him? Moreover, even if they sank the Lingwu Lu class frigate, and the Dragon Kingdom finds an excuse to punish these 4 countries, it will only allow us to be able to enter the Asia-Pacific region more justifiably. This move of his, no matter how it turns out, will be favorable to us. Carlos is asking if we should fire, so I reply that he can fire? Undersecretary of State asked Amblin after receiving Hudson's message. Inform them that firing is permitted, Amblin said without any hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a knock sounded at the door, and the State Second Secretary walked over and opened the door. Found out it was the CIA at the door. Sir, the CIA sent over Zhang Jingyuan's information. Why did it take so long? Amblin said with some displeasure. When did the CIA become so inefficient? That CIA hurriedly lowered his head and explained. I don't know why, but Zhang Jingyuan's information is blank on the Dragon countryside, and we couldn't even find out his identity and background at first. Oh, Amblin took the information and flipped through it, and his mouth followed the chanting. Zhang Jingyuan once studied in both Eagle Jam and Britannia, with excellent academic performance, only for a relatively playboy, liked to dabble in women. Afterward, for some reason, he joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom and became a diplomat. As he read, Amblin's brows furrowed. With a resume like Zhang Jingyuan's, it's absolutely impossible for him to join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. There must be something wrong with his identity background. Did you guys finally find out? The CIA nodded back and forth. We ended up bribing one of his elementary school classmates, thus learning a general identity. Amblin continued to look over the information in his hand without even raising his head. And what exactly is his identity? Zhang Jingyuan, most likely the son of Zhang Yi, the commander-in-chief of the southern Guangdong military region. What? Zhang Jingyuan is the son of a general? The information in Amblin's hand fell to the ground. As if he had thought of something, he sprang to his feet. Crap! Almost at the same time, Zhang Yi straightened his clothes and stood on the Defense Ministry's speaking platform. Facing the many reporters, Zhang Yi said with a serious face, in light of the fact that certain countries are recklessly launching military drills, causing the regional situation to be complicated, our fleet, too, will be trained to deal with emergencies. Hearing this, the scene became silent. All the reporters understood that this move by the Dragon Kingdom was to deter those 4 countries that were conducting military exercises. At this point, a reporter asked, as far as I know, it seems that your diplomat, Mr. Yang Kyung-yoon, will have friction with the fleet of the 4 countries that will be conducting the military exercises. How will you respond to this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face surfaced with an aura of solemnity as he faintly said, the existence of our fleet is for the protection of the Dragon Nation's nationals, and any move that dares to attack the Dragon Nation's nationals will incur a resolute counterattack from our side. And Mr. Yang Kyung-yoon is even our diplomat, representing our entire country. Once he is attacked, our side will consider it a declaration of war and will launch a brutal counterattack against him. The scene was in an uproar at these words. The reporters in the room immediately began to broadcast this information to the public, and Zhang Yi's statement flew around the world. Carlos, on the flagship of the combined fleet of 4 nations in the Gulf of Siam, received a reply from Hawkjam at that moment. They've agreed to fire, Carlos said, looking out over the calm sea, knowing that if he gave the order to open fire, it might set off a shock wave. Nguyen Min Kwong, Ilya and Shingo Miyamoto, all 3 of them, also urged on. Since Eagle Sauce has given us permission to open fire, let's just do it. They chose to rush us anyway. Seeing everyone say that, Carlos didn't hesitate anymore. Anyway, it was an act of 4 nations coming together, and it was only a small diplomat across the street who took it upon himself to welcome them again. Scared of what? On my command, all ships open their missile hatches and aim at the Raimu Ryukyu-class frigates ahead, counting down to 10 seconds. Prepare to fire. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Everyone on the scene, including those reporters and the live streaming team, held their breath, waiting for this moment to arrive. Just at this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait, Chapter 48 dare not move. Not at all. The crowd followed the sound and realized that the voice was coming from the vice-captain. Ilya glared at the co-captain and asked with some displeasure. Wait for what? You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Wait any longer and those 2 Raimu Ryukyu classes will be here. The co-captain scowled, then raised his cell phone with some trepidation. The Dragon Kingdom has just issued a statement saying that their fleet is training in the South China Sea and claiming that if Zhang Jingyuan is ever attacked, it will be considered a declaration of war and will incur fierce retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom. Are we really not seriously considering this? When Carlos and the others heard this, their hearts jumped. The Dragon Kingdom has stepped in? They immediately pulled out their own cell phones and looked at them. After reading Zhang Yi's speech, several people looked at each other. Why don't we just forget about it? Carlos said with a bitter face. This matter has nothing to do with their Luzon. He was forced to come purely by Eagle Sauce. Now that he saw that the Dragon Kingdom's attitude was so strong, he instantly backed off. Forget it? It's come to this point and you're telling me to forget it? Shingo Miyamoto sneered. The Dragon Kingdom is scaring us. How could they possibly make a big deal over just one person in the district? We, the Yamato Nation, Fear no threat, I request immediate fire. Ilya followed suit. Once we opened fire, we proved our resolve and the purpose of the military exercise was achieved. Besides, we have Hawk Jam behind us. What are we afraid of? Nguyen Min Kwang hesitated for a moment and also said, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet is training in the South China Sea. It's far away from us. After firing we can withdraw to Eagle Sauce's base and the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to do much with us. That's right, as long as the Dragon Kingdom can't stop us now, Ilya said confidently. They won't be able to do anything with us after that, and the rest of the problems can be solved entirely by diplomatic means. By then they'll only protest at the UN. Hawksbane will help us. So many pairs of eyes are watching us. If we back down, it would be too humiliating. A frenzy welled up on Shingo Miyamoto's face. Once we fire, I'm sure I'll be a hero when I get back. Carlos, don't delay me from becoming a hero. Hurry up and fire. With the trio in pursuit, Carlos had no choice but to once again order that he was ready to fire at the two Lingwu Ryu frigates of Zheng Jingyuan and Han Lai. The atmosphere on the entire flagship was once again grave. Just at that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the command room. The sudden siren made everyone freeze. When the radar chief heard the voice, a look of panic passed over his face and he immediately looked at the radar screen. After he saw the dense dots of light on the screen, he gave a look of utter terror and screamed, "It's no good. We're locked in." What? Several people were shocked. What the hell is going on? The radar chief, with a panicked look on his face, pointed at the radar screen. Timidly, according to the radar from the AWACS, all 4 of our battleships, at the same time, are locked on. As soon as we fire our missiles, we'll draw a massive attack. Attack? What attack? Miyamoto Shingo looked furious and slammed the table fiercely. Speak clearly, will you? Missiles, torpedoes, rockets, all attacks. The subcaptain still had a stunned expression on his face. There's a fleet that's got us locked down. No, not just a fleet, but most likely submarines and fighters as well. What's the situation? Where is the fleet here? Ilya looked surprised. The Dragon Kingdom. It's the Dragon Kingdom. Carlos snapped his head up. That's the alarm of a Hawk 18 anti-ship missile. It's the Dragon Kingdom's Lingwu Dance Class 10,000 ton ship that has us locked in. According to the radar, there are also Jiaolong submarines down there. We are surrounded by the Dragon Kingdom's fleet. Hearing this, the command room fell silent. No one here is a little cutie, has understood that the Dragon Kingdom has long ago made arrangements in advance. Even the fact that they were discovered could have been a deliberate act by the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, not far from the combined fleet of the 4 countries, a huge object was slowly moving. It was the Dragon Kingdom's national weapon, the Lingwu Dance-class destroyer. On either side of it, there were several other frigates, and in the sky, 2 fighter planes hovered. On board the ship, the personnel were in a frenzy of activity. Captain Ning Ziyuan was quietly listening to his men's report. Reporting to the captain, we have locked on to those 4 battleships. As soon as their missiles are out of the cabin, we can open fire immediately, and within a minute, we can make those 4 battleships sink to the bottom of the sea. Can the missiles they launched be intercepted? Can they guarantee the safety of Ambassador Zhang? Don't worry, Captain. The man under his command laughed. Our fire network, combined with the modified weapon installations on the Raimu Ryu frigate, is more than enough to intercept all enemy attacks. Alright then, keep a constant watch on the opposite side. Ning Ziyuan nodded. Also, turn off all the cloaking devices so they can spot us. Yes, the henchman fist pumped and smiled. Captain, it's been a while since we've had a mission like this. Isn't it time to build up? That depends on whether the other side dares to open fire. Ning Ziyuan smiled back. If they dare to open fire, all first class. In the silent command room of the Shikoku fleet, Carlos asked bitterly, do we still have to fire? Still firing? Don't want to die? Ilya, who was arrogant just now seemed like a deflated ball of leather, covered by so many firepower nets. Even if we open fire, we'll be intercepted by the Dragon Kingdom, and then blown to pieces by Hawk 18 anti-ship missiles, Longsword 10 cruise missiles and anti-submarine torpedoes, and Fish 10 smart torpedoes. They had now all been shocked by this formation in the Dragon Kingdom. We were all fooled by Zheng Jingyuan. He deliberately rushed towards us just to lure us into firing, Ilya said. No wonder he was so bold. It was all premeditated. What exactly is Zheng Jingyuan? The Dragon Kingdom even sent out an entire fleet to cooperate and protect him, Miyamoto Shingo said hatefully. Carlos shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as protecting Zheng Jingyuan. The Dragon Kingdom's attitude towards the outside world is completely different now. They wouldn't have been so tough before. They must have another purpose for helping the Khmer so much. Nguyen Min Kwang cried out. he already knew that it was all over. The few people who had just flaunted their weapons were all scared out of their wits at this moment. Don't even dare to have any more thoughts of firing. When you think about it, it's like you're holding a handgun and trying to shoot the person in front of you, but you're surrounded by dozens of AKs, AWMs, RPGs, Barretts, and the like pointing you in the right direction. As soon as you fire a gun, all this fire will be poured at you. The point is, the guy in front of you is still wearing body armor and a helmet. How's this for fun? The commanders of the 4 countries' joint fleet were all ashen at this moment. Can only watch Zheng Jingyuan and Han Lai in the Lingwu Lu-class frigate, closer and closer to themselves. Chapter 49. This is no place for you to be wild, so get out of my way. On the Lingwu Lu-class frigate, he saw that he was getting closer to the combined fleet of the 4 countries. Han Lai, as well as the female host of the live Dragon TV main station, had their hearts in their throats, especially the hostess, who was originally thought to be just a normal live task. I didn't realize it, but there was the possibility of having to face real artillery fire. Her voice shook a little with nervousness. We are now getting closer to the combined fleet of the 4 nations. It's very likely that the other side will open fire. To be honest, I'm very nervous and scared right now, but as we can see, Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon seems to remain very calm. He seemed as if he had no fear at all that the other side would fire on us. What kind of a temperament is this? Seeing him like this, I'm gradually calming down now. Let's continue to watch the developments together. Not only was she like this, but all the viewers watching the live broadcast on the Dragon TV main channel were also staring at the live feed with their eyes glued to the screen. To be honest, I'm also very nervous right now. Is Ambassador Zhang really going to be alright? Why is Ambassador Zhang still so calm in the face of such a situation? That's too good. It's me up there who's probably going to wet my pants. Is Ambassador Zhang Jinyuan betting that the other side won't dare to fire? Those 4 nations on the other side are all very hostile to us, and being on Eagle Jam's side, they're sure to open fire. I'm really afraid that a few shells will fly over and sink our Raimuryu frigate. It can't be, can it? That would cause an international dispute. Do they really dare to attack Hong Rei, the inner prime minister, and our diplomatic ambassador? Who knows? Anyway, it's really too dangerous now. This is definitely the most thrilling and exciting live broadcast I've ever seen. I just watched the international live feed and it looked like the combined fleet of 4 nations was ready to open fire. So why isn't it moving now? Yeah, now that we're vaguely close to seeing the combined fleet of the 4 nations, why haven't they moved? Just as the Longhua audience was nervously debating, someone from the live broadcast team handed the female host a tablet, and what was playing on it was exactly the image of Zheng Yi on the defense podium. Seeing Zheng Yi's powerful voice, the female host instantly calmed down. After she synchronized the screen to the live broadcast, she said excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, our country's general has just spoken forcefully to the outside world, saying that as long as they attack Ambassador Zhang, it's a declaration of war. There will be brutal retaliation." No wonder Ambassador Zhang is so calm, with our powerful country behind him, as well as us. Looking at Zhang Yi's cold and stern voice on the screen, listening to him say things like the Dragon Kingdom's fleet was there to protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom, many of the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom felt some tears in their eyes. It was because the Dragon Kingdom had suffered a lot of bullying when it was poor and weak before. At that time, there was no choice but to hold back. But now, the Dragon Kingdom is finally strong. The Motherland's fleet, too, can now protect its citizens. The live broadcast room cheered, and the Dragon Country viewers murmured even more enthusiastically. I knew it. Our mom must have had it all planned out. No wonder they haven't dared to fire until now. This is the first time I've ever seen our mom warn another country. It's awesome. Now our country is really getting stronger with the naked eye. This is a great feeling. I'm not nervous at all now after seeing our mom's speech. I just feel incredibly relieved. It seems that Ambassador Zhang has arranged everything. No wonder he dared to let Han Lai rush over there. So he has our mom backing him up. But that's just as dangerous, isn't it? What if the other side insists on firing despite our warnings? Indeed, there is that possibility as well. So Ambassador Young is gambling with his life for the sake of his country? Ambassador Zhang does have the style of our ancient Han emissaries. He is really not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he can still find an excuse for the country to send troops. Yes, those Han ambassadors of ours are really more capable of making trouble than one another, and also more unafraid of death than one another. Anyway, Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon, his calmness in the face of this situation really made me fall in love with him completely. It's so handsome. Don't be so optimistic, everyone. Okay, right now our Raimuryu frigates haven't even come into contact with the combined fleet of the 4 nations yet. They can open fire and attack at any time in the meantime. Hong Lai, who was on the sidelines, also saw Zhang Yi's speech on the defense speaker's podium. Now he also finally understood why Zheng Jingyuan was so bold to allow himself to charge the combined fleet of the 4 nations. He also understood why Zheng Jingyuan was so confident that the other party wouldn't fire. fire. This is clearly a phallic plot, but this yang plot is not something that can be accomplished by the average person. Zhang Jingyuan was clearly using himself as a shield, just standing on the boat. And then have the Dragon Kingdom come out and issue a statement like that. Does your four-nation fleet dare to fight Yung Kyungyuan? Fighting? Can the four countries bear the retaliation of the Dragon Kingdom? If they didn't fight, then they would have to let these two Reimu Ryukyu-class frigates completely ruin their carefully planned four-nation joint military exercise. However, if you want to perfect this Yang conspiracy, in addition to having wisdom, it is necessary to have excessive courage, because if there's a slip in the middle, or if the commander of the Shikoku fleet gets a little crazy and fires directly, then Zhang Jingyuan's young life will end here. Hong Lai now did not know that the Dragon Kingdom fleet had locked the combined fleet of the four countries. Now in his eyes, Zhang Jingyuan that was really like a heavenly god, courageous and resourceful, and don't even care about their own lives for the sake of their Khmer state. Thinking of this, Hong Lai heartily said to Zhang Jingyuan, Ambassador Zhang, you used yourself as a bureau to deter the fleet of the four countries. It's really too powerful. I, Hong Lai, am convinced. How do you get the son of a tiger without entering the tiger's den? Zhang Jingyuan stood with his hands folded, looking straight ahead. If you don't even have the courage to fight for the interests of your own country, how can you expect your own country to be strong? Hong Lai, at least at the last minute, you didn't back down and deserve my support. Hong Lai was now completely overwhelmed by Zhang Jingyuan's personal charisma, and he said earnestly, Ambassador Zhang, I'll look up to you from now on. Soon, the Reimu Ryu-class frigates approached the combined fleet of the four nations. In the case of being locked down by the Dragon Kingdom, the commanders of the four countries, none of them dared to mention firing. When the Lingwu Ryu frigate penetrated into the ranks of the fleet of the four nations, Zhang Jingyuan directly shouted in the flag language at the four warships, which were larger in tonnage than them, This is not the place for you to come over here and spread your wildness. Get the hell out of my way. Chapter 50. Forcing back the fleet of four nations. Global attention. Zhang Jingyuan's behavior made Ilya Miyamoto Shingo and the others' faces go white with anger. They hadn't dealt with Zhang Jingyuan before and simply didn't expect him to be so overbearing. Barging into their fleet, not to mention telling them to off? What kind of diplomat is this? So arrogant? Is it really the iron-born diplomat? They wanted to have a fit, but the constant blinking of light on the radar made them hold back the fire that was bubbling up. Perhaps their missiles couldn't do the job of accurately hitting the target at such a close distance, but with the accuracy of the Dragon Kingdom's missiles, it would have been perfectly possible to do the job of destroying all of them without harming the Lingwu Ryu frigates. Did you hear what I said? Now turn around immediately and return to your Annan waters. Do not disturb our training. Zhang Jingyuan's voice came through the semaphore again. The four of them glanced at each other and only felt incomparably aggravated. Seems like you're the one who broke into our military drill route, right? Want to be so bossy? Now that so many live streams around the world were staring here, it would be too humiliating to just give in. Miyamoto Shingo slapped the table and said angrily, Zhang Jingyuan is too deceitful. Let's not listen to him. As long as we don't fire, the Dragon Kingdom won't attack us anyway. We'll advance straight ahead. When Carlos heard this, he thought it made sense. Dragon Kingdom had always been reasonable. As long as you don't attack Zhang Jingyuan, you should be fine. He then ordered to ignore Young Kyunyun's warning and continue forward. Seeing the other side's move, Zhang Jingyuan shook his head. Obsessive. Hong Lai, give the order to ram straight through. Force them from both the front and the flanks to force them to turn. Hong Lei was once again stunned, originally thinking that it would be enough to run into the middle of the fleet of the four countries and disrupt this military exercise. I didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to be so ruthless. This is to make this four-nation fleet a joke in front of the whole world. Zhang Jingyuan's bottom line is too strong, isn't it? It's nice to have a strong country. Hong Lai looked at Zhang Jingyuan with an envious face. He wasn't afraid now and gave a direct order. The two Reimu Ryu-class frigates, bypassing the Sakura Nation's Akazuki and the Kangaroo Nation's DDG-39-class destroyers, pressed directly towards their flagship, the Jose Rizal. The Jose Rizal's displacement was that much higher than that of a Reimu Ryu-class frigate though, but with the two Lingwu Lu-class frigates pressing in, there was no room for maneuvering at all. The Akazuki and the Kangaroo Nation's DDG-39 class destroyers, being so large, were also simply unable to support them. Once they get too close, they might sink all these ships. They didn't dare to take the risk, and they couldn't have been more stifled in their hearts. Previously arrogant and domineering, they could only yield in the face of more powerful force. Just like that, in full view of everyone, the originally flaunting and majestic combined fleet of the four countries was actually forced to turn around by Zhang Jingyuan and Hong Lai's two Lingwu Lu-class frigates. This four-nation joint military exercise, which was originally a show of force, became a complete and utter joke in front of the live cameras of various countries. Seeing that he had achieved the effect he wanted, Zhang Jingyuan finally smiled. It's no wonder he's so bossy. To stabilize the situation on this side, you have to use such a thunderbolt. This first can make the Khmer nation completely believe in the strength of the Dragon nation, reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles for the acquisition of Yonghang base in the future. The second can let the world see the powerful strength of the Dragon navy, as a deterrent to the curmudgeons, lest many more uneducated countries come around and make things worse. The third is to be able to stabilize the situation on the Southeast Asian side more quickly, drive the forces of Eagle Jam out completely. It is still true that national defense is the bottom line of diplomacy. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is now able to support Zhang Jingyuan's iron-blooded diplomacy. Spectators from all over the world saw the combined fleet of the four countries, which had been flailing and flying before. After seeing Zhang Jingyuan's arrival, he was so well behaved that he was like a kitten that was being recklessly kneaded, directly forced to turn and walk back. All of them looked silly, and in the various live broadcasting rooms, there were all voices of discussion. No way? A combined fleet of four nations with a combined displacement of close to 10,000 tons was just driven away by Zhang Jingyuan? As a Sakura national, I feel so ashamed. Shingo Miyamoto's performance is disappointing. He should commit harakiri. What else could it be? The Dragon Kingdom has already released a statement. If they dare to fire on Zhang Jingyuan, they will wait to meet the wrath of the dragon. Which of the four countries can afford this consequence? The attitude of the Dragon Kingdom is also too tough. It feels like the voice of the Dragon Kingdom is getting louder now. What's going on? After biding its time for so long, is this sleeping lion finally going to awaken? Young Kyungyun's courage amazes me. How can he be so calm in the face of a fleet of four nations ready to fire? Because he has a powerful country behind him. Even so, it takes unbelievable courage to do that, doesn't it? I get it. Zhang Jingyuan's previous behavior wasn't anything like seeking death at all. Rather, he's cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom. This set of chain tricks is really powerful. I'm now forced to re-examine the strength of this diplomat, Zhang Jingyuan. He's much more difficult to deal with than I thought. What else can stop Zhang Jingyuan now? I guess the only way to cure young Kyungyun is for Eagle Jam herself. Come on, whether it's Kingston or Hudson, which one hasn't suffered in front of young Kyungyun? This smile that Zhang Jingyuan is wearing right now reminds me of that world-famous painting called Joe's Laugh. This is truly a legacy. Indeed, this smile of Zhang Jingyuan is so infectious. It's really handsome. Even the foreign spectators were infected by that bright smile of Zhang Jingyuan standing at the bow of the ship, not to mention the spectators of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that Zhang Jingyuan was able to force the combined fleet of the four countries to turn around, he even revealed such a smile. It was more of a joyous handwave. Too fierce. How dare Ambassador Young Kyungyun write his face like that? There's no word for it. It's one word: contempt. What joint fleet of four countries? In Ambassador Zhang's eyes, it's probably just like a fishing boat. Ha ha, to directly order to crash through to force back the opponent. Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan is awesome. It really does make me horny every time I watch Ambassador Zhang's livestream. So cool. This diplomacy is really so much better than before. But isn't Zhang Jingyuan afraid of making too many enemies if he does this? These are supposed to be enemies. So what are you afraid of? To put it mildly, Datang is not to be liked. It is to be feared. Zhang Jingyuan's smile really looks like Elder Chao's smile from before. It's so infectious. I would call it Zhang's smile. If you were the one who drove the invaders away, you would have laughed just like Ambassador Young. Zhang Jingyuan, you're my god. Quite interested to see what the international community has to say about Ambassador Young Kyungyun. Ha, is it going to say he's bullying the little guy? Laughing to death. 2 frigates of more than 1,000 tons displacement facing 4 battleships with a combined displacement of 10,000 tons is called bullying the small with the big? With our mom as a backer, it does count as bullying, but so be it. How's that? Ha. Amblin was already upset after realizing that Zhang Jingyuan was Zhang Yi's son. Seeing the state of affairs at the moment, it was almost exactly as he had expected. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said to Arthur, the Under-Secretary of State, the diplomatic strategy of the Dragon Kingdom has changed. Zhang Jingyuan, the newborn diplomat, does have some tricks up his sleeve. Arthur, call the White House. Our Asia-Pacific strategy, I'm afraid, needs to be recalibrated. Chapter 51, the princess herself sang the Dragonwind song. How far have they gotten in their relationship? After driving away the combined fleet of the 4 countries, Zhang Jingyuan and Han Lai, who returned to Khmer, were greeted by the people of Khmer nation with hero-like treatment. Looking at the Khmer people at the port who were cheering with their arms, Zhang Jingyuan said softly, Mr. Han Lai, congratulations, your seat as Prime Minister should be secure. The current Han Lai's expression was already very different from the one he had earlier on the Lingwu-Lu-class frigate. The smile on her face was like a flower. Looking at the people of the Khmer nation who looked at him with wild eyes, he had a feeling of floating. However, he also knew that he was able to have this kind of treatment by relying on the Dragon Kingdom as well as Zhang Jingyuan. Han Lai once again expressed his loyalty towards Zhang Jingyuan, all thanks to Ambassador Zhang's promotion. I'll immediately arrange a press conference to announce the Dechongfu Nan Canal project as well as the Yungang project, and organize a grand signing ceremony. Very well. Zheng Jingyuan glanced faintly at Hong Lai. Choices are important, and you made the right one. As long as you follow our strategic objectives, the future development of you and the Khmer state will be unlimited. Happy cooperation. After saying that, Zheng Jingyuan stepped off the Lingwu Lu-class frigate. Hong Lai was now almost completely drawn in by himself. The warning in his words just now, I'm sure Hong Lai can hear it too. As long as tomorrow's launch goes off without a hitch, basically the big picture is set. That night, all the major media outlets around the world began to scramble to report on this clash between the four countries' joint military exercises and the Lingwu Lu-class frigate that Zheng Jingyuan and Hong Lai were on. This conflict, it's just too dramatic. The twists and turns gave the journalists who stayed on the scene a very special feeling. As a result, they've been getting all kinds of coverage. Of course, there is no shortage of all kinds of comments about Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom. New York Times, not backing down an inch. Zheng Jingyuan strongly forces the combined fleet of the four countries to turn around and turn around. The iron-blooded diplomat once again shows his iron-blooded wrists. BBC, Dragon Nation's deterrence. In the face of the Dragon State's statement, the four countries' joint military exercises dare not open fire, and Zheng Jingyuan shouts in a domineering manner. Are the four countries considering reciprocal countermeasures? AFP, Dragon's Awakening. Zheng Jingyuan was on cloud 9 and easily forced back the combined fleet of four nations. Just because that mighty empire has awakened? CNN, the Dragon fleet shows great strength, and Yang Kyungyan is a bully. Should we strengthen our maritime power to deal with a new round of threats? AP, Dragon's new diplomat strikes again. Excellent cooperation to forcefully push forward the canal project advancement. Who the hell else can stop Zheng Jingyuan in the South Seas? Washington Post, Yang Kyungyan has muddied the waters in the Asia-Pacific. How should a new round of games unfold? NHK, for country's joint fleet military drill. I ran into Yang Kyungyan, an iron-blooded diplomat, who's as strong as a monster and can't be defeated with all his might. Zheng Jingyuan also saw the comments, and it was the same old story on the western side. Either they are holding themselves up, or they are promoting the threat theory of the dragon. Then again, it's either that or an archfire. In short, no matter what the Dragon Kingdom does, the Western media will look for problems with a magnifying glass. Zheng Jingyuan was also too lazy to pay attention to these media reports, and when the Cloud Harbor project was announced tomorrow, the West was still expected to blow up. When Hong Lai announced that the signing ceremony for the canal project would be held the next day, it immediately aroused the interest of many journalists. By the time the next day rolled around, the site of the signing ceremony was already crowded with all sorts of people watching, as well as journalists from various countries. Hong Lai seems to attach great importance to this signing ceremony. The scene is richly decorated, and the king of the Khmer Kingdom, as well as his children, also participated in the signing ceremony. Various specifications, almost the top of the Khmer state in recent years. When Zheng Jingyuan appeared, all the reporters in the room raised their hands and clicked their cameras. The live cameras of the major broadcasting rooms were similarly aimed at Zheng Jingyuan. After all, he did something amazing just yesterday. For these reporters at the scene, Zheng Jingyuan was completely walking big news. Zheng Jingyuan wore a navy blue suit today, which matched his upright figure and his dashing pace and temperament. It looks really elegant and noble. There is a kind of strangers like Jade, the sun of the world without pure feeling. Zheng Jingyuan had just taken his seat when a mixed-race beauty who looked probably less than 20 years old and quite sweet, wearing the traditional clothing of the Khmer nation, walked towards him. She took a garland of flowers and offered it to Zheng Jingyuan, then said very excitedly in Longwa, Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan, thank you very much for everything you have done for the Khmer nation. We Khmer people will always remember you. Hong Lai is so attentive, he even found a girl to offer him flowers. Zheng Jingyuan didn't expect Hong Lai to be so good at the whole job and signaled the girl with his eyes. It is? Hong Lai stood up and smiled. Ambassador Zhang, this is the youngest Princess Nana of our Khmer Kingdom. She has loved the Dragon Kingdom since she was a child, and has even learned the language of your Dragon Kingdom. This visit is also to show the friendship between our two countries. Princess Nana looked at Zheng Jingyuan somewhat sheepishly and said in a low voice, please allow me to sing a song for you and the Dragon Kingdom. On such an occasion, Zheng Jingyuan naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled gently. Princess Nana, I'm looking forward to it, please begin. Seemingly sensing Zheng Jingyuan's tenderness, this Nana princess of the Khmer Kingdom blushed slightly. Then he stood in the center of the meeting and began to sing in a soft voice. You are a great nation, not selfish and arrogant, treating people with humility and courtesy, big and small, equally. Zheng Jingyuan heard out the song. This song, it is the Khmer country's Prince Sihanouk personally composed and filled in the lyrics of the song. The name is Nostalgia for the Dragon Kingdom. What significance there is in singing this song on such an occasion is naturally self-evident. Hong Lai, you're quite attentive. Hearing this, Hong Lai whispered back, it's not all my arrangement. Your performance yesterday conquered Princess Nana. she's very interested in you, and this time she came up here. It's also because she asked for it herself. Zhang Jingyuan was a bit stunned, and when he looked up, he met Princess Nana's moist eyes. What is this thing called? Zhang Jingyuan let out a bitter laugh and hurriedly avoided Princess Nana's eyes. After all, the current Zhang Jingyuan was not the same Zhang Jingyuan from before. After singing this song, Nostalgia for the Dragon Kingdom, Princess Nana sang a folk song from the Dragon Kingdom, Yimeng Mountain Ditty. After that, he sat down next to Zhang Jingyuan and looked at him in a daze with his chin in his hand. The princess herself sang and set the mood for the signing ceremony, which had not yet begun. Ablaze. The reporters, however, were a bit surprised, not understanding why a signing ceremony would be made so grand. Many journalists with a more delicate mind are already thinking about how far the relationship between the dragon and the Khmer Kingdom has gone. Chapter 52. Do you understand the ancient language of our Dragon Kingdom? Do you want me to translate it for you? The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom who watched the live broadcast on the Dragon TV main channel were even more envious of Zhang Jingyuan. Holy beans, the princess has come out to sing the Longwen song? It seems that Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan's performance has completely conquered the Khmer nation. It seems like the Khmer state is paying special attention to Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan. Ha, indeed, Ambassador Zhang's status is getting higher and higher with the naked eye. Hong Lai, I still like your bratty look back then. Ha ha, this Princess Nana is quite pretty. Look at the way she's looking at Ambassador Zhang. It's almost lassoed, isn't it? Alas, Ambassador Zhang is handsome, and his performance yesterday was so good, and he also had to help the Khmer to repair the canal. If it were me, I would also fall in love with Ambassador Zhang, wouldn't I? The way Ambassador Young Kyungyun just faced Princess Nana was so gentle, anyone wouldn't be able to resist falling, right? If Ambassador Young had treated me like that, I would have gone limp in his arms long ago. Ambassador Young Kyungyun treats his enemies and friends with attitudes that are literally two extremes, and I love Ambassador Young's love-hate character so much. This is all due to Zhang Jingyuan using his own means and courage in exchange. How many people in this world can be like Ambassador Zhang? It's long overdue, and it's obvious that it's in the best interest of the Khmer to work with us. Dragon Ambassador meets exotic princess? I'm already starting to visualize a big drama. Yesterday almost all the major media outlets were reporting on Ambassador Young Kyungyun. He's getting more and more famous now. Really envy him. Seeing the atmosphere in place, Hong Lei cleared his throat and stood up. Glancing at the many reporters, Hong Lei slowly said, "The Dragon Kingdom has always been regarded as our most reliable and trustworthy friend, and Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, moreover, is a person with endless personal charisma that I admire beyond measure. We are standing here together this time to announce something. We will officially sign a cooperation contract for the Dichongfu Nan Canal project." Hong Lei's statements now were all expected by the journalists. After all, those things that happened before had made it clear to all these reporters. No one can stop the Khmer state from building the Deccan Phunam Canal anymore. But the next words of Hong Lai were like a huge stone thrown into the water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. In addition, in order to have a place to berth and train the frigates that the Dragon Kingdom provides to us for channel escort, our side will renovate the Cloud Harbor base located east of Sikh City and establish the Dragon High Cloud Harbor Joint Security Training Center. The port will be used to berth and train our frigates, and this project, too, will be pushed forward in tandem with the Deccan Funan Canal project. As soon as Hong Lai finished speaking, the entire venue became silent. Everyone hadn't expected that Hong Lai would make such a heavy announcement. Suffice it to say that the Zheng Funam Canal project, which Annam had previously strongly opposed and even went so far as to threaten with military maneuvers, it was nothing compared to the Cloudport Joint Security Training Center that Hong Lai had now announced. This is a total bombshell. Well, I'm done with the announcements, so if any of the reporters have any questions, they're free to speak. Press conferences like this one usually have a Q&A session with reporters. As soon as Hong Lai had finished speaking, the first reporter from Annan couldn't sit still and stood up and asked, "Does the construction of the Cloud Harbor base mean that the Dragon Kingdom will be stationing troops?" Hong Lai sniffed and glanced at Zheng Jingyuan before he returned with a firm voice. "The Yin Gang base is for logistics and security, a supply base without any military use. Its main role is just joint training, protection of trade, rescue and disaster relief. Please don't overinterpret it." Fellow journalists, undeterred, this reporter also looked at Zheng Jingyuan and asked after him, "Diplomat Zhang, may I ask if that's the case? The Dragon Kingdom will not send military personnel to be stationed in Cloud Harbor in the future?" Zheng Jingyuan slowly returned, "The Yin Gang base is nothing more than a trading port supply station. None of that nonsense. We're a developing country. How can we have a military garrison? Besides, we don't own Cloud Harbor, but we built it together with the Khmer and use it together, undertaking many tasks such as anti-terrorism, anti-narcotics, anti-piracy, disaster relief, humanitarian aid, etc. Why are you so excited?" Hearing Zhang Jingyuan say that he was a developing country, many reporters were itching to stand up and loudly question Zhang Jingyuan. I also wonder who just forced the combined fleet of 4 nations away. Can a developing country have such a strong defense force? Can a developing country be the second largest economy in the world? As if he could see the disbelief in the eyes of these reporters, Zhang Jingyuan emphasized again, we are indeed a developing country. Really? Instead of looking at how much we have, you should look at per capita? Look at the per capita? The reporters were stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's words, all of them cursing Zhang Jingyuan's shamelessness in their hearts. However, Zhang Jingyuan's words, there was really no rebuttal point, and instantly left this anime's reporter speechless. Does the construction of the Yun Gang base mean that the Dragon Kingdom will start expanding externally? At this moment, a reporter from Eagle Sauce began to question Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan glanced at this Eagle Sauce reporter with feigned surprise. We're just building a joint security base, or co-owning it with the Khmer state. Where do you see expansion? You Eagle Jam have over 400 independent and autonomous military bases around the world. So what are you? You guys shouldn't even call this expansion anymore, but trying to dominate the globe? Zhang Jingyuan said. His face turned cold. Our Dragon Kingdom has been peace-loving since the beginning, while you Eagle Sauce builds military bases all over the place and uses them to invade others. Yet you question me in return? It really is a proof of an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, to measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. After saying that, Zhang Jingyuan added, do you understand the ancient language of our Dragon Kingdom? Do you want me to translate it for you? Zhang Jingyuan once again showed his strong side and directly disliked this Eagle Jam reporter so much that he couldn't say a word. What other questions? Facing those reporters who wanted to dig a hole against the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Jingyuan never spoiled them. He looked around and slowly asked. The reporters were intimidated by Zhang Jingyuan's cold and stern eyes and knew that this matter was almost a nail in the coffin. He simply didn't dare to ask more questions for fear of being disliked by Zhang Jingyuan again. Anyway, after leaving the venue, he could make up news at will, so he didn't need to be verbally humiliated by Zhang Jingyuan here. They had also now realized that in terms of eloquence, they were no match for Zhang Jingyuan. In the live broadcast room of Dragon TV's main station, the Dragon viewers were a bit puzzled when they saw how excited all these reporters were. A lot of people didn't even know where Cloud Harbor was, so they all sent pop-ups on the air asking about it. What's going on? Didn't you sign the Dichongfu Nan Canal project? Why is everyone so excited when they hear about this what's-her-name Cloud Harbor base? Yeah, how do you fix a base and call us expanding? How about slandering people? My brother Yuan is really nonchalant when facing these reporters. He dislikes them every time and leaves them speechless. I guess all these reporters won't dare to question Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan casually from now on. Haha, what the hell is a Cloud Harbor base? I don't know. Why would a Cloud Harbor base come out of nowhere? It must be Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon's deal with Hong Rei, right? I just don't know what purpose it serves. The general director of Dragon TV saw that so many viewers did not know much about this Yungang Joint Security Training Center. He then resumed his old trick of directing the hostess at the scene to link up with Prof. Kim Hak-ming again. Dear friends of the audience, hello, see you are not very familiar with this Yungang Joint Security Training Center. We will continue to invite Professor Jean Hemming to explain why the reporters from various countries at the scene for our construction of the Yungang base will be so excited and nervous. After a few moments, Professor Jean Hemming's clear voice that sounded like jade came over. Chapter 53, Eagle Sauce Panic. Importance of Cloud Harbor Base. Hello viewers, I'm Jean Hemming, and I'm happy to be here on the air once again. After Prof. Jean Hemming greeted the audience, the female host asked, Prof. Jean, our viewers are curious why those reporters are so nervous and excited about the construction of Yungang? Of course they're going to be nervous. The completion of the Yungang base will be too much help to our country. Once it is completed, it will become our second overseas base. In Jean Hemming's voice, there was an unstoppable laughter. First of all, the Yungang base has an excellent geographical location, allowing it to control the South China Sea shipping lanes and the South China Sea islands to the east and the northern mouth of the Manhwa Strait to the south, both of which are only 1,000 kilometers away. If our fleet departs from here, it will be a full 2,000 kilometers shorter voyage than if it departs from what is now Pearl Cliffs. If certain small countries dare to make trouble in the South China Sea again, then our fleet of ships will depart directly from the Yungang base, which will save 2 days of time compared to the past, and can directly catch them in the act. It can also better protect our islands and reefs. More importantly, because it is close enough to the Straits of Manhwa, where 30% of the world's shipping must pass through, our fleet is able to provide security to ships on this great artery of the sea for oil, and also keep a watchful eye on the Eagle Sauce fleet's entry and exit from the strait. The Eagle Jam Navy has threatened us many times, clamoring to blockade the Straits of Mangaru at any time, and with the Yungang base, we can effectively break their blockade. Jean Hemming was spouting off to the Dragon Nation viewers on the air, his excitement visible to the naked eye. The Longboy audience was also mesmerized, and everyone didn't expect this Yungang base to be so important. Geopolitics is so interesting. However, that wasn't all. Gene Hemming continued. And the Yungang base is so large that Pier 1 is 650 meters long, which is about as big as the pier at Eagle Sauce's San Diego Naval Base, and fully twice as long as the 340-meter-long pier at our first Djibouti base overseas. Do you all know what this means? It means that our newest 317-meter-long aircraft carrier can easily dock 2 next to a 180-meter-long Lingwu Dance Type 10,000-ton ship. In addition, the Yungang base is equipped with a 5,000-ton dry dock to repair our Lingwu 2 destroyers, and an underground oil depot with a storage capacity of 30,000 tons, which can refuel our carriers in just 2 hours. If something were to happen in Beixiangyang, our rescue vessels would be able to arrive at the scene and respond in just 8 hours from Cloud Harbor. The White Elephant Customs has impounded merchant ships in port from our country before, and the next time this happens, our warships can quickly plunge straight into the White Elephant Ocean. When the Yungang base is repaired, it is estimated that the White Elephant Kingdom will no longer dare to be rude to us. It can also shatter the strategic chain constructed by Eagle Sauce of Annan and Luzon attacking us from the north and south, like a sharp sword thrusting into the heart of Eagle Sauce's Indo-Pacific encirclement. Prof. Gene Hemming's popularization of science was so in-depth that even those who did not understand geopolitics could hear the benefits to the Dragon Kingdom after the Yungang base was built, and what frightens Eagle Sauce and other hostile nations in the neighborhood. The Dragon Nation viewers in the live broadcast room all became as excited as Gene Hemming all of a sudden. Holy, so this Cloud Harbor base is so powerful? Our mom has been doing great things in silence. I did hear Eagle Jam threaten quite a few times before to cut off the manhwarecap straight from our oil shipments. And now well, let's see if they dare to be arrogant again. I still haven't caught on to exactly why Cloudport base is awesome, but I do know that just because Hawk Sauce is against it, it means we're doing it right. Haha, this was all made possible by Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, right? It's awesome. No wonder Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon was so determined to rush towards the combined fleet of the 4 nations yesterday. So bravely. It must have been for the sake of the Yungang base. Definitely. If Ambassador Zhang escapes from the battlefield, the Khmer state and Hong Rai will definitely not hand over such an important base to us. What if the more I look at Brother Yuan now, the more I love him? He really has been doing great things for us and doing real things for us. Fuji is awesome. Expect our carriers to park over at Cloud Harbor sooner. I'll see if those Luzon guys still dare to make trouble. Yesterday they all ran away in gray. I guess the legs are going to go soft when they see Ambassador Zhang in a short time. Haha. While the Dragon Nation audience was giddy, the 2 men, Kingston and Hudson, were on pins and needles. Damn Zhang Jingyuan. Damn Khmer. Kingston kept cursing. How dare he give away all the Yungang bases? I didn't realize that all of our plans were all ruined by Zhang Jingyuan. Hudson let out a long sigh. Whether it's public opinion, or Hong Lai, or the 4-nation military exercise, they were all defused by Zhang Jingyuan. Now even the Yungang base has been taken by the Dragon Kingdom. We have to do something, right? Otherwise Amblin won't let us off the hook so easily, Kingston said with some trepidation. The original thought was that coming to the Central South Peninsula would be nothing more than an easy and enjoyable task. Who would have thought that a Zhang Jingyuan would suddenly appear and destroy all their plans? Those damn reporters, they don't know to accuse Young Kyung-yoon and ask more questions so that we can find some reasons to oppose this. Hudson also felt that he couldn't just let this signing ceremony end so easily. Immediately sent a few messages out to try to come and spoil the signing ceremony at the Cloud Harbor base. At the scene of the signing ceremony, the reporters who had already been made a little scared by Zhang Jingyuan and were not going to ask any more questions, suddenly a couple of messages were received from none other than Hudson, the gold master behind it. Several reporters quietly glanced at each other, all showing bitter smiles, unable to do anything else. A reporter from the Cherry Blossom country stood up stiffly and asked Zhang Jingyuan, "May I ask Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon if those dangerous actions yesterday when you commanded the warships to crash into the combined fleet of the 4 nations were because of the Yungang base? Have you reached some sort of private agreement?" This is still a tricky question to ask, implicitly accusing Zhang Jingyuan and the Khmer of colluding with each other. And Zhang Jingyuan's purpose of helping Hong Rai and the Khmer so hard was precisely for the Yungang base. It can be argued that this issue both highlights the irrationality of the Dragon acquiring the Yungang base and implicitly undermines the relationship between the Dragon and the Khmer. Once you answer poorly, you'll instantly be given an excuse by Eagle Sauce and the others to make a big deal out of it. Wreck the construction of the Cloud Harbor base. As soon as this question was asked, all eyes on the scene were directed at Zhang Jingyuan. The group of officials far away in the Dragon Kingdom's capital city also held their breath. We all know the importance of the Cloudport base. If Zhang Jingyuan was careless and said the wrong thing, it would be a shame to have all the previous successes go down the drain. The scene of the signing ceremony became quiet. Chapter 54. The dust settles on the bully speech and Amblin's next arrangement. Zhang Jingyuan also didn't expect that all the way to this place. Eagle Sauce and these lapdogs of theirs. It is not surprising that they are still not dead. trying to sabotage the cloud port project between themselves and the Khmer Kingdom by digging a hole for themselves. However, Zhang Jingyuan had long been prepared for such similar questions. At this moment, he glanced at that Sakura Nation reporter and said in an unhurried manner, "The joint military exercise of the four countries is a naked threat of force. It is a trampling on the dignity of the Khmer Nation. The reason why I told Mr. Hong Rai not to give an inch is because, more than 100 years ago, my country had the same encounter on the sea. At that time, our Beiyang Marine Division fought a naval battle with the Sakura country. At that time, our country was poor and weak, but faced with the Sakura country fleet, it still fought to the death and did not retreat. The captain of its Ziyuan, Deng Shichang Dangong, accelerated and rammed your Sakura Nation's flagship, the Yoshino, while the battleship was damaged. But on the way, the Ziyuan ship exploded and sank, and Mr. Deng Shichang was martyred along with the majority of the ship's officers and men. I've heard this story since I was a child, and I've known since I was a child that when faced with power, you have to be courageous, even at the cost of your life. Therefore, I told Mr. Hong Lai to accelerate forward and never retreat. Mr. Hong Lai didn't let me down. For the sake of the country behind him, he chose to meet the combined fleet of the four nations. It just so happened that yesterday, there was your Sakura Nation's warship, the Akizuki. Again, in this moment, my heart and Mr. Hong Lai's hearts are connected, and Mr. Hong Lai is the reason why he is working with my country to build the Yunhang base. It's because, as peace-loving as we are in the Dragon Kingdom, we will protect the weak, and as long as we have the protection of the Dragon Fleet, the kind of situation that required ramming with ships more than 100 years ago will never happen again. That's my answer. This reporter friend from Sakura Nation. When he said the last sentence, Zhang Jingyuan's speech was slow and his eyes were cold. Anyone could hear the suppressed anger beneath Zhang Jingyuan's tone. The Sakura Nation reporter who had asked the question bore the brunt of it and was sweating profusely from Zhang Jingyuan's aura that was like a caged tiger. Hastily, he sat down, never daring to speak again. As a top-notch journalist, he certainly knew about those feuds between his country and the Dragon Kingdom. He's now terrified that he'll walk out of the venue and a bullet will suddenly appear from nowhere to finish him off. And Zhang Jingyuan's answer was perfect. Not only did he explain why he acted that way, but he also labeled the Sakura country and the other three countries that were with him as aggressors. Put yourself and the Khmer state on the weak side. It makes complete sense to explain their strong behavior yesterday and why they are cooperating on the construction of the Yungang base. He also secretly praised Hong Lai, giving him a great wave of face in front of so many reporters and people. There is little resistance to making him prime minister. Hong Lai couldn't even suppress the smile AK had at the corner of his mouth right now, and was just about to offer up Zhang Jingyuan. And Princess Nana, who was on the side, saw Zhang Jingyuan's imposing and forceful speech. More so, his eyes were mesmerized and his face was getting redder and redder. Not knowing what he was thinking, Wang Quan, who was far away from the capital, directly slapped his thighs and laughed after hearing Zhang Jingyuan's answer. This kid is simply born to engage in diplomatic material. Not only does he have a lot of ideas and quick reflexes, but he really never loses in this verbal exchange. It's awesome. Just then, at Hudson's behest, the Luzon reporter spoke up again. The construction of the Yunhang base will threaten our security as well as that of Annam and other countries, and we strongly oppose it. Zhang Jingyuan laughed disdainfully. I don't know which countries were conducting the so-called military exercises yesterday. The real threat to regional stability and security is you, right? Still have the face to object? Khmer Kingdom, they were oppressed and bullied by you only yesterday. The construction of the base in Yungang is precisely a means for them to protect themselves. Are you opposing it in order to leave them to your bullying? I'm here to emphasize once again that the Yunhang base belongs sovereignly to the Khmer state, and no country can oppose it. After the Yungang base is completed, we will be here, resolutely opposing all hegemony. I'd like to see who will still want to mess things up over here in the future. After these domineering words were spoken, no one in the room dared to speak anymore. Even when Hudson prodded a few more reporters, no one paid Hudson any more attention. Obviously, all the reasoning is now with the dragon. There's no reason to object if you want to. Crucially, there is also no country that is their match when it comes to force. Then why make a nuisance of yourself? The Dragon Kingdom audience once again felt Zhang Jingyuan's dominance and they all clapped their hands in delight. Fuchi said it so well, citing the classics without being condescending. Ambassador Yang Kyunyan is truly a model for us diplomats. I didn't expect Ambassador Zhang to remember Mr. Deng Shirchan's deeds, and it really touches me to say it now. Now we have stood up. Surely nothing like this will ever happen again. Right, I believe that not only Ambassador Yang, but all of us should remember the humiliation of 100 years ago. Ambassador Zhang's words make my blood boil. I really want to join the army now. Ambassador Zhang speaks with such skill that everyone is left speechless. I'm having a drink at the bar, and this bar owner is putting on a live broadcast from Dragon TV General. and Ambassador Zhang's words have made a few people at the table next to mine wail with excitement. It's so exciting. Resolutely oppose all hegemony. The humiliation of 100 years ago can never be repeated. Really, watching Ambassador Young Kyunyan engage in diplomacy is what gives me a sense that we are a great nation. Really, Ambassador Young Kyunyan engages in diplomacy, cool is the word. Seeing that no one else had gotten up to speak, Hong Lai smiled and stood up and said, "Since you all have other questions, I now announce that the Dechongfu Nan Canal, as well as the Yun Gang Base project, are officially signed with the Dragon Kingdom today. In the future, we will work together, for the sake of peace in the region, and already the stability of trade, work together to build harmony, so that the entire Central South Peninsula can thrive together. Thank you, Ambassador Young Kyunyan. Thank you." Zheng Jingyuan smiled imploringly. "Mr. Hong Lai, you're welcome." This signing ceremony, which determined an extremely important step in the foreign strategy of the Dragon Kingdom, ended like this. Hudson contacted Amblin, who was far away in Eagle Jam, at the first signing ceremony. On the other hand, in the Eagle Sa Hua City, which was 10,000 miles away, the atmosphere was very grave. William looked a little angry and was slamming the table in a fit of rage. "What's wrong with you guys? Such a simple thing to do?" Amblin was relatively calm as he returned. The failure of the four countries' joint military exercise has caused the Khmer nation to have completely turned towards the Dragon Kingdom. The construction of the Dechongfu Nan Canal has become unstoppable, and we may have to change our strategy. But we already have a complete plan and arrangement. It's troublesome to try to make adjustments. William was depressed. Is there any other plan? Amblin was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Amblin frowned and picked up the phone. "Hudson, I'm busy right now. If there's nothing pressing, I'll be in touch later." "Mr. Amblin, the Khmer Kingdom has just announced that it has given the Cloudport base to the Dragon Kingdom." Hudson's heavy voice came through. "What?" A surprised look appeared on Amblin's face. "Say that again?" At the signing ceremony for the Dechongfu Nan Canal, Hong Lai announced that he was going to hand over the Yun Gang base to the Dragon Kingdom for construction and set up a joint security center. "Our plan failed." "Okay." Amblin hung up the phone and looked over at William. "Your Excellency, I'm afraid we'll have to adjust our strategy." William had sensed something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" "Unfortunately, I just received news that Hong Lai has given the Yun Gang base to the Dragon Kingdom." "What?" Defense Minister Herseth shouted in surprise. "They actually gave the Yun Gang base to the Dragon Kingdom? That it will be difficult for us to move an inch over in the Southern Ocean in the future. The plan to return to Southeast Asia is no longer realistic," Amblin said lightly. "After the destruction of that Young Kyunyun, Annam won't be handing over the Cam Ran Bay base to us either. Our plan, in other words, has failed completely." "Fark," William couldn't help but burst out. "Didn't you send Hudson over there? Tell them to make sure they stop the Khmer nation. They are no match for Zheng Jingyuan." Amblin rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. "I just came to a terrible conclusion. From the moment Kingston arrived in Siam, they seem to have fallen into Zheng Jingyuan's trap. Whether it was the encounter at the venue or the clash with Annan, it's likely that it was all staged for others to see. The real reason why Zheng Jingyuan has been trying to help the Khmer build the canal is probably the Cloud Harbor base. A four-country joint military exercise is even more right up his alley. It gives him even more reason to take the Yun Gang base. He had us all fooled. He's an unmitigated diplomatic genius." William sniffed. "So what do we do now?" Herseth took over. "We should get Congress to appropriate money immediately to raise our Navy's military spending even more." Amblin blankly glanced at Herseth and ignored him. Instead he slowly said, "There's no need to worry too much. We have so many bases, and Dragon Kingdom only has 2 right now. What are we afraid of? And although Zheng Jingyuan is a genius, he's young and inexperienced after all. I have plenty of ways to deal with him." "You have an idea?" William asked. "Yes, Your Excellency." "Yes," Amblin said with a confident smile on his face. "I've come up with a great idea." Chapter 55, Celebration Dinner. "Paka's coming." Amblin's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the conference room, all staring straight at him, wanted to see what kind of a solution he could come up with. Amblin didn't sell himself short. He just said, "The way is simple. Let the Kangaroo and Sakura countries their warships, on their way back, cross the East China Strait. This will definitely make the Dragon Kingdom angry, and if they ever make a move, we'll have a reason to deal with them. We can use the issue to accuse them of disrupting the peace, and then in the process of uniting other countries together to oppose the construction of the Yunhang base. If they don't make any substantial moves, then their prestige will diminish, and we can continue to threaten and pull in the Khmer Kingdom as well as the other countries in the Central South Peninsula, and slowly and surely disrupt the Dragon Kingdom's setup once and for all." After hearing Amblin's words, several people in the White House conference room, their eyes lit up. One could only say that it was worthy of Amblin to come up with such a 1-2 punch. Wonderful. This way we don't have to do anything ourselves. Kangaroo Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom are enough to give them a headache. William clapped his hands and laughed. Kangaroo Nation's Foreign Minister Liam and Sakura Nation's Foreign Ministry's Rina Misaka are both very powerful diplomatic figures, and even if we don't make a move, it's still enough of a headache for Dragon Nation. With a gleam of intelligence in his eyes, Amblin continued, our strength comes from our currency, which is tied to oil, so our focus, for now, should still be on the Camelot East side. After some discussion, those present agreed to Amblin's arrangement. Only they didn't know that in a short time, Zhang Jingyuan would be going to Camelot East, which they valued so much, turned the situation over there upside down. Of course, the current Zhang Jingyuan was still attending the celebratory dinner that Hong Lai had prepared so carefully. It was a very lavish dinner, and almost everyone gathered around Zhang Jingyuan, mingling with him and currying favor. Zhang Jingyuan also responded to all of them, with an elegant demeanor that demonstrated the quality of a diplomat of a great nation. The atmosphere of the scene appeared to be very harmonious, and that Princess Nana even squeezed her way to the side of Zhang Jingyuan and summoned up the courage to invite him. Ambassador Zhang, can I ask you for a dance? After saying that pair of autumn water sheer pupils just stared at him with such a watery gaze. Zhang Jingyuan didn't expect this princess to be so bold and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and politely declined. Princess Nana, I appreciate your thoughts, but I'm not much of a dancer, so, sorry about that. Hearing this, Princess Nana showed some frustration on her face, but she quickly adjusted. Smiling at Zhang Jingyuan, he said, it's okay, if you want to learn in the future, I can teach you. Well, when I want to learn, I'll definitely look for you. Zhang Jingyuan responded gently as well. Princess Nana wanted to say something else, but another group of people gave it a go, separating the two. Zhang Jingyuan smiled apologetically at Princess Nana, started to climb up with the person in front of him. Ambassador Zhang is really quite a gentle person. Princess Nana looked at Zhang Jingyuan from afar and thought silently in her heart, I don't deserve him now. I have to work harder before I can do so. At this dinner, in addition to the Khmer Nation's group of people and members of the royal family, the neighboring countries other than Annam also sent representatives. For example, Dat Thong, a representative of Laos who had attended the Siam conference, Ong Min of Burma, and Paka of Siam, all attended the dinner. After all, Zhang Jingyuan had done so many great things before. These countries, by all rights, had to come over to give Zhang Jingyuan a celebration. It goes without saying that Laos has basically completely leaned on the Dragon Kingdom. Before the earthquake in Burma, Zhang Jingyuan and the Dragon Rescue Team, but they helped them a lot and saved the lives of many people in Burma. Maine has now taken Zhang Jingyuan as a friend as well. Zhang Jingyuan basically made a request for anything to Myanmar right now, and they were expected to agree to it. And Paka's coming over is a bit intriguing. Ostensibly, it's because all this happened yesterday in the Gulf of Siam, after the construction of the Deccan Funan Canal and the Yunhang base. There was also some influence on Siam, but in reality, Paka had his own little plan in mind. When he was at the Siam meeting, Paka wanted to see what kind of benefits Maine could get after cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom. Later, when they saw the earthquake in Myanmar, the Dragon Kingdom was the first to aid them. The Khmer Kingdom, moreover, after gaining the friendship of the Dragon Kingdom, was not only able to build a canal that could change their national fortune with the help of the Dragon Kingdom, also acquired 2 frigates from the Dragon Kingdom. That's a lot more kingly than Hawk Jam's tactics of just bullying and scaring. And Young Kyung-yoon's strong performance at the Siam conference left a very deep impression on Paka. He was, at the moment, more inclined to work with Dragonland than Hawk Jam. Of course, the most important thing is that now Laos, Myanmar, and Khmer are all turning toward the Dragon Kingdom. It's got Siam surrounded. If one side didn't show any sign, it wouldn't be too easy for the Dragon Kingdom to deal with oneself. Therefore, Paka came to the signing ceremony dinner this time, named congratulations, but privately, she wanted to find Zhang Jingyuan to have a good talk. Zhang Jingyuan saw what was on this Paka guy's mind at a glance and whispered to Paka, Mr. Paka, I know what you're thinking, there are a lot of people here, so after the dinner is over, come over and find me. Paka glanced at Zhang Jingyuan in shock, and once again felt fear for Zhang Jingyuan in his heart. The young ambassador, it seems, really does have the power to see through people's hearts. As soon as the dinner was over, Paka couldn't wait to run to Zhang Jingyuan's place. When he got there, Zhang Jingyuan was already waiting for him with a candle. After sitting down, Zhang Jingyuan leaned back lazily on his chair and said, Mr. Paka, there's no one around here, so if you have any ideas, you might as well talk to me directly. Paka was aware of Zhang Jingyuan's ability, and he had seen Zhang Jingyuan's aura at the Siam meeting with his own eyes. At this moment, there was no hiding, and he directly opened the door. Ambassador Young, can we reconstruct our relationship? What? Zhang Jingyuan smiled slightly. Now you know that eagle sauce can't be relied on? Paka sniffed with a bitter face. Ambassador Zhang, my heart has actually always been toward you, but you know very well that on our side, it has always been the warlords who have the final say. Young Kyung-yoon knew that Paka was telling the truth as he took out a flash drive and placed it in front of Paka. Paka's eyes tightened and he stammered, "Ambassador Zhang, this is? The one who colluded with Eagle Sauce and participated in the kidnapping of our Dragon Kingdom citizens is General Terra. And behind General Terra is that Guiwu warlord." Zhang Jingyuan gently pushed the flash drive forward, bringing it closer to Paka. "At the Siam meeting, I only produced evidence about General Terra's collusion with Hawk Jam, and what's in front of you now is evidence that Guiwu directed the whole thing. It's up to you what to do with this thing. After all, you, Siam, have more than one general, don't you?" When Paka heard these words, his heart shook tremendously, and when he jerked his head up, he saw Zhang Jingyuan staring at him with a smile on his face. Could it be that? Paka seemed to think of something, and waves of shock rippled through his mind. Chapter 56, The Southern Ocean is settled, and the storm rises again. Paka looked at Zhang Jingyuan in disbelief. Judging from Zhang Jingyuan's words now, it was very likely that he had anticipated that he would come to him, and set up well in advance. What made Paka feel even more fearful was that if he hadn't come to Young Kyung-yoon and expressed his goodwill, what would happen afterward? He could hardly think of. Luckily, I chose the right path. The more he thought about it, the more he broke into a cold sweat, and Paka hastily took the flash drive. "You're quite smart." Seeing that Paka took the flash drive, Zhang Jingyuan stood up. "I don't want to see any more crimes against my Dragon Kingdom citizens in Siam. In the future, convey this sentence of mine to Chai Wu. If he can't do it, you know what to do." "I know. When I go back, I will convey your meaning to General Guiwu." Paka wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said repeatedly. He was incredibly nervous now, and the pressure to talk to Zhang Jingyuan was not much higher than Kingston. Being with Young Kyung-yoon gave Paka a feeling. Zhang Jingyuan is like a god in the sky, knowing everything like the back of his hand, just looking at you so quietly. Everything you are, all of it, is in front of him, and there is nothing to hide. One can only follow his well-established course. If one resisted, there was no telling how many dangers awaited behind them, so Paka didn't dare to object at all, and could only coyly agree to all of Zhang Jingyuan's requests. "All right, go back. If you do it right, I'll talk to the higher-ups after I return to the capital and reopen the tourism industry to you. Also, if necessary, contact me and I will give you a tiny bit of help depending on the situation." Zhang Jingyuan looked at Paka's expression and knew that he understood what he meant and didn't waste any more time. A direct order of eviction. That's what you need to do with such two-faced speculators. Carrots and sticks. He believed that with Paka's political savvy, he should be able to put Siam in the right place. Paka was overjoyed to hear this promise from Young Kyung-yoon. It's simply more useful than an army of 1,000. It would give him, within Siam, the absolute power of initiative, no longer subject to the constraints of Guiwu. Of course, the price is to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom in the future, but with the way the Dragon Kingdom acts, it wouldn't treat them poorly at all. Paka also, at this moment, finally made up his mind and chose the Dragon Kingdom. All of this cannot be separated from Zhang Jingyuan's various behaviors. If it wasn't for what Young Kyung-yoon has been doing in the central and southern peninsula for some time now, Paka surely won't fall to the dragon so easily. But now, Paka just felt incredibly relaxed. With someone like Young Kyung-yoon around, it's for sure that he won't let Eagle Jam bully him, right? After all, he helped the Khmer nation yesterday by driving off the combined fleet of 4 nations. Also, as Young Kyung-yoon said, Siam is so close to the Dragon Kingdom that there's no need to be afraid of the distant Eagle Sauce. Looking at Paka's expression, Zhang Jingyuan also finally took a long breath of relief. By now, all the countries in the central South Peninsula, except Annan, had basically been taken care of by him, and Annan, after this series of events, is going to become an outsider. In the future, if you find a random opportunity, you can unite with other countries in the Central and South Peninsula, and you can win Annan over. On the Nanyang side, basically everything has been taken care of. After waiting for Paka to leave, Zhang Jingyuan stretched greatly and slept the most comfortable sleep since crossing the border. By the next day, Zhang Jingyuan called his dad Zheng Yi on video. "Dad, now that the entire Central South Peninsula has basically turned toward us, can I come back now? The food over here is really bad." Zheng Yi's always stoic face was filled with a happy smile at the moment. "Son, I didn't realize everything was going the way you envisioned. You did a fantastic job. No disgrace to Dad. Dad is so proud of you." Zhang Jingyuan was just about to speak when Zhang Shishua's voice came from the side with an unstoppable anger. "You still have the nerve to say that? How dare you put your son in such a dangerous situation? What if the other side opens fire? I'm telling you, Zheng Yi, if anything happens to your son, I won't spare you." Then Zhang Banshua's beautiful face with an almond face and peach cheeks and bright white teeth appeared in the screen. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyuan, Zhang Shishua's original angry expression immediately turned into concern. "Son, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Those warships didn't scare you." did they? If Carlos Iliet and the others heard this, I'm afraid they would just cry to death. Obviously it was Zhang Jingyuan who forcefully forced back our combined fleet. How dare you ask him if he's aggrieved or intimidated? Is that too much? We were kids once too, okay? It's true that a child with a mother is like a treasure. Zhang Jingyuan also cried and laughed a little at his words. It was no wonder that the predecessor was so dude before. It's so hard not to be a dude when you have a mom like that. However, Zhang Shishua's behavior caused a warmth to well up in the heart of Zhang Jingyuan, who had never enjoyed the warmth of a family before. Having come from an orphan background, he was enjoying it. Mom, I'm fine. This little scene doesn't scare me. Hear that? Son has grown up now. At this time, Zhang Yi's disgruntled voice came again. You shouldn't coddle him so much. What's wrong with growing up? Growing up is still my Jiang Shishua's son. Jiang Banshue's nose wrinkled and she waved her fist. Nothing compares to my son's safety. In the future, if you still let your son make such dangerous moves, you'll be finished. Zhang Yi helplessly covered his forehead. My son is safe all right. I sent an entire fleet to protect him. Even if the other side opens fire, my son will be unharmed. This is more or less the same. Jiang Bishue then smiled. Son, what kind of food do you want to eat? Come back, mom will make it for you. Of course it's my favorite braised lion's head. Zhang Jingyuan smiled back. I haven't seen you guys for so long. I miss you guys. I'll be right back. Son, I heard your father say that you have made a great achievement this time, and you are expected to be promoted when you come back. Mom is really happy for you, but in the future, you can't do dangerous things like that again. Zhang Shishue was still chattering on and on. Mom, I know. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. I've embarrassed you before. Now, I'll make you proud of me. After hanging up the video, Zhang Jingyuan muttered, Nanyang has been settled. Finally I can go home. Hong Lai was also kind enough to organize a grand send-off ceremony for young Kyung-yoon. The line of people holding flowers on both sides of the street filled the entire street, and Princess Nana personally saw young Kyung-yoon off. The Dragon Nation spectators looked at the Khmer Nation people who greeted them in the middle of the street as well as Princess Nana with a frown on her face. It also feels like an honor to be associated with it. This send-off ceremony, it's too grand. My brother Yuan is so awesome. The platoon is pulling all the stops. Asterisk 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 so envious of Yuchi. This is too highlight. And don't look at what Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon has done. It's so helpful to the Khmer Nation. Ambassador Zhang is expected to be highly promoted when he goes back. This series of performance is too outstanding. Isn't that normal? With all these deeds Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan has done, it's only a problem if he doesn't get promoted, right? Rise, let him ascend. I'd like to see more of Yuchi's diplomatic visits. It's just too good to watch. I wonder when the next time I'll see my brother Yuchi on a mission to another country will be. I hope I won't have to wait too long. Don't ever be long. The day I don't see Ambassador Zhang calling the shots abroad is hard for me. It's like there are ants crawling all over my body. Me too. I'd love to see Ambassador Zhang go up against some more stronger countries and awesome characters. This side is a total beginner's map. Indeed, this side is at home and protected. I wonder if Zhang Jingyuan will still be so overbearing when we go to a place farther away. Whatever. Anyway, as long as there's a live broadcast of my brother Yuan, I'll definitely watch it. Support brother Yuan. Zhang Jingyuan boarded the airplane under these extremely cheerful circumstances, and just as Zhang Jingyuan flew back to the capital, Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation, under the direction of Eagle Jam, defied the strong opposition of Dragon Nation, sailing the Barter and the Autumn Moon under the banner of free navigation, brazenly crossing the Toho Strait. Their behavior has once again attracted the great attention of international public opinion. Countless countries, were once again concerned about the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 57, How to Break the Situation by Throwing Mice. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, the response was also quick. A regular diplomatic press conference was held immediately. At the meeting, another diplomatic spokesman, Li Huaiqian, had a cold look on his face, and his slow tone of voice emphasized his inner anger. We have emphasized time and again that the Toho Strait belongs to us and no foreign warships will be allowed to cross it. But the Sakura and Kangaroo nations have defied our objections and crossed it brazenly. I regret this very much. Please ask the warships of both Sakura and Kangaroo countries to immediately reroute their ships away from the East Kashmir Strait. Otherwise, we will take the necessary measures. Many of the journalists on the scene were also on assignment. After hearing Li Huaiqian's speech, they all started their own questions to him. You've always been a peace-loving country. Will you take drastic measures this time? Li Huaiqian is also an old diplomat. Of course he knows what this reporter's question means. He calmly returned, that will depend on whether or not Sakura Nation and Kangaroo Nation listen to advice. Of course, we will not prioritize the use of force to open fire. At this time another reporter asked, Kangaroo Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation are sailing the high seas. Why is your dragon nation so agitated? We have reiterated this question countless times, and at this moment I don't want to repeat it. Although he knew that these reporters were hard to deal with. At this time, hearing such a question, Li Huaiqian was still very angry. If the Kangaroo and Sakura states had not listened to you, and had remained free to sail, what action would you have taken? This is another tricky and digging question. A bad answer would give the West, and especially Eagle Jam, a reason to do so. Li Huaiqian thought for a moment and replied calmly, any action we take will depend on the behavior of the Kangaroo and Sakura states, but what is certain is that whatever actions we have will be reasonable and legal. By heart, Li Huaiqian's answer, too, was called perfect. It didn't give these journalists a chance to capitalize on the situation, but the Dragon Nation viewers who watched this live broadcast were not very satisfied. After all, after watching those domineering displays of Zheng Jingyuan before, and then seeing Li Huaiqian's reply at this moment, inevitably, it feels a little on the soft side. Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation have gone too far. They should be taught a good lesson. Holy, you've just been forced to turn by Ambassador Zhang, and now you still dare to come and jump? Is it really too long for the old man to hang himself? Diplomat Li Huaiqian's statement feels a bit soft. Not as dominant as Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan. If you ask me at times like this, you should be like my brother Yuchi, and directly dislike them in a domineering rage, so that they will be honest. But there's nothing wrong with what Li Huaiqian said, right? What if it's too tough and these reporters catch the issue and use it as a pretext? Yes, at that time, although Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan's statement was overbearing, he was facing the Southeast Asian countries, and now the other party is the Cherry Blossom country and the Kangaroo country, neither of which are so easy to deal with, and it makes sense not to speak so fully in the early stages. Alas, having said that, after watching Ambassador Zhang's live broadcast and now watching this, I always feel a bit stifled. That depends on what action our mom has in mind, and if we can force them to leave, it will be a success. I think it's hard. After all, Kangaroo and Sakura countries are still far away from our coastline. We can't really use force, can we? There's no way we're going to make the first move. That would destroy our international image. We'll just have to take it as it comes. Yes, now that international public opinion has been publicizing the threat theory of the Dragon Kingdom, any action in this situation must occupy a word of reason. What then? Just let them disgust people? Keep watching. I'm sure our mom will be able to fix it properly. I wonder what Ambassador Young Kenyan will do when faced with this situation. That being said, how come we haven't seen any of Ambassador Young's people? He's been busy for so long. He should take a few days off, right? Although I'd love to see Ambassador Zhang appear on the air too. After this routine press conference in the Dragon Kingdom was over, all the major foreign media began to scramble to report on it. At the behest of Eagle Sauce, the incident was hyped up, and the well-intentioned discouragement of the Dragon Kingdom did not cause the Cherry Blossom and Kangaroo nations to change their course. With Eagle Sauce backing them up, they still waltzed through the Toho Strait. Seeing that the international public opinion is getting worse, even the people at home are starting to talk about it. The Dragon Kingdom also initiated action, sending several warships to follow them all the way, and broadcasting the whole thing live. But Shingo Miyamoto on the Akazuki and Ilya on the Bart were not scared at all. Before, they were afraid because Zheng Jingyuan had entered the game with his body, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But for now, they were nothing more than normal sailors, and knew that the Dragon Kingdom had promised before that they would not fire at all in the first place. There was also no reason for the Dragon Kingdom to use ships to force them to turn like Young Kyung-yoon did. Therefore, they all looked calm and collected, without the slightest bit of the panic they had felt the last time they faced Zheng Jingyuan. On the live broadcast platform, the Dragon Country viewers were infuriated when they saw how arrogant they were. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom's own audience, many countries around the world were also watching the live broadcast and discussing it passionately. At this moment, seeing the Sakura and Kangaroo countries being so arrogant, there was even some sense of contempt in their discussion. This is quite a divine move, and there is absolutely nothing the Dragon Kingdom can do about it. It seems they can only call the shots over in Southeast Asia, and there's no way to get back in the diplomatic arena when they meet the Kangaroo and Cherry Blossom countries. This Li Huaiqian is also an old diplomat, but compared to that young Zheng Jingyuan, he doesn't seem strong enough. Hasn't the Dragon Kingdom always been like this? Zheng Jingyuan is the one who is different, right? Sakura Nation and Kangaroo Nation should have Eagle Jam's support, or they wouldn't be so bold. That's why the Dragon Kingdom threw in the towel, right? I'm curious to see what the Dragon Kingdom will do in response afterward. I didn't realize that the four countries' joint military exercise had just ended, and there was such a good show to watch. The Sakura and Kangaroo countries are much stronger than Annan and Luzon, and they are developed countries. They just lost such a big face at the four-nation joint military exercise. They definitely want to regain their face. Now it seems as if they have gotten their face back. Facing the Dragon Kingdom's following, they seem to be looking very relaxed. Ha, this is completely different from their attitude when they faced Zheng Jingyuan. Zheng Jingyuan is just occupying the right place and time. It's completely different from the current situation. If you let Zheng Jingyuan come now, there's nothing he can do just the same. Seeing the successive initiatives of the Dragon Kingdom, none of them had the desired effect. Su Jin and Wang Quan, as well as Qin Tian and the others, immediately held an emergency meeting. Chapter 58. Su Jin lit a cigarette and said slowly, Eagle Sauce's reaction is quite fast. This move to kill someone with a borrowed knife is good. Tell me, what are all the views yet? Actually, this move is nothing. We can deal with them slowly later. Qin Tian said indifferently, it's just a pity that the thresholds of our populace have been stretched too high by Zheng Jingyuan, causing everyone to be very impatient right now. Even though Zheng Jingyuan got the job done, his behavior, too, caused a backlash. You can't say that. In that situation, it was good enough for Zheng Jingyuan to pull it off. And as for the backlash you're talking about, all I can say is, if we back down, will Hawk Jam just stop? Su Jin shook his head and continued, it's better to think about how to deal with this matter. Since Eagle Sauce came up with this, there must be a follow-up, and we're just now establishing good relations with the Khmer Kingdom and those countries in the central and southern peninsula. If they don't have a good response to the provocation now, they'll inevitably have second thoughts, and when Hawk Jam interferes with that, I'm afraid the gains we've only just gotten will go down the drain. Seeing that Su Jin seemed to be more defensive of Zheng Jingyuan, Qin Tian didn't continue with this topic, but instead changed the subject and said, Eagle Sauce probably had this in mind, wanting to use Kangaroo Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation to check and balance us. In that case, it's only fair that we must necessarily engage in reciprocal countermeasures. Wang Quan said, Eagle Jam's center of gravity is over in Camelot East and Europa, and it just so happens that we were recently invited to a conference over in Europa. I'll go over to Europa and cause a little trouble for Eagle Jam. Su Jin exhaled a smoke ring and nodded. Well, this solution is feasible. Wang Quan, you go over to Europa. No matter what method you use, make sure to give Eagle Jam some lessons. Being passive is not my style. That's all afterward. Now, at this time it's actually best for me to directly visit the Kangaroo and Cherry Blossom countryside. Find a reason to condemn them face to face and broadcast it out live. Just take advantage of the reasoning. Wang Quan was quite familiar with things in the field of diplomacy and immediately came up with the optimal solution. But I'm going to Europa soon, and Jiamu is over at the UN, so why don't I have Huaiqian make a run for it? Qin Tian expressed his agreement with Wang Quan's words, and returned with a deep thought. I think this is a good idea, and Huaiqian is also a veteran diplomat, so he should be able to handle this matter appropriately. Sending diplomats to their country must be done with absolute certainty. Su Jin mused, if one is not handled well, it could make our situation worse. This approach should be taken with caution. Tell you what, let's let Jiamu go over to the United Nations to voice his opinion first and see what happens before deciding. The very next day after the emergency meeting, Jiamu stood on the podium at the UN conference. At this moment, he was full of anger and made his own speech to the representative of the Kangaroo country as well as the representative of the Sakura country. Your behavior is a deliberate attempt to stir up trouble, and I strongly oppose your crossing of the Toho Strait. The representatives of the Cherry Blossom country and the Kangaroo country laughed indifferently. We are sailing freely. You can't control us at all. Jiamu forcibly suppressed his anger and continued. You should be clear that this is not some so-called free navigation, but rather provoking us. I strongly oppose such behavior on your part. Mr. Jiamu, your objections aren't helpful. They aren't close to your coastline. Eagle Jam's representative, August, found an opportunity now and said with a sneer on his face, is it possible to cross it well without getting close to the coastline and load live ammunition for maneuvers? Jiamu asked, tapping the table. This was the first time that the representatives of the United Nations had seen the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom behave in such a manner, and they were all instantly silenced, not daring to say a word. But August wasn't afraid of Jiamu and arrogantly laughed. Yeah, it's not like they attacked you guys. They're also sailing on the high seas, so what's wrong? Jiamu turned his gaze to the representatives of the Cherry Blossom country and the Kangaroo country and asked, what about you guys? Do you guys think so too? The representatives of the Sakura and Kangaroo countries rightly replied, of course, our behavior is completely reasonable and legal. Good, please, Chairman as well as all the representatives. Remember what the representatives of Sakura Nation and Kangaroo Nation as well as the representative of Eagle Sauce are saying right now. Jiamu gazed at the representatives of the United Nations, as well as the chairman of the board of directors, and slowly said, meanwhile, young Kyung-yoon is in his own home, following the incident with his family. The cherry blossom and kangaroo countries are just too much. I should have known that I should have just sunk them in the first place. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. It's just a puppet. Zhang Jingyuan let out a light laugh. Hawk Jam exited Southeast Asia in a mess, so of course they want to get back some ground. Zhang Bao saw those pop-ups and comments online and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that everyone recognizes their son so much that they're all thinking of letting him step in. It's not because Jing Yuan was overbearing and directly forced other people's ships to turn. Thinking of what Zhang Jingyuan had done, Zhang Yi also couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. It seems to me that they are all talking about us. Is there nothing we can do? Zhang Bao asked curiously. Alas, difficult nah. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh. The international situation has always been unfavorable to us. Many pairs of eyes are staring at us in it. Simply cannot make any excessive behavior. Right now verbal threats don't scare them at all. They have to come up with some substantial actions to deter them. Like what the sun did in the central and southern peninsula? Zhang Bao asked thoughtfully. Yes, but the reason why the central and southern peninsula turned out the way it did was because my son had set it up well in advance. And because the countries there were weaker and closer to us. Zhang Yi explained. The same method doesn't work so well for the kangaroo and sakura countries. What then? Zhang Xieshua pouted her mouth and looked at Zhang Jingyuan. I'm very upset by the arrogant look of the kangaroo kingdom and the cherry blossom kingdom as well. Right now, Elder Su and the others are having a meeting to discuss it. They will definitely be able to come up with a way to cure them. Don't worry, we won't be spoiling any country right now, Zhang Yi said with certainty. Son, do you have any solutions? Zhang Xieshua ignored Zhang Yi and instead asked Zhang Jingyuan. Mom, you're asking the right person. Of course I have a way, Zhang Jingyuan said with confidence. Sakura and Kangaroo are old friends to Zhang Jingyuan, and he certainly knows how to treat them. Really? What method? Zhang Banshue's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. Zhang Yi was also captivated by Zhang Jingyuan's words. Jingyuan, really? None of the country's initiatives are having any good effect right now. Do you really have a solution? It's not going to be a believer, is it? I really have a way, Zhang Jingyuan said with an innocent look on his face. It depends on whether or not the country gives me this chance. When Zhang Yi heard this, he immediately understood and said without any good humor, I see. Are you trying to do something shocking again? Now in this situation, ordinary methods will definitely not be able to deter the cherry blossom country and the kangaroo country, nor will they be able to calm the anger of our people. Zhang Jingyuan smiled mysteriously. There is only one way to completely resolve this incident. What way? Zhang Jingyuan's thoughts coincided with Wangquan's as he said word for word. I think we should go straight to the Sakura and kangaroo countries and give them a little. Dragon Nation Shock. Chapter 59, promoted to third-ranking minister. I'm going to travel to Kangaroo Land in that. The argument at the UN between Zhao Mu and the representatives of the Kangaroo and Sakura countries and Eagle Sauce was still being broadcast out live around the globe. Seeing the Kangaroo and Sakura countries being so tough, people from many countries are in a mindset of watching the fun. Wanted to see what kind of approach the Dragon Kingdom would eventually take to counter them. As for the audience in Dragonland, they looked particularly disappointed. Inside the live room, an air of frustration filled the air. The United Nations resolution is completely useless. Ambassador Zhao Mu has argued his case, but the delegates are not on our side. Ugh, there's a lot of them that are Eagle Jam people, and besides, you really can't tell with this kind of thing, and people aren't anywhere near the coastline, but the Toho Strait clearly belongs to us. The point is that human foreigners don't recognize it, and there's nothing you can do with them. Harm. The United Nations is simply a toy for the P5, and although we are one of the P5, so is Hawksbane, and with Hawksbane messing things up, this is what happens. As if remembering the last time Ambassador Zhao Mu snapped Eagle Sauce in the face at the United Nations meeting, reprimanding him for not being able to speak. I never imagined that it would become such a situation now. Last time, it was because Ambassador Yang Kyungyan had risked his life to go to the disaster area in Myanmar that Ambassador Chomak had the courage to rebuke the representative of Eagle Sauce. But now, we have no reason to do so. Another day of missing Ambassador Yang Kyung-yoon. Where's my brother Yuan? If my brother Yuan was here, could he let them be so arrogant? They would have aired them long ago. Yeah, it's been a couple days. Why hasn't my brother Yuan shown up yet? I want to watch brother Yuan's livestream. It was also after this encounter at the UN that several bigwigs in the capital recalled Zhang Jingyuan to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Zhang Yi. Zhang Jingyuan went to the conference room and also saw that hale and hearty pavilion elder Su Jin. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan enter, Su Jin revealed a gentle smile and greeted him. Jingyuan, you have done a very good job in Southeast. Deep in my heart, In the future diplomatic occasions, there will be more room for you to play. Su Jin finished speaking and nodded at Qin Tian. Qin Tian took out a document and handed it to Zhang Jingyuan. Jingyuan, now that the state has officially appointed you as a third-ranked minister, it will arrange for you to conduct some foreign visit matters as appropriate. Zhang Jingyuan's face showed a slight look of surprise. He was only a rookie diplomat who had just entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before, now steeply directly promoted to the third grade. This promotion speed, afraid of sitting on a rocket, is not so fast. Zhang Yi had a bashful expression. His own son had done so much in Southeast, even going so far as to use his own life as bait. What's wrong with a promotion? Moreover, calling Zhang Jingyuan over at this juncture now must be an important task for him. Give a third-grade minister's identity, or to facilitate Zhang Jingyuan's work. Thank you for the trust of the leaders. I can get things done in Southeast, but also because of the elders here, as well as the motherland's support for me. Zhang Jingyuan can be mixed to that position before. The emotional intelligence is naturally not low. At the moment he lowered his head and said with a humble face, "After that I will definitely work hard and do my best to make my country more prosperous." Su Jin was very satisfied with Zhang Jingyuan's performance and smiled at Zhang Yi. "Old Zhang, I told you that you have cultivated this son very well. It's really like a tiger's father not having a dog's son." Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled triumphantly. "That's not because of Elder Su's cultivation." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Quan got down to business. "Jingyuan, you should know all about the Kangaroo Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom, right?" Zhang Jingyuan's heart stirred at the words. "Here it comes." It seems that after a couple of exchanges, the top has decided to come up with more severe reciprocal measures. "Well, I know that, and I've been paying attention the last few days. Kangaroo and cherry blossom countries don't seem to be taking our mild response seriously." The king's authority continued. "So we've decided to send one of our diplomats, in person, to Kangaroo country. It just so happens that in the near future, there will be a meeting of the Five Eyes Alliance over in Kangaroo Land, so we're going to give them a good look." Wang Quan also belongs to that style of not giving an inch. It has a strong international reputation and has put diplomats from many countries at a disadvantage. At this moment, hearing that Wang Quan's thoughts were the same as his own, Zhang Jingyuan did not feel much surprise. He nodded and returned. "That's what I thought. Now that we just signed a contract with the Khmer nation, the completion of the Yun Gang base will be a fatal nail in the coffin. But this nail is not secure and may be pulled out at any time. We must be tough to the end in the face of provocation now. After all, you are a hot-blooded teenager." Su Jin smiled approvingly. "We asked you to cancel your leave just to accomplish this mission. Jingyuan, do you have the confidence to teach Kangaroo Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom a hard lesson? Want me to go on a mission to the Kangaroo Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom?" Zhang Jingyuan asked calmly. He had vaguely guessed this was the outcome before he came. There are several initiatives against the Kangaroo state right now that are not working well. And again, the Dragon Nation audience is clamoring for him. It's time to let yourself out and show your face. As a matter of course. That's right, but regarding how to counteract it, it's up to you to improvise. No matter if it's economic trade or military deterrence, as long as it's in compliance with international laws, you can play it completely at will, Qin Tian said as he looked at Zhang Jingyuan. But remember one thing, don't fall on your sword and give Eagle Jam and the others something to hold on to. This mission, again, will be broadcast live the entire time. No problem, I've long since seen them in a bad light. Zhang Jingyuan patted his chest. I promise to complete the mission. Alright, then I'll arrange some entourage members for you here. And in addition continue to arrange a C-929 airplane for you, so after we set the time, we'll leave straight away. Who said I'm taking an airplane to Kangaroo Land? Zhang Jingyuan, however, suddenly said at this moment. The sudden words made everyone freeze. All visits abroad are on airplanes. What do you take if not an airplane? Qin Tian revealed a puzzled look. I'm going to sit on that one. Zhang Jingyuan had a strange smile on his face and pointed his finger at an enlarged picture on the wall. I think it seems better to sit on that one in this situation now. The crowd followed Zhang Jingyuan's finger and realized that the photo he was pointing at, it was clearly the Dragon Kingdom's national weapon, the Lingwu Dance Class 10,000-ton large drive. What? Aside from Zhang Yi, several other bigwigs revealed a look of incomparable surprise. Jingyuan, what the hell are you trying to do? Chapter 60. I want the coastline of Kangaroo Country to be ablaze with brilliant fireworks. Seeing that everyone was so surprised, Zhang Jingyuan smiled and explained. I'm not trying to take reciprocal measures. They can come to us for free sailing and live fire maneuvers, so why can't we do the same to them? Zhang Jingyuan said as a domineering aura permeated his body. Is it our ships, which are not as powerful as theirs, or is it our national power, which is not as strong as theirs? But, Qin Tian frowned, we still have to pay attention to the international view. International outlook? Zhang Jingyuan was disdainful. When they did these things, did they consider the international outlook? Besides, didn't they say at the UN conference that free navigation and live fire maneuvers are reasonable and legal? Therefore, I think the best way to counteract this now is to sail the Raimu dance brig, conduct a voyage around Kangaroo Land, and conduct live fire maneuvers along their coastline. I want the whole world to see a brilliant firework on the shores of Kangaroo Land." The entire conference room fell silent, except for Zhang Jingyuan's fervent speech that sounded like a dragon's roar. It echoed through the conference room. Even Su Jin, an old man over 70 years old, was a little hot and bothered at this time. They were all completely shocked by this incomparably overbearing idea of Zhang Jingyuan, because the Dragon Kingdom's fleet, which had always hovered offshore, had never sailed far. It would be epic-making if the voyage to Kangaroo Country were once undertaken. Of course, this move is also very dangerous. Anything happens during the voyage, and it's likely to result in the total loss of the army. After a long moment of silence, Qin Tianyi shook his head and said, "This move is also too risky. Being gentle for too long, others will only think that we're easy to bully. And if we have a sword in our hands but don't show it, it will only make others think that we're soft bones." Zhang Jingyuan's expression was firm and solemn. "Right now, it's the right time for us to show our swords." But Qin Tian wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by Su Jin. "I think that's a feasible solution. The situation over in the southeast was pacified so quickly, and it wasn't because of the drones, the sword of South China, and our fleet. Now, it's the turn of Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation to feel that feeling for themselves." Wang Quan frowned and asked, "Jingyuan, is there a specific plan?" "Of course I have," said Zhang Jingyuan, who had long ago thought of everything, and at this moment said without hesitation, "Now there is no need to say anything at all. I will take the fleet directly, and sail to the Kangaroo Country, then conduct a live-fire drill before they even realize we're there. After our reporters broadcast this live, there will be no one who dares to belittle us anymore." "But aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Wang Quan asked again. "If it's discovered in advance and the other party is prepared, it will lose its deterrent effect. So in order to be a bit more stealthy, only 3 ships will suffice. A Raimu Dance-class destroyer, a Raimu Lion frigate, and a combined supply ship will suffice. The Raimu Dance's monolithic mast and sloping hull design make it impossible for enemy radar to detect us." Su Jin tapped his fingers on the table one by one, seemingly thinking about something, and then he opened his mouth. "There is an Eagle Jam naval base near Kangaroo Land. What if they attack our fleet?" "Elder Su, that's why I'm taking the Lingwu Dance 10,000 tons of large drive with me." Zhang Jingyuan smiled. "Its dual-band active phased array radar as well as 112 drogue units can guarantee our absolute safety. The Raimu Dance-class destroyer, the most advanced destroyer on the planet. With it, there's no need to worry about those cats and dogs at Hawkjam Base." Zhang Jingyuan wasn't exaggerating. The Lingwu Dance-class destroyer was indeed the strongest destroyer, and a former favorite of his. Before crossing over, it was also by relying on the spirit martial dance that Zhang Jingyuan had conquered the 4 seas. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Jingyuan with some confusion, thinking that this son of his had always hated being a soldier before. "That's no idea about some of the weaponry and stuff. How is it that you know so much about it now? It's totally as good as it gets." It was a good thing that he didn't have long to think before he was interrupted by Su Jin. "Old Zhang, is the combat power of the spirit martial dance as strong as Jingyuan said?" For this baby, Zhang Yi was also very confident. "Elder Su, don't worry, even if we encounter an aircraft carrier formation, the spirit martial dance definitely has the power to fight." Su Jin turned his gaze back to Zhang Jingyuan. "Jingyuan, are you sure you'll be able to face the backlash from the Kangaroo Kingdom and the international public opinion against us after you take Lingwu Dance on a voyage around the country? Whether it's in words or in reality, I'll make it so that they can't find any reason to attack us." Zhang Jingyuan's tone was light, but it had a confidence that could infect everyone. It was absolute confidence earned after many victories in battle. Su Jin was also annoyed by the behavior of the Kangaroo Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom as well as the public opinion in the past few days. At the moment, he had been convinced by Zhang Jingyuan and clapped his hands. "Good, Jingyuan, it's settled. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let our country lose face. Elder Su, won't you think about it anymore?" Qin Tian was a bit anxious. "This is too reckless. I'm afraid it will cause unimaginable consequences." "No need to think about it. Haven't we been laughed at enough these past few days?" A cold color flashed across Su Jin's face. "Just do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll talk to the top." If it were before, Su Jin definitely wouldn't be like this, but Zhang Jingyuan's previous behavior gave him a lot of confidence as well. "Then old Zhang and I will go make arrangements now." Wang Quan also didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to come up with such an overbearing method, but he liked it, because that's the way he is too. Plans for a voyage around the Kangaroo Country and live-fire exercises were then tightly organized. During the preparation period, in order to appease public opinion in the country, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a message announcing that young Kyung-yoon would be standing at the diplomatic podium in 3 days for a regular diplomatic press conference. This news made a lot of people perk up, and they all wanted to see what Zhang Jingyuan would do when the time came. 3 days later, countless Dragon Country viewers guarded the live broadcast, waiting to see Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan also lived up to expectations, still in a navy blue suit, still handsome and dashing temperament, standing upright on the diplomatic podium. The female host of the Dragon TV main station was equally excited as she took the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon, who has not been seen for many days, has finally returned, standing on the diplomatic podium behind me. This time, his return is most likely in response to the Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation's crossing of the straits, which was previously a buzz. We all know Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon's style of behavior. I wonder what kind of surprises the still elegant man will bring us. Let's look forward to it together." In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Country viewers all boiled over the moment they saw Zhang Jingyuan. Chapter 61. The renewed speech on the diplomatic platform was still perfect and shocking. "This is my brother Yuan. He's so handsome. Is it just me? It feels like brother Yuchi's aura is just different from the others. Ha, my brother Yuan has finally appeared. I'll see if those jumping clowns still dare to be arrogant. Humph." Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon has stepped forward and is sure to give the Kangaroo and Sakura countries a bit of a run for their money. It's long past time for Yuchi to come out and speak. Is it so favorable to Ambassador Chang? Wasn't his statement set by his country? I always have a feeling that Brother Fuchi is going to make some shocking remarks again. Ha ha, why does it feel like Brother Fuchi is getting more and more handsome? Under the chatter of various pop-ups, Zhang Jingyuan stood on the diplomatic platform and launched his speech with a calm demeanor. "There are some countries that take our good intentions for granted and do excessive things and not only don't correct them, but intensify them. In response to the wrongful behavior of these countries, we have decided that we will take reciprocal countermeasures. I, myself, will personally go over to their side and teach them what etiquette means. Our side will not tolerate any behavior that dares to provoke our country." As soon as Zhang Jingyuan's speech ended, it immediately caused an uproar. Compared to Li Huiqian's previous speech, Zhang Jingyuan's speech today could be described as overbearing. It is a direct indication that the Dragon State will pursue the matter to the end. The reporters on the scene, the flash never stopped, and kept snapping away. Zhang Jingyuan looked around at the reporters on the scene and continued, "If you journalists have any questions, you can ask them, but time is limited and I will only answer 3 questions." Given Zhang Jingyuan's arguably somewhat lawless behavior earlier, a reporter from a kangaroo country cautiously asked, "May I ask what kind of reciprocal countermeasures the Dragon State will take?" Zhang Jingyuan smiled slightly. "This is classified, but now that you're back in your own country, wait for some time and you'll know." Next question. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's meaningful smile, this Kangaroo Nation reporter, for some reason, only felt a chill rise in his heart. "May I ask if Ambassador Young is about to visit the Kangaroo and Sakura countries?" Zhang Jingyuan nodded. "That's right. I will be traveling to the Kangaroo Kingdom to discuss some trade issues with it. And after that, the World Environment Conference in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will also be traveled to by me, to circumnavigate Kangaroo Country and to keep plans for live-fire exercises along the coastline undetected." Young Kyung-yoon put up a smoke bomb here, but he wasn't lying either. Visits are indeed to be made, and the Kangaroo Nation's economy is highly dependent on trade with the Dragon Nation, so the trade issue is really up for negotiation as well. But as to how and what to get there on, that's up to me. There is no rule that only airplanes are allowed to travel, right? It's just as easy for me to go there in a Lingwo Class 10,000 ton ship. As expected, many reporters and even leaders from various countries were confused by Zhang Jingyuan's words. It is believed that the so-called reciprocal countermeasures of the Dragon State are to take the trade issue for a spin. It simply could not be imagined how much of an impact Zhang Jingyuan's visit to the Kangaroo Kingdom would have on the world landscape. The last question was again asked by a reporter from Eagle Sauce. The previous responses of the Dragon State have not been very effective. "May I ask Ambassador Zhang, are you sure this time?" This reporter was Eagle Jam's ace reporter and asked a really tough question. First, he alluded to the fact that what Rokoku did before was useless and a sign of incompetence, by then asking Zhang Jingyuan if he was sure. He was testing to see if the Dragon State would make any drastic moves. If Zhang Jingyuan answered yes, they could add fuel to the fire and make a big report that the Dragon Kingdom was very confident and was about to make a big move or something like that. After that, once things didn't work out, it became an international laughingstock. If Zhang Jingyuan answered more modestly or ambiguously, then they can use it as an excuse to continue to report that the Dragon State is clueless and weak or something like that. Let those countries in the central and southern peninsula, which have just leaned over, have some different thoughts, follow through on Amblin's plan. This question is a pitfall and very difficult to answer. Li Huaiqian, who was on the side, was sweating for Zheng Jingyuan, but to everyone's surprise, Zheng Jingyuan threw his voice back. In any face of power, in the face of injustice, in the face of provocation, we, the Dragon Nation, are in control. Since 100 years ago, our Dragon Kingdom has suffered countless humiliations and hardships, but we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, have never backed down. Whether it was Ambassador Gu's speech at the Paris Peace Conference, his determination to launch a self-defense counterattack in the face of provocation from the White Elephant State, or his courage to cross the Yalu River in the face of the mighty Eagle Sauce, we still had the determination to be able to succeed even in the most critical of times, and we eventually did. The province of Chilu still belongs to us, and the capital of the White Elephant has been renamed from Delhi to New Delhi. And Eagle Sauce, who was clamoring to go back for Christmas, ended up dutifully sitting at the negotiating table 3 years later. This is the spirit of our Dragon Kingdom. It is also the reason why we have developed on our own in just over 70 years without plundering other countries under the rules set by you Anglos. So, let me tell you, I have absolute certainty to meet any challenge that will be faced, and any nation that tramples on our peace and goodwill will fall into remorse. Zheng Jingyuan's words made all the reporters at the scene freeze. That answer, it's just perfect. Zheng Jingyuan put himself and the Dragon Kingdom on the weaker side and directly singled out I am very sure, because the opposite is all about power and injustice, provoking the Dragon Kingdom. And the Dragon Kingdom has risen to the occasion for so many years when faced with these situations, even if it is weak, thus completing the reversal. By then, no matter what the outcome, no one will have a reason to talk about the Dragon Kingdom anymore. The elite journalists from various countries once again felt the power of Zheng Jingyuan. The audience in Dragonland, on the other hand, felt a deep resonance. Those historic moments are engraved in the blood of every Dragon Nation. Everyone remembers what it cost the pioneers. It's what made the Dragon Kingdom what it is now. Even in those most difficult moments, the Dragon Kingdom remained indomitable. By now, is it possible for everyone to just let it go? The national pride displayed in Zhang Jingyuan's tone made all the Dragon Country viewers excited and excited along with him. Ambassador Yang Qianyan is so right. No matter what provocations and difficulties we face, we have absolute certainty. We weren't afraid of facing Eagle Jam before, but now that we're facing Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation, of course we're sure of ourselves. Ambassador Zhang's words really make my blood boil. The forefathers who sacrificed themselves to get where they are today are not asking us to settle for less. My brother Yuan is different when he speaks. This speech is two-level. This is what our young and strong Dragon Kingdom should look like. Support Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan. I'm really curious, how exactly are we going to reciprocate the countermeasures? Didn't Ambassador Zhang just say that he's going to personally go to Kangaroo and Cherry Blossom countries and teach them etiquette? Just said it was on the trade side, so I guess we'll have to start with that one. Just restraining trade from the Kangaroo state? That's no relief, nah. Don't you understand Ambassador Zhang's character? No matter what he does, he definitely won't let them off easily anyway. I'm a little skeptical. Can we handle it when the time comes if we put the word out now? Kangaroo and Sakura countries are not those countries in Southeast Asia. I also think that although Ambassador Zhang has performed well in Southeast Asia, is he really sure of himself when facing these two powerful countries? So worried. What are you worried about? Trust me, brother Yuan. Trust our mom. I'm already looking forward to the picture of Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan going to Kangaroo and Cherry Blossom countries. Chapter 62 Approaching the Coral Sea in the Kangaroo State as public opinion is stormy. This diplomatic routine press conference, Zheng Jingyuan's strong statement, undoubtedly gave a shot in the arm to the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. Many of the Dragon Nation viewers were waiting for Zheng Jingyuan's next move as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, and reporters went back and released numerous news stories regarding the reciprocal countermeasures of the Dragon State. It has brushed the international public opinion. Many countries around the world are waiting to see how the Dragon Kingdom performs. But, to everyone's dismay, after the meeting ended, there was no further word from Manhwa. Neither did they announce when they were leaving for Kangaroo Land, nor did they see Young Qianyan appear on stage again. Whether it's a regular diplomatic press conference or a United Nations meeting, whenever someone asks that question, Manhwa, however, was all cagey and didn't answer positively at all. The only news is that Minister Wang Quan flew to Europa to attend a summit there. This is now strange for many countries. Kangaroo Nation, federal government, Ilya, back from the South Seas, is talking and laughing with Governor Bright and Foreign Minister Liam. It looks like they're just bluffing and haven't responded in such a long time. We can't take this lightly. The members of the Five Eyes Alliance are going to meet at our place soon, and we're afraid that Zheng Jingyuan will run over and cause trouble at that time. Brett said with a straight face. Humph, just after dealing with a few small countries, you really think you're great? Liam's eyes were thick with disdain. If Zhang Jingyuan dares to come over, let's see how I'll clean him up. That's right, Ilya was in a good mood because of this incident. Out of breath, Zhang Jingyuan is nothing but a fox in disguise. He must not dare to come over, or else how could he not have any news for so long? They don't have the means to come against us. Don't worry, ha ha ha. Brett thought about it. When the time came, all the people from the Five Eyes Alliance were here. Zhang Jingyuan was just a youngster. What could he do even if he came over? Then he laughed along with them. That's right, I was overthinking it. Ha ha. The room erupted in arrogant, quick laughter. Eagle sauce. Washington. Seeing Rukoku's performance, Amblin smiled with equal glee. To the sub-secretary Arthur was organized. Ha, Zhang Jingyuan let out such a big statement, but I didn't expect there to be no follow-up. It seems like it's just to appease the domestic public. The Dragon Kingdom is probably out of options and actions, and even if Zhang Jingyuan does visit the Kangaroo Kingdom, it won't be much of a deterrent. You ask those international media to report more about the Dragon Kingdom, and say that they are bluffing, so that everyone will think that they are weaker, and then have Hudson and Kingston, taking advantage of this opportunity, go and pull in those nations of the Central and Southern Peninsula again, especially the Khmer states and Siam. After Arthur walked out, Amblin stared at the video of young Kyung-yoon talking eloquently at the press conference and muttered something. Humph, the words are on the level. I'll see how you'll break the game this time. Western media outlets were extremely quick to move after receiving funding from Eagle Jam. A whole bunch of news stories and articles were quickly concocted. The headlines were more exaggerated than one another, and they were extremely mocking of Long Guo and Zhang Jingyuan. Bluff? I didn't realize the dragon's response was just a press conference. The so-called iron-blooded diplomat is just a mouthful, and young Kyung-yoon is just a mouthful? Until today we have not seen the so-called reciprocal countermeasures of the Dragon State, which may or may not have taken any action. The minister of the king's power flew to Europa, and the Dragon Kingdom wants to curve the country and make a difference in Europa? Kangaroo Nation and Sakura Nation are resting on their laurels, and Dragon Nation's move has disgraced itself? Is it hibernation or is there really nothing you can do? Young Kyung-yoon's impassioned press conference will be a joke. These articles and reports spread around the world almost overnight, fueled by Eagle Jam. Many foreigners who saw these news reports also left their own incredibly contemptuous comments. Originally, after I saw that press conference with Zhang Jingyuan, I thought the Dragon State would make some powerful move, but I didn't realize it would be to press on. I guess I'm waiting for Zhang Jingyuan to visit the Kangaroo Kingdom, but even if you go, what can you do? Say a few words about others? You've lost all your face. Isn't that how it's always been in the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you guys so surprised? Ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom has been pinned down offshore, so what can they do? You can't say that. Economically, the Dragon Kingdom is still better. Maybe they can come up with a good solution. Ha, young Kyung-yoon was exaggerating so much at the press conference. That's all. Ha, Zhang Jingyuan could still be arrogant in the face of the southeastern countries, but now that he's facing the developed countries, he's just dumbfounded. Many Longwa people couldn't help but go up and line up against these foreigners when they saw these comments. But yet, they were all a bit passive because the Dragon Kingdom really hadn't launched an operation yet. The morale that was originally raised by Zhang Jingyuan's conference is now somewhat worn down. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom were holding their breath, quietly waiting for the day when Zhang Jingyuan would visit the Kangaroo Kingdom. But now they are no longer content to simply give the Kangaroo State a verbal lecture. If Zhang Jingyuan's performance didn't satisfy everyone, I'm afraid that word of mouth would immediately collapse, and the leaders of the countries of the Central and Southern Peninsula are a little apprehensive at the moment. I don't know why the Dragon Kingdom is so slow to act. They had all only just leaned towards the Dragon Kingdom under Zhang Jingyuan's scheming. But now, it's amazing that Longgui can't even handle this kind of thing properly when it comes to it. Many people are already playing with their hearts, thinking about whether or not they should reconsider their diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. For a time, international opinion in the Dragon Kingdom was also stormy. Zhang Jingyuan didn't pay much attention to any of these things, because at this moment, he was on the Spirit Marshal Dance-class destroyer. Behind this behemoth with a displacement of over 12,000 tons was a Lingwu Lion-class frigate, as well as a supply ship. They had been at sea for more than 10 days, during which time they had not made any docking for supplies. And of course it was and is not noticed by anyone. Captain Ning Ziyuan stood by Zhang Jingyuan's side, his face full of admiration, when it was known that the two ships from the Sakura and Kangaroo countries were too intimidated by them to move. When they had brazenly crossed the Dongguan Strait, he couldn't wait to immediately launch anti-ship missiles to sink them. Later on, when we saw that the state had engaged in all sorts of discouragement and protests to no avail, that mood was even more extreme, and it was Zhang Jingyuan, the iron-blooded diplomat, who was so forceful that he convinced the top brass to allow them to make the ocean voyage, go to Kangaroo country and demonstrate around the island and conduct live fire exercises. This is great news for them. young and hot-blooded soldiers who are eager to build their careers. Captain Ning, there should still be a day and a half before we reach Kangaroo Land, right? Zhang Jingyuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Ning Ziyuan glanced at the sailing watch and realized that, just as Zhang Jingyuan had said, they were close to arriving in the Kangaroo Kingdom. Ning Ziyuan felt very surprised. This Zhang Jingyuan was only a diplomat. How did he have such a keen knowledge of navigation and direction? Feeling more and more mysterious and extraordinary, he respectfully replied back to Zhang Jingyuan, Ambassador Zhang, you're right. There's about a day and a half left before we reach the Coral Sea in Kangaroo Land. Good. Zhang Jingyuan turned around, his handsome face full of majesty. The international community is laughing at us. Even our own people are a bit tense. Speed up. I'm going to use maneuvering drills and live fire exercises to show all those who mocked us what it means for a dragon to have scales. Good. I'll go give the order now. Ning Ziyuan excitedly returned. Just as Ning Ziyuan turned around, Zhang Jingyuan called out to him, load all the best missiles as well. I want every kangaroo nation to have this grand and splendid firework etched in their minds. Chapter 63. Tell them I'm going to be on your doorstep. Live fire maneuvers. By the third day, the Lingwu Dance Destroyer, which Zhang Jingyuan was on, arrived at the Coral Sea, the northern gateway to the Kangaroo Kingdom. Am I going to have to conduct live fire exercises here? Ning Ziyuan asked. Zhang Jingyuan shook his head. This is still too far away from the core city of Kangaroo Kingdom. The fireworks set off they can't see. Since we're going to live fire maneuvers, we're going to go closer. Keep going. To the Tasman Sea, to Hini. Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but be secretly staggered. This iron-blooded diplomat was just too strong. It's just a matter of live fire exercises, but you have to go to someone's core city. This is so not taking Kangaroo Nation seriously. No, not only the Kangaroo Kingdom, but even the entire Five Eyes Alliance. Zhang Jingyuan didn't seem to have it in his sights. So we'll just cross the Coral Sea like this? Zhang Jingyuan let out a light laugh and hugged his arms as he returned. We've already arrived at their doorstep. Wouldn't it be too no fun to just cross over? Let's go directly to the edge of their territorial sea baseline and implement a maneuvering exercise to see if Kangaroo Nation can spot us. Ning Ziyuan was even more shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's boldness this time. More than that, though, it was excitement. What's provocation? That's what's provocative. Zhang Jingyuan, the diplomat, acted in a way that was even more overbearing than they, the soldiers. He immediately replied back, I'm giving the order to go to the edge of the Kangaroo Nation's territorial sea baseline for a maneuvering exercise right now. Under Ning Ziyuan's command, the three ships led by Lingwu Dance were almost next to the edge of the Kangaroo Nation's territorial waters at only 13.5 nautical miles. Roam at will. Kangaroo State territorial waters. Ocean freighter Teague. Jason, the captain, was lazily preparing to enjoy his lunch, but the first mate suddenly pushed the door in alarm and ran in, pointing outside and stuttering. Captain, outside. There is a fleet outside. The warship at the head has a displacement of at least 10,000 tons. What? This is our territorial waters. How could there be a warship? Besides, our country doesn't have any warships with a displacement of 10,000 tons or more. Jason was so stunned by the first mate's words that he stood up and ran to the deck. In the sunlight, a huge streamlined ship like a silver-white dragon was slowly coming this way. On either side of it, there was a frigate and a supply ship. Jason froze, but soon he realized that it was indeed a fleet. The warship at the head seemed to be the Dragon Kingdom's Spirit Marshal Dance-class destroyer, a fleet from the University of the East, coming into our territorial waters? What are they going to do? Will they attack us? A feeling of unease welled up in Jason's heart when he thought about the previous furor that had caused such a stir. He shouted at the top of his lungs, it's a destroyer from the University of the East. Steer, turn quickly. Report this news to our defense ministry immediately. Hurry. But the three ships, as if they had not seen them, cruised back and forth in the direction of the southern Tasman Sea. The Ministry of Defense, who received Jason's call, even said to him inside the phone, this gentleman, what are you kidding about? How is it possible for a fleet to appear near our territorial waters? False reporting of information will be penalized. After hanging up the phone, Jason helplessly pulled out his cell phone and pointed it at the three ships, snapping pictures, posted it to the top of his social media. But Jason doesn't have many followers, and the tweets he sends out don't get much attention at all. Zhang Jingyuan continued sailing with his fleet for 3 days before arriving at a position only 150 nautical miles from Hini in the Tasman Sea in the evening. It was also at this time that the Dragon's Ministry of Defense and Foreign Affairs held a grand press conference, which was broadcast live on the Dragon TV main station, declared that reciprocal countermeasures against the Kangaroo State will be taken immediately. Ambassador Young Kyung-yun, who will also be arriving in Kangaroo Land. When this news was posted, it immediately caused a sensation. Everyone did not expect that after being mocked for so long, the Dragon Kingdom would actually come up with reciprocal countermeasures. The news of Zhang Jingyuan's appearance also attracted the attention of many people. Countless people flocked into the live broadcast room, full of anticipation, wanting to see what kind of news the Dragon Kingdom would announce this time. After such a long time, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room had already broken 1 million. Everyone is holding their breath in their hearts, waiting to let it out. Li Huiqian stood on the speaker's platform, glanced at the number of people in the scene as well as in the live broadcast room, and said calmly, "I, Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan, have already taken the Lingwu dance-class destroyer half a month ago and traveled to the Kangaroo country, where it will conduct free sailing, as well as live fire exercises." When these words came out, all the reporters from various countries froze. Everyone began to doubt their ears. What the hell? The Raimu dance at the University of the East, across thousands of kilometers, to the Kangaroo Nation for a free voyage, and a live fire exercise? Is this the same old Eastern University? All the reporters on the scene realized that a new storm was coming. Li Huiqian's words, moreover, nearly paralyzed the entire Dragon TV main station's live broadcast room directly. What? Did I hear you right? Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan didn't show up for so long? So he went to the Kangaroo Kingdom on a warship? Asterisk. I can't believe we can sail freely too? Truly worthy of being my brother Yuan. When it's true, it's not a sound. It's an amazing sound. When did our mom get so fierce? I can't be dreaming. Ha ha ha. Before, there were quite a few foreigners who were against me, saying that we were useless. Now I can finally fight back. A live fire exercise can't be possible, can it? It can't be just talk, can it? We've never conducted this kind of operation before, have we? Isn't this reciprocal countermeasure a little too overbearing and overreaching? Overbearing what? Haven't you seen how those international people are laughing at us these days? If you ask me, that's how it should be. Give them a little more color. Just as the entire broadcast room was in chaos and the reporters were full of thoughts, Li Huiqian continued, I'm standing here to ask all the reporters, as well as the live broadcast teams of each country, to properly broadcast the footage of me, Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan, conducting the live fire maneuvers to your heart's content. We will now cut to Ambassador Yang Kyungyan near the territorial waters of the Kangaroo Nation. With Li Huiqian's voice, the big screen at the conference, Zheng Jingyuan's figure appeared. At this moment, he was looking at Ning Ziyuan with a hateful expression. Kangaroo country is really a dish. After so many days, this situation has not even found us. Not all cargo ships have seen us? It's not interesting at all. Ning Ziyuan was also somewhat helpless, having already leaned over the edge of the Kangaroo Nation's territorial waters to release the cloaking device and conduct maneuvering exercises. It was even intentionally made visible to the cargo ships of the Kangaroo State. That's all it took for the Kangaroo State to spot them and do anything about it. This made Ning Ziyuan, who had expected to still have some friction with the Kangaroo Nation, quite disappointed as well. If the two of them were to be heard by the top brass of the Kangaroo Kingdom, they would have to be spitting blood, because that bone-deep contempt for Kangaroo Nation is simply so full that it's already overflowing. This is a good place. The Kangaroo Nation should be able to see it. Zheng Jingyuan stood on the deck and raised his eyes in the direction of Heine. Let's do it here. Set up a 40-kilometer no-fly and no-navigation zone area, and notify the Kangaroo Nation ahead of time, in accordance with international law. Tell them we're going to be at your Heine's doorstep, conducting live fire maneuvers. Chapter 64, all of you, and listen to the dragon's voice. Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's majestic and unbeatable demeanor in the picture, whether it was the reporters on the scene, or the viewers of Dragon Nation in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station, or maybe it's foreign viewers in other countries' live streams, the eyes were all staring at Zheng Jingyuan, wanting to see if he would actually conduct a live fire drill or not. The Kangaroo Kingdom, which had received Zheng Jingyuan's notice, was even more completely flustered. A special emergency meeting was immediately called. Governor Brett, Captain and Admiral Ilya of the USS Bart, Foreign Minister Liam, and the Secretary of Defense all gathered. At this moment, all of them had panicked as well as unbelievable expressions on their faces. Young Kyungyun just informed us that there will be a live fire exercise over at Hai. It can't be. How could Tota make such a radical move? Ilya shouted. It's true. The Dragon Kingdom has already held a press conference and broadcast the whole thing live. The whole world is watching now. Brett looked very alarmed. We had a warning call from a freighter the other day that their fleet had been seen over the Coral Sea. The defense minister was also full of helplessness, but our operator didn't take it seriously, thinking someone was playing a prank. What then? We have to stop them, the Minister of the Interior said. The firepower of the Raimu dance can strike directly at Heine. If they have the will, the entire Heine can be destroyed by them in minutes. Stop? With what? Just relying on those navies of ours? The Minister of Defense was depressed. Our largest ship is only the 7,000-ton displacement Bart. With all due respect, a single Lingwu dance from Dongda can single-handedly take on all of our navies. The University of the East should just be a drill. They promised they wouldn't fire the first shot. That won't work either. Are we just going to watch them conduct live-fire maneuvers on our doorstep? If we let them succeed in their maneuvers, will we still be able to hold our heads up internationally in the future? Brett slapped the table and said. Liam thought for a moment and looked up. Perhaps we can enlist the help of our allies. Aren't the members of the Five Eyes Alliance meeting with us right now? Yes, yes, yes. As if he had found a lifesaver, Blake exclaimed. Hurry up and contact our allies, especially Eagle Sauce. Ask them to help us. Just as they were having their meeting, Zheng Jingyuan raised his hand and glanced at the time. It's about time Zheng Jingyuan faced the live camera on the Lingwu dance. Ladies and gentlemen of the Dragon Kingdom, as we said before, we're going to take reciprocal countermeasures against the Kangaroo Kingdom. For this purpose I sailed the ocean for more than 10 days. Now, I'm finally in the neighborhood of Heine and can personally set off a great fireworks display for everyone. Sorry to keep you all waiting. To the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, and the rest of the world, let's enjoy it together, Zhang Jingyuan said and came to the vertical launching unit of Lingwu dance. Nodding to Ning Ziyuan, who was to the side, Young Kyungyun then turned his back to the 112 vertical launch units of the Raimu dance and stretched out his hands. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. With Zhang Jingyuan's words, the 112 vertical launch units behind him opened up in turn. The Eagle missile sparked hotly and slammed out of it. After rubbing against the air, it made a high-pitched sound like a dragon's roar. The 130mm guns, too, were spitting fire like crazy. The powerful fire formed an incomparably brilliant pattern in the sky. It's really like a big fireworks show. The entire sky was illuminated by the sparks formed by these various missiles and machine guns. The Kangaroo Nation in the city of Heine was surprised to find that the sky was as bright as day. The deafening sound was unrelenting. Many people didn't know what was going on and thought there was a war going on. They were panicking and hiding everywhere. The whole of Heine was in disarray. The only people who realized that it was Zheng Jingyuan who was conducting a live-fire exercise were some of those who had seen the live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom, and their government, for that matter, can do nothing about it. Countless Heine people remembered this night, and they completely felt what was meant by the wrath of the dragon. Zheng Jingyuan similarly looked up at the blazing sky and spoke to the live camera. Do you see, everyone? This is me bringing gifts for all of you. This pomp and circumstance, as you wish. At the sight of this scene, there was silence at the press conference. All the reporters understood that Eastern University was playing for real this time. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room saw the splendid fireworks and listened to Zheng Jingyuan's words. Even more excitedly, he fell into a frenzy. For so many years, it has been other countries that have come to their doorsteps to strut their stuff. And now, directly reverse the Big Dipper, their own warships to people's doorstep to live fire exercises. What an exciting thing this should be. The pop-ups directly brushed the entire screen in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station. Yuchi really went to live fire drills off the coast of Kangaroo Land? It's too awesome. Listening to Brother Yuan's tone, it seems like he doesn't even have the Kangaroo Kingdom in his sights. Be confident and remove the as if. Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan has arrived at their doorstep, and this kangaroo country didn't even realize it. It's really Chow Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden, Jinji plucking vegetables. How dare you provoke us with this? You really don't know how to die. The way my brother Yuan spread his hands is really so handsome. A perfect illustration of what it means for a pure man to never look back at an explosion scene. I'm so excited. This feels so good. I apologize. I thought Ambassador Zhang had gone into fear and hiding for a while, but I didn't expect such a big job. Ambassador Zhang is awesome. Voice breaking. Ambassador Zhang never lets me down. The fireworks were a real treat. Kangaroo Nation probably won't be able to sleep at night. Ha, these are the most beautiful fireworks I've ever seen in my life. Cold knowledge. This voyage is the second time since World War II that this part of Oceania has seen surface ships from East Asian countries. Ambassador Young Kyun-yoon, I'm sorry. I'll be damned. Sisters can be sorry too. Ha, human nature. By the way, truly, looking at Ambassador Young Kyun-yoon really shows how powerful we are. There is nothing like the diplomacy of a great nation. Raise your eyebrows. It's really a lift of the brow. The depression of the past few days is now completely swept away. It really feels too comfortable. Good job, Ambassador Zhang. Just as the Dragon Nation viewers were in high spirits, Zhang Jingyuan once again turned to the live camera and said something that surprised the whole world. Have you all seen enough? If you haven't seen enough, next, I'll be doing a free voyage around the entire Kangaroo Nation and conducting a second and third live fire exercise. At that time, there will be even more beautiful and nice fireworks. Let all the Dragon Country viewers be able to watch comfortably and enjoy themselves. What came out of those words shocked the world. Thought about the Dragon State being tough, but didn't think it would be this tough. One live fire exercise isn't enough. You have to sail around the island, conduct multiple live fire exercises. This is a total disregard for Kangaroo Nation. This out of the blue press conference and the live fire exercise led by Young Kyun-yoon, Once again, he was thrust into the limelight. The eyes of the world were focused on Zhang Jingyuan and the Kangaroo Kingdom, wanted to see if Zhang Jingyuan could successfully navigate or not, and if Kangaroo Nation could come up with an effective response. Chapter 65. Broken Defense. Kangaroo Nation, Bad Eagle Sauce. Zhang Jingyuan didn't stay too long after she and I finished setting off the sparkling fireworks. Instead, they continued along the coastline of Kangaroo Country and continued sailing south. There is the city of Moorburn, another major town in Kangaroo Country. As he stayed on the outskirts of Moorburn, the top brass in Kangaroo Land, as well as the media, completely broke their defenses. All the major media outlets in Kangaroo Land are scrambling to cover this story. Dongda's warship Hinul puts on a fireworks show. We're running around naked in front of Dongda. Why is the Raimu ball here? And what kind of terrifying opponent have we angered? I never thought that one day the missiles of the Eastern University warships would reach the roof of the Hini Opera House. With the entire Kangaroo Nation within striking distance of the Hawk missiles, can our national defense protect us? They must be stopped. Otherwise there will be no place for us on the international scene. Faced with these situations, Brett and the others were even more anxious. They hadn't expected Zhang Jingyuan to be so determined. Before they could discuss a solution, just straight up live fire maneuvers in Hini. The whole world saw the fireworks that night. If now Young Kyun-yoon continues to continue live fire maneuvers outside of Moorburn again, that would have even more serious consequences. The Secretary of Defense immediately contacted Eagle Jam's Commander-in-Chief in the Pacific, trying to find them for help. But Eagle Jam isn't stupid, and they don't dare to mess with the University of the East so easily now. Otherwise it wouldn't have used the Kangaroo and Sakura countries to provoke. Hawksbane was supposed to be using Kangaroo Nation. Can't even wait for Kangaroo Nation and the Big East to get into it. How can there be any substantive behavior at this point? So the Kangaroo Nation got only a flippant remark from Eagle Jam's Pacific commander. Try to avoid direct conflict. The implication is simple. We can't help you either. If something goes wrong, you're on your own. Brett and Ilya had no choice but to send patrol planes and their own ships to follow Zhang Jingyuan from afar. They then took it to the United Nations. At the new UN meeting, the representative of the Kangaroo Nation strongly condemned Young Kyun-yoon's behavior, demanded that Young Kyun-yoon immediately stop free sailing and live fire maneuvers. But Zhao Mu, at the United Nations podium, just made a glib remark in return. May I ask, Ambassador Young Kyun-yoon, which of these actions violated international law? I remember not long ago, right here, I asked you in front of everyone, is it possible to cross it well without getting close to the coastline and load live ammunition for maneuvers? Do you remember how you answered? Zhao Mu said and smiled contemptuously. You say that sailing on the high seas without attacking the homeland is reasonable and lawful behavior. And I, Ambassador Young Kyun-yoon, am merely behaving exactly like you. And who are you to accuse us here? Zhao Mu's words caused the Kangaroo Nation representative as well as the Eagle Sauce representative, August, to all freeze. Never thought the boomerang would come so fast. Now that all of Zhang Jingyuan's actions are reasonable and legal, there is simply no way to use the United Nations and public opinion to force Zhang Jingyuan to stop sailing around the Kangaroo Kingdom and live fire exercises. Manhwa had already thought of the back way when he made this decision. The situation now is the same as the one faced by the Dragon Kingdom some time ago, only now it's all reversed. The Kangaroo Nation was completely helpless in the face of Zhang Jingyuan's behavior. Seeing that the United Nations side did not have the desired effect, Kangaroo Nation executives, once again, found Eagle Jam, begging for Grandpa and Grandma. I hope Eagle Jam steps in to deter Young Kyun-yoon. Amblin closed his eyes in contemplation after the request he received from the Kangaroo Nation. Amblin was surprised but not overly surprised by the Dragon Kingdom's behavior. He knew in his own heart that the current Dragon Kingdom had long since ceased to be what it used to be. With the power of the Dragon Kingdom now, it certainly won't stop. It just didn't occur to me that Zhang Jingyuan had actually run off to the coast of the Kangaroo Kingdom for a live fire exercise. This result, of course, for Amblin, it's also good news. That way he can preach internationally that the University of the East engages in shotgun diplomacy and spreads the threat theory of the University of the East. It could even provoke the Kangaroo State into a big fight with East. As the saying goes, when a gun goes off, there is gold. Once the Big East and Kangaroo Nation get into a conflict, Eagle Jam can make a lot of money in it. This was also the reason why Qin Tian felt that Zhang Jingyuan's behavior was a bit reckless before. In the eyes of Amblin and Qin Tian, Zhang Jingyuan's behavior was a complete double-edged sword. Handled well, not only can you deter countries and control trade lines, but the fleet can go out on regular cruises in the future. No longer do we have to be shackled by the Eagle Sauce Island chain, but when not handled properly, it can have very serious consequences. It's still a game of Hawk Jam and Dragon Nation. Only the board is in kangaroo country. Zhang Jingyuan seemed arrogant and domineering, but in fact, every step was very treacherous. Where it will end up is anyone's guess at this point. It didn't take long for Amblin to call in Arthur, the Under-Secretary of State, and proceeded to bark orders. Contact the Dragon Kingdom side and tell them to stop free navigation and live fire exercises. The attitude can be less friendly. Also, hype this up a bit more, and through the mouths of the media, say that the behavior of the University of the East is over the top, and see if you can force the Kangaroo Nation side to be able to fight back appropriately on their own. Arthur had followed Amblin long enough to understand him somewhat. At the moment, he couldn't help but be amazed by Amblin's response. Immediately started contacting the Dragon countryside, wanting to notify them to stop Zhang Jingyuan's free sailing. On the Dragon Kingdom side, which had been live, Li Huiqian saw that Eagle Sauce had called and directly transferred the call to Zhang Jingyuan's side. At this moment, Zhang Jingyuan was at the coastline of Moorburn. During this time, it was basically a full live stream. Now seeing that young Kyung-yoon had come to Moorburn's side, the Dragon viewers in the broadcast room were excited, because everyone knew that they were going to see the second fireworks. After receiving the call from Eagle Sauce, Zhang Jingyuan directly turned on the speakerphone. All of the Dragon Nation viewers heard Eagle Sauce's pompous command. You must leave Kangaroo Country immediately. Stop free navigation. Stop the live fire exercises. Otherwise we will strongly condemn your behavior. Zhang Jingyuan turned to the live camera and shook his head regretfully. Did you all hear that? Eagle Sauce actually told me to stop the free navigation as well as the live fire exercises in such a tone. And I find it strange why Eagle Sauce didn't call with Kangaroo Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation when they did the same thing before. Besides, I'm doing this act to protect the trade lanes of the Kangaroo State, aren't I? Maybe Eagle Jam means well, but his immobility, his bullying of you, and his condescending attitude make you want to say a word to them, Zhang Jingyuan said, looking squarely at the live camera with a solemn and serious expression, and that stirring voice went straight to the clouds. No, you, fire me. Chapter 66, Fireworks for the second time, Global Coverage and Buzz. In Zhang Jingyuan's impassioned voice, the 112 vertical launch units of the Lingwu dance were once again opened in full, dazzling fireworks, once again in the vicinity of Moorburn. The Dragon Nation audience was treated to the second fireworks display. Zhang Jingyuan's domineering words made them all cheer. There are countless people in the country's great rivers, and at this moment, they can hardly resist clapping their hands at the same time. They were all deeply shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's vertical and horizontal heroism. Hot-blooded, real teenage hot blood. Ambassador Zhang has set my old bones on fire. Straight from the heart. Hearty. I never thought I'd see such a blunt sentence one day. Awesome. It's still my brother Yuan. Facing so many people and being able to say something like that, that's the way double-standard dogs like Hawksbane have to be treated. Who even talks politely to them? Laughing my ass off. Eagle Sauce is really a police officer of the Pacific, with a wide control. It's just a pity that he met Ambassador Young Kyung-yun, who doesn't spoil you at all. The fireworks are too good to watch. What if I can't get enough of them? It's okay, Ambassador Young will continue to show it to us. Isn't it a bit undignified for Zhang Jingyuan to say something like that on such an occasion? No, I think it's very competent to show the mood of every Dragon Nation, with these ounce of robbers, and what civilization. I don't care if you're solemn or not, it's just one word, cool and done. As for the Kangaroo Nation's patrol planes and the BART destroyer that were following Zhang Jingyuan from afar, when they saw that Zhang Jingyuan was about to conduct another live fire exercise, straight away, he scurried away. This second live fire exercise was televised by live teams from more countries. More people around the world saw Zhang Jingyuan as well as the firm belief of the Dragon Kingdom. The media went into a frenzy commenting on the incident. Various news reports are also starting to be all over the place. So the waters of the South Pacific not only watered the Heineken Opera House, but also reflected the shadow of the Raimu Daiko? Young Kyung-yoon, that man, he's back, still hard-blooded, still domineering. As the Eastern University began to gradually show its military projection capability towards the South Pacific, for the Kangaroo State, the question now is not whether it will be cleaned up by the Eastern University anymore, but to what extent the Eastern University wants to clean up the Kangaroo State. The presence of the Raimu dance in the vicinity of Kangaroo Land indicates that Tohoku will continue to increase its presence in the South Pacific waters. This is a show of muscle. How should Kangaroo Nation respond? Kangaroo Nation has angered the wrong people. Will it rise to the occasion, or will it be left to sail? We want an answer. In addition to these reports, there are also more and more netizens from various countries who have begun to watch and comment. The Kangaroo Nation must strike back and show them what they are made of. The Republic of the South Pole is your strong backing. They won't dare to do anything to you with us. Kangaroo Nation netizens, Southpaw Nation people, get out of here. Don't wreak havoc on us. You're nothing but mouths. Eagle Jam, so unexpected. Really unprecedented. How dare they? Serbian netizens, the Kangaroo State is out of its depth. But the opposite side is an opponent that the the Hawksbane wouldn't dare to clash with head-on. This is what happens when he goes to provoke. Gallic Nation, we've all gotten used to Toho laying low for so long that we're not used to him showing off his muscles a little bit. Basil Netflix, Eagle Jam is in a mess of its own right now, and I'm afraid it doesn't have the backbone to back up Kangaroo Nation. Maple Leaf Nation, this is a turning point in history. They have turned passive into active, and the world landscape will change as a result. Sakura Nation Netflix, we Maru Spice. Camel Country Netizen, very appreciate Dragon Country these luxury equipment. Later eliminated can sell to us? Any price is acceptable. White Elephant Country Netizen, this must be computer synthesized. I've never seen any Dragon Country warships. There is at least 50 years difference between the living standard and technology level of their country and our White Elephant. In Asia the White Elephant Navy is number 1. The South Rod is number 2. And the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is number 3. Dragon Nation, are you delirious from drinking too much Ganges water? Or have you been poisoned by eating too much cow dung? This is the news released by Kangaroo Nation and Eagle Sauce. It's not like we sent out a propaganda movie. Also computer synthesized. I think your head is synthesized. Sakurakuni, the fatherland is showing Asian countries how to fight hegemony and protect Asia as powerfully as China did thousands of years ago. More and more people are starting to pay attention to this incident, driven by people who are interested. There were also more and more people talking about all the behavior of Zhang Jingyuan and the Kangaroo Kingdom. All kinds of comments have been made online. All that, however, did not affect Zhang Jingyuan's voyage around the Kangaroo Kingdom. And just as the internet was buzzing, young Kyungyun had left Moorburn and started a circumnavigation of the Kangaroo Country to the west. Zhang Jingyuan's behavior of conducting live-fire exercises off the coast of the Kangaroo Nation has seriously affected the Kangaroo Nation's oceanic trade. Many airplanes and ships are afraid to pass through Kangaroo Country at will, afraid of being shot down if I'm not careful. Kangaroo Nation has had a pretty heavy economic loss over the last few days, and to the west of Kangaroo Country lies the most important iron ore base in Kangaroo Country. There are even several major cities. If Zhang Jingyuan goes all the way west, it will affect the iron ore mine, the backbone of the Kangaroo state. Of course, compared to the financial loss, it's the feeling of being on the edge of your seat in 7 different ways that's the hardest part. In the past few days, none of the Kangaroo Nation executives could sleep well. All of them were exhausted by Zhang Jingyuan. Seeing young Kyungyun so determined to continue west, the major media outlets are arching their fires, and Eagle Jam can't be counted on. Kangaroo Nation is in a complete panic. The conference room at the capital was once again filled to capacity. Governor Bright smiled bitterly and said, "The Dragon Kingdom is playing for real this time. We may have made a wrong decision. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom's reaction would be so great? It should all be thanks to that person called Zhang Jingyuan." Ilya said bitterly, "They didn't overreact so many times before when we went over there. And ever since this diplomat named Young Kyungyun showed up, Dong Demon seems to be getting more and more overbearing. In any case, it's still important to resolve this matter. The public is now agitated and we have to come up with a measure," the Interior Minister said. "It's like the world's media wants us to launch a counterattack in action against the University of the East." Liam spoke up as well. "Don't mind those cuties. If we ever start an operation, it's no different than sending them to their deaths." Defense Minister Anthony said coldly. "What then? Public opinion is festering now." Liam mused. "We can't be swayed by public opinion. And as Anthony said, militarily, we're simply no match for the University of the East, and there's only one way out of this situation." Chapter 67, All the Internet Mocks, Kangaroo Nation's Hopelessness. Hearing that Liam had a solution, the people in the conference room instantly showed a look of delight. Brett hastily asked, "What do you have in mind?" "Call Zhang Jingyuan to our capital." Everyone froze at that statement. It was unclear what Liam was doing with this move. Liam explained when he saw the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. "The biggest problem we have right now is young Kyungyun's live-fire exercises, which are affecting our economy as well as keeping us on our toes. International opinion is also against us. Everyone thinks we're a joke now, but it's not like we can really turn our backs on the Dragon Kingdom right now. So the best way to do that is to invite young Kyungyun to us. That way he won't be continuing his free sailing as well as his live-fire maneuvers. And when he comes over, we can confront him face to face, and as long as he reveals the slightest loophole, we can seize on it and turn public opinion around." The more the crowd listened, the more they felt that this solution was feasible, and their originally grave expressions became more and more relaxed. "Right, when Zhang Jingyuan reaches our territory, will we still be afraid of him?" A smile appeared on Liam's face. "Aside from us, the representatives of several other member states of the Five Eyes Alliance are here, so if we swarm them, we can always find a break in Zhang Jingyuan. At that time, as soon as he shows his cowardice, we can hype his behavior as bullying the weak or find reasons to force him to apologize to us on the spot. Either way, it will turn around our current windfall." The more Brett heard, the more excited he became and clapped his hands. "This method is completely feasible, but will Zhang Jingyuan come to us?" "Of course he will," Liam said confidently. He had already said he was going to come over to us for a visit, and now that we've shown a little more weakness, he'll definitely come over, given his character. Weakness? How? Send him a message that we would like to invite him over for a visit, and at the same time, in order to appease the media and the public, we have to hold a press conference stating that the dragon's behavior is completely reasonable and legal. A press conference? Wouldn't that be admitting defeat? Brett frowned. We'll just have to concede for now and get back at it afterward. Liam shrugged. Otherwise, do you guys have any clue what to do when faced with the Raimu dance tons of great drives? The words were met with silence. If we had a clue, we could still let young Kyung-yoon flaunt 2 live fire exercises. It'll have to do for now. I'm going to set up a press conference right now. Brett said, a little depressed. This was the most stifled he had ever been since he became governor. Obviously, after going over to the dragon country so many times before, they were all fine with each other. Why is it that everything is different after this Zheng Jingyuan appeared? Depressed as they are, the whole world is now looking at their kangaroo country, and they really can't be a shrinking violet anymore. On the following day, Governor Bright held a press conference and gave an exclusive interview to reporters. It was another good moment for a big story, and the reporters were excited, all swarming around Brett when he showed up, asked all sorts of questions at him. May I ask if Kangaroo Nation is about to strike back? What does the Kangaroo Nation think of this operation by the Dragon Nation? Young Kyungyeon has been heading west. Does the Kangaroo Nation have any countermeasures? Is it true that the Kangaroo State is going to allow young Kyungyeon to make a voyage around the Kangaroo State? Is it a threat to your Kangaroo Nation that the warship Young Kyungyeon is on is close to Heine? Hearing these questions made Brett's head spin. These were all questions he didn't even want to answer. Seeing these excited reporters, Brett controlled his facial expression, trying to squeeze out a smile. He said, "Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, one by one. I'm standing here today to talk to you about this. First of all, we won't do anything to counter Zhang Jingyuan's actions, nor will there be any measures. I would like to emphasize for the record, the navy that Zhang Jingyuan is in is not a threat to us, and those warships do not pose a threat to us. They did sail freely and did not do anything to violate international law, and the live fire exercises were conducted in international waters, in line with common sense. Certainly, it is indeed an extraordinary thing to see the warships of the University of the East so close to Heine and Morburn, and we are keeping a close eye on the situation as it unfolds. We have also dispatched ships and aircraft to monitor them, and we will make sure that we follow them all the way, as far as we can, and we ask that the general population of the Kangaroo State and our Western friends not be surprised. I would like to ask the media to stop saying that Young Kyungyeon's behavior is a threat to us. Since the moment they approached us, our warships and planes have been tracking and monitoring them, and their actions are indeed in accordance with international law, and we can assure you of that." Hearing Brett's words, all the reporters on the scene were stunned. How is it that the government of this Kangaroo Nation is so quick to slide to its knees at light speed? You've been ridden in the face like that, and you want to say that people aren't a threat? That's pretty incompetent, isn't it? A reporter asked very bluntly. You say that Zhang Jingyuan's actions are not a threat, then I would like to ask you, do you sleep every night? Brett's face was suddenly green and white as he returned in annoyance. Of course, we sleep soundly every day, but your citizens aren't at peace, are they? The fireworks outside of Heine and Morburn are gorgeous. Is Kangaroo Nation just going to let Young Kyungyeon continue with this live fire maneuver? Brett was a little overwhelmed by all these reporters. In terms of confronting them, he's completely outmatched by Zhang Jingyuan. Of course not, Brett solemnly replied. We have invited Ambassador Young Kyungyeon to our capital for negotiations, and there will be a perfect outcome to this free sailing incident. After that, Brett left the humiliating press conference in a hurry. This official Kangaroo Nation launch immediately drew the attention of many parties. Everyone didn't expect them, who were still incredibly arrogant before crossing the Eastern Great Strait. Just because Zhang Jingyuan brought Lingwu dance to skulk around, it just became so honest. Brett's statement was reported through the live studio, as well as by various reporters in attendance. Immediately it spread out fast. Kangaroo Nation immediately became a global laughingstock. There are media outlets in the Gallic countries that have directly released a news story like this. The man-eating magic dragon insignificant Lingwu lion departs from Sanya Harbor. Grumpy Panda's mediocre Weishan Lake. Passing through the Mindoro Strait. The advanced Raimu lion of the Great Eastern Power. Crossing the Basilan Strait, Asia's lighthouse, Weishan Lake, Coral Sea. Greetings to the Supreme Raimu Dance of the People's Navy. Arriving in his loyal Shini today. Chapter 68, No Way. Governor Brett's got too much to think about. Seeing Kangaroo Nation concede at light speed, the audience in Dragon Nation couldn't be happier. It's a wild swipe in the livestream. Ha ha, Brett looks like he's constipated. What else? Does he really dare to do it? This is called good and evil. Who told Kangaroo Nation to be so arrogant before? People are cheap and will be collected by heaven. Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan has come to collect them. Ha ha, it's a little hard to get used to the first time, but it's okay to get used to it slowly. They're so lucky, they can see the Raimu dance when they go out. We can only watch it on the screen. Ugh. The top management of this kangaroo country has a good head on their shoulders. Everyone is saying that we are a threat, but they are instead clarifying that we don't have any threat. So funny. That's for sure. The Western media and think tanks just need to mouth off in the court of public opinion. While Bright, who is the governor of Kangaroo Nation, has a lot to think about when he is faced with the Tohoku naval fleet that ran to his doorstep represented by the Raimu dance. It would be nice to do it. To be honest, I've been craving that land in Kangaroo Land for a long time. It's called Ko Can Go, and I can go. Ha ha, now that's a fun way to experience Eagle Jam. We've made so many dumplings, it's time for everyone to take a look at them. God knew. Beautiful, isn't it? I'm actually wondering why the kangaroo state is so close to our warships. Kangaroo criminals actually built a country on our iron ore mines in the Dragon Kingdom? Unforgivable. He. Since Brett is so friendly, I suggest that the Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge be fixed immediately. The Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macau Greater Bay Area is also getting a whole lot of work done. Isn't the Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge fixed? You better be talking about that Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge. *******, the most unthinkable episode ever. And some of the dragon students studying in the Kangaroo Kingdom left many hilarious pop-ups. Ambassador Young Kyung-Yuan, you've come all this way. Don't you want to have dinner in Chinatown before you leave? Can you make a dinner date with Ambassador Young? I'll be in Morburn. Brother Yuchi, hurry up and drive to the capital of Kangaroo Kingdom. I'll welcome the king's division with a bowl of rice. Comrade, can you come a little further south? I'll lead the way. Come to me. Just assign me a deputy community secretary if you succeed. When the People's Navy comes, there will be peace in the South Pacific. When the People's Navy comes, the kangaroo country will have a blue sky. Zhang Jingyuan's tough behavior and Kangaroo Nation's admission of weakness made the Dragon Nation audience a complete eyebrow raiser. Some are happy and some are sad. In stark contrast to the happy populace of the Dragon Nation was the populace of the Kangaroo Nation. Originally they were defiant, cursing why Brett and the others why they were so weak. They were clamoring to teach Zhang Jingyuan a lesson. But then, the media of the Kangaroo Nation published an article analyzing in detail the combat power of the Raimu dance, as well as a comparison of the war effort with your own country. After that, the Kangaroo Nation population was completely honest. Start complaining about your own government. We have no animosity with the Dragon Kingdom, so why are we trying to provoke a super military power? Is it just to show loyalty to Eagle Jam? God bless our Kangaroo Nation. What is our government doing messing with the Dragon Kingdom properly? Is the Dragon Kingdom's strength something we can touch? Personally, I don't think we have any reason to view Dragonland as an enemy. Our export trade to the Dragon Kingdom supports close to a third of our employment problems. Besides, we don't have the ability to be his enemy. No wonder Brett is so weak. Alas, we've messed with the wrong man. Zhang Jingyuan was also the first to receive a message from the Kangaroo Nation side. Ning Ziyuan was happy to see it. Ambassador Zhang, it seems that this voyage of ours has done the trick. The Kangaroo Kingdom, they have conceded defeat. Zhang Jingyuan threw this message aside and shook his head and laughed. It's not that they know they're wrong, they just know they're going to die. Ning Ziyuan was slightly stunned at his words and looked at Zhang Jingyuan with some confusion. If they let us continue sailing like this, not only will they suffer huge economic losses, but they will also be laughed at internationally, and they don't dare to do anything about it, so they have no choice but to do this. Zhang Jingyuan slowly explained. Inviting us to their capital is nothing more than a stopgap measure. Now Ning Ziyuan heard and understood, and hesitantly said, could it be a Hongmen banquet? That's for sure. Zhang Jingyuan laughed again. But if we don't go, doesn't that mean we're afraid? So not only are we going to go, we're going to do it in a big way. Then shall we go now? Ning Ziyuan asked again. Should the voyage around the kangaroo country continue? Of course we should go on. Zhang Jingyuan affirmed. If we don't do the promised voyage around the kangaroo country, won't it look like we're going back on our word? If you say you're sailing around kangaroo country, you must sail around kangaroo country. And besides, the live fire exercises must continue. And when you get to Pace City in the west, give me another fireworks display. Alright, then we'll keep going. And when the live fire exercises and the circumnavigation are over, Ning Ziyuan rubbed his hands together, his face full of longing. We'll head straight for the capital of Kangaroo Land. When Ning Ziyuan left, Zhang Jingyuan stated through the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast that he would be traveling to the capital of the Kangaroo Kingdom for talks, but not until after the circumnavigation of Kangaroo Country. As soon as this statement from Zhang Jingyuan came out, everyone's emotions were immediately galvanized. Internationally, many are beginning to look forward to that day as well, because this meeting is the only flipping point left for Kangaroo Nation in this game. If we can suppress Young Kyung-Yoon during the talks, it could also save some face and create some trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. If once again, Young Kyung-Yoon gives him a hard time, then Kangaroo Nation will never be able to hold its head up in the future. It is fair to say that the future of the two countries, especially the Kangaroo State, is at stake in this talk. Everyone knew that the talks were going to be great. Young Kyung-yoon continued his live-fire maneuvers after traveling all the way west to Pae City. Then it was off to the northeast, sailing around Kangaroo Country. Eventually, after more than a month, the capital of the Kangaroo Nation was reached. And this act has shown the world the powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom. This was because the fleet led by Zhang Jingyuan had not received any overseas base supplies the entire time. Just by the 12,000 tons of fuel and 800 tons of fresh water carried by the supply ship Weishan Lake, it set a record for the Dongda Navy's ocean-going formation to sail continuously for more than a month and cover a distance of 15,000 kilometers. This kind of horrible ocean-going ability makes Eagle Sauce feel a little scared. And during Young Kyung-yoon's freedom of navigation and live-fire exercises, freight traffic at the Drexlow iron ore mine in the northwestern part of the Kangaroo Nation plummeted by 23%. A huge economic loss to the Kangaroo Nation. And Zhang Jingyuan, the man who caused the root of all this misery in the Kangaroo Nation, is strutting onto the land of the capital city of the Kangaroo Nation. Chapter 69, The First Glimpse. These few countries seem a bit insufficient, don't they? After more than a month of free sailing and live-fire maneuvers, as well as successive reports by major media outlets, the talks are in the limelight, so to speak. The dock was filled with journalists from various countries as well as live streaming teams and many people from the Kangaroo Nation who came to see what was going on, as well as the international students from Rokoko who came to see how handsome Raimode Hak and Young Kyung-yoon really are. Zhang Jingyuan walked down calmly, accompanied by Ning Ziyuan and a few members of the foreign ministry's entourage and bodyguards. At this time, the reporter team and live broadcasting team of the Dragon TV headquarters had already flown to the capital of the Kangaroo Country in advance for this meeting, ready for the live broadcast. At this moment, he saw Zhang Jingyuan slowly descending from that invincible giant ship. The hostess immediately began to introduce herself excitedly. Dear viewers, we can now see that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon has arrived in the capital of the Kangaroo Nation. Having been invited by the government of the Kangaroo Nation after more than a month of circumnavigating the island and live-fire maneuvers, now he'll be traveling to the Kangaroo Nation's capital building, where he'll have a meeting with the Kangaroo Nation's top brass. And this time period is also when the Five Eyes Alliance's meeting is going on. So Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon, during the talks, will most likely have to face members of the Five Eyes Alliance. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call this meeting a Hongmen banquet. But Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon came anyway. He came toward us. The many consecutive days of ocean voyage did not make Zhang Jingyuan look unkempt or tired. He was dressed in a plain black suit, as handsome as ever. The walk to the specialty car is still as spirited as ever. 2. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan's young man with danger as if the ground is flat, leaning on the long sword Ling Qingqiu look, the audience of the Dragon Country once again have said that they were handsome. Brother Yuan is really handsome to me. How come he's still so handsome after more than a month in the wind and sun on the warship? Looks come from the heart. I can only say that Ambassador Zhang's temperament is too outstanding. TSK, this aura, this appearance, this to the AFP reporter photographed. It will not go up to the sky. I'm afraid Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is the first person to conduct live-fire exercises in several important cities, sailed around others, and dared to come to the capital city in such a big way, right? Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is just so confident and really handsome. If it were me, after doing this kind of thing, I would not dare to come. This is definitely a Hongmen banquet. There's no telling how many pits are waiting in the capital. What are you afraid of? Ambassador Zhang has never seen any scene before? Has everyone forgotten his performance at the Siam conference? This time is different. The representatives of the members of the Five Eyes Alliance are all here. None of them are easy on the eyes. I don't know how they'll make trouble for Ambassador Zhang then. When has my brother Yuan ever been afraid? Now, Brother Yuan's attitude is our mother's attitude. We've already sailed around the island and conducted live-fire drills. Why would we still be afraid of them? It's better to be more stable. Originally our strategic purpose has been achieved. If Ambassador Zhang said the wrong thing in this meeting or fell into the trap dug by the opposite side, that would not be good. I just don't know if Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan will be that domineering when he faces the Five Eyes Alliance. I'm so looking forward to it. Accompanied by the Longwei audience's comments, Zhang Jingyuan also brought Ning Ziyuan and the others onto a special car and into the site of the talks. As expected, at the site of the talks, besides the Kangaroo Nation's Governor General Bright, Foreign Minister Liam, Admiral Ilya, Defense Minister Anthony, and a host of others, there were also a couple of imposing white men sitting there, presumably a representative of the Five Eyes Coalition. After seeing Zhang Jingyuan come in, one of the white men directly stood up. Turning to Zhang Jingyuan, he said very angrily, Ambassador Zhang, I am very angry at your free sailing behavior. You are seriously affecting our normal trade. Ho, You want to give me a hard time right off the bat? Zhang Jingyuan squinted at the man. And you are? The man was slightly stunned, not expecting Zhang Jingyuan to have no reaction in the face of his questioning. Instead, it's like they're looking down on themselves. He became even more angry and said unhappily, I am George, the representative of the Maori nation, and you have not answered my question. Maori country? Zhang Jingyuan looked around at the people present and realized that none of them were speaking. They were all staring straight at themselves. He instantly knew in his heart that this George appeared to have been pushed out by the Five Eyes Alliance to be the outlier. Since when can people from the Maori kingdom talk so loudly? Zhang Jingyuan found his seat and sat down with a big grin. Without waiting for George to speak, Zhang Jingyuan continued. The purpose of my coming over to Kangaroo Country this time for cruising and live fire exercises is to protect the trade routes of Kangaroo Country from infringement, and the most important trade partners of your Maori country. One of them is Kangaroo Country, and the other one is us, Dragon Country. Let me ask you, what normal trade has been affected? Your goods. Aren't they shipped to the Dragon Kingdom? Everyone at the scene was stunned by Zhang Jingyuan's answer. I've never seen such a shameless person. It's all about to collapse our Kangaroo Nation, and now it's crowning itself as protecting the trade routes of the Kangaroo Nation? I can only say that it is worthy of being the toughest diplomat in the Dragon Kingdom. This reaction is too fast. And Zhang Jingyuan said, and indeed right. Maori country, an assortment of small countries. The largest trade object is the neighboring Kangaroo Country, as well as with almost the whole world, is an important trading partner of the Dragon Country. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is coming over for a cruise, how will it affect your normal trade in the Maori Kingdom? And it's also true that Zhang Jingyuan has not done anything to threaten merchant ships. It's just that many of them are more afraid and take the initiative to avoid them themselves. Liam held back his anger and said, Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, we invited you here this time in order to discuss the matter of your free voyage this time, and your behavior has indeed caused us some damage. So, I've caused you damage? Then what are these few people here for? Zhang Jingyuan pointed to the other three besides George. What's the point of calling up a few outsiders for your Kangaroo Kingdom's business? This time Liam was completely feeling the difficult part of Zhang Jingyuan. This was the rhythm that he was going to drive away the helpers he had hired with great difficulty as soon as he came up. Liam hurriedly said, These are Charles of Britannia, Jacob of Maple Leaf Country and Reign of Eagle Sauce. They are important partners of ours, and your behavior had an impact on them as well, so they were invited to this meeting. I didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to sneer. The Five Eyes Alliance is the Five Eyes Alliance. What kind of important partners? Aren't they just trying to come together to deal with me? It's said that the Five Eyes Alliance shares intelligence, but as a result, you guys didn't even find out when I, Spirit Martial Dance, arrived at your Shini's doorstep. So you say that finding these few losers to come over can be of any use? In the past, our country was 1 vs 17, with a checkable record. Now you've only found 4. I don't think it's enough. Why don't you guys call for a few more to come over? These 4 countries, aren't enough? Zhang Jingyuan's words once again silenced the entire venue. Everyone hadn't thought that Zhang Jingyuan had actually become arrogant and overbearing to such an extent. Completely unforgiving. It seemed like he didn't even have everyone in this venue in his sights. The name of the ironic diplomat is beginning to take hold. Chapter 70, if you can't figure it out. I don't mind sailing to Britannia. The most difficult thing for them was that everything Zhang Jingyuan said was true. The Lingwu dance fleet led by Zhang Jingyuan came to the Kangaroo Kingdom. Kangaroo Nation is completely unaware. The Five Eyes Alliance is meeting here, but Young Kyungyun's fleet is sailing over. The Five Eyes Alliance, led by Eagle Jam and known for its powerful intelligence network, had received no information. Even after Zhang Jingyuan gave notice, they still didn't know if Zhang Jingyuan would fire or not, until Zhang Jingyuan delineated a 40-kilometer no-fly and no-navigation zone area. The Kangaroo State military has only just learned of this from the civil aviation side, and it was only 40 minutes after Young Kyungyun opened fire on the live fire exercise that Kangaroo Nation called an emergency meeting. If this is really a war, First-hand led a Raimu dance for 40 minutes. Kangaroo Nation is probably gone. It was important to realize that for this live fire exercise, Zhang Jingyuan hadn't used supersonic missiles yet, and had used only ordinary missiles. That's why Kangaroo Nation is so panicked and is afraid to do anything about it even with the media arching fire. Now that he was so mounted face output by Zhang Jingyuan, he directly didn't even have a chance to talk back. It's so not suffocating, watching Zhang Jingyuan come up and turn up the heat on this group of people without any regard for any face at all. The Dragon Nation audience laughed outright. My brother Fuchi is still the same Fuchi, so bossy no matter what. What a great 1 vs 17 record to check. Well said. What Five Eyes Alliance? It's just a bunch of trash in my brother Yuan's eyes. Ha! These people were all very arrogant at first. How come they all became mute when my brother Yuan opened his mouth? Talking is tough with Raimu dance part behind you. Ha ha. In Ambassador Zheng's eyes, these few people, it seems, are indeed not enough. That's why I love watching Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan live. Cool in one word. I didn't realize that Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan, when facing these developed countries, also treats them equally and doesn't give face at all, coming up with a furious dislike of them. Ha, I told you that I, Ambassador Zhang, am not afraid of anything, right? Whoever dares to treat our mom badly, Ambassador Zhang will dare to dislike her. After Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, he had been observing the expressions of the people at the scene. The reason why he said such arrogant and domineering words was actually intentional. It was because Zhang Jingyuan knew that the talks were quite important. It was also known that the people of the Kangaroo Nation must have prepared methods to deal with themselves, and the representatives of the Five Eyes Coalition, too, were no slouches. Now he was acting this arrogant and overbearing with the purpose of preempting the others. Let's see how they react. Once they're so pissed off at themselves that they lose their minds, that's all that matters. Once a person gets angry, no matter what they do or say, they will reveal their weaknesses, and it also allows these people to belittle themselves and think they are rash. In fact, Zhang Jingyuan had already calculated every step. This wave, looks like it's in the first layer, but it's actually in the atmosphere. As expected, the people at the scene were all infuriated after their shock. In particular, the few representatives of the Five Eyes Alliance were unusually shaken. The countries behind them, but Britannia, Maple Leaf and Eagle Jam, all developed countries, and Britannia and Eagle Jam are members of the UN's P5. It's always been them looking down on others. When is it someone else's turn to look down on them? What's more, the one who spoke out of turn was a young brat? The Britannia representative, Charles, was the first to hold back and slap the table. Insolent brat, didn't the elders of your family teach you what respect means? Britannia, the stirrer, has planted untold potholes around the world, and has arguably played divide and conquer to the hilt. The border dispute between the Eastern University and the White Elephant State was concocted by Britannia. Therefore Zhang Jingyuan didn't feel good about Britannia at all. Now that he heard Charles say this, Zhang Jingyuan retorted with a disdainful face. Of course the elders in my family have taught me respect, but it depends on the person. What have you Britannia done to deserve my respect? Was it the 2 Opium Wars? Or the Treaty of Nanking? Was it the burning of the Yuan Minjiwan? Or the 20,000 plus Dragon Kingdom artifacts on display in the British Museum? Every dragon nation who goes to the Yuan Minjiwan and looks at the wreckage will remember the evil you have done. If you can't figure it out by now, I wouldn't mind heading out to the English Channel next and having a similar free-for-all. Zhang Jingyuan was suppressing his emotions when he said this, but even so, Charles felt as if the air was a few degrees cooler. At this point in the broadcast, many countries that had been pitted or colonized by Britain began to verbally attack Charles as well as Britain. Well said, a country like Britain deserves no respect at all. As an Argentine, I hate Britain. They robbed us of the Isle of Man. Laugh it up. Britannia still thinks it's over 100 years ago now? Our Egyptian artifacts were also taken by Britain. I strongly demand that Britain return our artifacts. Charles of Britain is it? You are not welcome here. Go back to your island. Zhang Jingyuan had made most of the crowd excited and started to support him just by saying a few words. That's what a top diplomat can do. Charles is a little afraid to talk now, and Britain is long gone from the Sunset Empire it was before. Britain is now reduced to dismantling warships to save money for defense to repair Buckingham Palace. It's almost the same as when the old Buddha of the Qing dynasty repaired his garden. This is if young Kyung-yoon drives to the English Channel with the Raimu dance. With their current naval strength, I'm afraid they're going to fare worse than the Kangaroo State. Seeing that Charlie's had only just gone up and was made to lose by young Kyung-yoon, Rain, the representative of Eagle Jam, gave a wink to Jacob, the representative of the Maple Leaf Nation. Jacob is honestly a bit weak right now too. The Maple Leafs are a developed country, but their military strength is a complete pile of. Before, when the dragon was moderate and didn't take much action, they can still yell after Eagle Jam. It was now clear that there had been a change in the foreign policy of the Dragon Kingdom, letting him face young Kyung-yoon, the bogeyman who dared to take the young Mudance Dewi on an oceanic cruise. He didn't really know what to say. After holding his tongue for half a day, Jacob then said, although the Kangaroo Nation has said that your behavior is in accordance with international law, we, as allies of the Kangaroo Nation, feel that there is still a lot of inappropriateness in your behavior. That's why we're here, to do justice to our ally, Kangaroo Nation. That's right, Eagle Sauce Representative Rain followed suit. Your actions, lack of transparency and suspicion of forceful deterrence. You must give Kangaroo Nation a piece of your mind today. This was something that Liam had arranged ahead of time, in order to appease the people in the first place, as well as in order to get young Kyung-yoon to come here. Governor Brett has said in public that young Kyung-yoon's behavior is in accordance with international law. Now if they backtracked, that would be a bit of a stretch. He wanted to drag young Kyung-yoon down and put the label of forced deterrence on him. You can only use outsiders to speak up. That's why these few representatives of the Five Eyes Alliance are here. Liam was sure that with so many top diplomats here, he would be able to beat young Kyung-yoon in this talk. Saving face for Kangaroo Nation. Chapter 71. No one can disrupt our trade with the Kangaroo State. Not the Kangaroo State. Ning Ziyuan had been on tenterhooks since he came in. Although he was the captain of the Raimu dance, he had never experienced this kind of battle of words with representatives of several countries. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't a single good person here. Everyone opens their mouths for a purpose, and a casual remark could be seized upon by the other party. Just being in this environment was enough to make things difficult for Ning Ziyuan. I didn't expect Zheng Jingyuan to be so voluble, disliking the other party directly in a sentence or two. Unable to speak. It's really awesome. Ning Ziyuan, who was looking at Zheng Jingyuan with a face of adoration, heard Jacob and Rain's words, started to worry again. The other side was obviously prepared. It's important to hype this action by the dragon as a forceful deterrent as well as a shotgun diplomacy. The many Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room yelled with some dissatisfaction. Asterisk. Hawk Jam does this kind of thing the most, and they have the nerve to talk about us? Kangaroo Nation is also so useless that it can't solve the problem by itself. So it actually seeks so much foreign aid. Good lord, Eagle Jam is too afraid to send a fleet out to help Kangaroo Nation. So they just send this guy to be a smartass? Just what happened to deterrence by force? Can't be impulsive. We were in the right, and if we let them get us around, international public opinion will be talking about us again. Ambassador Zhang must be calm. Don't fall into the trap. Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan may be overbearing, but he's not stupid. Surely he won't be set up by these few jumped-up clowns. That's right, we can all see what they're up to. Could Ambassador Zhang not? It was also true that, as the pop-up said, Zheng Jingyuan had already seen their intentions. Couldn't help but laugh after hearing Jacob and Rain's accusations. Ha ha, lack of transparency? Deterrence by force? What kind of jokes are you guys talking about? If I recall correctly, Governor Bright of Kangaroo Land himself has said that their patrol planes and ships have been following us. Is that not transparent enough? Pray tell? In addition, your claim that I deterred by force is even more nonsensical. I haven't even launched my hypersonic missiles yet. Can this be called deterrence by force? My primary purpose for this round-the-island cruise and live-fire maneuver is to protect the maritime trade routes between the Dragon Kingdom and the Kangaroo Kingdom, Zheng Jingyuan said with a strange smile on his face. I'm actually here to help you save money in Kangaroo Land. The Kangaroo Nation crowd was stunned by Zheng Jingyuan's words, not understanding exactly what he meant. Liam said in a deep voice, Zheng Jingyuan, what do you mean? How are you going to help us save money? I see your defense minister is here. Let me ask you a question. Where do you spend your $30+ billion annual defense budget? When this question was asked, everyone was even more puzzled. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Zheng Jingyuan said slowly, what? Is this question hard to answer? The Secretary of Defense glanced at Brett before swallowing. It's for our strategic interests in the Indo-Pacific to Asia region. Can you be more specific? The Minister of Defense was already feeling a bit out of sorts at the moment, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse to answer Young Kyung-yoon's question. Because of his problems? It's normal. After a long hesitation, the Minister of Defense quickly returned. It's to protect our maritime trade routes from threats. So let me ask again. Which country is your largest trading partner? Liam's face changed when this question came out, and he finally understood why Zheng Jingyuan was asking these strange questions. He immediately said, we refuse to answer that question. Today's meeting is to discuss your free navigation. Why are you so concerned about our trading partners? My question also relates precisely to the purpose of our free voyage. Zheng Jingyuan stood up and glanced at the crowd of Kangaroo Nation. You only need to answer me this question. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. I have a piece of information in my hand right now that is sufficient to show that your Kangaroo Nation's biggest trading partner is us. Dragon Nation, Zheng Jingyuan said and threw out a bunch of information. The answer to this question isn't that hard to find. You can find the appropriate information just about anywhere on the internet. Seeing that the Kangaroo Nation's executives were silent, Zheng Jingyuan smiled even more happily. He had a strong flavor of mockery on his face. So, according to you, you're going to spend more than $30 billion a year to protect your trade routes with our country from our threats? The result of this free voyage has been seen by everyone. We, the Dragon Kingdom, have the responsibility, the obligation, and the strength to undertake the maritime trade routes between you, the Kangaroo Kingdom, and us, the Dragon Kingdom. This time Spirit Martial Dance came over. It's just the iron ore returning to its mother's house. Why are you guys so nervous? Brett, Liam and the others were completely unprepared for the fact that Zheng Jingyuan had actually found such a puritanical angle to interpret all of his behavior. They just feel like their heads are itching to grow brains and their CPUs are fried. What made people crazy was that everything Zheng Jingyuan said was all true again. How does he manage to make every statement both reasonable and make them want to cry hard and still not be able to refute it? Zheng Jingyuan looked at the dumbfounded crowd and didn't let them off the hook, but struck while the iron was hot and said, why don't you withdraw the defense budget and let us protect the trade routes between the Dragon Kingdom and the Kangaroo Kingdom? You've seen the power of the spirit martial dance anyway. When Zhang Jingyuan said this, he paused, his expression serious. I assure you that no one will be able to disrupt trade between the Dragon Kingdom and the Kangaroo Kingdom. Not even you. The Kangaroo Kingdom. Whether it's a live broadcast from the main Dragon TV station, or any other live broadcast from any other country in the world. At this moment, when they heard Zhang Jingyuan's words, they were in an uproar and all burst out laughing. Ha ha, Ambassador Zhang is really a talent. The angle is so clear. How on earth did Ambassador Yang Kyungyan manage to hold back his laughter when he said that? We are also protecting the Kangaroo Nation and our trade from being threatened by us. It makes sense. Or to put it another way, we are protecting the Kangaroo State and our trade routes from being threatened by the Kangaroo State. Ha ha, Ambassador Zhang's words really make sense anyway. Open the door. Free trade. We've done you all such a great favor. Say thank you. Holy fark, our diplomats. They look like idiots in front of Young Kyung-yoon. Zhang Jingyuan dominated the entire meeting. The representatives of the entire Five Eyes Alliance combined aren't enough to beat Zhang Jingyuan alone. Eastern University is so terrifying now. Not only is the military strong, but even the diplomats are so good. Zhang Jingyuan is truly a genius. How did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a persons? It seems like our Sakura country has messed with the Dragon countries as well. So he's not going to have our place as his next destination, is he? What Zhang Jingyuan said felt rather unreasonable on first listen, but when you think about it, it's surprisingly flawless. It's awesome. This is completely Zhang Jingyuan's solo show. Facing the Five Eyes Alliance's siege, Zhang Jingyuan has already finished off his opponent. Just as the major live broadcasts were hotly debated, Zhang Jingyuan, who was inside the venue, unexpectedly opened his mouth again. Something was said that made the entire Kangaroo Nation hierarchy spit blood. Chapter 72, Liam Lane joins forces. Zhang Jingyuan battles the scholars with his tongue. Mr. Bright, Mr. Liam, is what I just said clear enough? All of my actions in the waters of the Kangaroo Nation during this time have been to protect the Kangaroo Nation from possible threats to maritime security. We are fulfilling our international responsibility by using live-fire exercises to warn miscreants such as pirates near the area of the sea of the need to comply with relevant international laws and ensure normal trade among countries, especially trade with our Dragon Kingdom. After all, you're also waiting to sell things like iron ore, wine and beef to our country, right? Liam heard the meaning of Young Kyung-yoon's words as he ostensibly explained his behavior. In effect, they are threatening themselves with trade. Kangaroo Kingdom's economy is highly dependent on the Dragon Kingdom. If once the Dragon Kingdom cuts off trade with their side, Kangaroo Nation will have more to lose. In other words, Zhang Jingyuan utilized the economic dependence of the Kangaroo Nation on the Dragon Nation and directly pulled this free sailing and live-fire exercise over trade and shipping routes. On his own side, he simply couldn't find a reason to attack him anymore. This Zhang Jingyuan looks so young, but why is he so difficult to deal with? For the first time, Liam, as foreign minister of the Kangaroos, felt the intense pressure, but Liam was something of a character after all, and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. With a serious expression, he said soberly, Ambassador Zhang, is this behavior of the Dragon Kingdom really to protect our maritime trade routes? Zhang Jingyuan returned without changing his color. Exactly. But how do I remember that you had a press conference before you came over to our Kangaroo country? Liam stared at Zhang Jingyuan dead in the face and said slowly, at the press conference, you were the one who personally said that you would take reciprocal countermeasures against us, and I have reason to believe that this circumnavigation of Kangaroo country and live-fire exercises of yours are exactly the kind of reciprocal countermeasures that you are taking in response to our previous behavior. That is to say, your behavior is retaliatory. It's not even about protecting our maritime trade routes. Liam's words caused Ning Ziyuan, who was beside Zhang Jingyuan, to tense up in his heart. Young Kyungyan was indeed very overbearing at that press conference at that time, saying that he would take reciprocal countermeasures against the Kangaroo State, and there was talk of coming to Kangaroo country to teach them what etiquette meant in person. This press conference was broadcast live and I don't know how many people have seen it. I'm sure I can't get away with it. Now Liam held Young Kyung-yoon up with his words. The meaning is clear. They want Zhang Jingyuan to recognize their free navigation and live-fire exercises. It is a reciprocal countermeasure against the Kangaroo State. It's bullying them. That way they can sell it to international opinion. You can also join forces with Eagle Sauce, as well as the Western media, to blame the dragon. Ning Ziyuan looked at the several Kangaroo Kingdom executives who were eyeing Zhang Jingyuan intently as well as the representatives of the Five Eyes Alliance. Couldn't help but sigh mentally. This diplomatic occasions of the bright fight is really not easier than fighting a war, and I do not know Ambassador Zhang cannot answer the other side of the question. Not only Ning Ziyuan, but the Longboy audience was sweating over Zhang Jingyuan at the moment. Oops. This Liam found a reason. This is bad. Ambassador Young Kyun-yun is still too young. If only he hadn't said those overbearing words on the podium in the first place. Yeah, now they've been caught talking. It's obvious that they've been dumbfounded. Alas, it's inevitable for a young man to be like this. I think Ambassador Zhang should learn a lesson and won't speak so wildly in the future. What should we do now? If a bad answer is given, I'm afraid the Western media will hype us up again. Hype is hype. What's wrong? People around the world aren't blind. Eagle Sauce has done things that are way more excessive than us. We just need to do well for ourselves. Bullying is the base color of Ambassador Young Kyun-yun, okay? I don't think Ambassador Young will change at all. That's right. Who has my brother Yuan ever been afraid of? If he wasn't like this, I wouldn't look at him. Nowadays, we have the capital to be overbearing. Although everyone was worried about the current situation, Zhang Jingyuan opened his mouth with a calm face. If you feel that this free voyage of mine is a punishment for you, does that mean that your previous free voyages in the vicinity of our country were also a wrongdoing? In that case, what do you have to accuse me of? I have merely done what you have done, all over again. You can come over, and we can certainly come over. Liam froze. He didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to react so quickly. A random sentence blocked itself. The faces of several people from the Kangaroo Nation all became a bit ugly. This Zhang Jingyuan's skill with his mouth was too good. But what they don't know is that Zhang Jingyuan's ability to fight a battle is 100 times stronger than his mouth. In the future, these top brass of the Kangaroo Nation will be facing Zhang Jingyuan. Incredibly nostalgic for the way Zhang Jingyuan is standing here now and reasoning with them. In the end, there was strength in numbers. Although several of the Kangaroo Nation's top brass, including Liam, were silenced by Zhang Jingyuan's entirety. But Lane, the representative of Eagle Sauce on the sidelines, is no slouch either. He quickly found an angle and said with a sinister look on his face, "But the Kangaroo Nation has only deployed a 7,000-ton displacement BART destroyer, while you, the Dragon Nation, have dispatched a fleet consisting of the Lingwu Dance 10,000-ton large drive, the Lingwu Lion frigate, and the Weishan Lake supply ship. So you're just bullying the Kangaroo Nation." As soon as Rain finished his words, the Kangaroo Nation's top brass, their faces instantly showed a look of relief. All were glad to have gotten the Five Eyes Alliance over and back to them. It can't be helped. Zhang Jingyuan looked unchanged. We have more people in the Dragon Kingdom, so of course we need bigger ships. And besides, the Kangaroo Kingdom still has allies, and we've always been committed to non-alignment. On top of that, we don't have as many overseas bases as you Eagle Sauce, so we'll just have to bring larger, more numerous ships with us. By the way, aren't you Eagle Jam and Kangaroo Nation allies? If you think they're threatened, why don't you send out your fleet to help them? Zhang Jingyuan said, teasingly glancing at Lian, revealing an air of nonchalance in his body. Is it that you don't want to? Or are you afraid? At those words, Brett froze, Liam froze, and Rain froze. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's words. They simply didn't expect Young Kyun-yun to not only react so quickly, but even look down on Hawkjam so much. Is this the same Dragon Kingdom as before? As for Ning Ziyuan, as well as the Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station, they had been worried about Zhang Jingyuan before. But now, hearing Zhang Jingyuan say these words, their hearts all relaxed. At the moment a word came to their minds. Tongue-in-cheek. Chapter 73 Shameless. So shameless. How can people be this bad? It's no wonder that people think that way. Zhang Jingyuan, in the knowledge that it's a Hongmen banquet, still righteousness came to the Capitol building in the capital of the Kangaroo Nation. Faced with a crowd of high-ranking Kangaroo countrymen as well as various representatives of the Five Eyes Coalition in pursuit of them, he was unassuming and answered every dig. All of them were perfectly resolved one by one. Even at the end, not only does it show contempt for Eagle Jam, it also planted a thorn in the heart of the top brass of the Kangaroo Nation. Since Zhang Jingyuan went to Kangaroo Land for free sailing and live-fire exercises, Eagle Jam, who usually blows himself up, didn't even have the guts to fart. Originally, some of the top brass and people in Kangaroo Land were a bit upset with Eagle Jam. Now Zhang Jingyuan had directly made his words clear. With a live global broadcast, the Kangaroo Nation and many of the countries that have been screwed over by Eagle Jam before, such as Luzon, discontent with Eagle Jam erupted all at once. People in all the major live streams started vocalizing about Eagle Jam. There are many people from Kangaroo Nation in particular who have started cursing Eagle Jam. Even Governor Brett, who had a different mind. Zhang Jingyuan couldn't help but smile when he saw that the effect he wanted had been achieved. This incident was plotted by Eagle Jam, and now that he's found the opportunity, he's going to make Eagle Jam suffer any way he can. Of course, that's just a little lesson for Eagle Jam. In the future, he, Zhang Jingyuan, also prepared numerous great gift packages for Eagle Sauce. Eagle Sauce will be a pain in the ass from now on. Well, I don't want to waste any more time here. Young Kyung-yoon waved his hand and walked over to Liam and Brett. If you guys watched that press conference, you'll remember that I said I was going to come to Kangaroo Land myself to talk to you guys about trade. There is no doubt that this free navigation and live-fire exercise is to protect your and our maritime trade routes, and the so-called reciprocal countermeasures. Sorry, I haven't carried them out yet, Zhang Jingyuan said, and his entire body became domineering. If you are not satisfied with this current result, we will immediately activate reciprocal countermeasures. And when that happens, it won't just be the Raimu dance that will be coming to Kangaroo Land, but also our aircraft carrier fleet. You may not be used to it the first time we come over here, but you'll definitely be used to it by the second or third time we come over. I wonder if you, Kangaroo Nation, and Eagle Sauce, will still have a problem with it at that point? Zhang Jingyuan's words gave Brett and Liam and the others a direct scare. Just one Lingwu dance has already turned their kangaroo country upside down. If another carrier group comes, then can't they just lie down and let it ravage them? Now the top brass of the kangaroo state, led by Brett, regretted beyond words that they had believed Eagle Jam at the time had to take a warship to cross the straits of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that someone else, Young Kyung-yoon, has come in a warship, you Eagle Sauce have become a shrinking violet, only dared to come over and say a few words, without a single substantive action. Even just those few words can't speak for others. Isn't it even more likely that you Eagle Sauce won't come out of the woodwork if you wait for the Dragon's carrier fleet to come over for a free cruise? Facing the extremely tough Young Kyung-yoon, Brett and Liam gave in. They didn't dare to accuse Zhang Jingyuan anymore for fear that he would come over in an aircraft carrier next time. He could only endure the feeling of depression and humiliation and spoke along with Zhang Jingyuan's words. You are indeed here for the trade routes with the Kangaroo Kingdom, and we in the Kangaroo Kingdom are grateful for your outstanding contribution to the trade between the two countries of Dragon and Bag. If anyone else had said those words, Brett and Liam might have dismissed them, but coming from Zhang Jingyuan's mouth, they couldn't help but believe it. After all, Young Kyung-yoon did the job of forcing Paka to open up the country's borders with special forces at the Siam Conference, and he forced back the combined fleet of 4 nations by himself. And now they're bringing Raimu Dance all the way to their kangaroo country for real live-fire maneuvers. He could really do this thing. Seeing Brett and Liam overwhelmed by themselves, Zhang Jingyuan nodded with great satisfaction and continued. It can be seen that we, the Dragon Kingdom, as the upper 3 permanent members of the United Nations, have made efforts to maintain peace on the regional route for all to see. And even you, the Kangaroo Kingdom, are grateful for the outstanding contributions we have made. On this cruise, you, the Kangaroo Nation, as the beneficiary of the trade routes, are supposed to pay 50% of the cost of this free cruise of ours. That's a reasonable request, isn't it? Brett and Liam originally had fake smiles on their faces. The moment Zhang Jingyuan said those words out loud, the smiles on their faces directly froze. Unstoppable in his heart, he broke down and cursed Zhang Jingyuan. Shameless, so shameless. It's obviously you, Zhang Jingyuan, who bullied us so badly, causing us to suffer so much financial loss, and being laughed at by the whole world. Now we're actually expected to pay 50% of the cost of the cruise? Please, heaven, discern between the faithful and the wicked. How can people be so bad? Is there anyone who can come to the rescue of our Kangaroo Nation? But they had forgotten that they had been the ones provoking the Dragon Kingdom before, and the Dragon Kingdom has given a lot of forbearance and goodwill. This time, the Dragon Kingdom only fought back slightly, and they couldn't take it anymore. What a big country that keeps getting beat up and doesn't fight back. In this world, how can there be such a good thing? Looking at the Kangaroo Nation's crowd, their faces were all bruised and their eyes were on fire as they looked at themselves, with a look that their back teeth were about to be clenched. Zhang Jingyuan laughed even more. You do not look at me like this. Well, I know you are very grateful I only let you out 50%. After all, we are trade partners. Well, out of 50% on it, the rest of our dragon can bear. Of course, if you don't want to take it on, that's fine. It just so happens that the country of Papua, next door to you, says that trade is unstable in the area around this circle, and has asked us to go over and cruise the. I think they are willing to pay for it. When the Kangaroo Nation crowd heard this, their faces changed once again. Zhang Jingyuan is obviously pulling up the tiger's skin to make a big banner. He's secretly threatening himself here. If he doesn't agree to pay, he'll continue to cruise here freely, or even send carriers. That was the last result they wanted. Defense Minister Anthony tugged on Rain's sleeve and asked quietly, Rain, be honest with me. If Young Kyung-yoon continues to act like this, will you Eagle Jam make a move? Rain smiled bitterly at the news that his longtime friend was the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific. The original admonition to avoid direct conflict as much as possible says it all. They are never going to start a campaign against the Dragon Kingdom for the sake of the Kangaroo Kingdom. And the Dragon Kingdom has not violated any international law at all, and has no reason to initiate action. The most important point is that they do not have any certainty about the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at Rain's expression, Anthony also understood what he meant, and his face was bleak. Brett and a few others looked at each other. Both saw despair and hopelessness in their eyes for each other. The reason why they have come to this point is all their own fault, and there is no one else to blame. Zheng Jingyuan's words were dripping with water, and he couldn't find any cracks. If you want to send him away as a plague, you'll have to grant him this request. Be an ingrate and pay for this 50% cruise. But this is too stifling, isn't it? Liam wanted to argue with young Kyung-yoon again and fight back forcefully. As a result, Anthony's cell phone on the side suddenly rang. His complexion changed when he saw the message displayed on his phone, and he hurried over to Liam and Brett's side. Sir, I've just received word that the carrier formation from the University of the East has already left the harbor yesterday, heading for the South Pacific. What? Brett and Liam gasped. Eastern University's carrier formation, already on its way? This meant that Zheng Jingyuan wasn't lying, or in other words, Zheng Jingyuan was deterring them. Once Dongda's carrier formation sailed over, then their losses would be at least 10 times greater than they were now. Liam's newly fueled ambition vanished in an instant. After the two of them had consulted each other for a few moments, Brett, who had no other choice, finally spoke up with a face full of bitterness. For the sake of the friendship between Kangaroo and Dragon nations, we agreed to pay 50% of the cost, but now that the trade routes have stabilized, can we please ask you to leave our Kangaroo nation? As soon as these words came out, there was an outcry in all the major broadcasting rooms around the world, including the Dragon TV main station. Chapter 74, Is It So Good to Be a Great Power? The Dragon Nation viewers are literally soothed from head to toe right now. The previous aggravation suffered online during the time when Zheng Jingyuan disappeared. In this moment, it all dissipated. What was there now was a hearty feeling of exhilaration. It's too great. I didn't realize that Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan would not only personally bring the Lingwu dance to the Kangaroo Kingdom to promote our country's prowess, but that he would also be able to knock the Kangaroo Kingdom for a sum of money when he's done. What kind of brain does Ambassador Zheng have? How can he come up with such a clean angle? Laughing my ass off. These people in Kangaroo Land have such funny expressions, like they've eaten a fly. I knew there was nothing I couldn't handle as long as Ambassador Young Kyung-yeon was on hand. In the past, when we were engaged in diplomacy, there was no time when we had such a good time. All thanks to Ambassador Zhang. You can't say that. Our mom has gotten stronger in the last few years, and in the future, moments like these will probably be more and more frequent. The cost of this maneuver was paid for by Lord Kangaroo. Ambassador Zhang is really great. In the face of the representatives of the Five Eyes Coalition pressed step by step, not only did he not show any cracks, but also forced the Kangaroo country to pay us. This ability is also too strong. The way Ambassador Zhang speaks, there is really a kind of unquestionable majesty, and it is estimated that those people in the Kangaroo state, they are all scared to death. They can't do it even if they don't agree. Didn't you hear Ambassador Zhang say? If they don't agree, the next one to come will be the carrier formation. Seeing the faces of those people in Kangaroo Land, why do I have the feeling that we are now the great powers? Ha ha, did being a great power turn out to be such a great feeling? No wonder Hawksauce is so happy about it. Ambassador Young made me find my ancestor. He. Sure enough, all reactionaries are paper tigers. Unlike the giddy Dragon Country viewers, many of the Western countries' live broadcasts were more appreciative of Zheng Jingyuan's personal abilities as well as worried about Dragon Country's future policies. Zheng Jingyuan has once again demonstrated his toughness. Kangaroo Nation is simply unable to cope. I thought that Zheng Jingyuan was just a flash in the pan at the Siam conference. I didn't expect that he would still look so dashing and calm in the face of the Five Eyes Alliance, suppressing the entire Kangaroo Nation in the middle of a laugh. It's terrifying. Zheng Jingyuan is definitely a new star figure for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. His control over the situation and his ability to play with the big powers is too strong. Does the fact that the Dragon Kingdom is so supportive of Zheng Jingyuan's strong and domineering behavior mean that the Dragon Kingdom's foreign policy has completely shifted? They will likely become more proactive. We have to think more deeply about our dealings with the Dragon Kingdom. And we can't go on provoking the Dragon Kingdom with Eagle Jam's provocations. And now the Kangaroo Kingdom is a good example. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom from before. Perhaps this giant dragon has really begun to awaken. This giant dragon of the Dragon Kingdom has only slightly lifted his claws, and he has set off a violent storm in the South Pacific Ocean. If he goes all out to fly the dragon in the sky, what a terrifying sight it would be. Zheng Jingyuan has become more mature than his performance at the Siam meeting. He has been improving. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's support for Zheng Jingyuan has been growing. After that, Zheng Jingyuan is likely to become a man of the moment who will determine the situation in the region. Zheng Jingyuan's move is just too ruthless. Kangaroo Kingdom has suffered a dumb loss this time, and in the future they probably won't dare to mess with Dragon Kingdom anymore. Young Kyung-yoon has completely conquered the South Pacific with his own personal abilities. Hawk Jam can't do anything about him at all. Of course, there is a Lingwu Dance 10,000 ton ship parked outside the venue, and there are presumably nuclear submarines under the water. So what can Eagle Jam do? Dragon Country is indeed getting stronger now. And Dragon Country is different from Eagle Sauce. They do things in a reasonable manner, and they don't oppress or bully others. To be honest, if I really have to choose a country to be the boss, I'd rather choose Dragon Country. Watch as Kangaroo Nation humbly agrees to their demands and begs to leave them alone. The corner of Zhang Jingyuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. It doesn't really matter at all if you want the fee thing. Rokoku doesn't care about such a small amount of money. The reason for this is to force the Kangaroo State to pay 50% of the cost of the cruise. The purpose is also to establish authority. That's what brought Young Kyung-yoon here. If it's simply a matter of flying a Raimu dance around Kangaroo Country with live fire drills and fireworks, it can be useful though, but it certainly didn't work as well as it does now. Not only did I cruise around your country, but I had to get in your face and make you pay for it. And it also takes up a word of reason, so that you have no way to resist but to be forced to agree. This kind of domineering and strong behavior could effectively make some countries with evil intentions show respect to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. It's called making an example of someone. That's the beauty of diplomacy. Maximize the benefits for your country without directly waging war. And he did. I believe that after this, not only the Kangaroo Nation will be much more honest in the future, many countries will weigh their weight when they want to make trouble in the future. See if you're good enough. Now the Dragon Kingdom Navy has the ability to go to distant oceans, Zhang Jingyuan said to the many reporters on the scene, as well as the live camera, with his hands clasped over his chest in a spirited manner. We look forward to closer ties and cooperation with countries around the world, and we will take the culture and civilization of the Dragon Kingdom around the world in the spirit of Zhenghe for peaceful and friendly exchanges, so that the world can fully understand the cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jingyuan's face suddenly turned cold as he said this. A sacred and inviolable majesty emanated from his body. Of course, any nation that dares to provoke us, no matter where he is in the world, our fleet will find them and take reciprocal countermeasures against them, and help the race in question to unlearn their ignorance. Please remember, we are not Eagle Sauce, and we will not bully others, but we will likewise not spare any country that dares to violate us. After Zhang Jingyuan finished speaking, he led Ning Ziyuan and the others towards the outside of the conference room with a lively stride. His magnificent back was matched with the solemn words he had just spoken. Took the whole venue by storm. It doesn't matter if it's the top brass of the Kangaroo Nation or the representatives of the Five Eyes Coalition. Neither dared to say another word. The reporters at the scene, moreover, kept filming Zhang Jingyuan's dashing appearance as he walked out of the venue. Even after many years, there are still people who remember this back of Zhang Jingyuan today. He was hailed as the first step in the complete rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 75, The Dragon Kingdom Rises. Emerging forces are reshaping the rules. The many bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom who were far away in the Dragon Kingdom's capital city, after seeing Zhang Jingyuan walk out of the meeting place in the Kangaroo Kingdom's capital with his head held high, all couldn't help but clap their hands in praise. This kid Jingyuan did a fantastic job, completely suppressed the Kangaroo Nation. The way he walked out of the venue was quite like those older founding fathers of ours back in the day. Su Jin didn't mince words as he praised Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Yi was very flattered by what he heard and said haughtily, "That's also because of your support from Elder Su. Jingyuan does have the strength to face the Five Eyes Alliance without any panic, keeping the tempo under control. In this high-pressure situation, if you make the slightest mistake, you'll be caught by the other side." But Jingyuan did it. Qin Tian was also a bit happy and said, "Jingyuan really did a good job with his operation in the Kangaroo Kingdom, and I'm next starting to look forward to his performance when he goes to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. This diplomatic mission of Jingyuan's is very significant," Su Jin said. "Not only does it make Kangaroo Nation have to re-examine its relationship with Eagle Sauce and with us, even more so, it allows us to break through the Eagle Jam blockade and justify more ocean voyages." That's right, if Kangaroo Nation is going to be Eagle Jam's pawn again, Zhang Yi laughed, they will pay a terrible price. Our fleet, long held back, is quite looking forward to getting out and slipping around a bit. Jingyuan made the right choice. Su Jin sighed, but with just 3 ships, we've already demonstrated that we have the ability to control the South Pacific, and that this row of countries south of our waters are all within the deterrent list. This action of Jingyuan's could save us quite a bit of trouble later on. Elder Su, we still have 10 more ships like this. Zhang Yi's face was full of longing. I believe that in the near future, when we have 7 or 8 carrier battle groups, we can also go around the White Elephant Ocean, the Eastern Pacific Ocean, the Western Atlantic Ocean, and even the Arctic Ocean. Good fellow, so eager to build a career? Su Jin couldn't help but laugh and curse when he heard Zhang Yi's words. It's not me who thinks this way, it's our warriors, and I don't want to be provoked and hold my tongue any longer. Come on, I finally know where this child Jingyuan's character came from. It seems it's all with you. Su Jin shook his head and laughed. Jing Yuan will be going to Sakura country soon. Their military strength is stronger than Kangaroo country and they are also harder to deal with than Kangaroo country. So prepare yourself and fully cooperate with Jing Yuan if he needs our cooperation in any way. Zhang Yi looked at Su Jin in surprise. His words were enough to show Su Jin's trust in his son. However, a trace of color flashed across the face of Qin Tian who was on the side, but only for a moment before it disappeared. Although Jing Yuan is superficially overbearing, but things are still counted. The more we cooperate with him, the more he has the backbone to do things outside as well. Su Jin saw Zhang Yi's surprised look and said with a smile, "We have to be his backbone, but we can't chill his heart, that is. Elder Su." "Thank you," Zhang Yi said solemnly. "There's no need to thank me. All of this was earned by his own ability." Su Jin waved his hand. "All of you go back. Next I guess the media is going to frantically report about Jing Yuan and us again. Let's see what they say. And if there's any bad public opinion, there's still a way to suppress it. And the United Nations side, we also need to have Zhao Mu pay attention to it. Maybe Eagle Jam is thinking of some bad ideas to target us again." The day after Young Kyun-yoon walked out of the venue, Kangaroo Nation then dutifully approached Young Kyun-yoon with a check, wanting to send this bogeyman away quickly. In front of the capital, Kangaroo Nation's Governor General Bright as well as Foreign Minister Liam joined Young Kyun-yoon. Holding up a large check, they posed for a picture together. It seemed to show the world how strong their friendship was. It was just that although all three of them were smiling, Zhang Jingyuan's smile was incomparably wide, and Brett and Liam were laughing harder than they were crying. During this time, Zhang Jingyuan did not forget to whisper to Brett and Liam, "Eagle Sauce abetted you to provoke us, and now that you've suffered a loss, they don't care, and according to the information I've received, they seem to want you to fight us even more? There's Eagle Sauce behind all those media releases of Archfire News. So think about it, there's only one way, and sometimes, choice is more important than effort." Brett and Liam were filled with shock when they heard Zhang Jingyuan's words. Zhang Jingyuan didn't say anything more. The seed had now been planted and it was just a matter of when it would germinate. Various journalists also documented this historic moment. All the major media outlets began scrambling to report the entirety of this encounter between Zhang Jingyuan and the Kangaroo Nation as well as the Five Eyes Alliance at the first opportunity. Several of these photos show Zhang Jingyuan's handsomeness, swagger, and panache to the fullest. And strangely enough, all the media coverage and the overall public opinion is all positive. Almost all of them praised Zhang Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom. There were no negatives to report. The local media in Kangaroo Nation reported, "We have to be thankful that Dragon Nation is not Eagle Sauce, and that Zhang Jingyuan has maintained a minimum of respect for us, neither attacked us on the mainland nor sent a carrier formation. You know, that's if we messed with them in the first place. I suggest we cut ties with Eagle Sauce immediately. Maintain close contact with the Dragon Kingdom," the Gallic media reported. "Zhang Jingyuan has staged a combination of extreme pressure plus absolute restraint for us, which precisely epitomizes the diplomacy of the Dragon Kingdom in the new era, neither causing trouble nor being afraid of trouble. You talk about the law and I'll talk about the law with you. You play hegemony and I'm more professional than you." The media in Camelot reported, "Gunboat diplomacy in the 21st century has long since dispensed with the need for real attacks on cities and territories. The moment the Dragon Nation's navy crossed the equator, it already sent a triple signal. First, international law is not a Western toy that the Dragon can use more than anyone else. Secondly, the small countries in the South Pacific, in their state of being oppressed by the Kangaroo State, seek cooperation from the Dragon State is a very good choice. Lastly, the ocean-going navy is not for show. The Dragon Nation is capable of protecting global interests." British media report, Zhang Jingyuan skillfully divided and disintegrated the encirclement, angrily disliked the Five Eyes Alliance. Our representative was dumbfounded by Zhang Jingyuan. The Dragon Kingdom began to specialize in all kinds of disobedience? Eagle Jam media reports, Young Kyun-yoon proves with his actions that the end of the world's unipolar hegemony is a foregone conclusion. With the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, emerging forces are reshaping the rules. The live broadcasts from all the major broadcasting centers, as well as the large amount of media coverage, made Zhang Jingyuan famous once again. Many countries now knew that the Dragon Kingdom had produced a very powerful and iron-blooded diplomat. His name, Zhang Jingyuan. Ning Ziyuan, who was aboard the Spirit Marshal Dance Destroyer, looked at these reports and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone said we were a threat when our fleet was anchored in our own inland waters, and then they all said we weren't a threat once we arrived in Kangaroo country in our warships. Zhang Jingyuan laughed at his words. "I told you earlier, this world is like this, the weak are the strong, and before, we were still too gentle. Indeed, before, when we gently persuaded Kangaroo and Sakura countries, these media outlets were laughing at us," said Ning Ziyuan, a touch of anger surfacing on his face. "But now, we've slipped up with our Lingwu dance, and we've even got Kangaroo country to pay our expenses. Instead, all these media outlets are here praising us. because they saw our power. Zheng Jingyuan looked at the vast ocean in front of him. We really do have the power to annihilate them. It would be a little disrespectful to this ocean voyage of ours to be rude to us at this time. Ambassador Zhang, your performance is really fantastic. Ning Ziyuan thought about Zhang Jingyuan's previous endeavors and once again looked at him with a face of reverence. And your strategic direction is right. To deal with these people, it's all about showing off more muscles. After this, the door to the South Pacific has been opened by us. So in the future, you can come over here and hang out whenever you want. Zheng Jingyuan was in a good mood and said with a smile, our mission this time has been successfully completed. I'm not going to hide it from you. It's only after following you that I felt that our country is really strong. It was so suffocating before. Ning Ziyuan had a soothing expression on his face. Don't worry, in the future, we'll never be like before. The whole world will see what the Dragon Kingdom really looks like after its rise. Zheng Jingyuan patted his shoulder and turned his words around. Now what you need to consider is how to prepare so little surprise for our old friend Sakura Nation. The vast majority of the Dragon Nation had no good feelings towards the Sakura Nation, especially after the numerous things they had done that were outrageous to the gods and people. Hearing Zhang Jingyuan's words, Ning Ziyuan's eyes immediately lit up. Ambassador Chang, you mean? That's right. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes were deep and his tone was calm. Having solved the Kangaroo Kingdom, we are now sailing in the direction of Sakura Nation. Time to make them pay something. Chapter 76, Sending the Third Fleet. Hawk Jam bets on Sakura Country. Just as Zheng Jingyuan was sailing towards the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Hong Lai also let out a long sigh of relief. He put on his coat and went to the room where Hudson was. Smiling, he said to Hudson, Mr. Hudson, please go back. Our determination for the construction of the Dechong Funan Canal as well as the Yungang base will not change. Hudson's face was suddenly hard to see. He had found Hong Lai days earlier, and at first Hong Lai had been a bit shaken, looking like he was about to agree to cancel his cooperation with Dragon Kingdom. But after seeing young Kyung-yoon start setting off fireworks in Yinol, Hong Rei once again recoils, said it would take a few days to get back to myself. And now, after young Kyung-yoon coerced the Kangaroo Nation to pay 50% of the cost of the cruise at a meeting in the capital of the Kangaroo Nation, he actually gave himself a direct expulsion order. When did a small country like the Khmer state dare to do this to itself? Hudson suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Hong Lai, have you thought this through? Are you sure? If any consequences arise, they will be your own responsibility. Hong Lai had a relaxed face. I've thought it through. No matter what consequences arise, Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon will help us out. That's the promise he made to me in the first place. On the contrary, you eagle sauce, do you dare bring your ships over here now? Mom messed with Fark. Hudson just couldn't help himself and cursed fiercely. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have the Dragon Kingdom backing you up. Hong Lai fantasized about the kind of aura that Zheng Jingyuan had and waved his hand in disbelief. All the decisions I make are for my country. You eagle sauce have no right to interfere with me. Mr. Hudson, and I reject your proposal in its entirety. You go back. Hudson looked at Hong Lei's expression and knew he wouldn't be able to convince him. Blame it on the fact that Zheng Jingyuan had again shown his domineering side in front of the whole world, as well as the great strength of the Dragon Kingdom. And after working with the Dragon Kingdom, Hong Lai actually even looked down on himself. Hudson had no choice but to leave the Khmer Nation in hatred. As he left, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although Zheng Jingyuan is no longer in Southeast Asia, his spirit, however, has influenced the entire central and southern peninsula. I'm afraid that all those countries will be more closely linked to the Dragon Kingdom. Young Kyung-yeon really does possess top-notch diplomatic skills, and the pattern of the world had a profound impact because of this action of Zheng Jingyuan. Zheng Jingyuan's strong statement and the media coverage revealed a message. The University of the East would next make a sustained breakthrough with its own fleet toward the Pacific. Expand your influence. Plus the Cloud Harbor base is being built in full swing. In the near future, the fleet of the University of the East could well break through the blockade of the Eagle Sauce Island chain. Whether it is to the south or to the west, there is vast room for development. On the Eagle Jam side, they also started having emergency meetings overnight because of Young Kyung-yoon's outstanding performance. What's wrong with the Kangaroo Kingdom? Not only did it repeatedly claim that the Dragon Nation's behavior was in line with international law, but in the end, it even agreed to Zheng Jingyuan's demands so easily? William said as he slapped the table. He was furious at the news. Even if you don't read those media reports, he also knew what it meant for Kangaroo Nation to agree to Zheng Jingyuan's request. The University of the East is really going to have to compete with them for the South Pacific in the future. The University of the East now has the ability to make ocean routes, deterring the Kangaroo state again. It also pulled in several small South Pacific nations such as the nation of Papua. After that, the University of the East could find every reason to send its own fleet to the South Pacific. There's nothing Kangaroo Nation can do if they don't agree. They've been completely led by the nose by Zheng Jingyuan. Amblin sighed. There's been an unusual movement of carrier formations from the Eastern University. They're all intimidated. William's face hardened. This can't turn out the same as we originally envisioned, can it? Defense Minister Herseth glanced at Amblin and followed. We abetted the Kangaroo Nation's actions as if we gave the Dragon Nation a reason to act? I also did not think that the East University really sent a fleet godless to the Kangaroo Country, and also so strong to carry out the circumnavigation of the Kangaroo Country and live fire exercises. Amblin was still relatively calm. Even the Five Eyes Alliance representatives were present. They were not able to stop Zheng Jingyuan's play. He's gaming a little too much. The current Dongda is not the same as before. They've become very proactive now. Zheng Jingyuan is able to take the initiative because of the Dragon Kingdom's strong national power. Why don't we add some troops over there so that we can deter the Dongda? Herseth said hesitantly. William sniffed and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Now that Squid Nation is fighting in Oil East, and Mao, whom we support, is fighting Big Hairy Bear, our energies must be focused on both. If we add troops to go over there, less won't do much, and more will put us under very high pressure. I think we can send some over appropriately. Amblin spoke up suddenly at this moment. Zheng Jingyuan's next target is likely to be the Sakura Kingdom. We have garrisons in both Sakura Nation and South Rod Nation. We just need to send another fleet over to back up Sakura Nation. Kangaroo Nation is the one that succumbed because we didn't care about him. Cherry Blossom Nation is much stronger than Kangaroo Nation. As long as we give Cherry Blossom some support, I'm sure they'll be able to take care of Zheng Jingyuan. Amblin's words made sense, and Williams didn't think there was a better way to hold down Big East right now. You can only rely on the Sakura Kingdom to fight against Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom. This is the best time for Eastern University to develop itself, and it must be contained at this time. Alright, then I'll have the 3rd Fleet go over and come with the 7th Fleet to put pressure on Dongda. I'll see if Zheng Jingyuan dares to threaten Sakura Nation with an aircraft carrier this time. Amblin also put his heart down. With the protection of the fleet, he believed that Sakura Nation was not that easily taken care of by Zheng Jingyuan. His expression also relaxed a few points as he said, I'll have Arthur go over there and join Kingston Hudson and the others to deal with Zheng Jingyuan, and together with the people from the Sakura Kingdom, we should be able to make Zheng Jingyuan return in defeat. Alright, let's do it. Tell Arthur to hurry up and fly to Edo, the capital of the Sakura Kingdom. William gave his final order. This time, we must not let Toda expand its power eastward again. Also, Amblin, you fly to Europa. The kingship of Eastern University has been active over there for the past 2 days. Europa is our basic center. We can't let the king's power over there follow through with that What's also Beltan Road policy. No problem. Wang Quan is an old friend of mine. I'll go over to Europa to meet him. A glint flashed in Amblin's eyes. Just as Arthur flew to Edo and Amblin departed for Europa, the Dragon Kingdom released a statement. Indicates that Zheng Jingyuan will represent the Dragon Kingdom and travel to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to attend the World Conference on the Environment. Chapter 77, First Arrival in Sakura Country. Foreign Affairs Undersecretary Rin Misaka. As soon as this statement from the Dragon Kingdom was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of many countries as well as the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone remembers what Sakura Nation has done before. Young Kyung-yoon also said at the press conference that he would go and teach them a lesson, and now the Dragon Kingdom is announcing such news. Everyone knew in their hearts that Zheng Jingyuan was definitely going to go and take the Sakura Kingdom. But Sakura Nation is not like Kangaroo Nation. Although they are much smaller than the Kangaroo State, they have a much stronger defense force. The army is also much larger than the Kangaroo State. If Zheng Jingyuan used the same technique, it would definitely not work accordingly. Now everyone is curious about what Zheng Jingyuan will get up to when he goes to this World Environment Conference. In particular, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom is very much looking forward to it. What kind of attitude will this ambassador Young Kyung-yoon show when facing the Sakura country? It was at this moment of public attention that Zheng Jingyuan arrived at Edo Castle, the capital of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, on the Raimu Dance 10,000 Ton Grand Drive. The Dragon TV main station still broadcasts the whole thing live to Young Kyung-yoon. As soon as Young Kyung-yoon appeared on the docks of Edo Castle, the live broadcast room was then covered with dense pop-ups. Coming. After waiting for so many days, we can finally see Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan. Holy, I'm so excited that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is really on a mission to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. My brother Fuchi is still so handsome. I don't know what Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon will be able to do in Sakura country this time. I'm so looking forward to it. Look at what happened to the Kangaroo Nation. I guess the Sakura Nation is going to be hit hard too. That's not necessarily true. After all, Sakura Nation is still quite a bit stronger than Kangaroo Nation, and Sakura Nation has always had a tougher attitude. Tough my ass. It's not because of Papa Eagle Jam. Now that their own Papa's emissary is here, don't we all understand Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan's tactics? I guess it's going to be a big one for Sakura Nation. You guys, what's Sakura Nation doing holding this World Environment Conference all of a sudden? I don't know, but it doesn't feel like a good thing. Whatever. Anyway, all I know is that Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is here and will definitely sanction Sakura Nation. I just saw a mobilization of Eagle Jam's third fleet. I guess it's targeting Ambassador Zhang. I think it's a bit difficult to handle. After all, Zhang Jingyuan was nominally the diplomatic ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom, and had gotten into so much trouble in Siam and the Kangaroo Kingdom. Although she knew the visitor was not a good person, she sent Rin Misaka, the #1 official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to be in charge of receiving her. When Zhang Jingyuan stepped out, Misaka Rinyan was also the first to welcome her and extended her hands to Zhang Jingyuan. Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon, how do you do? I'm Rin Misaka from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zhang Jingyuan was slightly surprised because the woman in front of him named Misaka Rinne. It was a younger-looking girl who was also somewhat classically beautiful, about 20-something as well, wearing a black suit with a lace blouse that puffed out her chest, lips red and teeth white, eyebrows like a picture. She has that oriental feminine look, but also looks quite capable. There is a sense of pride in being in a position of power. Looking at Zhang Jingyuan's surprised gaze, Misaka Rinne smiled arrogantly. What? Does Ambassador Zhang think I'm too young and not qualified to receive you? Now Zhang Jingyuan was sure. This Misaka Rinne, her position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should indeed not be low. Spoken rather old-fashioned, but also with a sting. It looked like it was trying to give itself away. A bit indeed. I wonder what your position is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now Zhang Jingyuan's status is representing the country. If Misaka Rinne's position is not enough, just looking down on the Dragon Kingdom, then Zhang Jingyuan wouldn't say anything more to her. This is not the time for pity either. Since the moment they met, the crossfire had begun. Misaka Rinne was a bit surprised. She was confident in her physical appearance. Also watched Young Kyung-yoon's live stream. At the dinner party in the Khmer Kingdom, Zhang Jingyuan was clearly gentle with the princess of the Khmer Kingdom. She also thought that she could take the opportunity to charm Zhang Jingyuan a bit and catch Zhang Jingyuan's words and use them to play a bit, make him lose face. I didn't realize that Zhang Jingyuan wouldn't even give her that chance. Misaka Rinne only had to reply, I'm the Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, in charge of the reception of the visitors to the World Environment Conference this time. I don't know if this answer satisfies you? Not satisfied. Zhang Jingyuan's face was solemn. My status is that of a third-rank diplomatic envoy. Your rank is not enough. Have your foreign minister personally come over to receive me. Misaka Rinyan didn't think that Zhang Jingyuan would actually look down on himself and have the foreign minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs personally receive him. She was immediately infuriated and her pretty face turned red. Don't you look down on people. We have other dignitaries to receive the foreign minister, and I'm the most suitable person in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs besides the foreign minister. Oh yeah? Let me guess. Is it to receive Eagle Sauce's emissary? Zhang Jingyuan suddenly laughed. The serious look he had just had was gone in an instant. Since you insisted on coming to receive me, I'll give you this chance. Let's go. Misaka Rinne's complexion changed as she looked at Zhang Jingyuan with some shock. For he was right. The foreign minister had indeed gone to receive Arthur in Kingston, the emissaries of Eagle Jam, and the rest of them. Although Misaka Rinne didn't say anything, seeing this expression on Misaka Rinne's face, Zhang Jingyuan's heart was clear. Looks like Eagle Jam is still a thief and wants to make things happen over here. He shook his head and walked straight ahead. It was then that Misaka Rinne realized that she seemed to have been set up by Zhang Jingyuan, and was a bit angry at the sense of contempt that Zhang Jingyuan had for her. After freezing in place for a few moments, he then hurriedly jogged to follow. Seeing this scene, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom laughed. What kind of airplane is the Cherry Blossom Kingdom up to send such a beautiful woman out? Is it trying to use the beauty plan on Zhang Jingyuan in a big way? Come on, Ambassador Zhang is so handsome. I don't know how many beautiful women like him. Will the beauty plan work? I should say that Ambassador Young is now representing the country and there's no way he'll be tempted by this kind of beauty, alright. Ha ha, I didn't expect my brother Yuan to be the slightest bit unmoved. Truly a model for my generation. Looks like Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is a Sigma man. You don't say. This Misaka Rinne has that little haughty expression that's kind of cute. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's the youngest Undersecretary of State for Foreign Affairs the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has ever had, and she's also very capable. Her future is unlimited. That's right, I've looked up this Misaka Rinne. She's hosted dignitaries from various countries and has traveled to Europa on behalf of Sakura Nation. She's also a very difficult person to deal with. So what? She definitely won't be able to take any advantage against our Ambassador Zhang. Indeed. Now it seems like she's like a simple little girl in front of Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon. Maybe she's faking it too. Or maybe it's better to be looking at it. I'd like to see just how capable she is. You kid, is it Kenny to watch? It's Big Thunder, right? It was clear that in the first round of exchanges, Misaka Rinne had already lost. However, she was very unconvinced and moved a little closer to Zhang Jingyuan, already thinking in her head how to get her face back. Chapter 78 Discharge of Nuclear Contaminated Water. The heartless decision of the Sakura country. Just as Misaka Rine was receiving Zhang Jingyuan, the Sakura Kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kondo Ko, was receiving Eagle Sauce's Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, Arthur, as well as Hudson and Kingston, who had traveled over from Annan. To be honest, I'm still a bit wary of Zhang Jingyuan, but the fact that you guys were able to send the Third Fleet over gives me a sense of confidence in my heart. Kondo Ko laughed. Kingston had suffered a lot of losses from Zhang Jingyuan already, and at this moment, seeing Kondo Ko being so slack, he spoke up to remind him, this Zhang Jingyuan person is extremely difficult to deal with. You guys should still be careful. Kondo Ko slightly tightened his own expression as he sniffed, but his tone still revealed relief. It doesn't matter. Zhang Jingyuan is only using some deterrent means. Besides, we are holding the World Environment Conference this time. So many country representatives are present. He wouldn't dare to do anything. Arthur frowned at this point and asked, do you have another purpose in mind when you suddenly convene this World Environment Conference? That's why I wanted to ask you to come and help us. Kondo Mitsu didn't hide anything in the face of Arthur, and said quite bluntly, since our Fukushima plant leaked, we've stored 1.25 million tons of nuclear effluent. We are now somewhat overwhelmed, and after a cabinet meeting, we have decided to discharge these millions of tons of nuclear effluent into the sea after dilution. What? You're going to discharge nuclear contaminated water into the ocean? Arthur and Kingston Hudson, all three, were stunned by Kondo Light's words. There's nothing we can do about it. All that nuclear sewage, 40 more tons coming out every day. We just can't hold it. Draining to the ocean is the only way to go. Even as a Hawk's Bane, Arthur was shocked by Kondo Light. Discharging nuclear contaminated water into the sea is totally irresponsible to the entire human race. But Kondo Light said it so lightly. Once again, Arthur had a new appreciation for the shamelessness of the Sakura nation. He couldn't help but say, I'm afraid this kind of thing will cause public anger, right? Other countries, can they agree? Kondo Ko showed a chesty expression. That's why we've convened this environmental conference. And as long as you Eagle Sauce take the lead, and those allies of yours in Europa agree, this matter is nailed down. You want us to give you a head start? Arthur asked. Mr. Arthur, we in Sakura Nation have been at the forefront of the fight against Toda as your pawns, and have allowed you to station troops and build naval bases. This time, we have angered the Dragon Kingdom again because of the four countries' joint military exercises and the crossing of the Dragon Kingdom Strait. In reason, you guys have to do us this favor, right? Otherwise, once we collapse, you'll lose your most important partner in Asia in restraining Dongda. Kondo Light said, quietly glancing at Arthur's expression. You don't think that bunch of losers in the South Rod Kingdom can help you, do you? The expression on Arthur's face was quite wonderful and kept changing. Though at heart, Arthur is very reluctant to help Sakura Nation discharge nuclear contaminated water. But Kondo Ko was also right. Sakura Nation was their most important partner in containing Toda. If they lose the Sakura country as an outpost, they will lose control of East Asia. It's also true that the South Baton country is hardly worth the effort, and they'll be thankful to be able to keep from being cleaned up by their neighbors to the north. At best, the most we can do now is to use the Southern Stick country to set up some missile systems, although Amblin had given him considerable autonomy before he came. After half a day's consideration, Arthur couldn't make up his mind. He decided it would be better to ask his top man, Amblin, so he said to Kondo Ko, this matter is more important. Let me think about it. Kondo Ko blinked and said in a pretentious manner, that's fine, Mr. Arthur. Feel free to consider it, but now that the diplomatic strategy of the Dragon Kingdom seems to have changed, and young Kyunghyun has come to us, Hawk Sauce surely needs a good friend like us, don't you think so? Arthur, who was the Undersecretary of State for Hawk Jam, could certainly hear Kondo Light's strings. It was clear that he was holding the Dragon Kingdom against himself. That shameless bastard. There really isn't a single good thing in the Sakura country. Arthur cursed in his heart, then said coldly, please go back. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. After Kondo Light left, Arthur contacted Amblin at the first opportunity. After hearing Arthur's account, Amblin was silent. He also didn't expect the Sakura Nation to be able to do something so outrageous to the gods and people. But now Hawk Jam does need Sakura Nation to keep the Dragon Nation in check. Moreover, after the discharge of nuclear contaminated water, the first one to be affected will definitely be the Dragon State. After weighing the pros and cons for half a day, Amblin also made up his mind. Arthur, agree to Kondo Ko's request, but make sure he ruthlessly suppresses that arrogant young Kyunghyun this time, and don't let him expand the reputation and interests of the Dragon Kingdom any further. After Arthur received Amblin's instructions, he also notified Kondo Ko at the first opportunity and relayed Amblin's request. No problem. Kondo Ko agreed flatly. I've already sent the best of our foreign ministry, Misaka Rine, to receive Zhang Jingyuan. I'm sure some interesting things will happen when they meet. On the other hand, Misaka Rine, who had walked up to young Kyung-yoon's side, was already preparing to cause trouble for young Kyung-yoon. She said somewhat absently, Ambassador Zhang, I believe your name comes from the ancient line Jing Yuan is profound. Huai Hai is like a mountain. Jing Yuan represents vastness and depth, and Huai Hai symbolizes a large bosom, indicating that your father wanted you to become a person of extraordinary temperament. Zhang Dingyuan laughed. I didn't expect Miss Misaka Rine to know more about our Dragon Kingdom's culture. A self-satisfied look appeared on Misaka Rine's face as she returned. Of course, isn't there a saying among the people that the culture of the Great Tang is in Sakura? There are some things that you guys don't care about, but we could have preserved them all. Zhang Jingyuan frowned. This Misaka Rine was really prepared. Being a girl, she didn't come up and be overbearing, but sheepishly, they used the cultural aspect to suppress themselves. The meaning of these words was clearly a secret mockery of the fact that although the Dragon Kingdom used to be powerful, they, the Sakura Kingdom, were not so bad. Times are different now. What about keeping yourself from being too arrogant? This behavior of Misaka Rine made Zhang Jingyuan very upset. You're a tiny little cherry blossom country that learned most of your culture from us. Now you've got a nose for me, don't you? So he said nonchalantly, just learn some fur. Why are you still superior? If you really understand our Dragon Kingdom culture, you should know what it means to be a class act. Sakura country is still too small. Have time to visit our dragon countries Chang'an City and Luo City. Otherwise the words coming out of your well-bottomed frog will inevitably make people laugh. Chapter 79, A Terrible Slap in the Face. Do you know what people say about your Sakura country? Misaka Rine had now fully sensed the strength of Zhang Jingyuan, the young diplomat. There was absolutely no pity for being a pretty girl. Instead, he reprimanded himself without mercy. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Having met diplomats from some countries before, it was all an effort to show his gentlemanly demeanor in front of her as a girl. Anymore, it would give her a great deal of preference as a girl. What's wrong with this Zhang Jingyuan? Is he so bad in his eyes? Listening to Zhang Jingyuan's unpleasant words, Misaka Rine retorted indignantly. Isn't your Dragon Kingdom known as a state of etiquette? How come Ambassador Zhang speaks and doesn't see any hint of etiquette at all? Hearing this, Zhang Jingyuan stopped in his tracks and looked at Misaka Rine with a smile on his face. Miss Misaka Rine, if you really understand our Dragon Kingdom's culture, you should know that in our Dragon Kingdom, there is a very famous work that was written by Sima Guang during our country's northern Song dynasty, and that work is called Zijitonjin. In that work, Sima Guang said this about your Cherry Blossom Kingdom: knowing small rights but no great righteousness, restricting small manners but no great virtue, emphasizing triviality but not integrity, fearing might but not virtue. The strong will be thieves and robbers, and the weak will be humbled. Listening to Zhang Jingyuan's words, Misaka Rinyan's pretty face immediately became somewhat unnatural. As a foreign ministry official who was well versed in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, of course Misaka Rina had read the Zijitonjin. He also knew that Zhang Jingyuan's words, what he said was not true, but Zhang Jingyuan just said such words in front of everyone. It's also a little too much. You have to know that it's being broadcasted live. Not only they in the Sakura and Dragon countries can see it, the rest of the world's viewers were able to see it all through the live stream. If he was just outputted by Zhang Jingyuan so close to his face, it would be a shame for Sakura country. Misaka Rinyan also reacted quickly and immediately said with a straight face, Sima Guang is a character from more than 1,000 years ago. What he said doesn't have any reference value at all. Besides, this is only your Dragon Kingdom's opinion. We, the people of the Sakura country, are all humble and polite. It's not like what you said. Oh, yeah? Zhang Jingyuan laughed even more happily this time. He looked at Misaka Rinyan and slowly said, Sima Guang is not the only one in this world who has commented on your Sakura country. Oh. Without waiting for Misaka Rina to reply, Zhang Jingyuan cleared his throat and faced the many netizens in the broadcast room. In addition to Sima Guang, the previous emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, Kong Shi, also evaluated your Sakura kingdom, and this is what he said. The Japanese nation is the most capricious of nations. Its people, very lowly, do not know that there is friendship in the world, and are only deterred by military might. Therefore, they must not be treated with the slightest bit of good color. Misaka Rina's face once again became even more ugly, because Kong Shi's evaluation of them was even worse than Sima Guang's. But Misaka Rina immediately caught the point and countered. These comments, all of which are from your Dragon Kingdom, only serve to reinforce the fact that the Dragon Kingdom is not a country of etiquette. People from other countries have given us good reviews. Is it really good? Zhang Jingyuan saw that Misaka Rina was still undeterred, so he said again, that's what you said. President Roosevelt of Eagle Jam once said that the cherry blossom people are the meanest, most shameless people I have ever met. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill said of the Sakura nation, extremely perverted, perfidious and disgusting. The President of Gaul, Charles de Gaulle, on the other hand, said of the cherry blossom state that it was a cruel people of insidiousness and cunning, very snobbish, and that its insane bloodlust was like that of the vampire Dracula in the European Middle Ages, and that as soon as it saw your weak spot, your throat would immediately be bitten by it, with no possibility of survival. 5-star General MacArthur made his own comment: the more you beat him, the more he's willing to give everything for you. And Montesquieu, the thinker from Gaul, also commented on your cherry blossom country. This is what he said: their character is very perverted. In the eyes of the Europeans, the character of the people of the Sakura country is not only stubborn and slavish to the top, but also vicious and brutal to the bottom. They have a natural contempt for death, and they can't move without killing someone, either by disembowelment or suicide. They are a bloody and perverted people who are addicted to killing. Misaka Rine was directly mortified by Zhang Jingyuan's words. Every comment Zhang Jingyuan said about the Sakura nation was like a sharp knife, directly into her heart. To be so publicly humiliated or her entire country. It made Misaka Rine's face burn. See, so many people have said similar things about Sakurago. What else do you have to say? Zhang Jingyuan's sharp eyes stared straight at Misaka Rine and continued, that's all. We still showed ourselves as a polite nation and never bullied you. But what about you? How did you treat our country? The Japanese invasion of the border, the Sino-Japanese War, the anti-Sakura War. You have brought disaster after disaster. And just a short time ago, you brazenly crossed our strait in defiance of our objections. That's it, and you want me to be a man of etiquette? Sorry, you're not worthy. Zhang Jingyuan's words were fierce and pungent, not leaving any face for Misaka Rine and Sakura Nation. His righteous attitude, as well as the words he said, were relayed by numerous live broadcasts, all of them. The Dragon Nation audience was all clapping and cheering. Ambassador Zhang, well done. That's the way to treat such a shameless country. I, Fuchi, am really as good as I am. That's a must. 5,000 years of powers in one stroke, 100 years of humiliation in 2 books, death by laughter, 12 volumes of military books, volumes with the name of the master. I thought we were the only ones who hated the Sakura country, but I didn't realize so many celebrities had cursed it. Compared to what those foreigners said about Sakura Nation, I think we're really considered an ancient civilized country, and we're already being polite to Sakura Nation. Brother Fuchi is really bossy. Just arrived in Sakura country and talking about people like that. He doesn't take Sakura country into consideration at all. Who let this woman from the Sakura country look down on our country and Ambassador Zhang? To provoke will have to bear the consequences. Ha ha, Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon is on the verge of making people cry. He really doesn't have any compassion. I've told you before, my brother Yuan is not spoiled at all. What's wrong with women? He dislikes them all. That's a bit of a shame. I wanted to dislike it too. Is this dislike of yours the same as Ambassador Zhang's? I told you it was great to watch Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon's livestream. Came up and gave us a big one. Scolded us so well, and I had a great time watching it too. The key thing is that what Ambassador Zhang said was all comments from other people's mouths, both scolding the Sakura country and being able to say that it wasn't his own words. It was really smart. Indeed. Look at this Misaka Rina now. She doesn't even have a chance to retort even if she wants to. She's directly blocked. Ha ha. I can't wait for the World Environment Conference tomorrow. I have a feeling that the Cherry Blossom country will definitely do something wrong, and Ambassador Zhang will surely punish them severely. Chapter 80 Advance Arrangements. Though the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom felt that there was nothing wrong with what Young Kyung-yoon said, but the Sakura Nation's viewers could just explode when they were so publicly humiliated by Young Kyung-yoon. What does Zhang Jingyuan mean? How can you talk about us like that? It's too much. It is recommended that Zhang Jingyuan be expelled immediately. Such a person is not welcome in our Sakura Kingdom. Humph, what are you so arrogant about? Zhang Jingyuan? Still think we're as easy to bully as a kangaroo nation? Come on, go ahead and cruise and see if our self-defense force will clean you up and be done with it. The Dragon Kingdom's previous emissaries were very polite. What's wrong with this Zhang Jingyuan? Talking about us so rudely? Why doesn't Misaka Rina refute Zhang Jingyuan? Zhang Jingyuan is too smart. Our Misaka Rina-sama isn't able to refute it at all. Damn Zhang Jingyuan, he looked down on our country before at the Siam conference, and now he's even insulting us in front of so many live streams. I'm definitely not going to let him go. In the last few years, Sakura Nation has taken a lot of funding to glorify itself in foreign propaganda. The image of Sakura Nation in the international arena, therefore, is still good. At this time, hearing Zhang Jingyuan say these words so bluntly, it instantly caused many elements of the Essence Cherry Blossom Nation to become dissatisfied. So apart from the righteously indignant Sakura Nation netizens, many foreigners from other countries, also in the major live broadcasts, began to attack Zhang Jingyuan. Even if the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has offended the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Jingyuan's utterance of such remarks on such an occasion is really a bit excessive. Is Sakura country really as bad as Zhang Jingyuan said? I feel like Zhang Jingyuan is talking nonsense. Zhang Jingyuan doesn't have the belly of a great nation's emissary, which makes me feel very bad about him. I know many friends from the Sakura country, and they're all very nice people, not like what Zhang Jingyuan said. This kind of behavior of Zhang Jingyuan really makes people angry. The Dragon Kingdom shouldn't send such a person to attend this World Environment Conference. Our country's live broadcast team should hurry up and change someone else's live broadcast. I really don't want to watch this arrogant and cocky guy, Zhang Jingyuan, talk about Sakura Nation like that anymore. Young Kyungyun did not see what these extranets had to say about his just behavior, but given his character, even if he saw it, he wouldn't change anything. He doesn't give a damn what these ordinary people think. In his eyes, defending the interests of his country and his people was the most important thing. The bodyguards and Ning Ziyuan who accompanied them on the side also revealed expressions of relief, especially Ning Ziyuan, who was the captain of the spirit martial dance, had a lot of dealings with Luzon and Cherry Blossom Country. The provocative behavior of these two countries that move around is very upsetting to him, but since it's also really not a good time to go to war, there's only a limited amount of counterattacking that can be done. Now following Zhang Jingyuan, after coming to the Cherry Blossom Country, he was actually able to point his finger at the nose of an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Cherry Blossom Country and scolded the Cherry Blossom Country fiercely. The other guy can't talk back. It gave him the feeling of having a mouthful of chilled watermelon in the middle of summer. Now he admired Zhang Jingyuan even more. Only this young, domineering diplomatic ambassador could say such a thing so carelessly. Seeing that Misaka Rine didn't say anything, Zhang Jingyuan went straight to his special car, and Ning Ziyuan followed with a group of bodyguards. Only Misaka Rine was left frozen in place. After a while, Misaka Rine then turned to leave. When she turned around, the look of stupefaction and panic on her face immediately disappeared. In its place was a chesty smile. After going to the hotel that Sakura Nation had prepared for him, Zhang Jingyuan called a video to his dad, Zhang Yi. Dad, the Sakura Kingdom seems to be a little emboldened by our arrival. Zhang Yi's expression looked more serious. That's because Eagle Jam has transferred its own third fleet over, plus the 7th fleet that was originally stationed there. Right now, near Sakuragak, there are 2 carrier battle groups of Eagle Jam. Zhang Jingyuan didn't have any worried look on his face and laughed. Eagle Jam is quite attached to Sakura Nation, and in order to back them up, he even transferred all of the 3rd fleet over. It's not that your behavior in Kangaroo Land has made Eagle Sauce feel threatened, Zhang Yi said. You need to be especially careful in your actions over there before you do anything. If one wants to apply extreme pressure, like the Siamese Conference and the Kangaroo State, one has to find the perfect reason to do so. Otherwise Eagle Jam will definitely intervene, and then I'm afraid it will turn into a regional conflict, and that will have very serious consequences. I know. Didn't Hawk Jam send the fleet over just to deter us? Zhang Jingyuan nodded his head to show that he understood. So we still need to make some preparations ahead of time beforehand. You have a solution again? Noticing the expression on Zhang Jingyuan's face, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. However, soon after, Zhang Yi reminded, let me warn you first, live fire maneuvers like the one with Kangaroo Nation won't do much good anymore. And Sakura Nation, backed up by the Eagle Jam fleet, won't be scared at all. The spirit martial dance alone definitely won't deter them, Zhang Jingyuan said with a bemused look on his face. But what if we add intercontinental missiles to the mix? Zhang Yi was shocked at his words. Jingyuan, it's hard to believe that you are trying to. That's right, didn't we have this plan in the first place, didn't we? Zhang Jingyuan heatedly laughed. Isn't this the right time? But, Zhang Yi frowned. If we want to carry out this plan, we must have enough reasons to do so. There does need to be a good reason. I'll look for it. Zhang Jingyuan doesn't know right now that the Sakura country wants to discharge nuclear contaminated water into the sea. If he did, there's no need to worry about the reason at all. Dad, I actually have another idea. Since we're going to deal with Sakura Nation, let's make a tougher move. Why don't we start with Ryuju's side? Zhang Jingyuan slowly spoke his plot to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was once again shocked by Zhang Jingyuan's words. What did you say? Your target is actually Lu Qiu. Could it be that you want to? If Hawk Jam can do it, can't we? Besides, the people there have always wanted to return to our embrace. Young Kyungyun said good-naturedly. Once it succeeds, it will be of great benefit to us. Taking a step back, even if it doesn't work out, it'll still cause a great deal of trouble for Sakura Nation and Eagle Jam. Zhang Jingyuan's scheming was really a bit too bold, and Zhang Yi didn't dare to agree to his son in the first place. This plan is too risky. I'll have to go and discuss it with Elder Su and the others. But that intercontinental missile thing, as long as you can find a suitable reason, it's not a problem. Ha ha, have dad you this sentence on the line. Today the Sakura country to meet my foreign affairs vice minister provoked me. Wait until tomorrow. I see the Sakura country will still make a mess. This time, I'm going to make the Sakura country pay a terrible price. Chapter 81 Stone Cold. The statement by the Sakura state stunned the representatives of various countries. On the other hand, Misaka Rine was back in the middle of the foreign ministry's office. As soon as she walked in, Kondo Light praised her. Ringin your acting skills are great. Public opinion is on our side now. The internet is verbally abusing Zheng Jingyuan. Misaka Rine swept away the innocent look she just had in front of Zheng Jingyuan and sneered. This Zheng Jingyuan is a complete egomaniac. I only teased him a little bit and he started mouthing off. I don't think he's as hard to deal with as the rumors say. The representatives from Eagle Jam are saying he's not easy to deal with. And now that we've gotten a head start, all we have to do is squash Young Kyunyan at the WEC tomorrow and everything will be perfect. Misaka Rine sat down on the couch and crossed those beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, displaying them recklessly, not caring in the slightest about Kondoko's greedy gaze. No problem, just watch me tomorrow. It's just a pity that this Zheng Jingyuan guy is a rash. Otherwise I would have taken him down a long time ago. Fantasizing about a better tomorrow. Kondoko couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, with your words I'm relieved. Then tomorrow is up to you. I've already taken care of the Eagle Sauce side as well as the many countries in the West. We have numerous helpers, dozens of countries against Zheng Jingyuan and the Dragon Kingdom. The advantage is mine. On this slightly uneventful night, several major powers have deployed individually. Beneath the calm is a surging dark tide. By the time the next day rolled around, it was in the Edo Diet Chambers in the Sakura country. The World Environment Assembly is on schedule. This World Environment Assembly was proposed and organized by Sakura Nation. As soon as they proposed it, they got a multitude of responses. After all, those Western countries, with their global environmental problems, are still more than a little preoccupied. At least, nominally. As a result, numerous Western powers attended the conference. Eagle Jam, Gaul, Britannia, Woolly Bear Nation, Prue, Maple Leaf Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Southpaw Nation, Camel Nation, White Elephant Nation, Baba Sheep, Squid Nation, and other countries were represented. In addition to them, the big powerful countries, numerous small third world countries, are also involved. It is not for the environment that these small countries participate in environmental conferences. Rather, it's for the development of your own country. When the West developed by plunder and the Industrial Revolution, it has been borrowing from environmental problems to suppress the development of other countries. More than that, it single-handedly led to the Paris Agreement. In this agreement, developed countries allocate a pitifully small share of carbon emissions to developing countries. This is a clear attempt to jam the throat of the developing countries, especially the dragon countries' development. If you want to continue to grow, you will have to pay out of your pocket to buy carbon credits from the West. That's a lot of wishful thinking. So these small countries have come to this World Environment Conference to see if they can get some more carbon credits for themselves, so that their country's industrial capacity for steel making and power generation can rise a bit. So the meeting began with a large number of countries arguing their case for carbon emissions, trying to get a little more carbon credit for myself. And what made Zheng Jingyuan feel strange was that under this situation before, the developed Western countries are doing their best to stop those small countries. But now, it's actually as if they're acquiescing, and didn't speak out against it. At this point in time, Zheng Jingyuan had sensed that something was wrong. At that moment, Misaka Rine, the participant representative of the Sakura country, stood up. The expression on her face was tinged with a few jitters, and a few shyness, combined with her dignified and beautiful appearance. She had already aroused the pity of many before she had even spoken. Misaka Rine laughed inwardly when she saw everyone looking at her with a heartbroken look. Then to all of them, he bowed deeply. I'm sorry to bother you all, but I'm here today to make an announcement about the wastewater from the Fukushima accident, which is really overwhelming us. So after careful consideration as well as research, we decided to discharge the diluted wastewater into the sea. There is no need to feel worried. The water, after we diluted it, is no longer harmful. I'm really sorry everyone, please forgive me. As Misaka Rina said, a layer of mist rose from her eyes, and large drops of tears flowed from her eyes. That kind of pear blossom with rain look, really is I see pity. But even then, what she said was stone cold. Make the whole venue, including all the live rooms. It was all like thunder exploding from the ground. The whole air seemed to freeze. After a long time, the representatives of the countries then exchanged words and whispered, and all sorts of curses had begun to flow in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Discharge of nuclear contaminated water? How could Sakura Nation be so shameless? Sakura no Kuni, I'm on early 8. It must be opposed. Resolutely opposed. This behavior is irresponsible to the entire human race. No wonder the cherry blossom country is holding this environmental conference. So that's what they're after. Sub-oh, Sakura Nation really wants Godzilla to grow in the sea? Why are all these people silent? Could it be that they would acquiesce to such behavior by the Sakura Nation? I guess the Sakura people were shocked by their shamelessness. If nuclear contaminated water is discharged into seawater, our country should be the first to be affected, right? I'd love to nuke Sakura Nation. How could there be such a despicable nation? Can't eat seafood anymore? Don't be in a hurry. Ambassador Zhang was there. He won't agree. Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon, you must stop Sakura Nation. Brother Fuchi, if you can stop Sakura Nation from releasing nuclear contaminated water this time, I'll fan you for the rest of my life. Ambassador Young shouldn't have that much power, right? This is, after all, a matter for the Sakura country itself. Not necessarily. If everyone is against it, Sakura Nation shouldn't be bent out of shape due to the international implications. Don't all those Western countries care about the environment? And they made us sign some Paris Agreement to protect the environment as well. And they're sure to be against it. Just as the Dragon Nation audience was raving about the Sakura Nation, the representative of the Southern Rod Nation stood up. After all, they were the closest to the Sakura country and were the most affected. The representative of South Korea asked in a deep voice, discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea will have too great an impact. Have you really thought about it? Also, are you sure that this nuclear wastewater, after being diluted, is really harmless? Misaka Rine covered her face in mock panic, and like a frightened deer, she kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, we really have run out of options. And the water, it's really no longer harmful. Please trust me, trust us in Sakura Nation. The representative of the South Bar was about to ask another question when Arthur, who was the representative of Eagle Jam, also stood up. He looked around the crowd and said lightly, we at Eagle Sauce support the Sakura Nation's decision to act as they have, in accordance with international regulations. At those words, the room fell silent once again. Facing Eagle Jam, the world's #1 power acting arrogantly. There are numerous countries here that wouldn't even dare to disobey Eagle Sauce. The representative of the Southern Rodent country sat down resentfully, never daring to say a word again. Although no one said anything, there were many representatives from many countries who, from the bottom of their hearts, were also very resistant to such behavior from the Cherry Blossom country. It's just that they don't dare make a sound now that Hawkjam has spoken. Can't anyone step up and do some justice? That's what's going on inside many people. As this thought bubbled up in their hearts, the figure of a person also flashed through their minds at the same time. This person, just and upright, iron-blooded and overbearing, had just arrived in the Sakura country and bluntly said that the people of the Sakura country were shameless. Most importantly, he is backed by a strong motherland that does not fear the hegemony of Eagle Jam. It was at this time that a loud bang suddenly rang out from the scene, breaking the unspeakable silence. Chapter 82 Zhang Jingyuan speaks out. Environmental protection should not become a bargaining chip in political games. The representatives of the countries in the conference hall followed the sound. The sound was found to be coming from Zhang Jingyuan's side. He slammed his fist down hard on the conference table in front of him. Anger. Incredible anger. Zhang Jingyuan didn't think that the Sakura Kingdom could be shameless to such an extent. Originally, the Fukushima nuclear leakage incident, though, arose because of a natural disaster. But these subsequent problems can be avoided. Everything that happened after the event could well be called a man-made disaster. The way the Sakura government and Edo Electric Power Company handled the accident was nothing short of mind-boggling. That's what led to the nuclear contaminated water. And now, Sakura Nation actually wants all of humanity to pay for their behavior. Zhang Jingyuan would never allow this to happen. Looking at everyone's eyes on him, Zhang Jingyuan slowly stood up. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, compliance with international regulations? Have we been asked our opinion? Zhang Jingyuan finished and looked coldly at Misaka Rine. Let me emphasize one thing. That stuff, it's called nuclear contaminated water, not some nuclear wastewater. Just now a mess. Misaka Rine seemed to be deliberately avoiding that term. What? Is it a deliberate attempt to lessen the association with the dangers of this nuclear contaminated water? Seeing Zhang Jingyuan's gaze pointing directly at herself, Misaka Ringyun continued to act pitiful and said in a delicate voice, no, those water sources have long since been treated by us and are free of any contamination. Without any contamination? Zhang Jingyuan turned his head to look at Ning Ziyuan by his side. You immediately go and fetch some of Fukushima's nuclear contaminated water. Bring it over, and give it to Ms. Misaka Rine so that she can drink it in public. I think that's how people will believe that there really isn't any contamination in this nuclear contaminated water. Misaka Ringyun didn't expect Zhang Jingyuan to be so strong that he wanted to make himself drink all that nuclear contaminated water. She hurriedly raised her head and said with pearly blossoms, Ambassador Zhang, why are you bullying a weak woman like me? You were already talking about our Sakura country yesterday, and now you're doing this. Is such behavior on your part really what is expected of an emissary of a great nation? You still have the nerve to mention what happened yesterday? Zhang Jingyuan said unflinchingly. Your behavior today is enough to show that what I said yesterday about those people's comments about you are all true. Zhang Jingyuan said, looking at the circle of representatives of developed countries in the West, and asked, we in the Dragon Country are firmly opposed to the Sakura country's act of discharging nuclear-contaminated water. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that? Britannia, Gaul, Prussia, Maple Leaf, and the ones in Northern Europa have been through with Eagle Jam for a long time. At the moment they were shaking their heads in unison. Eagle Sauce has already said that Sakura Nation's behavior, which is in line with international standards, and we have no problem with them discharging nuclear wastewater. Even the eco-friendly girl who has a pretty high global profile. There was also a tacit approval of Sakura Nation's behavior. Zhang Jingyuan, Arthur spoke up, with the kind of arrogance that was characteristic of Eagle Jam. The live meeting is a vote, and as long as everyone agrees, there's no use for you Dragon Kingdom to object. Arthur and Amblin and the Cherry Blossom State in these Western countries pitched in collusion and arranged it long ago. It is true that the Sakura country is overwhelmed, and there is nothing wrong with their behavior that would affect the sea in any way. A lot of developing countries here are also trying to get some carbon credits for themselves as much as possible for the development of their own countries. We, as developed countries, also have a responsibility to do something for the development of all of us, and this World Environment Assembly. We will liberalize carbon emissions rights to all countries. Of course, I hope you also understand Sakura Nation. With this statement, Arthur simply made no secret of his purpose. He clearly wants to use environmental issues, which are dominated by the West, to threaten these small and medium-sized countries. Let them come and agree to Sakura Nation's discharge of nuclear-contaminated water. Many of the representatives of the countries on the scene, when they heard Arthur's words, their eyes instantly lit up. The hazards of discharging nuclear-contaminated water are not clear at this time, but carbon credits, they're real. They immediately played a little game in their hearts and began to weigh the pros and cons. Look at these double-standard and hypocritical Western countries and the other countries that have been seduced by Arthur. Zhang Jingyuan was infuriated and laughed. Good, very good. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes, which were filled with a murderous aura, looked at every representative of the country that wanted to aid and abet the enemy. Those representatives of the Western countries, swept by Zhang Jingyuan's eyes, only felt chills all over their bodies. Zhang Jingyuan pointed at these people and began his speech in a clear tone. Back then, led by Eagle Sauce, you Western countries asked us developing countries to sign the Paris Agreement, and we in the Dragon Kingdom signed it. But in fact, the total amount of carbon dioxide emitted by mankind to date is a whopping 2.4 trillion tons, more than half of which is emitted by your Western countries. You Western countries, led by Eagle Jam, are not complying with the Paris Agreement either. Eagle Jam has dumped nuclear-contaminated water and pesticides into the sea. It has also allowed large quantities of crude oil to flow into the sea, causing serious pollution. Britannia is even delaying its emissions reduction program, claims it can't let Britannia go bankrupt to save the planet. The Sakura country, not to mention the discharge of wastewater effluent into the water, which has led to the Minamata disease incident and the bone pain incident that has caused a large number of deaths. Instead, we in the Dragon State have been seriously implementing the Paris Agreement. Over the years, photovoltaic and wind power generation, the implementation of new energy vehicles, the desert lock edge, all kinds of environmental protection behaviors have made the PM2.5 concentration of the whole country of the Dragon Kingdom drop by 2.7% year-on-year, and the proportion of good water quality is as high as 94%. Let me tell you, environmental protection should not become a bargaining chip in political games. Environmental protection is the common responsibility of all mankind and should not be used by some countries as a tool to curb the development of other countries. Zhang Jingyuan, this deafening words, did not leave them a trace of face, is a complete tear open the Western countries this shameless and double-standard face. The originally quiet space of the venue seemed to be torn open a rift. The sound of inhalation, the sound of seats moving, the sound of suppressed exclamations of surprise like the muffled thunder before the rainstorm rolled through the low air, startling the room full of head-to-tail commotion. All the representatives of the Western countries who were pointed at their noses by Zhang Jingyuan were slammed by his anger wrapped in opposition the moment they were hit. Their faces all became extremely ugly, because in the old days of Dragonland, any more talk would have been more euphemistic. There has never been a diplomat like young Kyung-yoon, so outspoken at a World Environment Assembly with so many delegates. His behavior was considered to have offended all the representatives of the Western countries present, and the major live broadcasts were likewise completely shocked by what had just happened. Kondo Ko, who was sitting in the first seat, felt even more that something was not good, and immediately whispered a few orders to the people around him. The people around him also left in a hurry after receiving Kondoko's order. Chapter 83, Forcing Sakura Nation. This nuclear contaminated water, to drink, or not? The viewers from various countries, for one thing, didn't think that the people of the Sakura country would be so shameless as to want to discharge nuclear contaminated water into the sea. These spectators are ordinary people, not like these delegates attending the conference. Think of all sorts of interests and political games. Their idea is simply that if nuclear contaminated water is ever released into the ocean, there will be serious consequences. Secondly, it did not occur to me that not only did the Western countries not oppose it, but they actually acquiesced to the behavior of the Sakura country, and Zhang Jingyuan, who had been abused by them before, stepped forward, saying something shocking like this. I really misunderstood Zhang Jingyuan before. The cherry blossom country people are indeed shameless. Our President Roosevelt was not wrong. Our Prime Minister Churchill wasn't wrong either. Thanks to me, I thought the Sakura Nation people were nice before, but I didn't realize they were like this. Why did our representative not say a word? Instead, Zhang Jingyuan of the Dragon Kingdom stood up. Don't you see? The environment has been used as a tool by some in our country. What Zhang Jingyuan said really enlightened me all of a sudden. It turns out that what they did had a purpose. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed the hope of our third world. Without them, I don't even know what this world would be plagued by these Western countries. The world is in tatters. The Dragon Kingdom is in stitches. I didn't like Dong Demon before, but now, I think I'm rooting for Zhang Jingyuan. Zhang Jingyuan, we must stop Sakura Nation. The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station were even more agitated by Zhang Jingyuan's words. After all, over the years, the Western world had done this kind of double standard, bullying the Dragon Kingdom, but there were too many things. What Ambassador Yang Qianyan said was fantastic. Just can't spoil these hypocritical Westerners. Humph, this eagle sauce is such a grandiose statement. I wonder how they would react if it were us discharging nuclear wastewater instead. That must have been a strong boycott plus sanctions against us, and then the promotion of our threat theory to isolate us. And don't you tell me, these double-standard dogs are capable of such things. It's still Ambassador Zhang who is great, directly tearing away the cover cloth of this group of people in the West in front of so many people at the venue. All I can say is well done. My brother Yuan is just too handsome. It's so domineering. Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan is so good at the great desolate prisoner's finger. And the way he pointed at those Western country representatives was just cool. With Ambassador Zhang's words, I'm relieved that he will definitely stop Sakura Nation. I also think that, if Ambassador Yang Qianyun has said such words, if he can't stop Sakura Nation in the end, isn't that a slap in his own face? But didn't Arthur, Eagle Sauce's representative, just say vote on it? All of the West is pretty much on the side of Sakura Nation, and they're using carbon rights to buy off the smaller countries, so I'm having a hard time seeing it. I don't think Ambassador Zhang Jingyuan should have been so impulsive. He should have taken it slowly. It's a bit of a bad idea to directly tear his face off now. It can't be helped. That's the kind of character Ambassador Zhang has. He can't tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes. If Ambassador Yang Qianyun wasn't such a hot-blooded and domineering person, how could we have watched with such relief? We have to wait until we completely solve this behavior of the Sakura country of discharging nuclear contaminated water before we can feel relieved, don't we? Now, scolding all the Western representatives doesn't seem to have any substantial effect except to get out of breath? So what? It's better than holding back all the time and letting them dominate the whole environmental conference. I don't think there's anything wrong with this behavior of Ambassador Zhang. He can at least pull in those small countries that are not used to the double-standard behavior of the Western countries this way. Seeing that the scene in public opinion had begun to get a little out of hand, Arthur knocked on the table and said with a stern face, Zhang Jingyuan, this behavior of yours of making unwarranted accusations against us has seriously disrupted the order of the venue. If you cannot control your words and actions, we will invite you out of the venue. Oh, invite me out of the meeting? You think I care to attend this time meeting of yours? Zhang Jingyuan laughed up into the sky. The behavior of you people makes me sick. The nuclear contaminated water is all because of the chaotic management of the Sakuragoku government and the Edo Electric Power Company as well as cost saving. And now you have made the decision to discharge nuclear contaminated water into the sea with the same purpose in mind. Misaka Rine packages herself and Sakura Nation as a victim, but in reality, it's just so she doesn't want to spend any more money on treating nuclear contaminated water. At that moment, the foreign ministry official, who had just gone out, came over with 2 bottles of water. Seeing this, Kondoko immediately interrupted Zhang Jingyuan. Ambassador Zhang, we already said a long time ago that all this nuclear wastewater is purified and diluted by us and is not harmful. Didn't you just say that we should drink it? I'll have our foreign ministry drink to you now, Kondoko said, giving the officer a wink. The official held up 2 bottles of water and walked to the center, saying, this is from Fukushima, diluted and purified. Here's the test report. If people don't believe me, I'll drink to it now. After saying that, he took a drink of the water in his hand. After drinking all the water, the foreign ministry official also showed the bottle as well as the test report to everyone present, to prove that they are really drinking nuclear wastewater from Fukushima. This Kondo Mitsuki, he's quite resourceful. Arthur praised it in his heart, so he took the opportunity to say, Zheng Jingyuan, you saw it. Stop being irrational. Now start voting on the ballot. There's no need to rush, Zheng Jingyuan said with his arms wrapped around his chest in a good-natured manner. I've already sent my men to fetch the nuclear-contaminated water from Fukushima, so if Mr. Kondo Ko and Ms. Misaka Rine, you can drink it yourself, then I'm convinced that this nuclear-contaminated water really isn't harmful. You, Kondoko became furious and slammed the table. Zheng Jingyuan, don't you bully me too much. Once the nuclear-contaminated water is discharged, it will have the greatest impact on our dragon country, and you should know that these radioactive substances can cause cancer. I have to be responsible for the 1.4 billion people in our country, so let's just wait, Zheng Jingyuan said and sat down with his legs crossed. Zheng Jingyuan, who do you think you are, saying you'll wait? I'm announcing that the voting will begin immediately, Kondo Light roared. At this time, the representative of the Woolly Bear country, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke up. It can wait, I think. There are many countries that are inherently opposed to the discharge of nuclear-contaminated water from the Sakura country. They just need a head start. Now not only did Jung Kyung-yun come forward, but even the Hairy Bear Nation said they would wait. Those countries immediately ignored Kondoko and all looked towards Zheng Jingyuan. It wasn't long before Ning Ziyuan arrived at the venue and handed Zheng Jingyuan the water bottle in his hand. It has been a long time since the Fukushima nuclear leakage incident, and the Dragon State has been closely monitoring the situation in Fukushima, and there have always been samples of Fukushima's nuclear wastewater, so Ning Ziyuan was able to get them quickly. Zheng Jingyuan raised the water bottle in his hand and said slowly, this bottle is exactly a sample of Fukushima's nuclear wastewater, and the process on the Sakura countryside for how to dilute and purify this nuclear contaminated water was publicized. Now, let's ask the people from Sakura Nation to come and dilute and purify this nuclear contaminated water for us on the spot, and then, ask Mr. Kondoko and Ms. Misaka Rine to drink it in public. Kondoko and Misaka Rine glanced at each other, both seeing the endless hatred for Zheng Jingyuan in the other's eyes. A serious problem lay before them. This nuclear contaminated water, should we drink it, or not? Chapter 84 Burning Up. For the future of Sakura Nation, we drink. Looking at the nuclear contaminated water that was placed in the middle of the meeting, Kondoko and Misaka Rine were slow to move. They certainly know better than anyone in their hearts about the so-called dilution and purification. This sip of it, if they don't mutate in the future, even if they are genetically strong, it's just that if it stays off, so many representatives of various countries in the room are watching, it's going to be hard to get them to agree to release nuclear contaminated water into the ocean. Right now, they really hated Zheng Jingyuan. Everything was planned well, but Zheng Jingyuan suddenly jumped out to say something as shocking as that. Didn't give a damn about these Western representatives on the scene, or even Eagle Sauce, with Zheng Jingyuan leading the charge. If you can't come up with a program that works, I'm afraid that in the upcoming vote, the representatives of the countries present would not cast their votes in their hands for Sakura Nation, as they had expected. Seeing Kondoko and Misaka Rine frozen in place, the representatives of the countries present knew it by heart. Nuclear wastewater discharged into the ocean is definitely contaminated. Not only the representatives of the countries on the scene, but also the viewers in the major broadcasting rooms saw it for themselves. Once again, there was chatter on the air. Kondoko and Misaka Rine looked pretty distraught. There must be something fishy about that whatever nuclear wastewater you just drank. That's for sure. No matter how diluted, this is still nuclear contaminated water. It's definitely hazardous. Sakura Nation is so cheap nah. Engaging in these little tricks. All hope now rests on Ambassador Young Kyung-yun. We must resist the pressure and not let them release nuclear contaminated water. Kondo Mitsu finally reacted at this point and began to defend himself. Who knows where you got this bottle of nuclear wastewater from and whether it meets our Fukushima standards? I reject your offer. Zheng Jingyuan shrugged his shoulders. You can take some of the nuclear wastewater coming from Fukushima and casually compare it. Misaka Rine also spoke up at this time. Zheng Jingyuan, just now our officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have already drank. You're just deliberately picking a fight because of our crossing your strait the other day. Besides, it's not just the water you drink and that's harmless. Tap water is just as harmless. but would you go straight to tap water? There's nothing really wrong with that statement, but there's a caveat. It's the establishment that no one has ever drunk this nuclear-contaminated water. But the blame lies in the fact that just now Condolite was in a hurry to prove that there is no problem with nuclear-contaminated water. I already made the foreign ministry drink once for show. Now that they're saying they won't drink it, isn't it obvious that there's something wrong with the bottle of water that their foreign ministry official just drank? Naturally, Zhang Jingyuan wouldn't let go of this bug and revealed a surprised expression. Misaka Rine, this is the water you say you can drink, isn't it? If you foreign ministry officials can drink it, why can't you? Or is there actually something wrong with the bottle of water he just drank? Zhang Jingyuan said with a cold gaze. I demand that the bottle of water just now be taken to the International Atomic Energy Agency for third-party testing. Our Dragon Kingdom experts need to supervise the entire process. Zhang Jingyuan's strong attitude once again caused a silence in the entire venue. Everyone hadn't expected Zhang Jingyuan to face the Sakura Kingdom as well as many countries in the West, and still be able to hold on so well. Representatives of all countries saw in Zhang Jingyuan the responsibility that a big country should shoulder. The situation is once again a stalemate. Both Arthur and Condolite know that if a vote is initiated now, it simply does not have the effect of overwhelming agreement that was originally envisioned. The Prime Minister of the Sakura Kingdom was also watching the live stream, and saw that what was originally a sure win was messed up by young Kyung-yoon. He was so angry that he called out Makunaro, immediately made a call to Condolite, roared up into the inside of the phone, "Stupidity! Who told you to arrange for someone to drink that nuclear wastewater at the site? Now young Kyung-yoon has found a reason. You and Misaka Rine, immediately drink that bottle of nuclear wastewater for me after diluting and purifying it, as Zhang Jingyuan said. Kondo Mitsu was shocked and turned white at hearing that. But Lord Prime Minister, the words were immediately cut off by Sakura Prime before they could be uttered. There's no buts. What's wrong with sacrificing yourselves for the future of our great Sakura country? Think about how we all succeeded before. Have you forgotten all about the death-defying attitude of our ancestors? All sorts of hot-blooded images popped up in Condolite's mind. Those famous scenes of the Sakura nation's people in history alternated in his mind like a walk in the park. He snapped his teeth. Hodge, I will break my country's bones. Prime Minister Sakura nodded in satisfaction and began to relieve Kondo-ko. Just have the courage. I'll have the dilution and purification increased. You won't have too much of a problem even if you drink it. The top priority now is to seize the high ground of public opinion. We can't let Zheng Jingyuan derail our entire plan. Try to get as many delegates from the field as possible too. Listening to the Prime Minister's sage advice over the phone, Kondo-ko was only slightly more relieved. He stood up, a look of death on his face. Zheng Jingyuan, let me tell you, after this nuclear wastewater is purified and diluted, it's just harmless. You don't have to say anything. Let's drink it. I'll prove it with my actions, Kondo-ko said, and called the staff of Sakura Nation to dilute and purify the nuclear wastewater that young Kyung-yoon had brought in on the spot. Misaka Rine was instantly anxious at the sight. She was a young and beautiful girl. Make her drink nuclear wastewater? She hurriedly called out, Kondo-sama, say no more. Kondo Mitsuki said with a look of righteousness on his face, Misaka, drink with me, for the future of our great Sakura country, and to prove to everyone that we're right, Kondo-ko said, taking a drink of the diluted and purified nuclear wastewater. Zheng Jingyuan glanced at the startled Misaka Rine and smiled. Miss Misaka Rine, what about you? Seeing that Misaka Rine still didn't respond, Condolite couldn't help but bellow, Misaka, give me a drink. Misaka Rine was being held up by Zheng Jingyuan and Kondo-ko with words at the same time, and there was no way out. Had to drink the nuclear contaminated water as well. As soon as she finished it, she felt a wave of dizziness and a feeling of wanting to vomit. Seeing this, Kondo-ko pointed at Zheng Jingyuan and let out a loud laugh in a victorious manner. Zheng Jingyuan, did you see that? We all drank the nuclear wastewater in. Now you have nothing to say, do you? I'll see who can stop us, Sakura Nation, from discharging this nuclear wastewater into the ocean now. The representatives of the countries on the scene, as well as the people in the major broadcasting rooms, were stunned by this kind of behavior from Condolite. Everyone thought that this Condolite was really a well-deserved hardcore tough guy. What should Zheng Jingyuan do now? Chapter 85, Send nuclear contaminated water to Eagle Jam. There was no water in their hydrants during the fire. Now, there are reporters throughout the venue, as well as the live streaming team. There were also representatives from various countries, all of whom looked at Zheng Jingyuan, wanted to see if he would agree to Sakura Nation releasing nuclear contaminated water into the ocean. After all, the others, Kondo-ko and Misaka Rine, have already done what you, Zheng Jingyuan, said. It's enough to prove that this nuclear wastewater is harmless now. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Jingyuan looked at Kondoko lightly with a mocking smile in his eyes. I don't know what you're burning. If all this water is so clean and drinkable, why is your Sakura country discharging it into the ocean? Wouldn't it be fine to just distribute this diluted and purified water to the inhabitants of your Sakura country to drink? Ha! Young Kyungyan said the last, and purposely elongated the syllables, as if he was confused by Kondoko and Sakuraguk's behavior. The moment Zhang Jingyuan said this, Kondokoran was directly dumbfounded. What is this? My act of summoning the courage to drink the nuclear-contaminated water has instead once again become a reason for young Kyungyun to stop Sakura Nation from discharging it into the sea? Nuclear-contaminated water for nothing? Is there any law here? Is there any law? Why is this diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Jingyuan, so difficult to deal with? And the delegates almost burst out laughing. Right, if the water is so clean, why don't you drink it and discharge it into the sea? It's an angle they never thought of. And in fact, just after that foreign ministry official drank the nuclear wastewater, young Kyungyan could have already said that, but he had forced the Sakura country's foreign minister Kondoko and foreign affairs undersecretary Misaka Rine to drink again. It was obvious that Zhang Jingyuan did it on purpose. Many people recalled what the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had done to the Dragon Kingdom before, and their hearts were suddenly clear. Zhang Jingyuan is also too screwed up, completely treating Kondoko and Misaka Rine as if they were Sakura people. Oh, you mean Kondoko and Misaka Rine were originally Sakura people? It's okay then. Kondoko and Misaka Rine were not cuties, and also know that they'd been screwed over by young Kyungyun. He only felt his blood rushing up and his entire face was suffocating. Damn it, Zhang Jingyuan, you're just too much. Zhang Jingyuan looked innocent. How did I go overboard? Isn't what I said the truth? Do you know that water resources are in short supply all over the world right now? It's such a waste to discharge safe and harmless water resources into the ocean just like that. Save it for your Sakura nation. Even less, it can be discharged into the lake in your Sakura country, or you can just take it to irrigate your crops. Isn't rice unaffordable in your Sakura country these days? Try irrigating your crops with this water. You might be able to produce 18,000 per acre. After Zhang Jingyuan sneered at the recent skyrocketing price of rice in Sakura country, he looked at Arthur, and the representative of Kangaroo country. Or you could send that water to Eagle Sauce, Maple Leaf country, or Kangaroo country to help them fight wildfires. It just so happens that there was no water inside Eagle Sauce's fire hydrant, causing the entire Luoxingdu to be burned. I believe that with this water from your Sakura nation, the next time we encounter a mountain fire, Eagle Sauce will definitely be able to extinguish the fire very quickly. Zhang Jingyuan's words once again made the representatives of all the countries hold their tongues a bit. This Zhang Jingyuan is really a high-level black, but also a black several countries. Everyone Kangaroo country had a mountain fire that didn't go out for months, and 500 million animals alone were burned to death. And as the world's #1 power, Eagle Jam, there was no water at all in the hydrants for the California fires a while back. All the water is being taken by Eagle Jam capitalists to grow pistachios. Mountain fires are directly on the verge of taking out Los Santos. Many of the country's representatives wanted to laugh, but they could only hold back due to Eagle Jam's lechery. Several people's faces were suffocated to the color of pig's liver. It looks quite comical. Arthur was also made to lose face by Zhang Jingyuan. After all, the family's scandal cannot be spread outside. Something as scandalous as the Eagle Sauce California fire was just blown out in public by young Kyungyun. It really annoyed Arthur. Moreover, Zhang Jingyuan's move was a bit too ruthless. It made him a bit overwhelmed. He hastily slapped the table and said, Zhang Jingyuan, what are you doing messing around here? Since these nuclear wastewaters aren't harmful in any way, then how to dispose of them is Sakura country's business. You have no right to interfere here. Zhang Jingyuan spread his hands and laughed. Who said that? Aren't we going to vote on it? I think my proposal is pretty good, right? Why don't we vote on my proposal later? The delegates at the scene finally couldn't help but burst out laughing at this statement, and several representatives of countries that are close to the Dragon Kingdom began to respond. Ambassador Cheng's words reminded me that why discharge into the sea when it is clearly drinkable? We think this is a good proposal by Ambassador Cheng to try to vote. The sea doesn't need this nuclear contaminated water. It's better for you Sakura Nation to keep it for yourselves. Kangaroo Nation and Eagle Jam do have a shortage of water, and since this water is not harmful, you might really consider giving it to them. The viewers of the Dragon Nation in the live broadcast room of the Dragon TV main station were even more amused by Zhang Jingyuan's tawdry maneuver. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Kondoko and Misaka Rhinon are drinking nuclear contaminated water for nothing. Not for nothing, they at least justify leaving this nuclear contaminated water as drinking water for the people of Sakura Nation. Kondoko kind of lifted a rock and smashed it into his own foot. Ambassador Zhang speaks so funny. I don't know what you're burning. Ha ha, if these waters are so good, why don't you, the Sakura Kingdom, keep them for yourselves? How about draining it to MT? Fuji, it'll also cool the lava inside. He. My brother Fuji is so powerful that with a few words, he made Sakura country lose face, and the plan to discharge nuclear contaminated water was hindered. Zheng Jingyuan really is a top diplomat. This wisdom and eloquence is truly unrivaled. That Eagle Sauce representative Arthur and the Kangaroo Nation representative, when they heard that they were going to be given all this nuclear contaminated water, the look on their faces was worse than the death of their mother. I didn't realize that Ambassador Zheng Jingyuan, who looks so handsome and dignified, is so diabolical, and now he's screwing the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Serves them right. Who told them to be so shameless? The Sakura Nation deserves to be screwed. Eagle Sauce's old ways are about to be revealed by Ambassador Young Kyung-yoon. Anyone who has seen Eagle Sauce's California Blaze and still doesn't laugh is really going to be diagnosed with Jade syndrome. Ha. It's said that you don't hit people in the face. You don't scold them. And my brother Yuan is just too bad, but I like it so much. Shy. Kondo-ko was now numb and had absolutely no idea what to do anymore. Now, whether it was the media, public opinion, or the representatives at the scene, almost all of them had begun to gradually move towards Zheng Jingyuan's side. He completely dominated this originally planned and arranged WEC by his own personal ability. Sakura Nation's plan to discharge nuclear contaminated water into the ocean was ruined by Young Kyung-yoon. Arthur saw that Kondo-ko had been dumbfounded by Zheng Jingyuan, so he whispered, "We can't let Zheng Jingyuan talk any longer. Hurry up and announce the vote." With the support of some of our big countries, those small countries won't dare to oppose. Only then did Kondo Mitsu come back to his senses and said through gritted teeth, "Mr. Arthur, the representative of Eagle Jam, was right just now. Since this water is safe and harmless, what we do with it is our business. We still want to discharge it into the ocean, and we now ask the delegates to begin voting." Arthur followed up with, "I still want to emphasize again that the Sakura country has to develop, and so does everyone else. And after this vote, we will discuss and consult on the carbon emission rights of each country." Hearing Arthur say this, the hearts of the representatives of the various countries once again tightened. The Eagle and the West are up to their old tricks again, trying to jam everyone's necks with carbon credits. The point is that Sakura Nation has now relied on drinking nuclear contaminated water to prove that its safety is not jeopardized. Now people seem to be even less able to find a reason to reject Sakura Nation, and seeing as how it's finally going to be voted on under the threat of Eagle Jam, viewers around the world had their hearts in their mouths, wanted to see what the end result of this would be. Exactly. Sakura no Kuni, will it be as good as it should be?